During his junior year, Lin Huaizhi persuaded his parents to purchase a modest apartment for him. A few days into his leisurely life, a strikingly beautiful junior with a slender waist and long legs approached him. "Senior, I heard you recently bought a house near campus. May I inquire if I could reside with you? I am proficient in cooking and household chores, and I shall pay the rent at market rates, ensuring there are no delays." Lin Huaizhi gazed into Su Yao's sparkling eyes, her expression radiating sincerity, akin to a glimmering reflection. While contemplating how to decline without causing her distress, he inadvertently heard Su Yao's inner thoughts. Although he is a short-lived second male lead, he is quite handsome, and judging by his physique, he should be quite capable. Once I move in, my alluring camisole will certainly serve its purpose. System, why have you fallen silent? Hey, short-lived? Second male led? System? Alluring camisole? Lin Huaizhi nodded emphatically. I will relocate immediately. The door to my home shall always be open for you. Thus, Lin Huaizhi embarked on a path of extraordinary fortune. In just 3 short years, he preserved his life and amassed considerable wealth, even managing to placate his wife's occasional bouts of temper with ease. Chapter 1. Little Lin Huaizhi, allow me to take a moment of your time. In September, the weather in Jiangsheng remained sweltering. Lin Huaizhi, alongside the delivery driver, carried items upstairs. Though there was an elevator, after several trips, he was utterly exhausted. "Thank you for your hard work, sir. Please enjoy a can of soda to cool off." Lin Huaizhi retrieved 2 cans of cola from the refrigerator and offered them to the 2 middle-aged men. Throughout the moving process, they exhibited no signs of impatience, engaging in pleasant conversation. Now that their task was complete, it was only fitting to offer them some refreshments and a moment to rest. He had always been of amiable disposition, influenced by his upbringing, treating others with basic courtesy and kindness when out in the world. Of course, exceptions existed depending on the circumstances. "Thank you, young man." The 2 men accepted the sodas without hesitation, expressing their gratitude. "Uncle, if you're not in a rush, why not take a seat and rest for a bit before you leave?" Lin Huaizhi took a sip of soda, the cool sensation cascading down his throat, dispelling the heat and elevating his spirits. "No need, no need. Our clothes are filthy and dusty. We might dirty your sofa. Indeed, if there's nothing else, we should take our leave. Take your time to tidy up, young man." The 2 uncles exchanged pleasantries, waved, and descended the stairs. Lin Huaizhi made no further attempts to retain them, as he still needed to report to school and had a class meeting at 2 o'clock. With the house in disarray, he resolved to return later that evening to organize. He downed the soda in one go, gave the can a gentle squeeze, then paused to glance at the trash bin 8 meters away. With a casual flick of his wrist, he tossed the can, executing a precise throw. Bang! Nice! Lin Huaizhi dashed to the bathroom for a quick 3-minute shower, changed into clean clothes, slung his bag over his shoulder, and stepped outside. In this blazing sun, how I wish I had a girlfriend to share an umbrella with. Observing the little girls on the street, each wielding an umbrella, Lin Huaizhi conceded to feeling a flicker of desire. Yet as a grown man, the notion of carrying an umbrella felt somewhat effeminate. If only he had a girlfriend, he could tenderly hold the umbrella for her, while also seeking refuge from the sun himself. Alas, he had been single for 21 years, and the instances of his heart stirring were few and far between. Lacking an umbrella, Lin Huaizhi quickened his pace, leveraging his long legs to take 2 steps for every one, hastily making his way to school. This year's school opening was markedly different from the usual, with all undergraduates reporting on this very day, resulting in a procession of younger students lugging large bags and bundles. Wow, I can't believe I'm actually going through freshman year all over again. But this school is quite aesthetically pleasing. Despite the cacophony surrounding him, filled with tents for various colleges and clubs distributing flyers, Lin Huaizhi distinctly heard a girl's voice resounding with clarity. Glancing around, he failed to locate the source of the voice. It must be said, it was rather sweet-sounding. One could surmise that if her voice was so melodious, her appearance could not be lacking. "Who again? What are you looking around for? Let me guess, are you checking out legs?" Zhao Yuanan appeared with a cheeky demeanor, his words dripping with a hint of lewdness. Lin Huaizhi responded with a playful punch before turning back towards the college. "Don't be shy, bro. I'm telling you, this year's freshmen are top-notch. I've already spotted several stunning girls. Their faces are pure, and their figures are nothing short of impressive." Zhao Yuanan, a contemporary underachiever, though inexperienced in love, fervently indulged in his penchant for beautiful women. His excitement suggested he had found much to his liking. What's the use in looking? Even if you gaze, they aren't yours to claim, Lin Huaizhi retorted with a hint of annoyance, but Zhao Yuanan remained unfazed. Bro, your perspective is just too narrow. Think about it. If you enter a relationship, you can only admire your girlfriend. No other girls are permissible to look at. If I remain single, I can look at whomever I please. Just imagine how liberating that would be. At first glance, there seemed to be some merit to his words, yet Lin Huaizhi dismissed the notion without hesitation. Isn't it that you simply don't want to date? It's not as if anyone is interested in you. Given their long-standing friendship, Lin Huaizhi could easily deduce that beneath Zhao Yuanan's seemingly frivolous exterior lay a genuine romantic at heart. He himself was no different. While many had forsaken the pursuit of pure romance, often initiating conversations with a glance at legs, he remained steadfast. Despite engaging well online, a mere glance in person revealing an unappealing visage could sever all ties without a second thought. In essence, lacking wealth or looks had become a fatal flaw. Nevertheless, Lin Huaizhi refused to settle. Should he not encounter someone he truly cherishes, he would remain patient. Life is his own to live, and he would not compromise. Alas, I am but a mere underachiever, yet to find someone I fancy. However, you are different. You are quite renowned at school, possessing both intellect and decent looks. Why are you not in a relationship? Zhao Yuanan regarded Lin Huaizhi's striking visage, one he had observed for over a decade, with a touch of bewilderment. I maintain my principles. I cannot bring myself to engage with those I do not find appealing. This statement held truth. Lin Huaizhi had an aversion to anything lacking authenticity. He was utterly disinterested in those who expressed interest in him, especially those who merely sought physical encounters. Whenever faced with such advances, he felt nothing but revulsion. Too many individuals presented a polished facade while engaging in the most debauched behaviors behind closed doors. They feigned innocence and shyness in public, yet indulged in every vice when hidden from view. Lin Huaizhi had no intention of altering others' perceptions, nor did he wish to meddle in their affairs. Yet he held himself to a standard. Thus, until he met someone he genuinely admired, he would not act irrationally due to fleeting desires. Engaging in conversation with Zhao Yuanan, they soon arrived at their classroom. Due to their haste, they had scarcely settled when their instructor entered. The educator, a woman in her 30s, though nearly a decade their senior, appeared remarkably youthful thanks to diligent self-care. She was well-liked among students for her amiable nature and competence. Everyone, you are now in your third year. Although the coursework this semester is not overly demanding, the specialized classes will present considerable challenges. I reiterate, for those of us studying computer science, if your only goal is to avoid failing, you might as well resign yourselves to mediocrity, as you will emerge as mere shadows in the workforce. In just 2 years, no, by the end of this year, when you enter your senior year, you will effectively be stepping into the workforce. If you wish to enhance your resume and secure a better job, you must strive to achieve something significant. Participate in various competitions and refrain from merely languishing in complacency. The counselor abruptly transformed from her previously gentle demeanor, delivering an extensive monologue. Some students suddenly felt a sense of urgency, while others remained indifferent, dismissing the matter as graduation was still 2 years away. However, Lin Huaizhi absorbed every word. He had always harbored a fondness for this field of study, dedicating himself from his freshman year until now. Fortuitously, his intellect was sharp, allowing him to maintain the top position in his major. Although he had moved out this year with the intention of relaxing a bit, he understood the importance of not neglecting his studies. The counselor's rambling lasted nearly an hour before the class meeting finally concluded. Lin Huaizhi planned to return home to gather his belongings, intending to meet up with Zhao Yunan and others for dinner later in the evening. I shall head back to pack my things first, and we can arrange to meet later. Wait, I will accompany you. I can help you pack, and it would be a good opportunity to see what your place is like. I also wish to mooch off my parents and have them set me up with a place. Lin Huaizhi rolled his eyes. Back when they lived in the dorms, Zhao Yunan had been notoriously lazy. With such a disposition, he could hardly expect him to assist in packing, yet he could not shake him off, so he resigned himself to his company, provided he did not cause any chaos. Upon reaching the school gate, Lin Huaizhi heard that feminine voice again. Wow, truly worthy of being the second male lead. He is completely my type. Little Lin Huaizhi, let me get a closer look. Lin Huaizhi furrowed his brow, his eyes darting around in search of the source of the voice. At that moment, a girl in a floral white dress stood before him, her voice melodious. Hello there, Senior. Lin Huaizhi lifted his gaze, taking in the girl's exquisite features and fair skin. Her pair of eyes sparkled with mischief, as if they could speak. Further down, her bosom was ample, and a white ribbon cinched her waist, accentuating her slender figure. The small portion of her leg that was exposed was as fair as if it emitted light. Indeed, the quality was quite impressive. Chapter 2. The possibility of cohabitation. Lin Huaizhi suppressed the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, attributing his current state of confusion to Zhao Yuanan's words spoken nearby, which had tainted his thoughts with an impure tint. However, being astute as he was, there was but one matter of utmost concern that occupied his mind. Why was it that the girl before him had not uttered a single word, yet he inexplicably perceived other sounds? Meanwhile, Su Yao's inner musings were equally vibrant. Although he is a short-lived second male lead, he possesses quite a handsome visage, and judging by his physique, he should be quite capable. Once I move in, my alluring camisole will surely come into play. Why has the system fallen silent? System, hello. Fine, play dead if you wish, but Lin Huaizhi, I am determined to latch onto you. Lin Huaizhi pressed his lips together tightly and cast a glance at Zhao Yuanan, who was nearly drooling beside him, filled with a multitude of perplexities. Did you not hear anything? He nudged Zhao Yuanan with his elbow, but Zhao Yuanan offered him no glance, responding instead with a tone laced with sarcasm, as if to say, the junior greets the senior, and yet you are reveling in your own pride. Am I not also a senior? Is that all? Hello, junior. I am a third-year student majoring in computer science. Should you require any assistance, feel free to seek me out. Would you care to exchange WeChat? Zhao Yuanan's enthusiasm was akin to that of a famished dog spotting a large piece of meat upon encountering a beautiful girl. Lin Huaizhi was quite certain that the girl in front of him had indeed not spoken, yet what could possibly explain the sounds he had just heard? What else could it be? Did he expect the junior to confess her feelings? It was unrealistic to entertain such fantasies. Senior, I have heard that you own an apartment off campus. Might I have the honor of living with you? However, in the next moment, before Zhao Yuanan could finish his sentence, the girl interrupted him. He glanced from Lin Huaizhi to the junior, his eyes wide with disbelief. What sort of dramatic turn of events was this? To move in together was far more explosive than any confession of feelings. Regrettably, Lin Huaizhi, lacking in romantic sensibilities, regarded the attractive girl before him as nothing more than a lunatic, despite her beauty and commendable figure. Do you know me? Why would you wish to live with me? Furthermore, how did you come to know that I purchased a property? Lin Huaizhi's gaze was fixed intently upon Su Yao, keenly awaiting her response. Oh, the second male lead. Lin Huaizhi, I possess a system and a script, so knowing that you bought a house is hardly a trivial matter, she replied. However, were it not for my limited time, necessitating me to be closer to you, I would not be so eager to approach. Su Yao recognized the absurdity of her actions, yet she felt compelled. Her time was fleeting, and Lin Huaizhi, as her source of fortune, was someone she needed to connect with swiftly, lest she vanish from this world. The thought of death alone was enough to instill fear within her. She would rather be deemed insane than not take a courageous leap. In return, she would assist Lin Huaizhi in altering his original fate. However, she could not vocalize such matters directly, for doing so would surely lead to her being regarded as mad and confined to a hospital. The possibility of her impending death filled her with dread, and as she cast a glance at Lin Huaizhi, her eyes suddenly bore a hint of pity. Yet, unbeknownst to her, every jumbled thought she had just entertained had been absorbed by Lin Huaizhi, who, after a brief contemplation, concluded that the girl before him might hail from another realm. As she had asserted, there existed an indescribable connection between them, one that dictated the length of her life. In the narrative she was familiar with, he seemed to play the role of the second male lead. Lin Huaizhi felt a headache coming on as he rubbed his temples. I am capable of cooking and managing household chores, and I shall pay you rent at market value. Would you kindly consider my proposal? Su Yao's eyes glistened with tears, resembling a little rabbit pleading for its master's affection. All right. Su Yao was evidently taken aback. She had not anticipated Lin Huaizhi's acquiescence to be so swift. According to her original plan, should Lin Huaizhi have refused, she intended to rent a place nearby, thereby seeking opportunities for proximity to prolong her life. With his agreement, her chances had multiplied. As for Zhao Yuanan, he was left in a state of astonishment, unable to fathom how Lin Huaizhi had so readily consented. Beautiful girl, no? Junior, please wait for us. Zhao Yuanan pulled Lin Huaizhi aside. What are you thinking? You barely know her, and yet you agree just like that? Are you looking to collect rent or seeking something more? You better not end up in a compromising situation. I was merely suggesting you be more observant of the girls around you. If you find someone you like, pursue a relationship, not just randomly bring a girl home. Do you understand? Zhao Yuanan wore a look of resignation, but as a good friend, he could not stand idly by while Lin Huaizhi placed himself in danger. In this chaotic society, men must also protect themselves. He certainly did not want Lin Huaizhi to fall victim to deceit. Listen to me. You cannot simply bring someone home without knowing their intentions. What if she is a scammer? You must not jeopardize your own safety. Lin Huaizhi recognized that Zhao Yuanan was concerned for him, yet the circumstances were peculiar. In his 20 years of existence, he had never encountered anything quite so bizarre. The most absurd part was that, based on his experiences reading novels, such occurrences were not entirely improbable. Furthermore, he could not conjure a rational explanation for why he was able to hear her innermost thoughts. Was it truly as she claimed? If so, it would be prudent to keep her close, as it would enable him to acquire further information. Rest assured, the girl is slender and delicate. I am hardly in a position to be taken advantage of. Lin Huaizhi had made up his mind, patting Zhao Yuanan's shoulder in reassurance. Really, there is nothing to worry about. Besides, if anything were to happen, you would surely know, given our relationship. Fine, just take care of yourself. Zhao Yuanan understood Lin Huaizhi's nature. Once he made up his mind about something, he would pursue it with unwavering determination. Regardless of others' opinions, this had been evident even in high school. The house is still untidy, so you should hold off on going over. I will take her back, and I will join you for dinner later. Wow, how could you be so enamored with beauty that you forsake friendship? You are already eager to bring her home. Fearing I might disrupt your plans, Zhao Yuanan felt abandoned. Why was it that Lin Huaizhi received a cohabitation invitation the moment he stepped out, while he himself was left with nothing? Upon further reflection, he realized it was likely because he did not possess a place of his own. Suddenly, he felt a pang of vulnerability. Lin Huaizhi approached Su Yao and said, I do not yet know your name. Should we not have introductions? Junior? I am Su Yao, a freshman this year, majoring in Chinese language and literature. I can cook and manage household chores, and I am quite tidy. Living together with me will surely bring you comfort. When Lin Huaizhi heard the last sentence, he raised an eyebrow. Comfort could carry many connotations. Given the current scenario where they were about to share a roof, the young lady was flawless in appearance and figure. Moreover, now that he had agreed to her moving in, her gaze toward him had transformed from one of strangeness to a hint of familiarity. If he did not interpret this in a certain way, it would indeed be abnormal. Cough, cough. Comfort is a matter for another time. It's far too hot today. Let's head back first. Hand me your luggage. I shall assist you. Su Yao cast him a grateful glance, showing no hesitation as she relinquished one of her suitcases to him. Yet Lin Huaizhi pushed the other one towards her as well. Come on. Oh, truly. He is the second male lead. So gallant. I am utterly smitten. Look at those broad shoulders and narrow waist. I can hardly fathom how blissful I would be if my legs were draped across him. Lin Huaizhi stumbled slightly, taken aback. Goodness. How can modern young ladies speak so provocatively? In the next moment, Su Yao's voice continued to echo in his ears. I am not fantasizing about him. I'm simply admiring his physique. And what of it? At my age, isn't it natural to have a bit of a wandering eye? What's wrong with that? When I need you, you remain silent. Yet when I don't, you suddenly appear. Is this how your system operates? Chapter 3. White Lace. Rest assured. My sole desire is to survive. I shall certainly remain well-behaved. And what of seduction? I am quite attractive, with ample bosom, a slender waist, and long legs. It would be a true waste not to capitalize on such advantages. Oh, I understand. I know he will eventually favor the female lead, but at present, he hasn't even met her. If he truly falls for her, I would never dream of causing any disruption. Lin Huaizhi listened intently, as if Su Yao were conversing with that so-called system. Ever since he first laid eyes on her, his mind had been unusually active. Rationality warned him that bringing an unknown person home was perilous, yet his instincts urged him to cling to Su Yao. She felt like the key to his existence. Reflecting on his life experiences, he recognized his own capacity for emotion. Joy and sorrow alike had shaped him into who he was today. Yet, the world was undeniably surreal. By an uncanny twist of fate, he had overheard the thoughts of this girl from another realm, gaining insight into his own predicament. Were it anyone else, they might have crumbled under such revelations. Imagine enduring so much, only to discover you are merely a character in a novel. That would be one thing if you were the successful male lead in love and career. He might have begrudgingly accepted that. But, according to Su Yao's recent thoughts, he appeared to be a mere cannon fodder, second male led. Heaven above, he refused to accept such a fate. Moreover, with Su Yao by his side, all he needed was to gather more information about this world to deftly navigate the perils ahead. Who cared about the female lead? Right now, his sole desire was to survive, to escape the confines of the so-called short-lived second male lead trope. Lin Huaizhi quickly fortified his resolve, only to realize that the sound of Su Yao's thoughts had faded. He halted, glancing back to find that she had been left behind. He had a bad habit of unconsciously quickening his pace when deep in thought, and Su Yao, being petite, struggled to keep up with him. Did you not hear me calling you? I'm utterly exhausted. Su Yao rushed to Lin Huaizhi, panting heavily, bent over with her hands resting on her knees. The exertion had painted a rosy hue across her cheeks and ears. Lin Huaizhi glanced down and caught a glimpse of her open neckline, revealing an alluring silhouette adorned with delicate white lace. Quite lovely. He swallowed hard, suddenly feeling parched. I apologize. I walked too fast and momentarily forgot about you. Though his lips moved, his gaze remained steadfastly averted. Beautiful sights are worth a glance. That's all right. Just don't leave me behind again. After a brief respite, Su Yao's breathing steadied. She glanced at her wrist, noticing her lifespan had increased to 7 days. Indeed, Lin Huaizhi is my lucky star. After just over half an hour together, my lifespan has extended by 7 days. Her eyes sparkled with delight. She recalled that upon her arrival in this world that morning, her lifespan had dwindled to a mere day. Gazing at the countdown had evoked memories of her previous solitary wait in a hospital, a feeling she never wished to relive. Huaizhi, you are truly wonderful. Lin Huaizhi looked at Su Yao, the earlier lecherous thoughts vanishing. It warmed his heart to be of assistance to her. This world was everything to him. While for Su Yao, it represented a second chance at life. Hence, he was more than willing to aid her. How are you feeling? Have you recovered? I feel splendid. As long as you're with me. Su Yao remained optimistic. Despite her fears, she refused to live in constant dread. She instinctively chose to focus on the brighter side of matters. Moreover, with Lin Huaizhi having agreed to let her move in, her lifespan would surely continue to rise. That's good to hear. The residential complex ahead is our destination. I'll slow down, just stay close. Continuing to carry her suitcase, Lin Huaizhi moved forward, while Su Yao dutifully followed beside him. I am craving bubble tea so much. After lying in the hospital for 2 months, I haven't had a decent meal, let alone my beloved bubble tea. Su Yao pouted, her yearning for bubble tea reaching its zenith. Why did you suddenly stop? Lin Huaizhi halted abruptly, and Su Yao, not watching where she was going, collided into his back. Does your nose hurt? Noticing her rubbing her nose, with tears glistening in her eyes, Lin Huaizhi expressed concern. I'm all right. It's my fault for not paying attention. It's also my mistake for stopping suddenly and causing you to bump into me. Let me treat you to bubble tea as an apology. There's a place not far from here. Upon hearing Lin Huaizhi's offer to buy her bubble tea, the pain in Su Yao's nose vanished instantly. She joyfully grabbed his hand and shook it. Really? You're treating me? Seeing her so delighted, Lin Huaizhi didn't mind her grasp on his hand. Yes, what would you like? He set the suitcase down beneath a tree and led Su Yao inside to place their order. I want this, watermelon bubble tea, and also mango sago. A bubble tea enthusiast. Su Yao knew that a single cup could banish any ill feelings, and if necessary, she could always have 2. Lin Huaizhi nodded, ordered 1 cup, then took out his phone to prepare the payment code. In that fleeting moment, Su Yao, quick-witted, paid the bill. Weren't you going to treat me? Su Yao beamed radiantly. Her eyes crescent-shaped, her voice sweet. I'm immensely grateful that you agreed to let me move in. It's only right that I treat you. Whenever you need assistance, don't hesitate to reach out. I will be there, without fail. I mean it. Su Yao glanced at her wrist. Her initial 7 days had now doubled to 14. Merely from holding his hand. The effect was astonishing, and she felt her boundaries could be lowered even further. Stealing someone from the female lead may not be such a bad idea after all. I will remember this. When I need something, you must help me. Lin Huaizhi replied earnestly. Had anyone else said such a thing, he would have dismissed it as mere formality, but Su Yao was different. She was extraordinarily special to him. His fate was intricately intertwined with hers, and he firmly believed he possessed the power to shape his own destiny. Very well, I am willing. Su Yao responded with unwavering determination, having resolved from the outset that her continued existence would rely entirely on Lin Huaizhi. Thus, she was bound to express her gratitude and lend him assistance. The milk tea was swiftly prepared, and as she seized it, she could hardly contain her eagerness. Puncturing the lid with a straw and taking a hearty sip. The milk tea was truly delightful, a nostalgic taste that had long eluded her. Lin Huaizhi, overhearing her choice of words, could not suppress his curiosity and inquired, Are you truly a major in Chinese language and literature? Of course, why would I deceive you? She replied with a playful air. Isn't it evident that a girl as artistically inclined as I am would study Chinese language and literature? Lin Huaizhi nodded in agreement, affirming, Indeed, it is quite apparent. Su Yao was undeniably attractive, her features exquisitely defined, radiating a bright and cheerful disposition that effortlessly disarmed others, inviting them to let down their guard and engage with her. Oh, do not flatter me too much. I might become bashful, she teased, glancing at her wrist, which indicated she had 2 weeks left to live. Her carefree nature immediately surfaced, devoid of concern, as she found herself in a light-hearted banter with Lin Huaizhi. After all, who would begrudge a prolonged life? Thus, As Lin Huaizhi reached to pull the suitcase, she feigned nonchalance, attempting to create a moment of physical contact, yet he reacted swiftly, evading her touch. "Come on, you dodged that quickly?" she exclaimed. "Am I some kind of plague? Is it necessary?" Su Yao silently berated herself for her failed ploy, while Lin Huaizhi, walking ahead, could not help but smirk. He was fully aware of her little schemes. He had merely been toying with her, finding it rather amusing, akin to teasing a playful kitten. Upon reaching the door, Lin Huaizhi entered the access code to unlock it and pulled the suitcase inside, while Su Yao lingered at the threshold, nervously sipping the remaining milk tea. "Why are you not coming in?" She chuckled awkwardly, nodding repeatedly. "Of course, I'm coming in. No need to rush, haha. I've never even kissed a man, and now I'm suddenly moving in with one. It feels quite surreal," she admitted. "Help. I'm so nervous, what should I do?" Lin Huaizhi observed her with keen interest. Although the young girl appeared composed, her inner turmoil was palpable. Wasn't she just bold enough to ask him about cohabitation? Yet, upon reaching the door, her composure faltered. Oh well, given their age difference. She ought to address him as brother, especially since they attended the same school. He felt the need to set a good example as a senior. "Let us change our shoes first, then we can tidy up the room. I just moved in, and while I had a cleaner come, things are still a bit disordered and need some organizing." Lin Huaizhi had no intention of letting Su Yao idle away. He had originally planned to bring Zhao Yuanan, this free labor, to assist, but her unexpected arrival had derailed that plan. Thus the chores meant for Zhao Yuanan fell to Su Yao. "Oh, okay. I'll get to it right away," she replied, exhaling deeply, not lingering on other thoughts. "It's a risk I'm willing to take. Survival is paramount. Besides, P.S. just the second male lead. It's highly likely he'll develop feelings for the female protagonist, so he probably won't be interested in me." Lin Huaizhi, overhearing her musings, couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "What female protagonist? I'm not interested. But if he were to take a liking to me, given that he just held my hand, my life force doubled. If we were to kiss or touch, I'd live to 100. And if we were to engage in deeper exchanges, wouldn't that be?" Lin Huaizhi was momentarily taken aback, his gaze meeting Su Yao's. Her unabashed eyes fixated unabashedly below his waist. "Looks quite impressive," she remarked. "No wonder he's the second male lead. Exceptional physical prowess." Clearing his throat, Lin Huaizhi coughed a couple of times, hastily turning away to feign busyness in arranging his belongings. Shouldn't someone studying literature be more reserved and bashful? How could Su Yao be so brazen, daring to think and gaze without hesitation? Was this the mindset befitting a young girl? If one were to judge solely by her appearance, he might have been deceived. "Why are you coughing? Are you unwell? Are you sick?" Su Yao's concern was evident as she approached him, noting the flush on his cheeks and ears, which only served to confirm her suspicions. "Are you running a fever?" Without hesitation, she reached out to touch his forehead, her eyes filled with worry, devoid of any thoughts of her own precarious lifespan. This realization struck Lin Huaizhi, causing his heart to skip a beat. "I'm fine, it's just a bit warm," he stammered, stepping back to create distance between them. "But you feel a bit hot. Let us check your temperature. Being sick is no trivial matter," Su Yao insisted, having experienced illness firsthand, believing every ailment, big or small, deserved attention. "It's nothing, really, just a little warm. If you don't believe me, you can check again later." Lin Huaizhi, unawares, found his tone growing softer. "All right, but if you feel unwell, you must tell me," she replied, seeing his insistence, and bent down to assist in tidying up. As the spring sunlight poured in, Lin Huaizhi stole a glance, quickly averting his gaze. The residual warmth in his chest had yet to dissipate, and now it felt even more intense. Better to avoid the situation for now. He turned and retreated to the bathroom, shutting the door behind him to splash cold water on his face. Catching sight of himself in the mirror and chuckling. When had he ever been in such a predicament? Was Su Yao here to assist him or to complicate his life? After only a few hours together, he found himself losing all rationality. Perhaps being a man rendered one incapable of remaining composed. To be candid, he had to admit, she was quite charming. After relishing the thought, Lin Huaizhi splashed his face with cold water once more, lingering for several minutes before emerging slowly. Su Yao had just placed Lin Huaizhi's succulent plants on the balcony. Upon returning, she caught sight of her wrist and squealed with delight. "Wow, what happened? What has got you so joyful?" Su Yao bit her lip, concocting an excuse. "Oh, nothing. I just saw the succulents you raised and felt quite happy. Truly a lucky star. After that brief touch, I've gained an additional 7 days. I'm so blissful. But he just said I could touch again." Upon hearing this, Lin Huaizhi instinctively recoiled, having only just regained his composure. He could not entertain another touch. Yet, Su Yao remained oblivious to any discomfort, even bounding over eagerly. As she neared him, she inadvertently tripped over a nearby box and stumbled forward. With swift reflexes, Lin Huaizhi caught her, and the proximity allowed him to inhale her distinct fragrance, feeling the softness of her form against him, eliciting an immediate reaction. Stand steady, Lin Huaizhi, fearing that Su Yao might discern something amiss, gently adjusted her posture before swiftly retreating to the restroom once more. Su Yao stood there momentarily dazed. Why has he gone back in? She pondered. Is there an issue with the milk tea? Or perhaps he's experiencing constipation. Lin Huaizhi felt a twinge of helplessness. He was genuinely hungry. To think that such a mere embrace could elicit a reaction. Alas, he resolved to wear looser pants in the future, lest he startle her into thinking he was succumbing to baser instincts. He had always understood there were no barriers for him, as he too harbored desires. Like most young men, he would indulge in a bit of late-night viewing of risque films or manga. Yet, having not interacted with a female for many years, the sudden appearance of a girl who excelled in every regard, beauty, figure, and temperament, was undeniably intriguing. It would have been odd had he felt no reaction at all. However, as Su Yao had mentioned, she would eventually develop feelings for the female lead, who had yet to make her entrance. His curiosity was piqued. Who could this paragon be? Possessing such allure that she could capture his heart so effortlessly? Lost in contemplation, Lin Huaizhi lingered in the restroom longer than intended, while Su Yao outside was in high spirits, having gained another week of life. Glancing at the 27 days displayed on her wrist, her joy was palpable. I'll handle my own belongings. You should just set yours down for now. You occupy this room. Once you're settled, we can have a proper discussion. Lin Huaizhi's room was relatively spacious, already furnished with his belongings and a neatly made bed, which he had no intention of relinquishing to Su Yao. From her perspective, it was rather peculiar that they had only just met, and he was so generous. After all, he was the landlord, and she was merely his tenant. Very well. I shall tidy up then. Just call me if you need anything, Su Yao replied, dragging her 2 large suitcases into the room, filled with her possessions from her original world. She didn't pry too deeply into the circumstances. After all, she was granted a second chance at life, and the system had provided her with some belongings and an identity in this world. Not a trivial feat, she had encountered such narratives before. But her situation was a bit different. She was an orphan, thus would not encroach upon anyone else's life. Even her chosen field of study mirrored her past. Presently, she possessed a sum of 100,000 yuan, earned through her writing. As she unpacked her computer and keyboard, placing them upon the bedside table, her slender fingers glided over the keys, invoking a long-lost sense of familiarity. This was her means of sustenance, a passion she cherished. Once the initial days of settling in were over, she would resume writing her new book, striving to earn more to sustain herself. Chapter 5. Aerobic exercise is acceptable too. The room was sparsely furnished, containing only basic furniture, a 1.8-meter bed, a desk, and a wardrobe, giving it a rather lifeless appearance. However, it was equipped with a mattress and bedding, ensuring a good night's sleep was entirely feasible. Su Yao understood the situation, considering Lin Huaizhi occupied the master bedroom. There was no need for him to furnish this room. She planned to purchase various decorative items online in the coming days to make the space more inviting. Having lived frugally on her own in dormitories and sharing spaces with numerous children at the orphanage during her childhood, she had never truly possessed a room of her own until now. Although the room appeared empty, a sense of fulfillment washed over Su Yao. She finally had her own little sanctuary. Yet, a lingering thought crossed her mind. How long would she be able to stay? Lin Huaizhi had moved all his belongings into the room. Having made several trips previously, he had everything, including furniture, in place and had only brought a limited amount of clothing, completing the organization in mere minutes. He suddenly recalled that Su Yao's room seemed rather bare. Perhaps he should procure some essentials for her in the coming days. After all, she was his tenant. Most landlords nowadays would ensure their properties were adequately furnished. Wouldn't they? He reassured himself that he held no ulterior motives, merely a sense of duty to fulfill. However, since entering the room, he had not heard a whisper from Su Yao. Despite the thin wall separating them, silence reigned. Earlier, when they were further apart, he had still been able to hear her. Perhaps this was for the best. Otherwise, he might find it difficult to sleep at night. Given Su Yao's nature, if she were to dwell on something late into the night, she would undoubtedly keep him awake. May I come in? Lin Huaizhi inquired politely, knocking gently on the slightly ajar door. Yes, you may, Su Yao replied, her mind racing ahead of her words, completely forgetting the delicate pink lingerie she held in her hands. Lin Huaizhi was taken aback as he entered, discovering Su Yao clad in a square-neck t-shirt and shorts. Having swapped out her previous white dress, the shorts, cut well above the knee, showcased her long, slender legs, which radiated a luminous whiteness. The t-shirt, slightly cropped, revealed a sliver of her delicate waist. The lingerie in her hands appeared quite adorable, with a cup size likely between B and C. Was she attempting to seduce him? Did she truly wish to engage in some deeper aerobic activities? In truth, if she were persistent, it might not be entirely impossible. Lin Huaizhi gulped nervously. He had already broken his resolve too many times today, initially believing he had built up immunity, only to realize his defenses remained alarmingly fragile. Su Yao stammered, quickly reacting by crumpling the lingerie into a ball and hiding it behind her back, shifting her position to obscure Lin Huaizhi's view entirely. Is there something you need? Her cheeks flushed crimson. Despite her bold talk, she was quick to falter when faced with reality. Nothing much, just that it seems your room is lacking in essentials. I could assist you in procuring some items, he offered, hastily adding, this one tea count against your rent, so no need to worry. As Su Yao observed Lin Huaizhi, though he raised his head, his gaze flitted about, avoiding hers. A warm feeling blossomed in her heart. Thank you, Huaizhi. You're truly kind. May I call you Huaizhi? She hadn't even realized she had already addressed him by name several times, now only seeking his permission. Of course, you may call me whatever you wish. If anything goes, then I shall simply call you hubby. Ha ha. Su Yao's thoughts resonated once more in Lin Huaizhi's ears, and he found himself unable to resist her charm. It was often said that when a woman pursues a man, a thin veil separates them. And how true that proved to be. Huaizhi, look, our relationship has evolved beyond mere acquaintances. If you continue to address me by name, it might seem distant. I believe Yao Yao would be a more intimate way to refer to me. As Lin Huaizhi gazed at Su Yao's fair visage, ripples of emotion stirred within him. Did she not realize how strikingly beautiful she was? Otherwise, why would she stand so close? Or perhaps, she had intended this from the start? Please stand still. Consider what you might be missing. If you need anything urgently, tidy up and I shall take you out to shop. After a brief pause, feeling slightly embarrassed, he managed to call out, Yao Yao. Hearing the long-awaited address, Su Yao's heart leapt with joy, and she broke into a sincere smile. I find myself lacking in nothing. What I possess is quite sufficient. Yet, I yearn to acquire a few items to adorn my living space. Is that permissible? Su Yao has been enamored with extravagant trinkets since childhood, items devoid of practicality, merely pleasing to the eye. However, her past frugality, born from a fear of hunger, has often restrained her from indulging in such whims. Now, given the chance to live anew, she has fully embraced a philosophy of freedom and spontaneity, pouring her passion into everything she loves. If it brings joy, then who cares about practicality? Certainly. Continue tidying up, and once you're finished, we shall discuss it further. Lin Huaizhi stepped back, returning to his own room, where he sprawled on the bed, eyes closed. His mind filled with visions of the young woman's fair legs and slender waist. It was no wonder Zhao Yuanan had a penchant for legs. They were indeed captivating. He couldn't help but admit that he had been somewhat pretentious in the past. Yao Yao. The name had a pleasant ring to it. Lin Huaizhi felt a smile tugging at his lips, but within 2 seconds, he slapped his own face twice. What a lecherous thought. Seizing the brief moment, Lin Huaizhi drafted a rental agreement. He hadn't genuinely intended to charge Su Yao much. Rather, since she had moved in, as she had suggested, it would be fair for her to contribute rent each month, establishing a sense of equality between them. Huaizhi, I'm done tidying up. Let us discuss the rent. Su Yao was aware that renting a place was costly, but fortunately, she still had some funds at her disposal, sufficient to sustain her for a while. She was capable of supporting herself, so this aspect did not particularly trouble her. Seated on the sofa, the atmosphere was surprisingly relaxed, devoid of any awkwardness, resembling that of longtime friends. I just checked. In this neighborhood, to rent a room like this would typically cost between $1,500 to $2,000. Your place is larger, with a kitchen and living room, so I thought a rent of $2,000 per month, with utilities shared, would be reasonable. I can manage household chores and even cook, so if you wish to dine at home, I can prepare meals. The total for rent and utilities would amount to $3,000. If meals are included, it would require an additional $1,000. Lifestyle necessities would be extra. Calculating all this, $10,000 won't last long. I need to find work soon. Su Yao silently calculated, feeling a twinge of pain. Her previous dormitory expenses for an entire semester had only been $1,000. Now, with such high expenditures, she felt she had no opportunity to slack off. That's unnecessary. The room was vacant to begin with. If you hadn't moved in, I would have gained nothing, so we need not calculate at market rates. You can simply give me $1,000 a month, and you needn't worry about utilities. Just keep the place tidy and include my share when you cook. We can split the cooking expenses. Lin Huaizhi understood what Su Yao was thinking. $10,000 was all she had, and from her words, it was clear she was all alone here, reliant solely on herself. If she were to spend such a considerable sum on rent each month, would she be able to afford proper meals? Given her slender frame, neglecting her nourishment could be detrimental to her health. He had no need for her to be so burdened. That's far too generous. I cannot take such advantage of you. Su Yao recognized Lin Huaizhi's good character, but was astonished by his willingness to be so magnanimous towards a girl he had only just met. Why shouldn't you take advantage of me? He queried. Because of my ulterior motives. I am drawn to you solely for my own survival. I'm sorry, Huaizhi. However, I genuinely have no choice. I long to live, and as a form of recompense, I will surely help you alter the course of our fates. We will both lead fulfilling lives. Lin Huaizhi gazed intently into Su Yao's eyes. Although she struggled to articulate her thoughts, he comprehended everything. Fortunately, your insincerity is not lost on me. Chapter 6. Her lips are enchantingly beautiful. If there are no objections, let us proceed with this arrangement. Lin Huaizhi interrupted her with an air of ease, for he too had ulterior motives. Had the situation not been so fantastical, he would never have acted impulsively by bringing home a girl he had just met that very day. Given their shared lack of innocence, he felt uneasy about charging her excessively. I've drafted a few clauses. Please review them and let me know if you wish to add or amend anything. Once we finalize it, we can print the agreement. Lin Huaizhi was determined to uphold his gentlemanly image, creating a contract that would offer Su Yao some assurance. Though he would never mistreat her, it was prudent to adhere to formalities. Upon reviewing Lin Huaizhi's points, Su Yao found them reasonable, clear, and succinct. I have no issues, but I believe 1,000 for rent is too low. You would be at a disadvantage. It's quite all right. I'm more than happy to assist. Lin Huaizhi accepted her response, intending to proceed with printing the agreement. Very well, I promise to prepare meals you enjoy. Rest assured. Su Yao declared, her confidence in her culinary skills unwavering. Even the simplest of noodles could be transformed into diverse flavors under her deft hands. Having grown accustomed to frugality, she had honed her ability to create delicious meals from inexpensive ingredients over time. You even know my preferences? Su Yao nodded, finding the situation akin to an open book exam. She began to list. You enjoy fish, especially sauerkraut fish, and you love shrimp and pig's trotters. You absolutely detest cilantro and onions, to the point of being intolerable. You usually drink yogurt and relish cola in the summer, enjoying the sensation of spiciness bursting in your mouth. If you wake up at midnight, you crave a midnight snack. Lin Huaizhi sat back, legs crossed, intrigued as Su Yao accurately recounted his preferences. This naive girl had no guard up, revealing everything without hesitation. She seemed unaware that such detailed knowledge might lead him to misunderstand her intentions. So, how do you know so much about me? Aren't you just starting university? Weivyi had no prior interactions. Lin Huaizhi teased, already knowing the answer but relishing the chance to put her on the spot. He was curious to witness her flustered reaction. Panic surged through Su Yao at his inquiry. She had been so absorbed in showcasing her prowess that she had neglected the implications of her knowledge. To Lin Huaizhi, her sudden appearance was already perplexing. And now she was revealing habits known to few others in his life. A normal person would undoubtedly harbor doubts. Oh no, will I be kicked out? What should I do? How can I explain this reasonably? Su Yao's palms began to sweat as she anxiously sat, unable to meet Lin Huaizhi's gaze. Her legs trembling slightly from fear. Could it be that you have a crush on me? Lin Huaizhi, unable to bear her distress, offered her a lifeline. Although it was not entirely appropriate, it was nonetheless plausible. Yes, I've had a crush on you since childhood. No, I've liked you for a long time. It was because I liked you that I wanted to apply to this school. Yes, that's it. Su Yao nodded repeatedly after speaking, as if to convince herself and demonstrate her sincerity to Lin Huaizhi. Ah, I see it now, Lin Huaizhi remarked, a reassuring smile gracing his lips, choosing not to pursue the topic further. After all, if it continued, the young girl might very well shy away and hide beneath the table. I'm heading out for dinner with some friends. Would you like to join? Accompanying Su Yao would yield further insights, and given her unfamiliarity with the surroundings, leaving her alone at home would not be prudent. Safety dictated that she be kept close. Unbeknownst to Lin Huaizhi, Su Yao was already overwhelmed with emotion, her eyes brimming with tears of gratitude, and she mentally lauded him profusely. Woo, he truly is the man I admire, so considerate, and even crafting excuses for me. Oh, how I wish he were mine. But to snatch a man from the heroine, just the thought is unthinkable. Wait, the heroine? Today, Lin Huaizhi will meet the heroine right at the dining venue. I must go along, even if he doesn't fancy me. I need to ensure he keeps his distance from her. Remembering the urgency of the matter, Su Yao promptly stood up. I'm coming with you. Don't leave me behind. All right, let us tidy up and head out. The others are my former roommates. They're all quite amiable, so you needn't worry. Besides, I'll be there to ensure you feel at ease. The mention of the heroine piqued Lin Huaizhi's curiosity. What sort of girl could captivate him to the extent of forsaking everything? Could she possibly be more beautiful than Su Yao? Or perhaps possess a figure that surpasses hers? As girls typically take their time to prepare before heading out, Lin Huaizhi felt no urgency and settled on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. The dormitory chat group was abuzz, particularly due to Zhao Yuanan, whose exuberance could not contain the news of Su Yao being brought home, embellishing the tale multiple times. The group erupted with inquiries, questioning whether he was starving for attention, suddenly becoming enlightened to whisk someone home so swiftly. Ordinarily, he would have dismissed their banter with a few scolding remarks, but this time was different. He feared their teasing might frighten Su Yao, so he unusually responded in the group chat, "I'm bringing her to dinner. So exercise some restraint and don't scare her away. Keep the crude jokes to a minimum. Discuss that privately." She's rather bashful. It was normal for men to be a bit lewd, and conversations in the dorm were typically more casual, but in the presence of a girl, one must show respect. Though Su Yao's mind wandered to frivolous thoughts, she remained a pure and shy young girl, and since he had brought her along, he felt a sense of responsibility. Oh, so Huaizhi is starting to protect her? But hold on, it's only a 20-minute journey from school to your place, and it's barely been 2 hours. Bro, you're lagging behind. Time for some supplements. 666666666 6666666. Lin Huaizhi observed their lightheartedness and, rather than reiterate himself, chose to let their antics slide. They had known each other long enough to understand their personalities, and he anticipated that upon meeting Su Yao, they would all put on a facade. "I'm ready. Let us go." Lin Huaizhi lifted his gaze, scrutinizing Su Yao for a moment, yet found no discernible change in her appearance. She still wore the same outfit. The only difference being that her hair was tied into a high ponytail, radiating vitality, reminiscent of a leading lady in a youthful campus drama. What else with that gaze? Su Yao caught Lin Huaizhi staring and seized the moment, darting over to his side, crouching down, gazing up at him, her hand stealthily brushing against his trousers. "Take a good look. Do I seem any different from earlier?" Su Yao pouted and blinked, seemingly trying to entice him. Lin Huaizhi leaned in closer, their noses nearly touching. And in that fleeting moment of eye contact, they both felt their hearts racing. His Adam's apple bobbed, and Lin Huaizhi lowered his voice, his lips slightly reddened. As a straight man, these were the only details he noted. However, the atmosphere was already charged with ambiguity, and he found himself fixated on her lips, creating an inadvertent illusion that he desired to kiss her. Su Yao, feeling nervous, became flustered, her mind swirling, and unconsciously bit her lip to alleviate her anxiety. "Don't bite." Lin Huaizhi, captivated by her delicate lips, blurted out, only to realize how inappropriate it was after the fact. Your hair looks lovely tied up. My friends have arrived. Shall we head out?" The atmosphere had become overwhelmingly peculiar, and if it persisted, Lin Huaizhi could not guarantee he wouldn't act on his impulses. "Thank you. Then, let us go." Su Yao initially regretted being so forward with Lin Huaizhi, creating such an awkward ambience. But upon noticing an additional 7 days of life on her wrist, she suddenly felt that the awkwardness was inconsequential, rewards were what mattered. Yet, she pondered why she felt so anxious. Was the rapid beating of her heart the sensation of infatuation? Su Yao was uncertain, having never experienced it before. But when faced with a boy like Lin Huaizhi, not feeling a stir would be truly strange. Chapter 7. This is simply beastly. I almost forgot to mention. The dining venue is at the night market adjacent to the school. The barbecue stalls there are quite delectable. I wonder if you'll enjoy it. If it doesn't suit your taste, we can always change to another place. Lin Huaizhi had little experience interacting with girls and had never paid much attention to such matters. Observing Su Yao's demeanor, she didn't seem overly particular. Yet she was still a young girl, and he was uncertain whether she would relish dining at a street stall. If she had reservations, he could certainly select a more comfortable environment for her. As for the so-called heroine, he could meet her later. No need. I rather enjoy it and have been craving skewers. Su Yao spoke from the heart. In her previous life, she had seldom indulged in such experiences, often preoccupied with work. She had little time for socializing, resulting in a solitary existence devoid of friends. This time around, she vowed not to live as she had before. Moreover, Lin Huaizhi was the only familiar face in this world, and if given the chance, she would love to forge a friendship with him. Very well. I'll introduce you to my friends. Zhao Yuanan. He treats you quite well. He is loyal and a solid companion. In the novel's plot, after Lin Huaizhi's demise, Zhao Yuanan devoted himself to caring for his parents, truly embodying loyalty. Though he may seem rather frivolous at first glance, he is indeed quite sentimental. Oh, I hope I can alter that ending. Lin Huaizhi now eavesdropped on Su Yao's thoughts without any qualms, yet he had indeed judged Zhao Yuanan correctly. Look, the sky is so beautiful. Su Yao looked up, her mouth slightly agape, completely captivated by the scenery, halting in her tracks. Lin Huaizhi cast a brief glance at the sky before returning his focus to Su Yao, noting her long eyelashes. All right, let us move on. We'll have the chance to admire it every day. Su Yao smiled and took a few steps, but as they passed a milk tea shop, she halted. Oh, A milk tea shop. I really want to drink some. Lin Huaizhi could not comprehend why someone would be so enamored with such a beverage. Considering she had consumed 2 large cups just 2 hours earlier, even contemplating finishing his drink. It is not that I am stingy, rather, consuming such copious amounts of milk tea daily is detrimental to one's health. What? Do you wish to indulge again? Su Yao nodded, then shook her head. The gesture of nodding and shaking her head signifies a conflict. Although she craved it, she resolved not to indulge today. I must exercise restraint. Not to mention the health implications, simply considering the cost. Each cup averages 15 yuan. If I were to drink 3 cups a day, it would be an unbearable financial strain. I must rely on myself, and while I desire a bit of indulgence, I cannot squander money recklessly. I'll buy it for you tomorrow. Refrain from drinking today. That is fine, but when you say such things, it feels oddly affectionate, doesn't it? Su Yao jested. However, someone like Lin Huaizhi, if he were to enter a romantic relationship, would surely make his partner exceedingly happy. He is handsome, possesses sound values, meets all criteria admirably, respects women, exercises discretion, and is attuned to others' emotions. Most importantly, he is quite well off. Su Yao felt a hint of embarrassment at her thoughts, yet she could not help but think along those lines. Although Lin Huaizhi was shy, he had fortified his immunity against such thoughts, effectively distancing himself from them. Nonetheless, the sun had ceased its harsh glare, and the gentle rays of the setting sun were rather pleasant. Yet, inexplicably, Lin Huaizhi felt a twinge of irritation. Had he arrived a bit earlier, he could have helped her with the umbrella to shield her from the sun. But why was he so fixated on this matter? Su Yao, what motivates your desire to study Chinese language and literature? Do you aspire to become a teacher? Lin Huaizhi felt a sense of unfairness. Su Yao had a fair understanding of many of his habits, background, and even personality, while he knew almost nothing about her. Initially, I did entertain that notion, but now, more than teaching, I find greater joy in writing novels, imparting life to the characters I create, allowing them to exist as individuals with their own thoughts and ambitions. Su Yao glanced at Lin Huaizhi. These sentiments remained unspoken between them, yet she was determined to strive for a future alongside him. Indeed, every individual is the protagonist of their own life. There are no predetermined paths, only choices made by oneself. Lin Huaizhi smiled, suddenly feeling a sense of relief as he affectionately tousled Su Yao's hair. In truth, although he had not collapsed under pressure, a knot remained in his heart, stemming from a fear of being unable to escape his destined fate. It was absurd to think that he might merely be a character, his very existence dictated by an unseen author. Yet now, as Su Yao had stated, his destiny lay firmly in his own hands. As Lin Huaizhi and Su Yao continued their conversation, they walked for over 20 minutes until they arrived at the barbecue joint, where Zhao Yuanan and others were already seated, eagerly gossiping. They're here. Look at that girl. I told you she is beautiful, but why has she changed her outfit? She wasn't wearing this during the day. Upon hearing Zhao Yuanan's words, the others exchanged glances, all thinking along the same lines, then fell into a state of bewilderment. Typically, they were merely jesting, well aware of Lin Huaizhi's temperament. Although they had exchanged a few risque jokes in the group chat, none had genuinely considered it in that light until now. Changing outfits in just a few hours suggested that something significant must have occurred. Let us sit here. Lin Huaizhi pulled out a chair for Su Yao to sit down, noticing the perplexed expressions on his friends' faces and furrowing his brow. What with those expressions? You don't even know how to greet a guest? Under normal circumstances, they would have been as animated as wolves spotting a bone, but now they were acting strangely reserved, creating an awkward atmosphere. Ha ha ha, are you all a bit hungry? Zhao Yuanan adjusted his demeanor and greeted Su Yao. Junior, we've just met. Do you remember me? Su Yao nodded, smiling sweetly. Of course, Senior Zhao Yuanan. Ha ha, Junior. Your memory is impressive. If you ever need anything, feel free to ask me. I've been friends with Huai since childhood. I'll be more than happy to help if I can. Thank you, Senior. Su Yao felt envious of Lin Huaizhi. His friends were all wonderful individuals. Quality, not quantity. Defined friendships, and fortunately, his circle consisted of those with whom one could forge genuine connections. This is Lin Wan and Lu Xing, both my friends. Lin Wan, Lu Xing. I'm Su Yao, Huaiji's tenant. The introductions were brief, and soon they fell into a silence. Lin Huaizhi was unsure of what his friends were thinking, and the peculiar atmosphere made him sweat slightly. Have you all gotten the skewers? Why is it taking so long? It should be ready soon. We knew you were coming out, so we sent someone to retrieve it. However, with classes just starting today, the place is quite crowded. Junior, we're not sure what you like to eat. Perhaps you should ask Huai to get you something you enjoy? Lin Huaizhi shot a sharp glance at Zhao Yuanan. Why should Su Yao's preferences dictate that he fetch food for her? Is there anything you particularly enjoy? I can go get it. Zhao Yuanan and the others noted Lin Huaizhi's earlier glare, but the next moment, they were taken aback by his gentle tone. which felt entirely different from his usual demeanor. Su Yao smiled and shook her head. She was not particularly picky. However, sensing the atmosphere was amiss, she thoughtfully decided to go get food herself, allowing Lin Huaizhi and the others some space. As soon as Su Yao left, Zhao Yuanan began to chatter. Seriously, Huaigu, you're a beast. No matter how proactive the junior is, you can't treat her like that. You just met her, and you've already exactly, bro. Even if you're starving, you can't just rush into things. That is not right. They began to criticize Lin Huaizhi, who, after listening to a few remarks, finally grasped what was being insinuated. What is wrong with you guys? Can't you think of anything else? Who said I mistreated her? Chapter 8. An indirect kiss. The young girl is simply living in my place, paying rent, and helping with chores. We maintain a perfectly respectable landlord-tenant relationship. What are you all imagining? While many love stories do begin with cohabitation, after all, a lone man and woman, no, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, living under the same roof, can easily spark a connection. Numerous narratives unfold from such premises. Roommates often evolve into romantic partners, and in the case of Lin Huaizhi and Su Yao, should it come to fruition, Su Yao wouldn't even need to pay rent anymore. So how much is the rent? Lin posed a pivotal question. Everyone turned to Lin Huaizhi, who appeared somewhat uneasy as he slowly uttered, 1,000. What? 1,000? If you truly had no improper relationship, how could the rent be so low? Beastly. Lin Huaizhi was exasperated by their incessant chatter. Quiet down. It's not what you think. I simply saw that she had it tough, and took a symbolic amount from her. Nothing as sordid as you imagine. But why did Su Yao change into a different outfit? It hasn't been that long. Lin Huaizhi clicked his tongue. He was well aware of Su Yao's intentions, especially since she had initially mentioned wanting to wear a sexy little tank top to entice him. Yet, he couldn't possibly respond in such a manner. It would tarnish Su Yao's reputation. While moving things, I inadvertently soiled my skirt, and it was as simple as changing into another set. You all are simply too critical, viewing everything through a tainted lens. Lin Huaizhi's explanation was quite reasonable. Moving things today indeed made it easy to get one's clothes dirty. Moreover, according to Zhao Yuanan, Su Yao was originally wearing a white skirt, which would have been even more susceptible to stains. So that's how it is. I had assumed you had done something unspeakable to her. However, Huaiga, I notice you treat the junior differently. When that senior pursued you, you were exceedingly impatient. But now you're so kind to the junior. Do you harbor some ulterior motives? Ulterior motives? Lin Huaizhi was uncertain. He certainly felt a flutter of emotions. Even if he wasn't smitten, his body certainly reacted to Su Yao. She wasn't dressed provocatively, nor was she making any seductive gestures. Yet he couldn't help but think about her. In contrast, when that previous senior wore something so revealing and rubbed against him, he only felt disgusted, devoid of any feelings. This comparison clearly indicated his differing sentiments towards Su Yao. His hesitation spoke volumes about his stance, and the others refrained from probing further. Su Yao selected several skewers of chicken wings and chicken feet, her fondness for these two items evident. Given the larger crowd, she figured they would likely appreciate them. Hence she took a bit more. Have you got everything? Yes, I've already handed it to the owner. As Su Yao spoke to Lin Huaizhi, a smile unconsciously graced her lips, her voice sweeter. When she greeted Zhao Yuanan and the others, she was polite, but merely courteous. Her demeanor towards Lin Huaizhi was markedly different, resembling a form of reliance. Lin Huaizhi noticed this and felt a secret thrill. Junior, if you have any good friends, remember to introduce them to me. I'd like to taste the bittersweetness of love. Su Yao glanced at Lu Xing. Although he didn't possess the striking allure of Lin Huaizhi, his features were well defined, and he exuded a refreshing aura, making him quite decent. He seems to have encountered a heartbreaker. He doesn't appear foolish, so how could he be deceived? When the time comes, I'll inform Lin Huaizhi. If he meets her, he should be quick to advise him to break it off. That way, he shouldn't face expulsion from school. Su Yao recalled these individuals, though the author had provided scant details, leaving her uncertain about how he came to meet that heartbreaker. If she wished to assist him, she would need to pay closer attention and adapt accordingly. Lin Huaizhi silently noted this. After all, they were his brothers, and being reduced to the point of expulsion indicated a serious situation. While jotting this down, he couldn't help but curse the author a couple of times. Why was the mischief always directed at his friends? Were the supporting characters not deserving of fate? I'll introduce you when the opportunity arises, but I'm new here and have yet to make any friends, so I can't guarantee anything. Su Yao replied candidly. She too felt somewhat powerless, as she didn't know anyone here. However, she was accustomed to it, having often been alone before, so there was no sense of loss. The skewers arrived quickly, and everyone was hungry. The lively atmosphere made for a pleasant dining experience, and Lin Huaizhi and his friends opened a few beers, which made Su Yao watch with a hint of envy. She had always adhered to the rules and had hardly tasted alcohol, with so many people enjoying it. It must be delightful. Want to give it a try? Lin Huaizhi observed Su Yao's eager gaze on his beer can. If he denied her, it seemed she might feel quite wronged. Really? Is that okay? Lin Huaizhi felt a bit dazed. After all, they had only just met today. Why was she seeking his permission? They weren't even in a romantic relationship. Why the ambiguity? Sure. As soon as Lin Huaizhi finished speaking, Su Yao snatched the beer from his hand and took a hearty sip, leaving Lin Huaizhi and Zhao Yuanin dumbfounded. Isn't this tantamount to an indirect kiss? Are today's girls this bold? Not tasty, here you go. The taste of the alcohol was entirely different from what she had imagined. If it weren't for the crowd, she would have wanted to spit it out immediately. Lin Huaizhi took the can back and stood up to fetch her a bottle of juice, inserting a straw before handing it to Su Yao. Drink some juice to mask the taste. What is so good about beer? Do you think it's like milk tea? How naive. Zhao Yuanan and his friends, suddenly inundated with a mouthful of dog food, quietly lowered their heads to eat skewers. Having a girlfriend truly made everything different. Even drinking beer became such a spectacle. Thank you. Juice is much better. Su Yao pouted, feeling a bit wronged, and decided she would never drink alcohol again. Milk tea suited her far better. Lin Huaizhi lifted the beer can that Su Yao had just sipped from, and as his lips brushed the rim, an unusual sensation stirred within him. Su Yao abandoned the idea of drinking beer and, while nibbling on chicken feet, observed the roadside. According to the plot, the female lead, Shin Shitong, would soon appear, coincidentally confronted by a drunken rogue. At that moment, Lin Huaizhi would instinctively step forward. Sure enough, shortly thereafter, a girl appeared. Clad in the quintessential campus white dress, her long black hair cascading down. Although frightened, she held back her tears, evoking a sense of pity at first glance. She is truly beautiful. No wonder she's the lead. If I encountered her, I'd certainly go straight for the rogue's vital parts. Is this why I can never be the lead? Su Yao silently criticized. Lin Huaizhi's grip tightened. At the instant Shin Shitong appeared, his body instinctively yearned to rush out, as if compelled by a robot following orders. However, he managed to restrain himself. Zhao Yuanan, look over there, go help her. As long as he wasn't the first to rush out, perhaps the outcome would change, right? Chapter 9. Aren't you secretly in love with me? Zhao Yuanin took a glance and immediately dashed over, while Lin Wan and Lu Xing lagged momentarily before following suit. What are you doing? Bullying a young girl. Have you no shame? Zhao Yuanin shouted. Shin Shitong looked at Zhao Yuanan, a flicker of ambiguous emotion crossing her eyes, seemingly tinged with disappointment. Miss, it's all right. Don't be afraid. Zhao Yuanan lowered his voice, while Lu Xing and Lin Wan cringed at the sound of his voice. Thank you. Shin Shitong's eyes were slightly reddened. The girl's delicate demeanor instantly ignited Zhao Yuanin's protective instincts, as he spread his arms to shield her behind him, his gaze resolute and somewhat impatient. Directed at the troublemaking ruffians. This is near the university district. The police patrol here every night. If you want to spend a few days in jail, feel free to come over. Lin Huaizhi's gaze never left them. Though he remained where he was, he observed intently as Su Yao's palms grew sweaty with anxiety. She had no idea what Lin Huaizhi was thinking, but her intuition warned her that if he got involved with Shin Shitong, the future would be dire. Lin Huaizhi, do you want to go over? Su Yao mustered the courage to ask, feeling uncertain and unable to guess his thoughts, thus opting for a direct approach. No. The ruffians had already departed, and the compulsion that had urged him to act had vanished, indicating that he could indeed alter the course of events and possess the ability to pursue only what he truly desired. Given this, he had no reason to approach. Moreover, this so-called female lead was neither as beautiful nor as admirable as Su Yao. TSK, his taste remained commendable. Su Yao finally let out a sigh of relief. Having nearly been frightened to death moments ago, fearing that Lin Huaizhi might rush out impulsively. Although she had prepared herself to restrain him, the prospect of failure, or worse, leaving a negative impression on him that could lead to her expulsion, was truly daunting. Fortunately, things did not spiral into chaos, and she now felt secure. Both she and Lin Huaizhi were safe. Why do you seem so nervous? Is there sweat on your nose? Lin Huaizhi leaned closer to Su Yao, noticing the beads of perspiration forming on her forehead and the way her hands anxiously clutched her clothing. I just want to know why you didn't go help, but instead sent Zhao Yuanan. What was your reasoning? Unable to articulate her confusion, Su Yao posed a question to divert attention. Her curiosity piqued. She remembered this particular scene vividly, as it marked the first encounter between Lin Huaizhi and Shin Shitong. A relationship fraught with entanglements that would soon unfold. Yet, Lin Huaizhi's reaction had completely caught her off guard. Is it that you are afraid of me feeling jealous? Lin Huaizhi nonchalantly popped a skewer into his mouth, observing Su Yao's reaction with keen interest. Huh, what do you mean? Su Yao felt her mind momentarily stall, unable to grasp Lin Huaizhi's insinuation. Why would she be jealous? Perhaps just a tad anxious, but certainly not jealous. Well, maybe a smidgen of jealousy lingered. It seems your feelings for me are not as genuine as I thought. Su classmate. Lin Huaizhi smirked, unable to deny that he found Su Yao quite amusing. Teasing her had become an intriguing pastime. Su Yao's mind raced, her thoughts churning frantically. What do you mean? When did I ever say I had a crush on him? Help! Didn't the system say I had no original counterpart in this world? Why do I still have to follow the plot? I'm going crazy. How should I respond? Listening to the girl's increasingly frantic thoughts, Lin Huaizhi decided to rein in his amusement. Aren't you supposed to know me well? I'm well aware of what I enjoy. You even mentioned having a crush on me. How could you forget that? Or perhaps, he mused, you don't actually have a crush on me. You merely said it in passing? Realization dawned upon Su Yao. To dispel Lin Huaizhi's doubts, she immediately grasped his right hand, her eyes wide with surprise and excitement. No. I truly like you, I really do. Lin Huaizhi scrutinized Su Yao, her eyes sparkling. Frankly, if he were oblivious to the truth, he might have been convinced by her earnest expression. You had better genuinely like me, Su classmate. Lin Huaizhi's tone was that of a serious young man. And when he addressed her as Su classmate, Su Yao felt her heart race uncontrollably, captivated by his striking features. Huaiga. While we are out there bravely fighting off enemies, you and the freshmen are here indulging in flirtation. Doesn't that seem a tad inappropriate? Just as Su Yao began to speak, Zhao Yuanan, the uninvited interloper, returned. Lin Huaizhi felt slightly annoyed. He hadn't yet heard Su Yao's response. Before Lin Huaizhi could retort, he noticed a girl standing behind Zhao Yuanan. This is Shen Shitong, a fellow student from our school and a new freshman this year. After shooing away the troublemakers, Shen Shitong sought to express her gratitude and suggested treating them to barbecue. Zhao Yuanan initially thought it was mere politeness and casually remarked that they were already eating, only for Shen Shitong to insist on joining them. Though surprised, Zhao Yuanan and the others brought her over. Lin Huaizhi remained silent, yet he could sense Shen Shitong's gaze upon him, or rather, on their joined hands. At that moment, Su Yao, oblivious, still held tightly to his hand, while Shen Shitong appeared somewhat astonished. Did she, too, sense the deviation from the expected narrative? A thought suddenly crossed Lin Huaizhi's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. After all, he could hear Su Yao's inner thoughts, so he was deliberately avoiding the topic. As the supposed heroine of the story, Shen Shitong should not be influenced by external factors. Hello, I'm Shen Shitong, a new student at Jiangxing University, majoring in Chinese language and literature. Wow, what a coincidence. You're in the same major as Su Yao. Indeed, this is quite serendipitous. Su Yao released Lin Huaizhi's hand. Mustering a smile as she chimed in, I'm Su Yao, also a new student in the Chinese language and literature program. She thought to herself, please. She's the female lead. I'd rather not have any significant ties with her. After all, during her reading of the novel, she found the female protagonist to be a self-serving character, indifferent to the well-being of those outside her interests, so keeping her distance seemed wise. However, as fate would have it, Shen Shitong was quite friendly, pulling up a chair and sitting beside Su Yao, grasping her hand. Yao, what is your relationship with him? Chapter 10, an opportunity to make your intentions known. Lin Huaizhi narrowed his eyes slightly. Something felt off about Shen Shitong. Su Yao had hardly acknowledged her, yet she casually sat beside her, addressing her so affectionately as Yao. It was rather rude to jump straight into such personal inquiries upon first meeting, was it not? Su Yao was equally taken aback by Shen Shitong's sudden question. Well, I see. You're his sister, right? Su Yao was bewildered. How could Shen Shitong be so interested in Lin Huaizhi, especially after he hadn't even offered to help her? Zhao Yuanan had assisted her, yet there was no such interest directed towards him. This doesn't add up. Not his sister. She has a crush on me. Lin Huaizhi replied nonchalantly. Both Shen Shitong and Su Yao turned to look at him simultaneously. Lin Huaizhi remained unfazed, arching an eyebrow at Su Yao as if to say, Isn't that the case? Well, regardless, I have nothing to lose by liking him. Perhaps I could even shield him from Shen Shitong. That would be a noble deed. Otherwise, judging by Shen Shitong's gaze, it seems like she's already in the bedroom with Lin Huaizhi, which hardly speaks of innocence. No way. Even if I wanted to do something, it should be me, as I would have the upper hand. After coming to this realization, Su Yao nodded resolutely. Yes, I have harbored feelings for him for quite some time. I am confident I can win him over. Is there any problem with that? Zhao Yuanan, Lin 1, and Lu Xing silently watched from the sidelines. Having grasped the current situation, Su Yao felt Shen Shitong's intentions towards Lin Huaizhi and boldly declared her affections without hesitation. This was far more entertaining than a typical idol drama. Albeit cliché, it was undeniably captivating. Shen Shitong was taken aback by Su Yao's response, casting a wounded glance at Lin Huaizhi, seemingly hoping for him to deny her claim. However, Lin Huaizhi paid her no mind, instead lifting a skewer of lamb to Su Yao's lips. Yao, hurry and eat. It won't taste as good once it gets cold. Su Yao was unaware of Lin Huaizhi's intentions behind this gesture, but she willingly complied, smiling at Shen Shitong as she said, "Could you please let go of my hand? I would like to enjoy the barbecue my future boyfriend is feeding me." Her words dripped with pride, leaving Shen Shitong feeling somewhat awkward, prompting her to quickly release Su Yao's hand. "I'm so sorry, it was my fault. I merely wanted to get closer to you since we are in the same major, and perhaps even the same class. I should have been more considerate." As Shen Shitong spoke, her gaze dropped, her demeanor suggesting she was on the verge of tears. Su Yao's mouth fell open in sheer astonishment. "Mom, I've encountered a green tea BTCH." Lin Huaizhi couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing Su Yao's inner thoughts. All eyes turned towards him, especially Su Yao's, to her. It seemed as if his mocking laughter was a derision of her plight. "Did I do something wrong? Do you all dislike me?" The atmosphere, which had already been slightly awkward, was further strained by Shen Shitong's comment, leaving everyone speechless, including Su Yao, who silently ridiculed, "No, dear sister. Why are you so eager to dramatize things? In the mere 20 minutes since we met, how can you possibly judge whether you like someone or not?" Zhao Yuanen, although perplexed by Shen Shitong's reasoning, felt compelled to smooth things over, as he had brought her along. "Of course not. We're all friends here. There's no talk of like or dislike. Come, let us enjoy some skewers. Indeed, let us toast to our brother Huai becoming a homeowner. Let us drink up. And for the two lovely ladies who can't have alcohol, juice is perfectly fine, no need to force yourselves." After sharing a toast and exchanging a few jokes, the atmosphere finally lightened. Unfortunately, just a few minutes later, Shen Shitong stirred the pot once more. "Why, have you really bought a house? How impressive." Lin Huaizhi nodded, affirming, "Yes, I also wish to live off campus. It feels more liberating and spacious." "Wow, isn't that a blatant hint? How is that different from a romantic advance?" "Terrifying," someone remarked. "Fortunately, I managed to move in during the day. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how long I could survive. Fortune favors me." However, is there something off about Shen Shitong? According to the storyline, Lin Huaizhi should merely be a backup, but now he seems like the leading man, with her so eager. If Lin Huaizhi and Shen Shitong were to actually become an item, the original plot would be altered, meaning he should be safe. Wait, if that's the case, I would definitely have to move out. How long can I possibly endure? The dread of mortality washed over Su Yao once more, sending her heart racing. Lin Huaizhi, listening to Su Yao's internal turmoil, felt a twinge of discomfort. Yet, he couldn't deny being somewhat touched. This naive girl was prioritizing his well-being before her own. Why was she so foolish? Nevertheless, considering her sweet disposition, he decided to reassure her. "You can look for a house yourself. There are plenty of agents available." Lin Huaizhi offered this suggestion with objectivity, causing Shen Shitong's expression to darken as she inwardly complained about how, having been pampered since childhood, everyone around her catered to her whims. After all, she had numerous suitors, and now, having taken the initiative, she was met with rejection. "All right, I'll seek help if needed." Su Yao pouted, feeling elated. Lin Huaizhi was so kind, and someone like Shen Shitong was unworthy of him. Surely, character matters too, right? Someone as cunning as Shen Shitong, with her tea-like demeanor, was entirely unsuitable. As for looks, Lin Huaizhi was undeniably handsome, and he deserved someone beautiful to match. Upon this reflection, Su Yao muttered softly to herself, "I seem to fit the bill quite well." Lin Huaizhi, sitting nearby, overheard her words and seized the opportunity to scrutinize Su Yao more closely. Her features were indeed exquisite, whether one admired her eyes or her nose individually. They were appealing. And collectively, she was even more breathtaking. Such features could effortlessly embrace any style, making even Shen Shitong appear rather lackluster by comparison. She truly was a fitting match. As the casual conversation continued, Shen Shitong proposed adding Su Yao on WeChat. Su Yao had no reason to refuse. As they were both in the same major and class, perhaps it was destiny in some sense. "Fine, let us add each other. But I hope there won't be any conflicts or entanglements. I'm merely a background NPC, with no grand aspirations, just wishing to survive." After adding Su Yao, Shen Shitong turned her gaze towards Zhao Yuanan and the others. "Seniors, may I add you as well? I'm new to the school, and will likely have many questions for you. Of course, if there is anything I can assist you with, I'd be more than willing." "Sure, feel free to ask anything. I'm usually quite free." "Yes, don't hesitate." Shen Shitong successfully added Zhao Yuanan, Lu Xing, and Lin Wen, before finally eyeing Lin Huaizhi. "Senior, may I add you too?" Lin Huaizhi did not respond, but nudged Su Yao with his elbow, prompting her to answer. Su Yao was eager for Lin Huaizhi to refuse, so she quickly stepped up to play the villain. "Tang Tang, I have a crush on him. If he adds other girls, I would be quite unhappy." Shen Shitong's eyes widened in shock. She wanted to retort that it was her crush on him, not vice versa, and that it was merely a WeChat ad. How could that make her unhappy? However, she bit her tongue, maintaining her persona. "I didn't consider that. My apologies, Yao Yao. If no one is eating, then I'll go settle the bill as a token of thanks for the senior's help. Shin Shitong stood up, maintaining a smile despite her inner frustration. After all, she was a girl. Any gentleman would surely offer to pay. They had eaten so many skewers. This barbecue must have cost around 500 to 600. No need, Junior. Then thank you. We appreciate your kind gesture. Zhao Yuanen began to speak. But Lin Huaizhi quickly raised his voice to interject. What? You're settling the bill, Junior? Didn't you want to thank my brother for his help earlier? I'm giving you this chance so you won't feel guilty and sleep poorly tonight. Lin Huaizhi chuckled, adding, right? Yes, indeed. If I'm not allowed to express my gratitude, I would feel quite remorseful. Chapter 11. Showering Love. Zhao Yuanan and the others initially had no intention of allowing Shin Shitong to pay, and they were baffled by Lin Huaizhi's remarks. However, as good friends, they didn't question him further, so Shin Shitong ended up footing the bill. Su Yao recalled that Shin Shitong came from a decent background, though she seemed to place great importance on material conditions. This barbecue, while slightly pricey, shouldn't greatly affect her. More importantly, Lin Huaizhi's blatant disregard suggested that he was entirely uninterested in Shin Shitong, perhaps even somewhat repulsed. As a person with a moral compass, Su Yao knew she shouldn't feel pleased. However, her sense of ethics often fluctuated, and at that moment, she felt unrestrained joy. Why? How could you let a young lady pay? That is so unlike you. Exactly. You paid for that senior who asked you out to dinner, even if it was distasteful. You settled the bill then. Why the change today? Zhao Yuanan and Lin Wan, puzzled, directly inquired after Shin Shitong had left. She wanted to thank you, didn't she? I'm just being nice, giving her a chance. Lin Huaizhi replied nonchalantly, not elaborating. A typical girl, observing his demeanor, would likely not pursue any further interaction. He merely wished to sever all ties with Shin Shitong decisively. Life is paramount above all else, and even when it comes to love, he harbors no affection for Shin Shitong. Who would choose to overlook such an intriguing and delightful girl beside them, only to pursue a green tea that poses a threat to their very existence? Anyone with a modicum of sense would comprehend the choice at hand. Humph, you just had me take the blame for you. Were it not for me, you would have had to add her on WeChat. With Shin Shitong absent, Su Yao completely relaxed, eagerly sidling up to Lin Huai, her head bobbing in delight, clearly overjoyed. So, do you want me to add her on WeChat? Of course not. Su Yao blurted out. Well, there you have it. Lin Huai was pleased with her response, a hint of amusement glimmering in his eyes, while Zhao Yuanan and the others felt as though they were showered with an abundance of dog food. All right, you too, now that you've had your fill, spare us the dog food. We can't take any more. Su Yao blushed at Zhao Yuanan's remark, feeling a bit shy. After all, she was a young girl with no romantic experience, and such heart-fluttering moments left her somewhat bashful. After a bit more conversation, Lin Huai, considering that Su Yao had military training the next day, decided it would be best to head back early, tidy up, and retire for the night. Otherwise, tomorrow would be rather arduous. The return journey was bustling with people, residents out for a stroll, and numerous university students. Lin Huai walked slowly, anxious that Su Yao might lag behind. Are the skewers tasty? Yes, they are delicious. Truly delightful, and sharing them with you all feels so relaxing. Like a gathering of friends enjoying a meal together. It's vibrant and laid back. I really cherish this feeling. Su Yao articulated her thoughts, her little hands swaying gently. And Lin Huai found her a bit childlike, reminiscent of a young girl. Though his mind was occupied with many thoughts, most were simply his own musings. He instinctively considered others while also advocating for himself. He had to admit that despite their brief acquaintance, he could tolerate Su Yao's presence beside him. It was not merely his desire to unravel the circumstances surrounding her, but rather the entirety of her being that captivated him. If you like, I will take you along in the future, and they all like you quite a bit. I like them too. Once I make new friends, I'll introduce them to my girlfriend. Su Yao recalled Zhao Yuanan and the others' words, recognizing that they were genuinely good people. Their straightforwardness and shyness had merely hindered them from finding girlfriends. If the right opportunity arose, she would gladly play matchmaker. And what about me? Am I also your good friend? Lin Huai stopped, looking down at Su Yao, eagerly anticipating her answer. Well, I can only say that I couldn't live without you. After pondering for a moment, Su Yao offered a rather ambiguous response. Lin Huai chuckled upon hearing it. She was not wrong. Without him, her vitality would not continue to flourish, and she indeed would struggle to endure. I'm a bit greedy, if possible. I hope we can both live well. If it truly comes to that, I will ensure you live well, because you are wonderful. When Su Yao received this second chance, having finished the entire novel, the system bound her to Lin Huai as her luck companion. Perhaps this was not mere coincidence. Rather, Lin Huai was her favorite character. Upon encountering him, she felt even more convinced that he was the finest person in the world, at least during her previous life. Lin Huai had showered her with care and attention. He had agreed to her unreasonable request to cohabitate without harboring any ill intentions, assisted her with her luggage, treated her to milk tea, and even considered her financial situation by setting the rent at the lowest price. Just moments ago, while eating, he had looked after her, offering her water when the food was spicy and fetching her favorite skewers. Su Yao, you must live well. As long as you live, everything will be all right. Lin Huai gently held Su Yao's shoulders, and each time he heard her innermost thoughts, his emotions grew complex, both touched and pained. What kind of life had she lived that made her so easily moved? How could something so trivial evoke such profound feelings? Indeed, living is the most important thing. Why? Can you promise me to keep your distance from that Shinshitang? Su Yao felt a sense of grievance, suddenly on the verge of tears, her eyes and nose reddening like a little pet cat that had been bullied. Lin Huai, witnessing her distress, immediately became flustered. Why are you crying? Please promise me. Su Yao's voice was low and laced with a hint of a whimper, her tone rising slightly, almost like a plea. This is the first time I've asked someone for something. Will you agree? Lin Huai gazed at the tearful girl, her hand tugging at his, and his heart melted. I promise you, just stop crying, all right? Lin Huai awkwardly wiped her tears away, his movements clumsy as it was his first time doing such a thing. Then let us make a pact. Once we do, you cannot go back on your word. Watching Su Yao extend her pinky, Lin Huai would have typically found this childish. But in that moment, his mind was clouded, and all he wanted was for her to cease her tears. Thus, without hesitation, he extended his finger and linked it with hers, sealing their pact with a gesture. Is this sufficient? You are truly wonderful. Chapter 12, The Alluring Slip Dress. Lin Huai felt fortunate that when he purchased this apartment, he took into account the bathing facilities. Both rooms had their own bathrooms, making it more convenient for Su Yao. You have military training tomorrow. Remember to set an early alarm. You need to assemble at the playground first before the instructors lead you to the training grounds. Su Yao nodded, recalling her previous apprehension regarding military training. The sweltering heat and all-day exposure made her feel like a roasted lamb. This time, she had long since obtained a medical certificate, allowing her to remain in the service team. I know, don't worry. There are more girls in your major. So the instructors should be lenient. You needn't fret too much. Just endure a bit and ensure you have proper sun protection so you don't get tanned. Lin Huai, embodying the role of a senior, offered Su Yao some advice. I got a certificate from the hospital, so I will be in the service team. I shouldn't have much to do, so it's all right. Lin Huai was aware that Su Yao had previously passed away due to illness but did not know the specifics. What certificate? To join the service team, one could not have just any minor ailment. There were many restrictions. I have a heart condition. I cannot engage in strenuous exercise. So this level of activity qualifies me for the service team. Su Yao spoke of this matter with complete acceptance. Being ill was beyond her control. And as long as her vitality did not dwindle to zero, the illness would not significantly impact her. Does it hurt a lot? Lin Huai did not have a deep understanding of her condition, but he could imagine the struggles she faced daily, battling against the illness with her fragile frame. It used to hurt a lot, but now it doesn't. If you feel sorry for me, just allow me to stick with you. I don't feel sorry for you. But you can stay with me. After saying this, Lin Huai retreated to his room, lying down and picking up his phone to view his chat interface with Su Yao. Aside from greetings, there was only one transaction record, her rent payment. Su Yao used her own selfie as her profile picture. The girl in the photo with her eyes closed, basking in the light, radiating joy and vitality. Heart disease. Lin Huaizhi conducted a brief search on Baidu regarding heart disease. And upon finishing, his curiosity about Su Yao deepened. After returning to her room, Su Yao grabbed a sundress to take a shower. Typically, she eschewed wearing a bra. And after a moment's hesitation, she decisively opted not to wear one, reasoning that Lin Huaizhi was a gentleman and would not be staring at her, thus alleviating her concerns. Emerging from the shower, feeling entirely refreshed, Su Yao reclined on her bed, engaging in leg-toning exercises while browsing shopping apps. Noticing the sparse decor in her room, she felt compelled to purchase a few items to embellish her space. The living room, too, appeared quite minimalistic. She considered acquiring some potted plants and decorative trinkets to create a warmer ambience. Additionally, she wanted to prepare a gift for Lin Huaizhi as a token of her gratitude. As she continued to browse, weariness began to wash over her, accompanied by a thirst that prompted her to squint her eyes and groggily rise from her bed to fetch some water from the kitchen. Hearing a noise from outside, Lin Huaizhi opened his door, only to be greeted by a rather provocative sight. He felt his throat dry, momentarily frozen in place. And as Su Yao finished her drink and turned around, his heart leapt into his throat. Surely he wouldn't be mistaken for a lecher? It was an inadvertent lapse in judgment. He had simply forgotten to avert his gaze. However, Su Yao remained oblivious, leisurely making her way back to her room with half-closed eyes. Was she sleepwalking? After she entered, leaving the door ajar. Lin Huaizhi steeled himself and approached to take a look. How could she be so unguarded? Su Yao was already nestled in bed, her blanket poorly draped, only covering her midriff, leaving her long legs and arms exposed, and the light still on. How could she be this exhausted? Well, as the landlord, it was only proper to check on his tenant. Finding a justifiable reason, he entered to tuck her in, deliberately keeping his eyes from wandering. Yet he couldn't help but glimpse what he shouldn't have. After turning off the light and closing the door, Lin Huaizhi poured himself a generous glass of water, only to realize with a jolt that it was the same cup Su Yao had just used. Wasn't this akin to an indirect kiss? The thought rooted itself in his mind, accompanied by fleeting recollections of the alluring view he had just witnessed. How could he be so shameless? Returning to his room, Lin Huaizhi retrieved his favorite adult film, intending to take matters into his own hands. Yet, his eyes and mind were at odds. In his imagination, the protagonist morphed into himself and Su Yao. Rationality briefly reclaimed its hold, and he recognized the impropriety of his thoughts. Here was a young woman who placed her trust in him, while he, in the dead of night, was indulging in peculiar fantasies about her body. How base! Yet, such thoughts remained merely thoughts, and he found himself unable to stop. Afterward, his ears burned with embarrassment. Previously, he had sought only the visual thrill, but this time, he had woven his own fantasies into the mix, with the object of his desires being the beautiful junior living under the same roof. Undeniably enticing. Adjusting the air conditioning to ventilate, he sprawled out on his bed to rest. Again, his mind drifted to Su Yao's nightwear, and he couldn't help but muse that if she were indeed attempting to seduce him, he would not mind in the least. That night, having already satisfied himself once, Lin Huaizhi unexpectedly found himself immersed in a spring dream, with Su Yao as the focal point, clad even more provocatively than before. The soft whimpers and pleas of the girl in his dream acted as a catalyst, fueling not compassion but a deeper desire. The next morning, the alarm clock jolted him awake, and he ran a hand through his hair in frustration. How utterly beastly of him. He chastised himself, shaking his head. He attempted to dispel those memories, only to be startled by a knock at his door. Huaizhi, are you awake? Lin Huaizhi, caught off guard, swiftly pulled the covers over himself. Yes, is there something you need? As Su Yao opened the door, she was greeted by the sight of Lin Huaizhi's bare upper body, his six-pack abs, broad shoulders, and narrow waist, his fair skin complemented by a striking face, exuding masculinity rather than delicacy. Wow, to see such a sight first thing in the morning. I wish I could touch. Let me feel. I can hardly imagine how wonderful it would be to share a bed with him. Having previously dabbled in writing adult fiction, Su Yao effortlessly uttered these words without a second thought. Oh, I want to measure your waist and sit on your lap for a kiss. The more she imagined, the more excited she became, standing at the doorway, staring intently at Lin Huaizhi. Hearing Su Yao's thoughts, Lin Huaizhi felt his face flush. How brazen could this girl be? However, it must be noted that he had already explored that very scenario in his dreams the previous night. Since she harbored such thoughts, it seemed only reasonable for him to indulge in his own fantasies. After all, it was entirely normal for a young man to feel a twinge of attraction for an appealing female companion who possessed both beauty and physique. All right, Lin Huaizhi reconciled himself. Su Yao, you have drool coming out. He decided to tease her, fully aware that she was oblivious to his actions while he was entirely aware of her thoughts, leaving him unfazed. Huh. Su Yao quickly lifted her hand to wipe her mouth, finding nothing there. What do you mean, drool? Realizing Lin Huaizhi was merely joking, she huffed, but her eyes remained glued to him. Still not done looking? Lin Huaizhi couldn't help but ask, noticing her flushed ears and unwillingness to break her gaze. Truth be told, he felt a sense of satisfaction. At least it indicated that his physique had considerable allure for Su Yao. What is it to you? So petty. Seeing her stubbornness, Lin Huaizhi reached for the blanket, teasing, want to take a peek? I'm not wearing anything. You pervert. Su Yao spun around to close the door, her voice laced with exasperation. If I weren't afraid you'd kick me out, I would definitely look. You just enjoy teasing me, knowing I wouldn't dare look. Just wait until the day I actually do. Oh no, what am I thinking? Stop imagining. Su Yao chastised herself, feeling overwhelmed by her own inappropriate thoughts. Seeing her flustered, Lin Huaizhi was in high spirits. He quickly dressed in a fresh outfit, stepping out without even brushing his teeth. Wow, so handsome. Are you calling me for breakfast? Lin Huaizhi remarked, surprised to see 2 bowls of noodles set on the dining table. Yes, my culinary skills are decent, and I wanted you to try. Besides, you were kind enough to take me in, so I must express my gratitude. As Su Yao had mentioned the previous day, she could take charge of cooking and household chores whenever time permitted. Given Lin Huaizhi's attentive care, she felt it only right to reciprocate. You eat first. I'll go brush my teeth. Lin Huaizhi longed to suggest that there was no need for such exertion and that they could simply dine at the breakfast shop downstairs. However, this was Su Yao's heartfelt intention, and besides, the aroma wafting through the air was indeed tantalizing, piquing his curiosity to taste it. Throughout his life, apart from his mother, no other girl had ever prepared a meal specifically for him. Seizing the moment, Su Yao changed into her military training uniform. Distributed uniformly by the school, the entire set cost 100 yuan, yet the quality left much to be desired. It scratched against her skin, rendering it somewhat uncomfortable. Nevertheless, she was not one to be overly fastidious. Having endured her fair share of hardships, she refrained from voicing any complaints. Su Yao? Lin Huaizhi quickly washed his face and, upon finding her absent, called out. I'm here, she replied, opening her room door. Once again, Lin Huaizhi marveled at Su Yao's beauty. The young girl had fair skin and an alluring figure, making even the plain military uniform stand out remarkably. Doesn't it feel like the quality is rather poor? Although 2 years had passed since his own military training, Lin Huaizhi remained vividly aware of the poor quality of the uniform. He recalled an embarrassing incident when the crotch of his pants tore while marching, leaving him feeling exposed. Although few knew of this mishap, it was a memory he could not easily forget. How humiliating. Indeed. I believe this could be purchased online for half the price, hardly warranting 100 yuan, Su Yao remarked. She had a knack for finding affordable items, and over time had gained considerable experience in selecting comfortable and stylish clothing. Please, do sample it and share your thoughts. Any advice would be appreciated. Cooking noodles may be simple, yet individual tastes varied. Su Yao aspired to remember Lin Huaizhi's preferences so she could prepare meals that would truly cater to his palate in the future. Seeing her anticipation, he took a bite. Delicious. Quite remarkable. Really? Indeed, it's truly delightful. Far superior to what you find at outside breakfast shops. Lin Huaizhi was adept at flattery, and Su Yao beamed with joy at his praise. Then, if you ever crave anything, just let me know. I can cook for you, and if I'm unsure, I'll learn. All right, I will certainly let you know if I have a craving. However, if I find myself yearning for a midnight snack, call for me. I will rise to prepare it. Su Yao was quick to grasp the notion. Cooking was merely a task, and she would willingly accompany him even for a night's rest if that was all that was required. Such a good girl. Lin Huaizhi inquired casually, not one to exploit or take advantage of her. He was not the type to exert pressure on her. The military training schedule runs from 8:30 to 11, 2 to 5 in the afternoon, and 7 to 9 in the evening, correct? Or has there been a change for your cohort? No, that's right. Why do you ask? Su Yao took a bite of her noodles, realizing, oh, this timing is a bit tight. By the time I return and prepare the meal, you'll likely be famished. Su Yao's expression faltered. She had mentioned wanting to cook for Lin Huaizhi, yet under such a schedule, it seemed impractical. That was not my intent, Su Yao. You don't truly believe I would treat you as a mere housekeeper, do you? Lin Huaizhi felt a touch of helplessness. He was hardly the type to be dismissive of her. I just thought it would be a bit disappointing if I didn't fulfill my promise, he continued. I don't require you to cook for me daily. I can eat at school or order takeout. If you wish to cook, perhaps just a meal or two on weekends would suffice. There's no need to view it as an obligation. Lin Huaizhi softened his tone, patiently explaining his perspective to Su Yao. Thank you. You are truly kind. Su Yao had expressed this sentiment numerous times since yesterday. Unlike many girls, she was unreserved in voicing her thoughts and gratitude, exuding a refreshing honesty. If she were to develop feelings for someone, she would undoubtedly express them openly. Lin Huaizhi mused that dating such a girl would undoubtedly be an intriguing experience. Will you be heading home for lunch? Since I have no classes this morning, I could bring you breakfast, allowing you to rest a bit longer. With so many people at school, it would be exhausting for Su Yao to squeeze into the cafeteria after military training. Given her health issues, the potential consequences were concerning. Since he too needed to eat, it was no trouble to fetch her a meal. However, would that be too much trouble for you? You've already done so much for me. Not at all. If you deliberately refuse, then household chores will be your responsibility, and I shall assign you my elective assignments too. Lin Huaizhi sought to alleviate any sense of burden Su Yao might feel, proposing tasks that he would certainly assist with. As for the assignments, writing papers and reports would be a breeze for Su Yao, given her proficiency in the humanities. All right then, I appreciate it. I will certainly uphold my end of the agreement. Once military training concludes, I'll cook for you as well. If there are any restaurants you prefer, I will gladly fetch food from there. With their agreement in place, Lin Huaizhi inquired if Su Yao had any dietary restrictions to facilitate her meal choices. After finishing their meal, Lin Huaizhi intended to take over the dishwashing duties, but Su Yao swiftly took charge, not affording him the opportunity to assist. Didn't we just agree that I would handle these matters? If I remember correctly, it seems he doesn't typically engage in such tasks. Upon hearing this, Lin Huaizhi felt a pang of anxiety. Did Su Yao view him as inept, lacking basic survival skills? Yet, in the next moment, she added, fortunately, he doesn't. Otherwise, I would have no chance to shine. Indeed, fortunate indeed. Lin Huaizhi chuckled, recognizing that Su Yao's thought process was refreshingly unique. And as long as she did not view him unfavorably, he was content. After swiftly washing the dishes, Su Yao retrieved a canvas bag from her room, packing her water bottle, sunscreen, umbrella, tissues, and other essentials. I'm heading to school now. Message me if you need anything. Oh, and thank you, Huaizhi, for turning off the light last night. Upon awakening, Su Yao had noticed the light in her room was off. She vaguely remembered scrolling through an online shopping site until fatigue overtook her, resulting in her forgetting to turn it off. Lin Huaizhi was indeed a gentleman. Attentive and considerate. Who wouldn't he be smitten by such a young man? Not at all. Take care on your way. Once Su Yao departed, Lin Huaizhi settled onto the sofa, reflecting on his feelings for her. How to articulate it? He was indeed intrigued by her. She possessed the beauty and figure that would catch anyone's eye, and her personality was vibrant and cheerful, devoid of malice, making their interactions quite pleasant. Yet, was it somewhat peculiar to develop such thoughts after merely a day together? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Huaizhi found himself at ease. Wasn't such an attraction entirely natural? He wasn't rushing to establish any relationship with Su Yao. If fate allowed, their feelings would naturally deepen over time, rendering any current assumptions or speculations unnecessary. He resolved to leave it to time. Chapter 14, The Landlord. On her way to school, Su Yao glanced at the vitality gauge on her wrist, her spirits high. Having spent a considerable amount of time with Lin Huaizhi yesterday, in addition to this morning, her vitality now showed 37 days remaining. Though it was not a lengthy period, just over a month, Su Yao felt a profound sense of happiness and security. At the current pace, spending even a brief moment with Lin Huai is bound to increase. And if I could create some intimate moments, my vitality would double. How wonderful it is to be alive. Today, during military training, I encountered countless freshmen clad in military uniforms. It was only 8 in the morning, and the sun was already so bright that I could hardly fathom how daunting it would become by noon. Fortunately, I acted wisely and obtained a medical certificate, thus escaping a predicament. In this world, I know no one, let alone friends, and as I observe groups of students walking together, I feel a twinge of envy. Previously, I was preoccupied with part-time jobs to survive, leaving me without anyone to confide in. However, my arrival here signifies a new beginning. Everything will turn out well. Upon reaching the playground, Su Yao noticed that the formations were already being organized. As a member of the service team, she quickly approached a girl on the far right holding a sign for their squad. Hello, is this where the service team gathers? Su Yao, possessing striking beauty and a touch of sunscreen on her face, though not made up, still had an allure that could captivate at first glance. The girl holding the sign blushed instantly and stammered, Yes, the service team assembles here. Great, then I'll stand behind you, Su Yao replied. The criteria for joining the service team were quite stringent, so out of the multitude of students, likely fewer than 30 would meet the requirements. The adjacent formation was filled with many, while they stood rather isolated. Since we're the only ones here for now, we can chat. My name is Su Yao. What's yours? Su Yao decided to take the initiative. Her first lesson upon arriving was to be proactive. Opportunities arise through assertiveness, much like her relationship with Lin Huai, which thrived due to her audacity. I'm Zhang Nana. We're in the same class, she introduced herself. Su Yao was taken aback, and Zhang Nana continued. I noticed you yesterday during the meeting in the lecture hall when you walked in because you were so beautiful. But then, before the meeting concluded, you slipped out through the back door. Su Yao was surprised that her little act had caught someone's attention, leaving her feeling a bit mortified. During the meeting yesterday, which included 3 classes, the counselor was managing a large group. After roll call, she rushed to intercept Lin Huai at the school gate, thinking she had executed her plan flawlessly, only to realize she had been observed. I had something to attend to yesterday, so I left early. The teacher didn't notice, did they? No, not at all. I just enjoy observing, so I happened to see you. I didn't mean to spy, Zhang Nana replied, her nervousness evident as she avoided Su Yao's gaze, fearing a misunderstanding. Don't worry, I didn't think too much of it, truly. Spying is a bit too severe. I never considered it that way, Su Yao reassured her. They continued to chat, and the atmosphere gradually improved. By 8:30, most students had lined up, and the speeches began, starting with the principal and followed by military leaders, all of which were mostly formalities. After nearly an hour, various instructors led the formations to the training grounds. The instructor for the service team was a young man, somewhat handsome, likely around 25 or 26, with a shy demeanor. Certainly not intimidating. Given the unique circumstances of their team, the instructor would not require them to undergo rigorous training. Indeed, the instructor guided them to the outermost edge of the athletics field, surrounded by trees, providing ample shade from the sun's intensity. Su Yao felt a surge of satisfaction. At last, this military training could be a leisurely affair. During a break, Su Yao snapped a few photos to send to Lin Huai. Look at these tiny figures. What were you like during military training? She messaged. Do you have any photos? I bet you look dashing in your military uniform, Mr. Landlord. Since Lin Huai wasn't reaching out to her, she decided to take the initiative. With her sweet words, he couldn't possibly ignore her, right? Yet. 3 minutes passed without a reply. Are you waiting for your boyfriend's message? Zhang Nana observed with keen interest, seeing Su Yao as fluctuating emotions as she typed. The rapid shift in her demeanor indicated that she was certainly in a romantic entanglement. He is not my boyfriend. At least not right now, Su Yao clarified. So, it's a guy you have a crush on? With your looks, you must have an advantage. The boy you like is undoubtedly exceptional, Zhang Nana remarked. Just as Zhang Nana finished speaking, Su Yao received a series of messages from Lin Huai, several photos, most taken candidly by others, along with 2 featuring him with Zhao Yuanan and their friends. So handsome, bro. So that's why you took so long to reply. Were you hunting for photos? You're so concerned about me. Su Yao began to banter, and although Lin Huai seemed prepared, he didn't anticipate her boldness in conversation. It was merely a brief moment. Su Yao, why are you in such a hurry? His 2 brief messages made Su Yao blush, implying that she was impatient, perceiving even a short time as lengthy. She refused to be outdone. Taking her phone, she found a flattering angle, puckered her lips, winked playfully, and snapped several photos to send. A gesture of reciprocity. Let me show you what a pure college girl looks like during military training. If you think I'm pretty, reply with a 1. Lin Huai opened the photos, viewing Su Yao's deliberate cuteness, and found it quite endearing. What did her pouting mean? Was it a hint for a kiss? The flirtation seemed clear. Lin Huai found himself gazing at the images for quite a while, even zooming in for a better look. Ultimately, saving them to his album. He had just spent some time searching through his album and even asked his dorm mates for a couple of pictures, which was why his reply was delayed. He endured some teasing from Zhao Yuanan and the others, but it was worth it. The break soon concluded, and Su Yao still hadn't received a response from Lin Huai. He must be admiring her beauty repeatedly. That must be it. Su Yao felt indignant. Why was it so difficult for Lin Huai to reply with a simple one? Did he only respond to Shin Shitong? How outrageous. Fine. If he didn't reply, she wouldn't care. Su Yao's inner thoughts were tumultuous. If Lin Huai were nearby, he would surely be amused by her rapid emotional shifts. When the next break arrived, Su Yao hurried to a tree's shade, pulling out her phone to check. 1. What do you want to eat later? There's a place nearby that serves delicious small dishes. Take a look at the menu. Several images followed, all of food. Zhang Nana watched Su Yao with a knowing smile, convinced that her intuition was correct. The one who is involved often fails to see clearly. But Su Yao definitely felt differently about that boy. You choose. I'm not picky, she replied, sending a cute emoji. After a morning of basic training, where they barely stood at attention, the service team was quickly dismissed as soon as the time was up. Zhang Nana, living in the dormitory, had to rush to the cafeteria, and after walking a short distance with her, Su Yao bid her farewell. On her way home, Su Yao bounced with exuberance. Although she hadn't accomplished much that morning, the few images sent by Lin Huaizhi had entirely ignited her appetite, leaving her ravenous. All she could think about was hastily returning home to indulge in a meal, truly a hallmark of a chosen eater. Lin Huaizhi calculated the time. The takeout would arrive just as Su Yao returned, or rather, before she even stepped through the door, he could already hear her inner voice. I'm back. Su Yao exclaimed as she entered and changed her shoes, observing Lin Huaizhi setting the dining table. Suddenly, a wave of tranquility washed over her. This scene is reminiscent of returning home after a long day at work, only to find my diligent husband waiting with a meal. I am indeed fortunate. Lin Huaizhi found himself at a loss for words. What did diligent even mean? How could a rugged young man who had never washed a dish be described as such? Come eat. What are you daydreaming about? I wasn't daydreaming. Su Yao replied, puzzled, having merely stated that she was back. How could he possibly know her thoughts? Chapter 15. May we live to a ripe old age. Why would you ask that? What did your previous remark imply? She pondered, although she often indulged in her thoughts. How could he be privy to them? She had just returned from military training, and her spirits were high. Her smile nearly reached her ears. Surely, she was harboring some mischief in her heart. Lin Huaizhi's toes tensed nervously. He chided himself for being too careless, having trusted Su Yao too much. That he had blurted out his thoughts. What do you mean? I'm not like that. Su Yao watched as Lin Huaizhi calmly opened the takeout boxes, completely unfazed. She was well aware of her own nature and dismissed any lingering doubts. All right, I suppose I might indeed be as he said. TSK. My unremarkable self has been seen through. What else could it be? You wear everything on your face. Lin Huaizhi sighed in relief as Su Yao ceased her suspicions. He had been tense, struggling to maintain composure to avoid revealing his own thoughts. Oh, this food smells delightful. Huaizhi, You truly have an exquisite taste in takeout. Lin Huaizhi raised an eyebrow. There was something endearing about Su Yao's flattery, yet it was amusing that she could praise merely ordering food. From a certain perspective, she was quite impressive. Why are you so quiet? Are you starving from waiting for me? Fortunately, I usually eat around this time, and I had your noodles for breakfast. So I'm not too hungry. Lin Huaizhi handed her the chopsticks. He was fine, but Su Yao looked as if she wished to bury her face in the food. By the way, how much was it? I'll transfer you the money. Su Yao took a mouthful of rice, chewing a couple of bites before recalling she hadn't paid yet. Lin Huaizhi had already been very considerate towards her. She absolutely couldn't take advantage of him. So she opened WeChat and transferred 1,000 yuan. Why so much? Do you think this meal is a lavish feast? Just take it. You've been through several days of military training. If it's not enough, I'll send you more later. Fine. Lin Huaizhi accepted the payment. Knowing Su Yao's nature, it would be strange for her to refuse. Was the morning military training exhausting? Although he knew Su Yao was in the service unit, Lin Huaizhi still asked, finding reassurance in hearing her recount her experience. Not at all. The instructor was quite nice and rather good-looking. Of course, he doesn't compare to you. Your charm is unparalleled. This morning, he merely had us practice standing at attention. I was completely distracted, and the instructor didn't scold me, perhaps fearing I might faint. Su Yao giggled. While it was a joke, there was truth in her words. The instructor was indeed somewhat handsome, and she had heard gossip from Zhang Nana about some students dating instructors, though that was strictly forbidden and merely added to the thrill. In any case, she had previously paid little attention to such matters, but now, discovering the vibrant aspects of university life was far more intriguing than she had imagined, albeit with some unsavory elements. For instance, some teachers were unworthy of their roles, and some peers appeared glamorous while engaging in morally dubious behavior behind the scenes. University merely filtered for academic credentials. Character and ethics were often left unexamined. What has you distracted? Are you feeling unwell? Concern etched Lin Huaizhi's face. Hadn't he said there would be no issues with him around? Were there other constraints? It's just because of you. You didn't reply. And now I'm having anxiety over my appearance. This is the first time I've sent a selfie to someone and received no response. It's quite disheartening. Thankfully, I have a strong mental fortitude. It was merely hunger that left her distracted. The disparity between Su Yao's spoken words and her true thoughts did not escape Lin Huaizhi, who chose to remain silent. Secretly pleased that she cared so much about his opinion, he mused that there were surely others who felt the same way. As for love, what was meant to come would eventually arrive. He would strive to embrace the changes needed. Are you really that hungry? Then eat more. Lin Huaizhi placed a piece of meat into Su Yao's bowl. You should eat more too. Once this busy period is over, I'll make you sauerkraut fish. I remember you love it, and it's one of my specialties. Everything they had for breakfast was to Su Yao's liking, and she recognized that Lin Huaizhi was mindful of her dietary preferences. Naturally, she intended to reciprocate by cooking for him as well. Let us not worry about that now. Focus on eating, then you can rest. I have a class later too. We can go to school together. Lin Huaizhi's statement was a declaration. He knew Su Yao wished to spend time with him. Having endured a lengthy military training session that morning, her energy surely hadn't replenished. All right, let us head out a bit early. I'm craving milk tea. Given the hot weather, there would undoubtedly be many people buying milk tea. She planned to place an order on a mini program as soon as she got up, making it more convenient. Fine, but don't overindulge. Too much milk tea isn't good for you. Lin Huaizhi adopted a caregiver's tone, wary of her health yet unwilling to outright deny her. I know. I'll listen to you. Su Yao replied obediently. After finishing, Su Yao tidied up the takeout boxes and wiped down the table. In her previous habits, she would have simply lounged on the bed, but circumstances had changed. She desired to be closer to Lin Huaizhi. Senior, didn't you say you had fewer classes yesterday? I'd like to see your schedule. Su Yao had already begun to engage in small talk. Lin Huaizhi, understanding her intentions, readily opened the mini program for her to view. You shouldn't have too many classes this semester, right? Typically, first semester students had lighter schedules. But as the following semesters approached, the course load would become quite overwhelming, especially in the third year. Lin Huaizhi's major was comparatively manageable, on average. They only had one class a day. Not too many, just a bit dull. Repeating the first and second year is indeed tedious, but it's acceptable. I remember much of the knowledge I learned, which allows me more time to earn money. What do you enjoy doing aside from attending classes? Lin Huaizhi began his subtle probing. Previously, I only thought about making money, and now it's the same. Once military training is over, I'll start writing novels to make a living. I often find myself bored, so if you have any activities, please bring me along. Su Yao was determined not to miss any opportunity to spend time with Lin Huaizhi. Given their busy schedules, she felt compelled to take the initiative to cling to him. All right, but are you considering joining any clubs? Some of them have quite a number of activities. Su Yao was indifferent to such matters. Yet since Lin Huaizhi had posed the question, she believed it might be worthwhile to join one. Senior, have you joined any clubs? Lin Huaizhi shook his head, indicating he had not. Did he not find the time to spare? How could he possibly be interested in joining a club? Then I suppose I have no particular interest either. Su Yao's expression shifted dramatically, leaving Lin Huaizhi bewildered by her sudden change. Su Yao, are you like this with other boys too? Do you just say such things so casually? What? Absolutely not. Su Yao quickly defended herself. I don't have any friends and rarely talk to boys. I hardly communicate with anyone. So how could I say that to someone else? Have you never had a boy you liked before? Survival came first. I only wish to live. Lin Huaizhi had an inkling of the hardships Su Yao had endured in the past, yet hearing her speak those words stirred a sense of inexplicable sorrow within him. You will live a long life, Su Yao. Her eyes sparkled momentarily, though she had just felt somewhat aggrieved. This statement seemed to energize her instantly. Yes, we will both live long lives. They exchanged glances and shared a silly smile, a moment of unspoken understanding. Lin Huaizhi had never truly experienced the agony of illness. Although his parents often reminded him that health was paramount above all, he had merely brushed off their words without much thought. Yet now, understanding what Su Yao had gone through, he recognized the depth of her will to survive. He felt the same. The notion of a short life was utterly unacceptable. He would cherish every moment with Su Yao. Chapter 16. The conflicted Lin Huaizhi. Lin Huaizhi typically did not take afternoon naps, but he had risen early that morning and decided to rest for a while. Upon waking and washing his face, he was instantly alert. As he stepped outside, he found Su Yao just getting up, sitting on the sofa and applying sunscreen. Under the glaring sun, even he, a grown man, had slathered on sunscreen during military training, while only Zhao Yuanan stubbornly refused, insisting that using sunscreen was effeminate. In the end, he alone emerged from training looking like a coal miner, taking a year to regain his original complexion. Aren't you going to get ready? Su Yao noted that Lin Huaizhi was not in a hurry, seemingly unperturbed and neglecting to gather his things, prompting her to remind him. Ready for what? Don't you take books to class? My books are in the dormitory. Zhao Yuanan and the others are bringing them for me. Su Yao nodded, understanding they would all attend class together. In that case, I'll order milk tea and get a cup for them too. You can take it to them. Lin Huaizhi frowned. While he understood her wanting to buy milk tea for him, why include Zhao Yuanan and the others? He felt inexplicably displeased. Why do you need to get them anything? Just get it for me. His tone was self-assured, as if those people were not even his friends. Aren't they your friends? Just getting them one is my small gesture. It's not meant to imply anything else. Su Yao clarified, believing they were all good friends of Lin Huaizhi, and it would be beneficial to become acquainted, especially if she were to develop a closer relationship with him in the future. It was a sensible plan. If that was her reasoning, he could reluctantly accept it, knowing that it ultimately stemmed from him. They were merely reaping the benefits of his presence. What do you think I am up to? I'm not some green tea bitch who flirts with everyone. Su Yao's words were quite pointed, nearly naming Shen Shitong directly. Are you subtly hinting at me? I can't discern Shen Shitong's intentions, but I certainly won't provoke her. If even Su Yao, who held the script, could not decipher Shen Shitong's motives, then he had little hope of understanding her. No matter how he viewed it, Shen Shitong was not a good person. At least from his perspective, the closer one got, the quicker one's demise would be. That's good. Remember to keep your distance. As they stepped outside, the sun was at its zenith, and fearing a tan, Su Yao, despite applying sunscreen, took out an umbrella without a moment's hesitation. Let me handle that. Lin Huaizhi, displaying his perceptiveness, took the umbrella from her. He had envisioned such a scene before, and now it was finally materializing. Though they were not yet in a romantic relationship, it felt quite agreeable nonetheless. Upon arriving at the milk tea shop, Su Yao's order was already prepared. She had also ordered a cup for Zhang Nana, and Lin Huaizhi noticed the 2 cups in her hands, his expression darkening. Su Yao, isn't it a bit excessive to have 2 cups of milk tea daily? You should exercise some restraint. While you may not be overweight, excessive sugar intake isn't beneficial for your health. Given that you're already unwell, shouldn't you focus more on your health? Why indulge like this? It's rather concerning. You care about me that much? Su Yao tilted her head at Lin Huaizhi, realizing that no one had previously cared about her milk tea consumption. Now, only he would remind her that it was detrimental to her health. She felt touched. Yet there was a mixture of emotions beyond mere gratitude. A gentle breeze blew, tousling the stray hairs across her forehead, and she casually brushed them aside, continuing to gaze at him. Lin Huaizhi swallowed hard, tightening his grip on the milk tea. As my tenant, we have grown somewhat familiar. It's only natural to express concern. Lin Huaizhi hastily justified himself, unwilling to admit he genuinely cared for her well-being. Please, you genuinely care about me, senior. There's no shame in admitting it. But it's all right, I understand you. If you want to be conflicted, then be conflicted. I get it. The athletics field and the classroom building where Lin Huaizhi had his lessons were not in the same direction. So they parted ways upon entering the school gate. Su Yao, feeling a strong craving, had already consumed half of her milk tea on the way, and now she had taken 2 large gulps, nearly finishing 1 cup. She glanced at the other cup, then shook her head, forcing herself to abandon the thought. No, that was for Nana. She couldn't touch it. Yao, I didn't see you during morning military training. Which squad were you in? As she strolled, she unexpectedly encountered Shin Shitong. Rather than a coincidence, it felt more like Shin Shitong had approached her. Upon entering the athletics field, Su Yao had noticed Shin Shitong sitting under a tree. She had intended to pretend not to see and walk past, but unexpectedly, Shin Shitong had come over herself. I was in the service squad. Despite her dislike for Shin Shitong, Su Yao maintained a smile, a skill she had mastered in her previous life. No matter how much she detested someone, she could not let her emotions show, or it would become a weakness for others to exploit. ISNT, the service squad reserved for those with serious illnesses? I'm allergic to ultraviolet rays and can't be in the sun. I initially wanted to sneak in for a break, but I didn't meet the criteria. Shin Shitong exclaimed in astonishment, covering her mouth, her voice rising a few decibels, drawing the attention of other students resting under the tree. Su Yao has always preferred to keep a low profile. When she is out and about, her desire is to diminish her presence and avoid drawing attention. In stark contrast stands Shin Shitong, who seems to revel in becoming the center of attention. It is truly bothersome. Yao, do you have some special connections? How come you can only join the service team? I envy you for being able to slack off. Our training intensity is quite demanding. You are truly fortunate. Shin Shitong's words instantly ignited the resentment of some classmates nearby, and Su Yao could feel several unfriendly gazes scrutinizing her. Have you misunderstood something? I am here alone for my studies, unfamiliar with this place. How could I possibly have connections? Moreover, the school has its own regulations, and as a newcomer, I lack the influence to bypass them. Although Su Yao's mind was rife with curses, her smile remained plastered on her face as she lowered her head, feigning innocence. Is it just pretending to be sweet? Who can't do that? Shin Shitong feigned familiarity as she grasped Su Yao's hand, her voice still lacking in authenticity. Yao, you're not ill, are you? If you didn't have some connections, how could you have joined the service team? Could it be that you know the instructor? She had specifically emphasized the necessity for instructors to maintain a distance from students during the morning briefing. Shin Shitong's words seemed intended to push her into a pit of fire. Everyone loves a juicy scandal, and once the rumor spread, it wouldn't be long before she was summoned for a conversation. Shin Shitong was anything but the innocent protagonist. She clearly wielded the script of a nefarious antagonist. How could she be so malicious? However, since she wished to ensnare herself, there was no need to show any mercy. Su Yao had always been clear about her affections and grudges. Those who treated her well would receive her kindness in return, while those who sought to harm her would discover that she was no pushover. Su Yao pinched her thigh with vigor, the sharp pain prompting tears to well up in her eyes, her sobs echoing like a weeping willow. Tang, how could you think of me this way? I genuinely consider you a friend. Your slander hurts me deeply. Shin Shitong's lips twitched, realizing that Su Yao was not as easy to manipulate as she had anticipated. She seemed to possess quite a few clever tricks, though it was unfortunate that Shin Shitong herself was not so easily dismissed. Yao, I truly regard you as a friend, which is why I cannot stand by and watch you make foolish decisions. It's not too late. You should apologize to the counselor and clarify your relationship with the instructor. The school will surely handle it leniently, especially since it's your first offense. I'm just worried you might stray down the wrong path. Shin Shitong was convinced that Su Yao must have employed some means to gain entry into the service team. Otherwise, how could she have done so with such ease? Before entering the school, Shin Shitong had inquired and learned that unless one had a severe illness, everyone was required to participate in standard training. No, I am unwell and cannot participate normally, which is why I joined the service team. I didn't use any means. You cannot spread such rumors. I genuinely see you as a friend. Su Yao continued to cry, while Shin Shitong earnestly tried to persuade her, both being stunning beauties and the nature of their conversation drawing a crowd of onlookers. As training time approached, the chief instructor quickly arrived, his voice laced with authority. What is going on here? Being a soldier, his demeanor was inherently more intimidating than that of ordinary individuals. With a single shout, the students surrounding Su Yao immediately dispersed. Albeit only slightly, most remained nearby, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Haven't you checked the time? Why aren't you all gathering at your respective formations? What are you doing here? Su Yao's sobs had yet to cease. She wished to avoid conflict, but Shin Shitong's grip on her was relentless. If she didn't retaliate, she feared the rumors might spiral out of control, and once that happened, she would find herself unable to clarify anything. The fear of public opinion was daunting. Should anyone relay Shin Shitong's words, she and the instructor of the service team would be subjected to all sorts of speculation. Hello, instructor. I was merely concerned for my friend. I heard she was in the service team, and I worried she might be trying to avoid military training by feigning illness, which is why I advised her. Su Yao remained calm, waiting for Qin Shitong to cast the first stone, knowing that once she clarified her stance, Qin Shitong would find it difficult to extricate herself from the situation. The larger the commotion, the more advantageous it would be for her. Do you have anything to say? The chief instructor was not one to listen to a single perspective. He turned to Su Yao, eager to hear her explanation. I am indeed unwell, which is why I joined the service team. The school procedures were duly followed. I did not intend to shirk my responsibilities. Su Yao fought back tears as she relayed her account, her eyes filled with sincerity, appearing far from deceitful. What is your name? Report, instructor. I am Su Yao, and I possess a medical certificate from the hospital. Su Yao rummaged through her bag, retrieving the certificate to present to the chief instructor. Thankfully, she hadn't left it at home. It proved fortuitous in this moment. Qin Shitong truly knew how to stir up trouble. She had initially believed she would not encounter any difficulties as a character not meant to be embroiled in such matters. However, it seemed that once entangled with the primary characters, trouble was bound to find her. As for Qin Shitong, she would evade her as much as possible. If avoidance was impossible, she would simply brace herself for the confrontation. The chief instructor examined the certificate, his sternness visibly softening. Student, if you experience any discomfort, do not hesitate to communicate with the instructor. Your health is paramount. Military training serves to cultivate your willpower and instill good habits. But all of this must be predicated on your physical well-being. What's your name? As a friend, how could you not care and instead slander her? After so many years of education, do you lack even the most basic moral compass? The chief instructor's demeanor towards Su Yao and Qin Shitong was strikingly different, and those observing the spectacle began to piece together the narrative. Qin Shitong was deliberately seeking to make Su Yao's life difficult. Seeing the chief instructor's reaction, it was clear that Su Yao must have been quite ill, for otherwise, how could the instructor have spoken so gently? She appears so beautiful. One wonders what illness she might have. How pitiful. This girl seems quite amiable. Who knew she could be so malicious, deliberately slandering Su Yao? Exactly. This is hardly friendship. She clearly harbors animosity towards Su Yao and is purposely causing trouble. As Su Yao listened to the murmurs of her classmates, she remained composed, devoid of any emotional turmoil. In the past, she might have deemed it unfair to be treated like an exhibit in a zoo. However, having faced death once, she no longer perceived things in that light. The opinions of others were inconsequential to her. Her emotions were reserved only for those worthy of her affection. Gathering for training is imperative. What do you intend to achieve by lingering here and gossiping among classmates? Do you plan to stand at attention or run laps? The chief instructor's voice cut through the air, prompting the students to disperse immediately. Qin Shitong stood frozen, bewildered. She had initially believed that Su Yao must have used some trick, only to discover that she genuinely had an illness. However, did Lin Huaizhi not know of Su Yao's condition? Otherwise, how could he have permitted her to reside there? Qin Shitong, do you have anything further to say? The chief instructor regarded her, understanding that the gravity of the situation hinged on her response. I'm sorry, instructor, it was my error. I apologize, Yao Yao. I did not think it through. I was merely worried about you and did not anticipate it would escalate like this. I am truly sorry. Qin Shitong spoke with sincerity, bowing slightly towards Su Yao as she concluded her apology. Su Yao gazed at Qin Shitong, a cold smile playing on her lips. How clever of her to know when to yield. After all, she is the protagonist. It would indeed be abnormal if she lacked even a modicum of intelligence. It matters not. Clarity will suffice. I am unperturbed. Having traversed many experiences, Su Yao inherently understood that refusing to accept an apology now would merely allow Qin Shitong to put on a facade, and inevitably, whispers would arise about her being overly aggressive. Thus, it was far more prudent to cultivate a favorable image for herself that way. When Qin Shitong sought to trouble her again in the future, she would possess her own trump cards. Ultimately, the matter dissipated without resolution, as the chief instructor merely required Qin Shitong to submit a 3,000-word reflection, imposing no further penalties. Lin Huaizhi arrived at the classroom carrying milk tea, greeted by Zhao Yuanan and his companions, who had already secured a place for him. Brother Huai, the sun must be setting in the west today. You actually brought us milk tea? The trio's eyes widened at the sight of Lin Huaizhi holding the drinks, for he seldom indulged in such beverages, let alone voluntarily brought them for others. Has something happened? Do you seek our assistance? Zhao Yuanan inquired as he took the drink and shared it with Lu Xing and Lin Wan. I venture to guess. Are you hoping for our advice on pursuing Su Yao? Lu Xing speculated after taking a sip. Very likely. I sensed it yesterday. Brother Huai treats Su Yao differently. He continued. Lin Huaizhi rolled his eyes in exasperation, retorting, even if I were to pursue someone, seeking advice from you lot is out of the question. Having been perpetually single, if I were to follow your suggestions, I'd likely scare Su Yao away. Such statements cannot be made lightly. Have you never seen a pig run? Zhao Yuan encountered. While we may lack practical experience, our theoretical knowledge is abundant. Unnecessary, Lin Huaizhi replied. Taking a sip from his cup, this was purchased by Su Yao, originally meant solely for me. But she thought of you as friends and decided to get you all a share. His tone dripped with pride, causing Zhao Yuan to feel that the milk tea had suddenly lost its sweetness. Damn, Brother Huai, have some decency. Are you really showing off to us? Lin Huaizhi shrugged, lazily sipping again, feeling oddly that the flavor he once deemed unpalatable was now quite enjoyable. Go ahead and drink, it's free. Brother Huai, tell the truth. Do you have feelings for Junior Su Yao? Despite feeling a pang of jealousy, Zhao Yuan's curiosity got the better of him. Especially since Lin Huaizhi had previously shown little interest in romantic pursuits, having been rather dismissive towards affectionate advances from senior girls. Now, encountering a junior, it seemed he had indeed developed a soft spot. Perhaps a little. I mainly find her quite attractive. What a beast, it's all about looks. Lu Xing, typically composed, couldn't resist cursing upon hearing Lin Huaizhi's response, for he was a staunch advocate of pure love, firmly believing that a relationship must begin with a deep understanding of one another's souls. Lin Huaizhi set down his milk tea, intending to engage Lu Xing in earnest discussion, especially since Su Yao had hinted that in the near future, he might find himself swindled by women, perhaps even expelled from school. This guy's perspective on love is rather limited, he mused. Thus, the group debated for 10 minutes until class began, the conversation devolving into playful banter and insults in their group chat, with Lu Xing absorbing none of Lin Huaizhi's insights. After all, without personal experience, warnings about being deceived merely sounded like empty rhetoric. Regardless, anyone harboring feelings for a girl should never keep it a secret, ideally. They should arrange to meet and get to know one another. Chapter 18. A proposal for the school to distribute boyfriends and girlfriends. Zhang Nana invited Su Yao to lunch that afternoon. Based on their interactions thus far, Su Yao found herself rather fond of this girl and readily agreed. Presumably, Zhang Nana would become her first true friend at this institution. Well, Lin Huaizhi could be considered the first, but that was a bit complicated. Are you not going to mention this to your future boyfriend? Zhang Nana teased Su Yao. I've already told him. I just spoke with him moments ago. Su Yao, slightly slow on the uptake, added, wait, what future boyfriend? Stop teasing me. Although Su Yao entertained the notion, she dared not act on it, fearing that any misstep might provoke Lin Huaizhi's disdain and lead to her expulsion. Your initial reaction to not refute suggests you indeed harbor such thoughts. Zhang Nana pointed out astutely. Have you ever dated? How do you know so much? Did you learn it from books? Su Yao's understanding of romantic matters stemmed from her extensive reading and some writing experience, yet she wondered how Zhang Nana could possess such knowledge. The young girl appeared shy, not like someone well-versed in the art of flirtation. Who says I haven't dated? I currently have a boyfriend, Zhang Nana replied, pulling out her phone to show Su Yao a photo of her and her boyfriend. What? You're serious? So, your boyfriend has been with you since high school? Su Yao felt as if struck by 1,000 blows, having never even held a man's hand, while Zhang Nana was already in a relationship. Why not consider the school distributing boyfriends? Su Yao mused, longing to experience romance with the boy she fancied. The many romantic scenarios she had penned were built upon mere imagination. The opportunity to practice would surely enhance her writing skills. With ample experience, she could even pivot to writing a specific genre focused on romance. Isn't that landlord of yours the perfect candidate? A solitary man and woman sharing a space. Surely some sparks would fly. Besides, pursuing a boy is easier than you think. Be a little proactive, and you'll surely have a chance. Su Yao rested her chin on her hand, observing Zhang Nana. Nana, this morning you were shy to even speak to me. Yet now you're full of suggestions. I was merely initially socially anxious. Once familiar, I can be quite chatty. My current boyfriend was my desk mate in high school. He was aloof at first, but I managed to win him over. So, sweeten your words a bit and be a touch more proactive. You'll definitely succeed. Zhang Nana shared her own romantic experiences and tips for pursuing boys, which Su Yao found to be rich material for her writing, noting it all down. The dynamic of a stuttering, shy classmate versus a cool, aloof academic was simply too intriguing. As for Lin Huaizhi, she would take her time. There was no need to rush. The afternoon training was rather lackluster, with the chief instructor stopping by to converse with the young instructor overseeing their training, casting several glances in Su Yao's direction. Consequently, they enjoyed a more relaxed session, spending over half the time in repose. However, following the commotion with Shin Shitong, Su Yao had gained notoriety, and during lunch, many were discussing her. With an admirable mindset, Su Yao chose to ignore the chatter, rewarding herself with a large chicken leg during the meal. Engaging in a battle of wits with Shun Shitong had been exhausting. Only food could soothe her somewhat shattered heart. The afternoon was not particularly long. After leisurely enjoying a meal, much of the break had already slipped away. With no necessity to return home, Su Yao decided to wander the campus with Zhang Nana, familiarizing themselves with their new surroundings. The primary evening activity was a singing competition, where various groups belted out songs with unrestrained fervor. Some students even took to the stage to sing and dance, earning resounding cheers and applause from the crowd. Sitting on the grass, Su Yao observed this vibrant scene, feeling a stark contrast to her previous experiences. Now, witnessing such exuberance filled her with a sense of youthful delight. For youth itself is an incredibly radiant phase. To love fiercely and to express joy unabashedly, that is the essence of youth. The service team was comparatively small, making it an unequal match against the larger groups in the singing contest. The outcome was seemingly predetermined, so the instructor opted to have them sit on the grass, sharing stories about life in the military and addressing their inquiries. The word soldier carried a heavy weight. Upon hearing the instructor describe the harsh conditions faced at the border, her admiration for the instructors deepened. Especially poignant was the revelation that despite having gained admission to an esteemed institution, the instructor had resolutely chosen the path of a soldier. When Su Yao inquired about his reasoning, she was taken aback by his firm response. Some tasks must be undertaken by someone, and if everyone sought only pleasure, how could a nation thrive and its citizens prosper? Contributing even a small part to this noble goal, no matter how insignificant, is indeed worthwhile. Though the instructor's voice was not loud, it resonated profoundly. After a brief silence, Su Yao and the others spontaneously applauded. This was no mere virtual realm. Everyone present was real, each possessing their own beliefs, aspirations, and unwavering commitments. Stop. Please don't look at me with those eyes. The instructor reverted to his bashful demeanor. The evening was dedicated to relaxation, a process Su Yao thoroughly enjoyed, and later, the instructor led them to join other groups, where they had a delightful time. Lin Huaizhi returned home after attending classes during the day, having taken on some freelance programming tasks over the holiday. He had yet to complete them. Enjoying the solitude of his home, he focused intently on his work. When one is absorbed in a task, time can easily slip away. And so it was for him. When he finally thought to take a break, night had already fallen, and a glance at the clock revealed it was past 8 o'clock. How could time have passed so swiftly? Lin Huaizhi mused, stretching his neck after sitting in front of the computer for so long. Recently, the area near the school had been unsettled, and he wondered if Su Yao, that foolish girl, had taken any precautions. During dinner with Zhao Yuanan and the others, the ever-informed Zhao had mentioned that a flasher had been spotted near the school, roaming about at night, clad only in a coat, completely nude underneath, and would expose himself to girls, even pursuing them if no one else was around. Many girls, caught off guard by such alarming situations, often only thought to cry for help when the flasher was nearly upon them. Several incidents had already occurred. The school security was only responsible for patrolling within the premises. With such a vast area outside, it was impossible to maintain control, making it quite perilous. The more Lin Huaizhi pondered, the more he felt compelled to pick up Su Yao. But wait, it's only a 10-minute walk. Wouldn't that seem a bit too intimate? Just as he stood up with this thought, he sat back down. Right, I haven't eaten yet. I was merely planning to grab a bite, and I'll conveniently pass by the school to bring her back. Yes, that sounds justifiable. With that reasoning in mind, Lin Huaizhi grabbed his phone and stepped out. Noticing it was still early, he found a place to enjoy some fried noodles. While glancing at WeChat, he realized Su Yao had not sent him a single message. Women. This morning she was so eager to ask me how I looked and share everything with me. Now, after just an afternoon apart, she's grown so indifferent. Had she not been his tenant, and he, as the landlord, responsible for her safety, he would not have bothered making this trip. Are you almost done? I'm at the school gate. Let's head back together. He texted Su Yao, who replied almost instantly. Why are you at the school? Do you have class tonight? Her quick response indicated she was indeed on her phone. If she was on her phone, it suggested she was rather relaxed, given her leisure. It was peculiar that she hadn't reached out to him. Lin Huaizhi felt a twinge of discomfort. No classes, just walking around. If you want to return by yourself, that's fine. I'll head off first. As he watched the message the other party is typing, he thought to himself, if Su Yao dared to suggest he leave, he would never come to pick her up again. Since you've come all this way, just wait for me. I want to do a city walk with you. It's been hours since we last saw each other. Let me see your handsome face to recharge. Please. Su Yao's sweetness quickly lifted Lin Huaizhi's spirits. Fine. I'll reluctantly give you a chance. His little pride was immediately soothed, and as he checked the time, it seemed right to head to the large tree by the school gate. Students were gradually emerging. After informing Su Yao of his location, Lin Huaizhi leaned against the tree, playing a mobile game while waiting. Hello, handsome. Chapter 19, Entangled in Blossoms. Lin Huaizhi looked up to see a girl in military training attire standing before him. her short hair framing a petite, innocent face. Is there something you need? The girl fidgeted with her clothing, appearing somewhat nervous. After a few seconds of gathering her courage, she finally looked up at Lin Huaizhi and spoke, I just saw you come out. Could we add each other on WeChat? Lin Huaizhi pondered how to decline without hurting the girl's feelings. Previously, he had been cold and dismissive, especially towards those who merely sought a fleeting encounter. Yet, this girl seemed quite endearing, polite in her approach, and he felt it was essential to treat her with the respect she deserved. Just then, Su Yao came running over. Having quickly packed her belongings upon the instructor's announcement of dismissal, not wanting to keep Lin Huaizhi waiting, she was excited to see him. However, she was taken aback to find him conversing with a younger girl. Entangled with flowers, attracting bees and butterflies. Have you been waiting long? Although Su Yao felt a surge of displeasure, her tone remained sweet as honey. In line with drama tropes, I should take Lin Huaizhi's arm to assert my claim. But given his temperament, if he were to shake me off, I would be mortified. Thus, this approach is better. It will deter the girl before me. They say proximity to water allows one to catch the moon first. Regardless of the situation, I should be the one in the forefront. Young lady, there are plenty of handsome boys at school. You can find another, but I can't live without him. Lin Huaizhi couldn't help but turn away, stifling a laugh. Su Yao was amusingly naive, with so many thoughts swirling in her mind. Yet, if she truly took his arm, he likely would not shake her off. He would play along with her little performance. Excuse me, but I thought you were single. Apologies, I must not have asked clearly. Mississippi. The short-haired girl, fearing that Su Yao might misunderstand, quickly clarified that while she had an affinity for handsome men, she had no intention of becoming a mistress. It's quite all right. I don't mind, Su Yao replied, feeling a twinge of guilt at the girl's amiable demeanor. It's all that Shin Shitang's fault, being so much like a green tea bitch, that I now feel on edge whenever a girl appears near Lin Huaizhi. I can't help but feel a sense of crisis. Su Yao cursed inwardly a couple of times. After the girl apologized, she hurriedly left, leaving Lin Huaizhi and Su Yao standing there. You probably don't prefer this type, do you? I thought you liked girls with long hair. Su Yao, anxious that Lin Huaizhi might hold her accountable, took the initiative to ask, what makes you think I prefer girls with long hair? Lin Huaizhi, having completely grasped Su Yao's subtle thoughts, teased her deliberately. Just a hunch. I envisioned you favoring those with lengthy tresses, fair skin, large eyes, slender waists, and long legs. Those with both good looks and figures. Su Yao contemplated the descriptions in her books and recounted Lin Huaizhi's ideal type. As Lin Huaizhi bent down to gaze closely at her, Su Yao felt her heart race. The girl's delicate features were flawless, her bright eyes and pearly teeth exuding an enchanting allure, as if she were a masterpiece crafted by Nuwa herself. What's wrong? Su Yao, nervous, clenched her fists and swallowed hard. Is he thinking of kissing me? Should I close my eyes? With that thought, she shut her eyes and even puckered her lips. How foolish, Lin Huaizhi remarked, pinching Su Yao's cheek, the softness pleasantly surprising him. Su Yao opened one eye, realizing that what she had anticipated did not occur, leaving her with a hint of disappointment. Where did I act foolishly? I'm quite clever, she pouted. Why are you so close to me? Don't you know that boys and girls should maintain a distance? I'm just a little girl. I can't withstand your teasing. Su Yao felt a bit flustered, her words tumbling out in succession. I merely observed that your description of my ideal type bears some resemblance to you. Slender waist, long legs, and a generous bosom, all of which I embody, not to mention my long hair and looks. Really? Then do you? Do you perhaps harbor even a smidgen of affection for me? Su Yao longed to ask directly, but, glancing at her wrist where her vitality was displayed, decided against it. Their current rapport was pleasant. If they strained it, future encounters would only be awkward. Why did you take so long to come out for dinner? Su Yao smoothly shifted the topic. I was engrossed in a small program and lost track of time, Lin Huaizhi explained. What kind of program? Su Yao couldn't recall that detail from the narrative, realizing that it was merely a fragment. The author could not encapsulate Lin Huaizhi's entirety. She had mistakenly believed she understood him, but in truth, she had only scratched the surface. My major allows me to earn some side income if I excel. I can assist in code explanations or develop small software and programs, which is how I make a little money. Su Yao didn't fully grasp it, but recognized the sophistication of his skills. Wow, you're quite the professional. How much can you earn from developing small programs? This particular project should net me around 10,000. What? 10,000? Su Yao had anticipated a decent income, but never imagined it would be so substantial. She wondered how many keystrokes she would need to type to earn such an amount. Why so excited? Lin Huaizhi waved his hand dismissively. That's relatively modest. Our industry is thriving in the internet era. With commitment and effort, opportunities abound. Half of the funds for this apartment came from my own earnings, with my parents contributing the rest, allowing us to pay in full. However, he lamented that he currently had little money left. hence the multiple projects he had taken on to cover living expenses. Sometimes I feel like I chose the wrong major. I should have pursued computer science. But then again, those in computer science often suffer from hair loss and spend all day at a computer, which can lead to weight gain. The programmers I see on TV are always clad in plaid shirts, balding with protruding bellies. Perhaps it's best I avoid that path. Su Yao envisioned that kind of work environment and concluded she would struggle with it. She cared about her appearance and was attentive to her figure and skin. The thought of becoming bald and overweight would surely plunge her into despair. Su Yao, your perspective seems a bit one-sided. Look at me. I hardly fit the characteristics you describe. Moreover, there are plenty of handsome fellows in our major. Don't hold such stereotypes. Lin Huaizhi defended his field, confident that he would never become the type Su Yao envisioned. I never said you were. You're exceptionally handsome, a rarity, and would undoubtedly shine wherever you go. Lin Huaizhi, if you become wealthy, don't forget about me. Su Yao was convinced that had Lin Huaizhi not encountered an accident while rescuing Shen Shitong, his future would be boundless. And it was entirely reasonable for her to seek to attach herself to him. You flatter me, Su the great author. If you ever hold a book signing event, I will certainly attend. I'll expect an autograph from the illustrious Su. When did I ever mention that I write? Lin Huaizhi felt a jolt of alarm. Damn it. He had let something slip. He cursed his own laxness around Su Yao, allowing the conversation to veer into dangerous territory. Isn't there a keyboard on your desk? It's a 3-mode, not mechanical, and several letters are already worn, indicating you frequently use it. But since you don't play games, you must be writing something. You're just a freshman, so you wouldn't be writing papers or anything like that, which leads me to guess you're writing stories. Although Lin Huaizhi felt a sense of urgency, his mind worked quickly, deftly covering his tracks. Wow, bravo. Su Yao couldn't help but applaud, as expected of the protagonist. Such a sharp mind. Not only are you perceptive, but your intelligence is also impressive. A man who doesn't belong to me need not be so exceptional. You're remarkable. Your guess was entirely accurate. Yet, I'm still an aspiring author. If I ever become successful, I'll definitely give you an autograph. Su Yao's eyes sparkled with ambition. She too dreamed of one day publishing her works. Although that day seemed distant, who could predict the future? As long as she lived, there was always a possibility. Chapter 20. Her face collided with his abdomen. Upon returning home, Su Yao promptly retreated to her room to enjoy a refreshing shower. Cleansing her intimate garments to hang on the balcony, Lin Huaizhi sat on the sofa, playing games with Zhao Yuanan and others, with the microphone capturing the occasional shouts from Lu Xing and his companions. As Su Yao emerged holding her white lace lingerie, Lin Huaizhi caught a glimpse. Momentarily distracted by the exquisite contours he had observed the previous day, leaving him rooted in place, utterly lost. Hey, what are you doing? That wave was all yours. Why are you just standing there, handing out free kills? Lin Huaizhi took a sip of water from the coffee table, surprised that he had zoned out. Su Yao was completely unguarded around him. Though she wasn't wearing her overly revealing spaghetti strap dress today, she was clad only in a long t-shirt. It is better to return to the room and play. I cannot calm my mind out here. After Su Yao hung up the laundry, she found that Lin Huaizhi had already retreated to his room. In an effort to conserve electricity, Su Yao turned off the lights in the living room and returned to her chamber to write. The military training was hardly exhausting, but hearing about Lin Huaizhi's impressive income today made her more anxious. Thus, she resolved to embark on her old profession, writing and signing contracts, to earn a bit of pocket money. Perhaps for Su Yao, military training was no different from her usual idle days. She felt time pass swiftly, and the end of the training was approaching. Their service team had not been assigned any tasks, merely required to sit quietly and show support. As the instructors departed, many students felt a pang of reluctance. Despite the hardships endured, a bond had formed. Such is human nature. While enduring difficulties, one complains endlessly, yet upon completion, the memories appear fond, leading to nostalgia and a cycle of longing for the past, while neglecting the present. Throughout these days of training, Lin Huaizhi had been bringing meals to Su Yao. Now that they had some free time, Su Yao planned to buy groceries and prepare a nice meal to express her gratitude to him. Initially, Lin Huaizhi intended to take Su Yao out to celebrate the conclusion of her military training, a suggestion put forth by Zhao Yuanan, who had not anticipated this angle himself. However, since Su Yao wished to cook for him, he felt justified in declining Zhao Yuanan's invitation, informing the group that they would reschedule before heading to the supermarket to meet Su Yao. The street was bustling, and Lin Huaizhi spotted Su Yao from a distance. She was crouched beneath a tree, engrossed in her phone, glancing left and right, likely checking if he was approaching. Why are you crouching? Aren't your legs sore? Lin Huaizhi looked down at her, and from this angle, she appeared even smaller, quite endearing. Not sore, Su Yao replied, her face lighting up with a bright smile as she stood up. However, having crouched for too long, her legs had gone numb, causing her to stumble forward uncontrollably. Lin Huaizhi instinctively reached out to support her, but as she half stood, her face collided with his abdomen. Ouch! Lin Huaizhi winced, feeling that if she pressed any further, he might be in trouble. Su Yao, realizing the awkwardness of the situation, straightened up with his help. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. My legs just went numb. How can you be so clumsy? Lin Huaizhi teased, though he did not relinquish his hold on her. Stop criticizing me, or I might really become clumsy. Su Yao pouted, feeling a bit aggrieved. Lin Huaizhi, unable to help himself, suggested she move around a bit before they entered the supermarket. What do you feel like eating? Today, I will satisfy all your cravings. Lin Huaizhi glanced at Su Yao's ample chest and replied, anything is fine. In truth, he was not particularly picky and knew that Su Yao's cooking would surely delight him. Then I'll just see what I can conjure up, she replied. Though she proceeded to buy fish and pig trotters, dishes that Lin Huaizhi loved. He observed her actions with quiet satisfaction. Lin Huaizhi had accompanied his mother to the supermarket before, but he had never learned how to choose ingredients, merely acting as a helper. Now, watching Su Yao navigate the aisles with ease, he surmised she must have often engaged in such tasks herself. Let us buy some snacks. We're out of them at home. We can pick some up while we're here. After Su Yao finished her selections, Lin Huaizhi suggested. Sure, pick whatever you want, it's on me. Su Yao generously replied, specifically being generous towards Lin Huaizhi. Mogul, a taste of childhood, do you want some? Lin Huaizhi grabbed a box upon seeing it, while Su Yao hesitated, struggling to find her words. I've seen other kids eat it before, but I never bought it for myself, even though I could now. What if I say I've never had it? Would Lin Huaizhi think I'm lying? She thought, longing to try it for the first time. Had it been anyone else, she would have only shared the first part of her thoughts, but with Lin Huaizhi, she felt compelled to reveal her true self. Then get 2 boxes. You'll have double the childhood joy, Su little friend. When I was young, my mother only bought me 1 box whenever we went to the supermarket. Lin Huaizhi placed 2 boxes into the cart and affectionately ruffled her hair. Then let us get 4 boxes. I'll buy you some too, so you can have double the childhood joy. How can you be so kind to me? You are making me really emotional, Su Yao thought to herself, while Lin Huaizhi, pushing the shopping cart behind her, clearly heard her inner musings. In truth, he was not entirely innocent. He brought her home partly to understand her better, seeking to utilize the connection. Without hearing her thoughts, he likely would not have formed any bond with her, let alone treat her with such kindness. Why aren't you watching where you're going? Yao Yao. What a coincidence. Su Yao, momentarily distracted, collided with Shun Shitong at a corner. Shun Shitong, initially bewildered by the bump, softened her tone upon recognizing Su Yao. Su Yao raised her eyes to meet Shun Shitong's. I'm so sorry, I was lost in thought and didn't see you. Are you alright? Despite her dislike for Shun Shitong, Su Yao would not openly confront her, adhering to the principle of non-aggression, especially since Shun Shitong was the female lead in this narrative. It's fine. Are you shopping too? Shun Shitong inquired. Yes, I'm running low on supplies and thought I'd buy some. Lin Huaizhi is here too. What a coincidence. Shun Shitong's demeanor changed upon seeing him. Su Yao noticed the boy beside Shun Shitong, whose appearance bore a tear mole at the corner of his eye. This must be the male lead. Such is the charm of cliched narratives. A tear mole at the corner of the eye is a hallmark of the male protagonist. This must be Zhou Ying. Lin Huaizhi did not respond to Shun Shitong. His gaze fixated on the boy, who appeared youthful and vibrant, likely a year or 2 younger than him. He deemed Zhou Ying passably handsome, but could not fathom how he fell short of Lin Huaizhi. No matter how one looked at it, he was undeniably more attractive. Shun Shitong noticed Su Yao and Lin Huaizhi staring at Zhou Ying, and found it peculiar that while Su Yao was gazing, Lin Huaizhi was doing the same. Her eyes sparkled with realization. Lin Huaizhi must also be interested in him. She recalled his indifference during their barbecue outing, attributing it to Su Yao's influence. Now, seeing her with another boy, he likely couldn't sit still. Yes, that must be it. Shun Shitong felt a surge of confidence, convinced that she was indeed the main character, for no boy could resist her charm. Let me introduce you. This is Zhou Ying, my high school classmate. We attended the same school. Lin Huaizhi, by the way, Zhou Ying is in your major as well. Zhou Ying nodded, noticing the unfriendly glances from Su Yao and Lin Huaizhi, while only softening his gaze towards Shun Shitong. Su Yao internally critiqued the situation, unable to contain her thoughts. Chapter 21. Where can I touch? Regardless of how one looks at it, Lin Huaizhi is undoubtedly superior. The author truly lacks an appreciation for quality, crafting such chaotic characters. In this day and age, any oddball can assume the role of the male lead. Because of Lin Huaizhi, Su Yao found it impossible to develop any fondness for Zhou Ying. Moreover, Zhou Ying possesses a strong sense of possessiveness, and later, he will even come to blows with Shun Shitong over Lin Huaizhi. Su Yao glanced at Lin Huaizhi and Zhou Ying, noting the stark contrast in their physiques. Zhou Ying was rather slender, with fair skin and a delicate appearance, resembling a frail puppy. In comparison, Lin Huaizhi boasted broad shoulders and a narrow waist, exuding a sense of security. Engaging in a fight with Lin Huaizhi seemed utterly lacking in self-awareness. I recall that although Lin Huaizhi won, Shen Shitong was furious upon seeing Zhou Ying injured and slapped Lin Huaizhi across the face. As a result, Lin Huaizhi lost his scholarship and was deprived of any future opportunities for awards. At that time, the dean summoned both of them for a discussion. And since Lin Huaizhi was the one who initiated the conflict, he alone faced the consequences. Zhou Ying is simply infuriating to behold, and as for Shen Shitong, if she dares to strike him, I will certainly retaliate on Lin Huaizhi's behalf. Lin Huaizhi listened quietly to Su Yao's grievances. Aware that he regularly exercised and excelled in sports, against someone as weak as Zhou Ying, he could easily take on 3 opponents at once. However, being slapped by Shen Shitong and losing the chance for awards? That was utterly absurd. He found no redeeming qualities in Shen Shitong and wished to distance himself from the tumultuous love-hate relationship between her and Zhou Ying. The only source of joy was Su Yao's willingness to stand up for him, which he appreciated. He had never laid a hand on a girl. And despite his annoyance with Shen Shitong, he would never resort to violence. Aren't you craving yogurt? Let us head over there, Lin Huaizhi suggested, pulling Su Yao toward the adjacent shelf. Shen Shitong watched the two holding hands, momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. Clearly, Lin Huaizhi was seething with jealousy upon seeing her with Zhou Ying and was deliberately showcasing his affection for Su Yao to express his displeasure. Ultimately, it all stemmed from his feelings for her. Though the method was flawed, she was magnanimous enough not to hold it against him. However, Su Yao was an eyesore. During military training, she had caused her embarrassment and even pinned to self-criticism. She was determined to avenge that grievance. Tang, do not be too trusting of others. They approach you with ulterior motives. You must learn to discern. Zhou Ying reached out to caress Shen Shitong's face, but she instinctively recoiled, noticing the displeasure on his face. Quickly, she nodded obediently, aligning herself with his words. I understand, brother Zhou Ying. You are truly the best to me, and I have always known that. They were merely classmates. There was no harm in getting to know each other, which was why she thought of making friends. Zhou Ying, observing the girl's docility, felt much of his earlier irritation dissipate. Yet, he continued to impress upon Su Yao that they were inconsequential people, and there was no need for her to engage with them. He was all she needed. Zhou Ying moved closer, enveloping Shen Shitong in his embrace. Her face nestled against his chest. Upon closer inspection, her hands trembled, and her eyes were filled with fear and a desire to escape. Su Yao watched as her life value increased by 10 days, now totaling 67 days. For the past few days, she had been following Lin Huaizhi, but regrettably, without any actions, the increase in life value merely offset what had been lost, yielding no surplus. Yet now, with Lin Huaizhi taking the initiative to grasp her hand, she had unexpectedly gained 10 additional days. Indeed, it seems that intimate contact is essential. How I long for a kiss, how I long to touch. There are so many places on my body, aside from my hands, that could be touched. If Lin Huaizhi were to explore them all, wouldn't I be immensely fortunate? If we could even delve into biological knowledge further, I can hardly fathom. Would my life value not explode? Initially, Lin Huaizhi found Su Yao to be quite endearing and thought that a simple hand-holding would suffice to extend his life value by several days. However, as Su Yao's thoughts grew increasingly outlandish, he abruptly released her hand. What's wrong? Su Yao wore a perplexed expression. They had been holding hands so comfortably. Yet he suddenly let go. You, a little girl. Lin Huaizhi hesitated, deciding against voicing his thoughts. Well, whatever, it's fine as it is. What is wrong with being a little girl? I understand. You must have felt uncomfortable seeing me staring at Zhou Ying, right? Su Yao shot him a knowing glance. Oh, rest assured, I have no interest in someone like Zhou Ying. I prefer you. Su Yao paused, adding, I like someone like you. Heaven knows. Upon hearing Su Yao express her feelings for him, his first reaction was not repulsion. Instead, he thought to himself that this was unacceptable. Even if he were to confess, he must do so first. He was hopeless. Lin Huaizhi. Su Yao tugged at his sleeve, her eyes wide as if in earnest supplication. Please don't harbor any feelings for Shen Shitong, all right? Whatever she can do, I can learn. Can you please not look at her? She isn't that great. I don't like her. I have absolutely no such intentions. Lin Huaizhi chuckled, realizing that Su Yao was willing to change and learn for him. All right then. You must not like her, not now, nor in the future. Let us make a pact. Upon receiving Lin Huaizhi's affirming response, Su Yao beamed sweetly, extending her pinky. How childish, Lin Huaizhi remarked, feigning disdain, yet he still extended his hand to hook pinkies with her. The two explored the snack aisle, coming away with bountiful treasures. At the checkout, Su Yao insisted on paying, which made Lin Huaizhi uneasy, knowing she was alone and had little money on her person. He worried about the financial burden on her. Why are you so eager to pay? You still have over half of the meal money I transferred you. During military training, Lin Huaizhi had been bringing meals for Su Yao, often from school, which were relatively inexpensive. That 1,000 yuan still had half remaining. They had hardly spent it. Now, with all the items they purchased, it felt as though she was treating him to a meal. What's wrong? Do you feel guilty? If you truly feel that way, you can always touch me more. Touch where? Lin Huaizhi replied swiftly. Su Yao was taken aback that he would play along with her teasing, leaving her momentarily speechless. Why aren't you speaking? Where can we touch? Lin Huaizhi was taken aback to see Su Yao shy and at a loss for words. Usually, she was the most talkative, but now, with just a little teasing, her face flushed red. I don't know. Su Yao lowered her gaze. Biting her lip, her previously fair skin now tinged with a rosy hue, making her appear quite delectable. Thoughts of touching, biting, and kissing flooded Lin Huaizhi's mind, leaving him parched. I won't tease you anymore. Let us go home. Lin Huaizhi carried the bags in both hands, while Su Yao had nothing in hers. Home. Those two syllables sounded warm, and in Lin Huaizhi's company, Su Yao could distinctly feel herself being cared for. In the past, she had to face everything alone, tackling every task, moving luggage, fetching water, all by herself. Now that Lin Huaizhi was present, he took on all the heavy lifting, allowing her to experience the bliss of being cared for. If only it could remain this way forever. Upon returning home, Su Yao first soaked the rice in water, then proceeded to prepare the vegetables, while Lin Huaizhi organized the snacks and placed them in the cupboard. Each fulfilled their respective roles, resembling a couple who had been together for quite some time. Do you need any help? Although Lin Huaizhi did not enter the kitchen, he wished to lend a hand, feeling somewhat awkward about merely waiting nearby to eat. No need. I've almost finished everything. Just entertain yourself, Su Yao replied. She was remarkably efficient in the kitchen, adeptly managing her time. Lin Huaizhi stood beside the refrigerator, admiring Su Yao's silhouette. Her long, straight legs looked stunning even in simple shorts, and although her frame appeared delicate, he knew that Su Yao possessed a tenacious side. She relentlessly pursued what she desired. In truth, her appearance and physique could lead to numerous opportunities if she so chose. It is often said that beauty is a form of power, and indeed, being attractive can garner many privileges. This fact cannot be denied. Yet, Su Yao was far more exceptional than he had anticipated. She was skilled at writing, possessed strong professional abilities, had learned how to interact with others through part-time work, and was proficient in making coffee, latte art, and cooking, all of which were her commendable attributes. Since the day they met, Su Yao had an enchanting aura that gradually drew him closer, and he was acutely aware that he held a similar allure for her. Chapter 22. The dishes prepared by Su Yao. All right. The grand feast is complete, Su Yao exclaimed as she plated the final dish. Lin Huaizhi came over to assist her in serving the food. The table was adorned with braised pig trotters, sauerkraut fish, stir-fried potato shreds with green peppers, sautéed eggplant, and green soup, all brimming with nutritional value and rich aromas. Lin Huaizhi marveled once more at Su Yao's culinary skills. How could her cooking be so exquisitely delicious? This level of proficiency undoubtedly surpassed that of his mother. Though I have yet to taste it, I can confidently assert that it is visually and aromatically splendid. Su Yao, you are truly remarkable. Lin Huaizhi offered his praise without waiting for her to inquire. Although he had not contributed much, he certainly provided emotional support. He once found it challenging to decipher a girl's thoughts, but that was no longer the case. He understood Su Yao's inner musings effortlessly. Encountering someone as sweet-tongued as you makes me more willing to cook. In the future, feel free to request any dish you desire. I shall certainly prepare it for you. Su Yao responded. She relished the process of cooking, finding great joy in it, especially when it was for someone she cherished. Lin Huaizhi, captivated by the array of dishes, unprecedentedly took out his phone to snap a photograph, sharing it in their dormitory group chat. Dinner is served. Yet, that seemed insufficient. So he added, prepared by Su Yao. Zhao Yuan and the others were utterly taken aback, bombarding Lin Huaizhi with messages of reproach as the notification sounds incessantly chimed. Unfazed, Lin Huaizhi declared that he was dining and activated his do not disturb mode, beginning to savor the meal. The fish is exceptionally tender. The acidity perfectly balanced. It's delicious. The pig trotters are incredibly tender, and the spiciness is just to my liking. The potato shreds you made are vastly superior to those from the school cafeteria. The eggplant appears a bit oily, yet it tastes just right. And the soup is light and healthy. Lin Huaizhi ultimately offered a glowing review. Wonderful. Lin Huaizhi was not particularly articulate and struggled to articulate flavors. His vocabulary was limited, and this was the best he could muster. Thank you, Su Yao replied with a radiant smile. Lin Huaizhi, aware of his own sensitivity, felt that regardless of his words, they were sufficient in her eyes. Make sure to eat more, you need to grow. Su Yao urged him, serving him more food. Wait. I'm in great shape. You should be the one replenishing. Lin Huaizhi's thoughts naturally drifted elsewhere. Recalling how Su Yao had seen his physical condition, how could she assume he needed to replenish? Did she think him a frail man? I don't need it, he insisted. Su Yao, with utmost sincerity, glanced at her own figure, noting her decent physique, not overly ample, yet not lacking either. Do you prefer larger ones? Su Yao probed tentatively. After all, Shin Shitong isn't particularly large either. Does Lin Huaizhi favor those so substantial they can't be grasped? Is that why you suggested I replenish? No. We're eating right now. What a peculiar train of thought. He stammered, attempting to dispel the awkward atmosphere, only to find that his words intensified the discomfort, rendering the air painfully silent, as if time had come to a standstill. Lin Huaizhi lowered his head, hastily shoveling rice into his mouth, regretting his prior remarks. What was he even saying? Su Yao, too, found herself in an equally challenging position, engaging in such discussions with a boy for the first time, particularly about her own physique. Had it been someone else, she would have deemed them lewd and disrespectful. Yet, this was Lin Huaizhi. Does he like me this way? She pondered. I wonder if he wishes to touch? Holding my hand in the supermarket seemed to grant him an extra 10 days of life. If he were to touch me, perhaps it could extend to a month. That would be far more intimate than mere hand-holding. A touch would undoubtedly amplify the effect. Should I wear a low-cut top tonight and saunter in front of him? Create an opportunity? Wait, no, Su Yao. You're not that kind of person. Get a grip. How could you even consider such actions? Lin Huaizhi is a gentleman. What if he gets angry and just tosses me out? That would be the end. Su Yao envisioned that scenario in her mind, shaking her head vigorously as she lightly slapped her cheeks to regain composure. What she did not realize was that upon hearing Su Yao express her desire to change her style of clothing, Lin Huaizhi felt an overwhelming anticipation. What gentlemanly behavior! Occasionally acting like a beast wouldn't be amiss. Moreover, a touch wouldn't hurt, right? This way, he could experience it. And Su Yao could gain some extra vitality too. No, that was not right. He wouldn't be at a disadvantage, but Su Yao was still a young girl. In such matters, it ultimately remained the girl who bore the burden. He felt the urge to touch, kiss, or nibble, yet until their relationship was defined. Such actions were inappropriate. Reason triumphed over instinct, and Lin Huaizhi gradually calmed his heart. Let us eat, otherwise, everything will get cold. He served Su Yao more food, and the two tacitly agreed to refrain from revisiting their earlier topic. Su Yao's culinary creations were so delightful that Lin Huaizhi found himself consuming more rice than usual. The vegetables were entirely devoured, leaving only the sauerkraut fish and pig trotters. Those dishes required more effort, so Su Yao had prepared enough for 2 meals, sealing the leftovers with plastic wrap for tomorrow's enjoyment. I'll handle the cleanup. You can take a break, Su Yao insisted, ever diligent. She understood that Lin Huaizhi had never performed such tasks and did not want him to feel obligated. Moreover, she had already promised that cooking and household chores would be her responsibility since moving in together. Having made that commitment, she would ensure it was fulfilled without a single complaint. I'll wash the dishes, Lin Huaizhi countered, unwilling to delegate all the work to Su Yao. If everything was done by her, he might as well pay her a salary. After all, hiring a maid nowadays costs several thousand a month. His lack of experience didn't imply an inability. Besides, one could learn. Cooking was far more time-consuming and labor-intensive than washing dishes. Su Yao had already done the majority of the work. It was only natural for him to lend a hand. That's not how it works, really. You don't have to, Su Yao persisted. Yet, Lin Huaizhi rolled up his sleeves, ready to begin. Just be careful. Remember to wash the knife and cutting board. And don't cut yourself. Su Yao stood beside him, occasionally offering a bit of advice. Her tone was gentle. It didn't sound like she was instructing him, just simply sharing her own experience, so Lin Huaizhi didn't feel annoyed. Hey, wait a moment. Lin Huaizhi hadn't tightened his sleeve properly. As he washed, it kept sliding down, so Su Yao immediately went over to help him roll it up. Su Yao was very focused. Lin Huaizhi looked down at her and could see her long, dense eyelashes blinking one by one. All set. Su Yao finished and looked up. Their eyes met, and in each other's eyes there was only the other person. I'm going to get some water. You keep washing. Su Yao found an excuse to pour herself some water. Seeing their matching cups made the atmosphere feel even more off. She had bought many little items online. Cups, potted plants, hanging decorations, and had bought 2 of everything. Thinking about it now, they all seemed like couple items. Su Yao smacked her forehead. She shouldn't have bought things randomly. Now looking at them only made her more irritated. Facing such a handsome guy every day while secretly fantasizing in her heart, she felt like a pervert. Nothing like a pure college girl. After Lin Huaizhi finished washing, he wiped down a section of tiles as well. There were water stains and oil splashes from cooking. Only after cleaning everything did he wash his hands and pull out a sheet of paper to dry them. When Su Yao went over to look, she was a little surprised. So clean? Some people only wash the dishes and ignore the invisible housework, but Lin Huaizhi did it very well. So Su Yao was a bit amazed. It's not hard. Isn't it pretty simple? From Su Yao's reaction. Could it be she thought he was some pampered young master with no life skills? I just don't usually do these things, but I can do them well. And I don't mind doing them. So housework and things like that, I can share them with you. This home is something we live in together. So in the future, you don't need to be so polite with me. If you need my help, just say it. Lin Huaizhi directly told Su Yao his stance and thoughts, thinking this would remove any distance between them. Any kind of help? Lin Huaizhi nodded, not realizing anything was wrong. I really do need your help with something. After I finish showering tonight, I'll come find you. It's settled. Su Yao didn't give Lin Huaizhi any chance to speak. She turned and ran back to her room, leaving him standing at the doorway in confusion. Tonight? After showering? Chapter 23. He likes this kind. After returning to his room, Lin Huaizhi's mind began racing. What kind of matter had to be discussed at night and after showering? It wasn't he that he had a dirty mind. But no matter how he thought about it, it all seemed related to that kind of thing between a man and a woman. During dinner earlier, Su Yao had already seemed to have this in mind. Now that she said it so directly, she must have made up her mind. What should he do? If Su Yao really wanted to do something, would directly refusing her be too cruel? She was a girl. If rejected, she would probably be very sad. Thinking this, Lin Huaizhi took his sleepwear and went to shower. But today he washed for a long time. He even used body wash twice. What usually took a few minutes dragged on to nearly half an hour. Looking at the time, it was almost 8, and it was already dark. Why hadn't Su Yao come yet? Lin Huaizhi got up from the bed and paced around, gulped down several mouthfuls of water, picked up his phone, and scrolled through videos without really seeing anything. He then went to the wardrobe mirror to check whether anything looked improper about his clothes. Finally, feeling his beard was a bit long, he shaved again. At last, close to 9 o'clock, Su Yao knocked on his door. "Senior, may I come in?" "Yes." Lin Huaizhi sat upright, holding his phone with a video still playing. Even though he wasn't paying attention to it, he pretended to be completely calm and kept staring at the screen. However, Su Yao was dressed more conservatively than he had imagined. He had thought she might wear that very sheer, thin slip dress, but she didn't. She wore a pink slip dress, still pretty, but with underwear underneath. When Su Yao walked closer, she saw that the girl in the video was wearing a nurse outfit and stockings, swaying slightly to the music. It didn't look explicit, yet it was perfectly suggestive. So he likes this kind. Su Yao silently noted it. Hearing Su Yao's inner thoughts, Lin Huaizhi snapped back to reality and realized she had misunderstood. "No, Su Yao, I don't like this. The algorithm just pushes random stuff." "Oh, I get it. Everyone understands. It's normal. Who doesn't like watching this kind of thing? I understand. If there's a need in the future, I'll buy a set like this too." Catering to his taste can't be wrong. Su Yao glanced again and quietly memorized the style. Originally, Lin Huaizhi wanted to explain, but after realizing Su Yao's thoughts, he immediately gave up explaining further. He really didn't like videos like that. They gave him no feeling. But if Su Yao wore it, it would probably look very good. "What did you want from me? What do you want me to help with?" Lin Huaizhi looked at Su Yao's exposed skin, fair with a hint of pink. The ends of her freshly washed hair were still dripping. A small patch of her dress was damp. Her collarbone was slightly red, seemingly from a mosquito bite, giving her a subtly alluring look. She used the same body wash as him. Her scent was similar to his, yet somehow even more pleasant, carrying a unique, girlish freshness. Su Yao stepped forward, instantly closing the distance between them. Lin Huaizhi could even feel her warm breath. "I want you to touch me." Su Yao's hand followed onto Lin Huaizhi's arm. Her eyes moist as she looked at him, truly enticing. This was far beyond limits. Lin Huaizhi swallowed. With Su Yao this close, lowering his head would let him see the white strapless top she wore. "Touch where? Just like this? Isn't that inappropriate? I also want to create some intimate contact. Only then can my life value increase. Otherwise, looking at the time remaining gives me no sense of security. After the weekend, we'll both be busy with classes. If I don't take some measures, what happens when the holiday comes? He can't possibly not go home for the new year. I don't have anywhere to go. Am I supposed to follow him? Right, that's it. So what I'm doing is necessary." Su Yao gave herself strong psychological encouragement. She had just crammed so many chapters of risque novels in her room. This time she definitely could do it. Thinking of the tricks used by girls in those stories, Su Yao finished her mental preparation. "Senior, can you help me?" She softened her voice and gently swayed her body. "Yes." Lin Huaizhi stopped restraining himself. Just as Su Yao said, since she had already found so many reasons, if he still didn't cooperate, it would seem a bit cold. Besides, he had wanted to touch her anyway. Thinking this, Lin Huaizhi pulled Su Yao into his arms. So slim, his hand traced along Su Yao's slender waist. rubbing lightly twice. Su Yao's face instantly flushed completely red. Seeing Su Yao frozen in shock, Lin Huaizhi's hand moved upward along her waist, across her back. When he touched fully bare skin, Su Yao's body trembled suddenly. Lin Huaizhi seemed completely immersed in a certain role. His restless hand continued forward, lingering at Su Yao's delicate collarbone, finally stopping at that red spot. He really wanted to plant a hickey there and leave a mark. Fortunately, he retained a modicum of rationality, and thus, positioned between the collarbone and the neck, he chose to ascend. His index finger glided over the collarbone, tracing the elegant curve of her neck, ultimately brushing against the girl's earlobe. Alas, at the very moment of contact, Su Yao instinctively turned her head, attempting to trap Lin Huaizhi's hand between her head and shoulder, determined to curtail his audacity. Her ears were remarkably sensitive, unlike other parts of her body. She never permitted anyone to touch her ears. Even during visits to the hair salon, she would meticulously wash her hair beforehand to avoid any contact. Su Yao retreated, only to discover her legs had grown weak, her hand instinctively grasping Lin Huaizhi's arm. That's enough. Though they hadn't engaged in anything overtly inappropriate, Su Yao found herself slightly breathless, her voice tinged with a hint of frailty. Is it that you dislike this? Quite the contrary, she relished it. She adored the way Lin Huaizhi touched her, the scent that enveloped him, the sensation of his fingertips gliding over her skin igniting a subtle thrill within her. She yearned for his complete touch, longing to share more intimate moments with him. Yet, this was utterly absurd. On what grounds could she aspire to such closeness? It would be grossly unfair to Lin Huaizhi, not only an irresponsibility towards herself, but also an affront to him. Should Lin Huaizhi ever discern her intentions, recognizing her desperate desire for intimacy and her willingness to lower herself to please him merely to survive, he would surely abhor her. It was a thought she dared not entertain. He would undoubtedly detest her to the utmost. Are you all right? Lin Huaizhi felt a pang of guilt, fearing he might have angered Su Yao, but it seemed there was no cause for concern. I'm quite well, actually. I'll remember this feeling. Thank you. Su Yao mustered her spirits, straightened her posture, and released Lin Huaizhi, creating distance between them. Despite the lingering blush on her cheeks, the previously charged atmosphere had dissipated entirely. You should rest. I won't disturb you any longer. With that, Su Yao hastily departed, leaving Lin Huaizhi staring at her retreating figure, filled with regret. Had he gone too far? Had he frightened Su Yao? What had prompted such a reaction? It was entirely his fault. He ought to have exercised more restraint. At the very least, consulting Su Yao about her boundaries before taking action. Sighing, Lin Huaizhi collapsed onto his bed, closing his eyes. The lingering fragrance of Su Yao surrounding him, her restrained murmurs and shy tremors igniting a fervor within him. That night, Lin Huaizhi dreamt of Su Yao again. But this time the content was even more exhilarating. As the protagonist of his own fantasy, he indulged in the luxury of exploring the girl's body, passionately embracing and kissing her, fulfilling all that had remained unrealized in their earlier encounter. Chapter 24. Do not gaze upon that which is indecent. At 8 in the morning, Su Yao's alarm blared, rousing her from slumber. She fumbled about in bed, eventually silencing the intrusive sound, intent on returning to sleep. However, recalling her agreement with Lin Huaizhi, she struggled to sit up. I'm so tired. Upon returning to her room last night, her heart raced incessantly, making it impossible to sleep. Closing her eyes, her thoughts were consumed by Lin Huaizhi. It wasn't until nearly 3 in the morning that she finally managed to doze off, just as dawn broke. Despite the embarrassment, her vitality had significantly increased. What had once been merely 60 days had now doubled to 130, a remarkable improvement in a mere few minutes of contact. Reflecting on this, Su Yao forced her eyelids apart, finally gaining some clarity. She had been unaware of Lin Huaizhi's flirtatious nature. His deep voice alone was enough to captivate her. Not to mention the handsome visage he possessed. She mused that any girl would be smitten, making her own inability to resist last night entirely reasonable. The benefits she gained were undeniable. Not only did her vitality flourish, but she also experienced the thrill of intimate contact with a boy. And she now had ample material for her writing. For these reasons alone, she was determined to cater to Lin Huaizhi's needs. Leaping from her bed, she took a couple of steps before feeling lightheaded and weak, a wave of nausea washing over her. Perhaps I should order takeout? I can't possibly make noodles again. And there's nothing else in the house. Yes, some congee would be healthier. Excusing herself, Su Yao settled on the sofa to place her order, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the delivery person. Meanwhile, Lin Huaizhi reflected on last night's dream, marveling at his growing boldness. Each dream seemed more daring than the last. However, he pondered whether dreaming of Su Yao had become too frequent. Consulting Baidu, he searched, what does it mean to dream of the same girl repeatedly? From a psychological standpoint, dreams reflect our thoughts and feelings during the day. If you frequently dream of a particular girl, it may signify that she represents certain emotions or experiences you have encountered, symbolizing care, creativity, or your innermost desires. Desire? Su Yao certainly had an appealing figure. Lin Huaizhi did not shy away from acknowledging that, while he preferred Su Yao's balanced physique over more exaggerated forms. He had encountered similar girls before without dreaming of them. Thus, the answer became apparent. He was not only drawn to Su Yao's body but had developed feelings for her as well, desiring both her physical and emotional presence. Well, dreaming is a means of gaining experience. When the time comes for practice, he should be more adept. The sensations in dreams felt far more authentic than mere glimpses at videos, as if he had truly engaged in the act. He was not in a hurry. Neither was Su Yao. Such matters of the heart could not be rushed. When the time was right, they would naturally come together. After washing his face, Lin Huaizhi resolved to engage in some exercise to expend energy and not fixate solely on these thoughts. However, as he opened the door, he was greeted by the sight of Su Yao curled up on the sofa. The girl had nestled into the couch, still clad in the pink camisole from the previous day, having removed her undergarments. Positioned on her side, Lin Huaizhi could easily glimpse her delicate form, so fair and soft. He swallowed hard, shaking his head vigorously and slapping his own face. No, I am a man, not a beast. Do not gaze upon that which is indecent. Taking a deep breath, Lin Huaizhi approached Su Yao, his eyes involuntarily darting to her. Why do you have such dark circles under your eyes? Did you not sleep well last night? The sun was now streaming through the balcony, illuminating the room. Drawing the curtains would block the light. But in such a confined space, sleeping would hardly be comfortable. With this thought in mind, Lin Huaizhi bent down, his left arm slipping under Su Yao's calves while his right hand cradled her head, effortlessly lifting her. Completely unsuspecting, Su Yao nuzzled against his chest like a kitten. So thin, I must ensure you gain some weight. He carefully carried her back to her bed, and as soon as her body touched the mattress, she instinctively rolled over, seemingly uncomfortable with the fabric clinging to her, pulling her dress up to her waist. Lin Huaizhi stood frozen, his mind racing as Su Yao's long legs became fully exposed before him, adorned with adorable pink panties. With a slight warmth in his nose, Lin Huaizhi raised a hand to touch it, only to discover that he was bleeding. What a mischievous creature. This was simply unacceptable. He shut the door firmly and went to fetch a tissue to staunch the flow of blood. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Hello, your takeout has arrived. Lin Huaizhi opened the door and, upon glancing at the package, confirmed it was indeed ordered by Su Yao. This made perfect sense. She must have risen to prepare breakfast for him, but, overwhelmed by fatigue, resorted to ordering takeout instead, ultimately succumbing to slumber before it even arrived. How could she be so naive? Breakfast was a trivial matter he could easily handle himself. There was no need for her to fuss over him with such meticulous care. The young lady was completely unguarded, fearing he might take advantage of her kindness, cooking and cleaning, even insisting on bringing him a portion whenever she bought something. Yet, in truth, he saw through her entirely. After placing the breakfast on the coffee table, Lin Huaizhi washed up and changed into a fresh outfit. Tossing his blood-stained pajamas into the washing machine as he noticed Su Yao's order consisted of fried dough sticks, soybean milk, and porridge, none of which were particularly abundant. Just small portions he could finish alone. Clearly, Su Yao had no intention of eating breakfast herself. It was all for him. The thought of her looking so exhausted made him chuckle. After just one night, her dark circles were prominent, resembling a panda. His mind wandered through a myriad of thoughts, daring to consider the absurd, yet when it came to action, he was more timid than anyone else. It was indeed amusing, if one were to summarize. She was both inexperienced and playful. Once the clothes were washed, Lin Huaizhi stepped onto the balcony, where he discovered Su Yao's delicate underwear hanging out to dry, in soft, youthful colors. Recalling the springtime glimpse he had just encountered, combined with previous views, he realized he had seen almost everything of her. Yet, the poor girl remained blissfully unaware. No, he needed to impart some wisdom to her. What if she were to face bullying at school? With so many scoundrels around and her lack of romantic experience, she might even unwittingly assist them in their schemes. As Su Yao's senior and landlord, he felt it was imperative to enlighten her on such matters, just in case. Knowing that Su Yao would not awaken anytime soon, Lin Huaizhi returned to his room and fetched a notebook, intending to organize the information he had gleaned from her. The main conflict lay between Zhou Ying and Shen Shitong. Any entanglement with them would only lead to his detriment. Moreover, his intuition told him that Zhou Ying was far from the harmless figure he appeared to be. Yesterday, the look Zhou cast at Shen Shitong suggested he viewed her as his possession. Exuding a strong possessiveness, such individuals could easily lose their minds and resort to anything in their frenzy. As for the fight Su Yao mentioned, he had deliberately avoided contact with Shen Shitong, and he harbored no romantic feelings for her, so a physical altercation seemed unlikely. Shen Shitong, on the other hand, was cunning and shrewd. It felt as though she knew more than she let on, even when he made efforts to evade her. Their paths seemed to cross time and again. Then there was Lu Xing, who, according to Su Yao, was not mentioned much in the book but warranted attention due to their brotherhood. The situation was not as straightforward as he had initially presumed. He had thought that by understanding Su Yao's sentiments, he could navigate the course ahead. Yet, the reality was quite the opposite. Even with a script, it could not encompass every detail of their experiences and emotions, which were far richer than what was depicted in the text. Thus, the script could only serve as a reference, not a definitive guide. Only he could dictate his own destiny. Chapter 25. Are you unwell? Having organized his thoughts, Lin Huaizhi closed the notebook and placed it beside his computer, only to reconsider and tuck it away in the drawer. The tasks he had previously accepted remained unfinished, and with the weekend at hand, he had ample time to dedicate himself to completing them. Once completed, he could present his work to his client and secure prompt payment. Over the past 2 years at university, his earnings had gradually escalated from a mere few hundred to several thousand, a testament to his steady progress. The complexity of his projects had increased, and he had grown more adept. Now, as long as Lin Huaizhi was willing to invest time, making money was a straightforward endeavor. Moreover, his diligent and courteous demeanor had garnered him referrals from previous clients, leading to a burgeoning list of potential customers. With half of the small program still incomplete, he resolved to work diligently through today and tomorrow to achieve tangible results by the following evening. With the money earned, he could treat Su Yao to a delightful meal. But wait, why was his first instinct to take Su Yao out for a nice meal upon earning money? Reflecting on the sensation of holding her earlier, he noted how slender she was, estimating her weight to be around 90 pounds, though she had filled out in all the right places. Perhaps a new keyboard would suffice as a gift. Her current one had several worn-out keys. Motivated by these thoughts, Lin Huaizhi felt invigorated while working on the program. Completely absorbed and oblivious to fatigue, he labored for nearly 4 hours before finally hearing some noise outside, prompting him to remember to take a break. After such an extended period of work, he felt a twinge of soreness in his back, but fortunately, his room housed a massage chair that could provide some relief. It would also serve Su Yao well, as she often sat at her desk writing. Lin Huaizhi opened the door, intending to ask Su Yao if she was hungry, only to find her shoving chips into her mouth. It was evident she was genuinely famished, after sleeping for so long and skipping breakfast. It would be strange if she weren't hungry, especially with dinner approaching. Did you sleep well? He inquired. Su Yao nodded, having just caught up on some rest. She finally felt rejuvenated after struggling to wake up that morning, battling a wave of nausea and heavy eyelids. Have you eaten yet? Not yet. I was just working on something. Perhaps due to his focus, he hadn't felt hunger while working, but now that Su Yao had asked, he suddenly realized he could devour an entire cow. Upon hearing that Lin Huaizhi had not yet eaten, Su Yao dashed over with quick little steps, offering him the chips. Here, have some to tide you over. I'll start cooking right away. Give me 40 minutes, and I promise you'll have a meal. Su Yao felt overwhelming guilt. She had promised to cook for him, yet it was already afternoon, and he hadn't had lunch yet. Although Lin Huaizhi was remarkably patient and had not voiced any complaints, her guilt only deepened. Thankfully, the hearty dish she had prepared last night could be reheated, and she could whip up a couple of quick sides. Otherwise, she might truly collapse on the spot. I'll be quick, just wait a moment. Lin Huaizhi watched as Su Yao hurried about, feeling a twinge of discomfort knowing she hadn't even had breakfast yet. Yet she was so anxiously intent on preparing a meal for him. Su Yao, he said gently, please eat a little something first. I had breakfast, so I'm not that hungry. Don't rush. He approached her, noticing her hands were still moving swiftly, and he took hold of her wrist. Listen to me. Su Yao paused, captivated by the elegance of his hands, with long fingers and distinct knuckles, truly a delight for anyone who appreciated hands. Why are you so kind to me? Su Yao longed to ask. Since her birth, she had always been alone, accustomed to such a solitary existence. Occasionally, she would encounter kindness that reassured her that the world still held beauty. Yet, she had never met anyone like Lin Huaizhi, who spoke to her so gently, stood by her side, and regarded her passion for writing as something commendable rather than frivolous. Now, he was even concerned about whether she had eaten. He was too good to her, so good that it stirred thoughts in her heart that should not exist, desires for Lin Huaizhi to like her, to belong solely to her. However, she could not voice her question. Normally, she would have the courage to ask while joking around, but now her heart was in turmoil, rendering her hesitant. Lin Huai is kind to you because he is inherently a remarkable person, not merely because you are Su Yao. Wake up. Lin Huai wanted to refute this notion. He did not treat everyone with such kindness. Throughout his life, if he were to speak of being moved, it would have been a mere infatuation with his deskmate during high school, a fleeting emotion that dissipated over time. Since entering university, he had encountered several girls. Yet he remained indifferent, showing no inclination to buy them bubble tea, observe their preferences, or strive to make them happy. With Su Yao, however, he found himself doing things he had never done before, even becoming somewhat childish. When Su Yao cooked for him, he felt a need to boast. When she initiated closeness, he found himself anticipating her presence. Was this affection? Surely it was, yet the time was still too brief, and they needed to gradually understand each other and intertwine their lives. He was not in a rush, but he needed Su Yao to recognize that he was not the type to be universally amiable. Su Yao, I don't have any other females around me, and this is my first experience living and dining with a girl. I may not excel in certain aspects or be adept at caring for others, but I am willing to learn. I don't require you to constantly look after me. For instance, it's just a meal. Feeling a little hungry won't have any adverse effects. I hope you can consider your own needs and not be overly cautious around me. Do you understand? With such forthrightness, Su Yao should have grasped his intent. How can someone be so gentle and considerate? I want to cry. Good looks, great physique, pleasant personality, humor, and the ability to empathize and respect others. Oh heavens! If only I could have a man like Lin Huaizhi, I would gladly live in luxury and drive a fancy car. And clearly, he must possess strong reproductive capabilities. He is undoubtedly the type who is gentle with words but attentive to one's feelings. I will use him as the prototype for my next steamy novel and drive it every day. As Su Yao pondered this, her lips involuntarily curled into a smile. Meanwhile, Lin Huaizhi, listening to her increasingly errant thoughts, found them veering into unexpected territory. If it were not for the need for discretion, he would have wanted to lightly tap her forehead and inquire about her daily musings. Was it because of her writing that her thoughts leaped so? How could they shift so rapidly? One moment she was melancholic, and the next, she was soaring into fantasy. He was curious if her written works mirrored this same style. Su Yao, did you absorb what I said? Of course I did. I remembered everything. Su Yao ceased her errant thoughts, reverting to her usual carefree demeanor. Since she had taken it to heart, what was she doing now? Hadn't they agreed to eat something first? Although she claimed to have listened, her hands continued to methodically wash the rice. I'm quick, don't worry. I already had something to eat. Lin Huaizhi, seeing her still arguing, directly fed her some chips. Su Yao showed no resistance, munching while continuing her task, with Lin Huaizhi standing beside her, feeding her, while washing vegetables. Su Yao suddenly had a daring thought. What if, when Lin Huaizhi feeds me, I accidentally brush my lips against his hand and give it a lick? Wouldn't that count as intimate contact? Could this possibly extend my lifespan? Su Yao considered herself quite clever, yet upon reflection, wondered if this was rather inappropriate. What if Lin Huaizhi found it disgusting and reacted negatively? Kissing and licking might indeed be overstepping. I should play it safe. She tucked this thought away, only to turn and see Lin Huaizhi's cheeks and ears flushed. Why is your face so red? Su Yao grabbed a tissue to wipe her hands, tiptoeing to touch Lin Huaizhi's forehead, which felt slightly warm. Are you running a fever? Bow your head. Let me check. Su Yao pulled Lin Huaizhi down by the neck, pressing her forehead against his to gauge the temperature. It was indeed warm. He might be unwell. Is there a thermometer at home? Sit down for a moment. She intended to support him, but Lin Huaizhi quickly shook his head. I'm fine. I just feel a bit hot. You should continue cooking. Damn it. It wasn't a fever. He simply felt hot because he kept thinking about Su Yao's notions of kissing and licking. It was inevitable that he would associate those thoughts with his physical state. Yet, Su Yao remained blissfully unaware, standing so close to him, which was unbearable. Really, I am fine. Absolutely fine, rest assured. Seeing that Lin Huaizhi seemed sincere, Su Yao chose not to press further, knowing she could take care of him if he were to fall ill. Chapter 26. Incompatibility in Cohabitation. Lin Huaizhi wandered around his room, splashed his face with water, and only ventured out when the heat subsided. Thankfully, he usually wore loose-fitting pants, so even if he felt a bit flustered, it was not overly conspicuous. Let me check if you're still warm. Su Yao, not entirely reassured, approached Lin Huaizhi as soon as he emerged, only relaxing when she confirmed he was no longer warm. Thank goodness it's not a fever. Sit tight. The meal will be ready shortly. After about half an hour, Lin Huaizhi helped bring the dishes to the table, and they finally sat down for lunch. Today was an anomaly. It won't happen again, Su Yao assured him, placing a piece of fish in his bowl. Classmate Su, let me reiterate, you need not overly concern yourself with this. I will assist with cooking and household chores. If you insist on mentioning it or setting overly clear boundaries, we may not be suited to live together, Lin Huaizhi stated firmly, emphasizing each word. Having spent considerable time together, Lin Huaizhi realized that Su Yao was not always the vibrant person she appeared to be. At times, she could be quite stubborn and feared being a burden to others, even doubting herself when receiving help. For instance, Su Yao often believed his kindness stemmed from a sense of chivalry, completely unaware that it was her own merits that prompted his special treatment. Lin Huaizhi did not wish to adopt a cold demeanor towards her, But after expressing his thoughts, Su Yao showed no signs of change. Thus, he felt compelled to apply some pressure to encourage her to alter her perspective. I'm sorry, I truly understand now. We are compatible, very compatible. Upon hearing Lin Huaizhi express doubts about living together, Su Yao's heart raced. If he really moved out, she would be in serious trouble. Su Yao? It's just a meal. Eating later won't be an issue. I'm not targeting you. I merely believe that since we live together, we should both relax a bit. This would make things easier for both of us, don't you think? Lin Huaizhi initially took a firm stance, but softened his tone, making it far gentler than before. I simply want to take care of you more because you have helped me greatly, and I wish to reciprocate in this regard. Su Yao appreciated Lin Huaizhi's generosity and wished to contribute more as a way of giving back, yet it seemed this was also a burden for him. I understand. I will be more relaxed. So, can we consider ourselves friends now? Lin Huaizhi nodded. Of course. For now, we are friends. In the future, we shall see. After dinner, Lin Huaizhi took on the task of washing the dishes, wishing to cultivate a sense of equality with Su Yao. To Su Yao, it seemed that her approach to him was driven by survival, yet he too harbored his own intentions. Given that their initial motives were far from pure, it mattered little who deceived whom. A more relaxed interaction would benefit them both. While Lin Huaizhi washed the dishes, Su Yao busied herself watering the plants on the balcony and helped him gather the clothes. In this light, they resembled a couple cohabiting harmoniously. Thank you for carrying me back to my room. I'm not quite sure how I fell asleep this morning, Lin Huaizhi remarked, initially thinking that Su Yao had forgotten the incident. If you're tired, just sleep a bit longer. I don't have breakfast every day, so there's no need to force it. I can manage on my own. By now, in college, it was quite normal to have an unhealthy lifestyle. Without an early class, who would wake up early for breakfast? That is not acceptable. Breakfast is important. Skipping it is detrimental to your health. You need to cultivate a healthy lifestyle, Su Yao immediately countered. Health is paramount. Only with good health can one have the time and energy for other pursuits. Lin Huaizhi gazed at her, fully aware of the significance of health. Yet he questioned her daily indulgence in milk tea and her late-night writing. Surely you don't believe that simply eating breakfast will guarantee good health, do you, Su Yao? Feeling somewhat guilty, Su Yao averted her gaze, her eyes flitting around. I can manage it. Lin Huaizhi reached out to pat her head, encouraging her to focus on her writing. You too, keep at it. By the way, I have a massage chair in my room. If you feel tired, you can come and relax. Prolonged sitting isn't good, so be mindful. Lin Huaizhi was familiar with the fatigue that comes from sitting for extended periods. He often found himself engrossed for hours. Although Su Yao spoke of looking after her health, she appeared to have little understanding of how to truly care for herself. Once back in his room, Lin Huaizhi opened a shopping app, contemplating which keyboard to choose for Su Yao. She was likely to appreciate aesthetics, as both attractiveness and functionality were equally significant. Since she typed frequently, he needed to select a keyboard with a comfortable touch. After some deliberation, he finalized his order and then turned his attention to working on a small program to earn pocket money. It wasn't until nearly 9 o'clock that he began to feel fatigued. After hours of mental exertion, it was time to rest. Moreover, he realized he was quite hungry and thought to have a late-night snack. He suspected Su Yao was still immersed in her writing, oblivious to the time. Su Yao, are you still writing? He knocked on her door, immediately hearing her hurried footsteps approaching. Come in, no need to be polite. Initially, Lin Huaizhi had intended to suggest a break and discuss what to eat, whether to dine out or order takeout. But since Su Yao had invited him in, he naturally accepted. Her room was warm and inviting, adorned with succulents, a stark contrast to when she first moved in. Please, have a seat, she said, noticing Lin Huaizhi standing. She gestured towards the bed, for there was only one chair, recently occupied by her and still warm, while the bed offered a softer, more comfortable place to sit. As he settled down, Lin Huaizhi couldn't help but notice a subtle fragrance enveloping Su Yao's room. The pastel sheets exuded a youthful charm, and as a robust young man, he felt somewhat out of place. Are you hungry? What would you like to eat? I want spicy hot pot, fried chicken, grilled cold noodles, and milk tea. Su Yao eagerly listed her cravings. Milk tea is a no-go. At this hour, you'll have trouble sleeping if you drink it. Lin Huaizhi promptly rejected her choice. Noticing her disappointment, he quickly added, but the others are fine. Would you prefer to go out or order delivery? Pouting slightly, Su Yao expressed her reluctance to move. She preferred to stay home rather than endure the hassle of changing clothes and shoes for a short walk. Then let us order delivery. No need to go out. Lin Huaizhi saw through her reluctance. He was indifferent to whether they dined out or stayed in. It was primarily about Su Yao's preference. Understanding this, he opened the food delivery app. During his 2 years at university, he had sampled nearly every takeout option in the vicinity. Back in the dorms, he often indulged in late-night snacks with Zhao Yuanan and others. He had gained 20 pounds within a month at the start of the semester, ultimately deciding to join a gym to maintain his health. Now, he had successfully managed his weight, and with regular exercise, his physique had improved significantly. I'll place the order. Do you know which place is good? Su Yao shook her head. I don't know. I just arrived. That's why I'm here. I'm more familiar with the options, and it's perfectly normal for me to order, he replied. Have you forgotten what I said earlier, Su Yao? Lin Huaizhi understood that Su Yao wished to avoid feeling indebted to him. However, he was in a better financial position than she was. And a meal was hardly something to fret over. I remember, I do. You order, and I'll wait to enjoy my share, she replied. Speaking of sharing, Lin Huaizhi recalled that she had made a similar remark when they first met. Chapter 27. Shen Shitong's uncharacteristic behavior as it was the first semester. Su Yao's course load was relatively light, averaging just 2 classes a day. However, based on her experience, she anticipated that by her second year, her schedule would be entirely full from dawn until dusk. The difficulty of the first-year courses was manageable, especially since she had studied them thoroughly before. Thus, she planned to coast through class while preparing outlines for her new books. After a fulfilling weekend, she awoke feeling invigorated. Su Yao donned a simple shirt and jeans, tying her hair into a high ponytail, exuding a youthful energy. Before leaving, she left a note on the fridge reminding Lin Huaizhi not to drink cold beverages on an empty stomach, as it was harmful to his health. At the cafeteria, Su Yao bought a wrap and leisurely made her way to class. Zhang Nana had already saved her a seat. As she settled in, she took out 2 bottles of yogurt. Here, drink some yogurt. Thank you. I brought some cookies for you to try. Exchanging their favorite snacks brought Su Yao immense joy. Experiencing this camaraderie firsthand was even more delightful than she had imagined. Lin Huaizhi felt like her lucky charm. Since meeting him, she seemed to have received a fortune buff. As each day was filled with happiness, they sat in the second-to-last row, as Su Yao preferred to avoid drawing attention to herself, just as Zhang Nana did. However, Su Yao recalled that Shen Shitong also disliked sitting in the front. Though she loved to stand out, according to the novel, she was not particularly studious and thus maintained average grades. When she had read the book, she had criticized the protagonist as a green tea type without any real abilities. Such a character was truly an eyesore. Nonetheless, this meant Shen Shitong would likely be seated nearby, and the thought of having a rival so close soured her mood. When Shen Shitong entered the classroom, her gaze immediately landed on Su Yao. Upon meeting her eyes, Su Yao distinctly sensed Shen Shitong's displeasure. Yet, despite her annoyance, Shen Shitong was capable of switching from a cold demeanor to a bright smile in an instant. Continuing to chat and laugh with her friends, truly impressive, a testament to her role as the protagonist. Su Yao had contemplated this matter. Perhaps Shen Shitong simply found her unappealing. Or perhaps her presence beside Lin Huaizhi irked her. But why should she feel that way? Could it be that she harbored feelings for Lin Huaizhi? However, she was already close to Zhou Ying, as the novel depicted. They had feelings for each other since high school, went through ups and downs, yet ultimately ended up together. Never mind, Lin Huaizhi was so exceptional that it was only natural for Shen Shitong to take notice of him. As long as she remained vigilant and prevented too much interaction between them, everything would be fine. Yet, what if Lin Huaizhi still had feelings for Shen Shitong? She couldn't possibly tell him that he would meet with a fatal accident while seeking Shen Shitong, could she? Even if she dared to say such a thing, Lin Huaizhi would never believe her. Anyone hearing that absurdity would only regard her as insane. Sigh. At least the situation appeared optimistic for now. As long as nothing major went awry, Lin Huaizhi would surely be safe. Su Yao encouraged herself, vowing to protect Lin Huaizhi and safeguard her own well-being. How did she end up sitting in the front? Su Yao was momentarily dazed, and when she regained her senses, she noticed Shen Shitong occupying the first row. This was strange. Her memory should not have been muddled. How could Shen Shitong be seated so close? Yao Yao, why are you staring at Shen Shitong? Zhang Nana observed Su Yao's unusual behavior. She was aware of the military training incident, which had circulated widely on the school forum, but it had soon fizzled out. It was perplexing how Shen Shitong seemed to possess a certain charm. Whenever she feigned vulnerability and shed a few tears, those around her quickly softened. Meanwhile, the bullied Su Yao ended up with a label of being aggressive. Some even claimed that Su Yao was selfish and self-centered, believing everyone should accommodate her just because she had health issues. Such remarks were merely the milder ones. Others resorted to outright personal attacks. Having navigated the online world for years, Zhang Nana fervently lashed out at those keyboard warriors, cursing their ancestors without restraint. Oh, it's nothing, just browsing around. Su Yao replied with a smile, offering herself positive affirmations. It was quite possible that Shen Shitong's change in demeanor was triggered by her own presence, for the system had mentioned that her arrival could alter many trajectories. Perhaps Shen Shitong merely wished to maintain distance from her, hence choosing to sit in the front. Yao Yao, have you checked the school forum? Shen Shitong is quite the sensation now, and Zhou Ying from the computer science department is also very popular. However, After perusing various posts, I still think you are the most beautiful. It's just a pity there aren't many photos of you. Most are candid shots from military training, while Shun Shitong's are all professionally edited. Zhang Nana, who loved to keep up with social media, had even more time to indulge in these platforms now that she was in college. University life was far more exciting than she had imagined. Filled with tales of seniors juggling multiple relationships and innocent-looking freshmen engaging in clandestine rendezvous, not to mention the endless complaints about stolen takeout. The school's confession wall was devoid of genuine confessions, filled instead with a myriad of gossip. Yao Yao, I just found out that your boyfriend is truly remarkable. He tops his major courses and even won first place in the robotics competition representing the school last year. He's like the pride of his department. I've heard many say he's aloof, having not dated anyone in 2 years, and yet you managed to capture his heart. Truly impressive. Zhang Nana chattered on excitedly, leaving Su Yao at a loss for where to begin. Nana, Lin Huaizhi and I do not share the kind of relationship you think we do. Really? Please don't spread such rumors. If others hear, it could cause him trouble. Su Yao wished Zhang Nana's words were true, but such matters could not be wished into existence. Lin Huaizhi's kindness towards her did not necessarily imply romantic interest. Furthermore, considering how long she might live, pondering such things felt premature. Yao Yao, do you not remember what I told you last time? Create opportunities for close contact. Dress a bit more alluringly. You're so beautiful. This tactic is sure to work. Both boys and girls are visual creatures. Who doesn't appreciate beauty? Just soften your tone and sweeten your voice. Why would any senior not be smitten? At this mention, Su Yao's face flushed crimson. She had already tried that, wearing a sleeveless dress while swaying in front of Lin Huaizhi. That day, he had even pinched her waist and touched her collarbone. As a seasoned bookworm, Zhang Nana immediately sensed something was amiss with Su Yao. Yao Yao, do you have something to confess? Come on, spill the beans. No, not at all. Class is starting. Let us focus on the lecture, Su Yao replied, uncertain how to articulate her thoughts to Zhang Nana, and thankfully, the class bell rang just then. The professor for this specialized course was a seasoned educator who, upon starting the class, presented a piece of writing for the students to interpret and share their views within a 20-minute time frame. Su Yao recalled having read that particular excerpt, and with her solid foundation, she felt inclined to respond. However, before she could prepare, Shun Shitong had already raised her hand. Does this student already have thoughts on the matter? The old professor beamed upon seeing Shun Shitong's raised hand. If you have insights, please share them with the class. Shun Shitong stood up, articulating her analysis of the author's intended message and her own perspectives with remarkable clarity. Although Su Yao harbored disdain for her, she had to concede that her points were indeed impressive. What is your name, young lady? Your ability to dissect multiple points has genuinely surprised me. The old professor remarked with an expansive grin, having already recognized Shun Shitong as one of his promising students. Teacher, my name is Shun Shitong. With a gentle smile, Shun Shitong received applause from her classmates, and Su Yao joined in, though she felt an inexplicable sense of discomfort, unable to pinpoint exactly what felt amiss. Ultimately, Shun Shitong was appointed as the class representative, and the old professor sought her out after class to discuss her future plans and whether she had considered pursuing graduate studies, encouraging her to start preparing if she had such aspirations. Su Yao found it perplexing how dramatically Shun Shitong had transformed. Moreover, her explanations bore an uncanny resemblance to those of the professor, as though she had foreseen the answers in advance. Chapter 28, Sacrificing My Life for You. Lin Huaizhi awoke in the morning, and as he unlocked his phone, he received a payment from his benefactor. The sight of money brought a pleasant uplift to his spirits. The hard work of the past few days felt worthwhile. After transferring half of the received funds to his savings account, he allocated the remainder for his daily expenses. Since last year, he had refrained from asking his parents for money, relying instead on his earnings from bonuses and freelance work, which he had saved to purchase the apartment he currently resided in. Although he hadn't paid for it entirely out of pocket, he contributed half, with the remaining balance supported by his parents. A lack of money instilled a sense of insecurity in him. Thus, he took on numerous assignments, hoping to have a small fortune left after completing them. Lin Huaizhi felt fortunate for having chosen a major that aligned with both his skills and interests. Although he occasionally felt like a mere shadow of a person, he quickly regained clarity. He was a being of flesh and blood, possessing his own thoughts and emotions. With family and friends, he vividly remembered every experience throughout his life. He was a normal person, and regardless of what transpired, he ought not to question that. After washing his face, Lin Huaizhi intended to find something to eat. Just as he was about to open the refrigerator, he noticed a sticky note atop it, featuring Su Yao's personalized reminder, adorned with a fierce expression. The drawing was quite well done. Fine, if you don't want to drink, then I won't. However, he is certainly not one to be controlled by his wife. He simply did not feel like drinking today. At noon, Su Yao called him to inquire which cafeteria at school served the best food and even brought him a portion after her meal. While he was dining, Su Yao sat beside him, hoping to absorb a bit more of his vitality. I have no classes in the afternoon, and you're heading to school. Our schedules are truly misaligned, Su Yao lamented. From Monday to Friday, she had classes, and on weekends, she was preoccupied with her own affairs. She felt the need to be vigilant, seizing every opportunity to stay close to Lin Huaizhi, for her vitality seemed perilously low otherwise. What's this? Do you wish to be with me at all times and in all places? Lin Huaizhi teased, intending to provoke a light-hearted response from Su Yao. To his surprise, she was utterly unembarrassed and replied without hesitation. Is that allowed? Can I attend class with you? Really? Su Yao's excitement grew with each word. Being alone at home left her with little to occupy her time, and the prospect of spending time with Lin Huaizhi was something she desired immensely. Lin Huaizhi observed as Su Yao instinctively clung to his arm. She truly wished to be close to him at any given moment. The afternoon class was a specialized course, likely not conducive to her presence. There were only a handful of students, and the teacher recognized them all. If she attended, it would be glaringly obvious. Moreover, in their major, there were only a few girls, and bringing along such a charming girl like Su Yao would undoubtedly attract attention. If some oblivious individuals approached her for her WeChat, it would only lead to unnecessary trouble. All right, then, let it be, Su Yao pouted, feeling a twinge of disappointment. I have just one class this afternoon. Shall I bring you some milk tea when I return? Do you have a preference? Lin Huaizhi, well aware of Su Yao's tastes, saw her eyes light up at the mention of milk tea, her spirits lifting immediately, the earlier disappointment vanishing. I heard from Zhao Yuan and that the dessert shop nearby is quite good. Is there anything in particular you fancy? I shall bring you something when I return. Lin Huaizhi had researched how to please girls online, discovering that it was rather simple. One merely had to cater to their preferences, whether it be bags, shoes, cosmetics, or snacks. Su Yao's interest in food made this easy. However, he noted that her wardrobe seemed limited. Young girls typically enjoy dressing up, and he could envision buying her cute little dresses in the future. Wait a moment. Lin Huaizhi suddenly realized he might be overthinking things. Su Yao's momentary disappointment stemmed merely from her inability to drink, yet here he was, contemplating buying her milk tea and even dresses. Such actions seemed more suited to a boyfriend. No need for that. Just the milk tea will suffice, with 7 parts sugar, please. I'm on a diet. I've been a bit indulgent lately, with milk tea and barbecues, and I feel like my waist has thickened a notch. Should I buy a scale to keep at home? She mused. At this rate, will I have to settle for milk tea with only 5 parts sugar? Su Yao glanced at Lin Huaizhi, feeling it was quite unfair. Why am I the only one gaining weight? You don't seem to have gained it all. As Lin Huaizhi listened to her lamentations, he found her utterly adorable. The fact that she felt overweight, thus opting for less sugary milk tea, made no sense. She simply had to enjoy it. Is it really that delicious? He asked. If I had to choose between you and milk tea, which would you prefer? The moment he uttered those words, he regretted it. What a peculiar question to ask. It was akin to those silly dilemmas girls pose. If I and your mother fell into the water, whom would you save? Spending so much time with Su Yao had caused him to lose his rationality, leading to such nonsensical inquiries. I would choose you, she replied without a moment's hesitation. You. Of course. Lin Huaizhi had intended to clarify that he was only joking, but before he could, Su Yao provided her answer. You didn't even hesitate, she exclaimed, raising her hands in surrender. This is hardly comparable. You are so wonderful, as long as you live a long life. What does it matter if I never drink milk tea again? Let us not even talk about milk tea. I would willingly trade my life for yours. Su Yao genuinely believed Lin Huaizhi to be an extraordinarily good person, so good that it felt almost surreal. Thanks to him, she now led a life she once thought unattainable. In the past, Su Yao had no friends, no support, and no personal space. She endured intense internal struggles. Now, given a second chance, she understood how to cherish herself. Su Yao, prioritize yourself. Upon hearing her words, Lin Huaizhi felt an unsettling pang. Had it been the day he welcomed her into his home, he would have vowed to live for her sake. Yet now, he wished for both their longevity. Wasn't it said that as long as she was by his side, her health would remain intact? He was willing to live on together. I know you do. And you should too. Prioritize yourself. Love is beautiful, but be discerning. Do not trust others too easily, and learn to identify the green tea types. Su Yao nearly blurted out that Shen Shitong was not a good person and urged him to keep his distance, but in truth, she realized she had her own bit of green tea tendencies, always seeking proximity to Lin Huaizhi and even entertaining seductive thoughts. Are you referring to Shen Shitong as the green tea type? Lin Huaizhi was not devoid of female acquaintances. He could see through such antics. Moreover, the tricks of young girls were hardly sophisticated, not to mention Shen Shitong. He was fully aware of Su Yao's thoughts. She is indeed not the best. I do not intend to slander her. I simply feel that, well, I don't like her and wish for you to keep your distance from her. Su Yao surrendered to her feelings, deciding to be blunt. She didn't wish to speak ill of others, but her aversion to Shen Shitong was undeniable. She simply did not want Lin Huaizhi entangled with her. Do you want me to keep my distance from Shen Shitong, or from all girls? Lin Huaizhi asked directly, as he sought to compel Su Yao to confront their relationship. There was no rush to be together, but it was crucial to avoid wandering aimlessly without thoughts. Me? Then I certainly hope you keep your distance from all girls, except for me. But how could I ever articulate such sentiments? That would be outrageous. If I say that, what would I become? I understand. You should rest now. Lin Huaizhi chuckled lightly, his heart softening as he offered Su Yao an easy way out. He already knew the answer, so there was no need for her to voice it. All right, I will go rest. Although Su Yao was still a bit perplexed, she obediently got up to head to her room. What does he know? I haven't even responded yet, and he claims to know. What if he thinks wrong? Why is he so confident? Lin Huaizhi increasingly found Su Yao endearingly naive. Although she appeared astute, she was actually quite soft-hearted. If someone treated her kindly, she would be inclined to bare her soul to them. Such a disposition was prone to exploitation, particularly if a benevolent boy appeared in her life. No, absolutely not. He would quash any potential threats at their inception. Chapter 29. No need for your worries. After finishing his meal, Lin Huaizhi rested for a while. Playing on his phone, Su Yao seemed to have fallen asleep, and the room was quiet, so he decided not to inform her as he stepped out, merely sending her a WeChat message. At this moment, the sun is at its zenith, casting its most intense rays. Fortunately, he has applied sunscreen. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be tanned. Ever since the military training, he had seldom used this product, but seeing Su Yao apply it daily, he decided to follow suit. After all, Su Yao's fair complexion is striking, and if he were to darken his skin further, standing beside her would be unflattering. Speaking of Su Yao's porcelain skin, a mere mosquito bite leaves a noticeable red mark. If he were bitten, would the same happen to him? A slight pinch might even leave an imprint, especially if they were to indulge in some playful bondage. No, that's a stray thought. He must rein it in. Upon reaching the school gate, Lin Huaizhi began scrolling through his phone. The small path was devoid of vehicles, and the number of people was sparse due to the sweltering heat. Aside from those attending classes, few ventured outside, rendering the area relatively open. Senior. Shen Shitong jogged over, slightly out of breath upon reaching Lin Huaizhi's side. I've called out to you several times, but you didn't hear me. What are you so engrossed in? Shen Shitong leaned in to peek at his phone, which was still displaying a Taobao page filled with dresses. Dresses? Shen Shitong's mind began to form a suspicion. It must be for Su Yao. Now that Su Yao and Lin Huaizhi were cohabitating, she might have employed some tactics to elicit his indifference. Was it merely her beauty that allowed her to entice Lin Huaizhi? She believed herself to be equally attractive, and without Su Yao's interference, Lin Huaizhi would undoubtedly have developed feelings for her by now. With Su Yao living so close, their daily encounters were inevitable. This simply wouldn't do. If things continued this way, Su Yao might truly replace her. Is there something you need? Lin Huaizhi turned off his phone screen, stepping back to create distance between them. He was not fond of Shen Shitong, but without Su Yao in the picture, he might have been swayed by her charms. After all, she was quite adept at playing the role. Senior, I know you are a wonderful person, handsome and competent in your field. Your character and values are commendable. Although I have just entered my freshman year, I have already heard much about you. Shen Shitong smiled sweetly, her makeup exuding a sugary charm, complemented by her demure attire and soft-spoken manner, effortlessly disarming one's defenses. Moreover, her flattery was delivered with such sincerity that one could not help but feel a swell of vanity. Yet Lin Huaizhi found her incessant chatter tiresome. He was irritated by her attempts to build up to something. It was evident that Shen Shitong had ulterior motives. Despite having a boyfriend, she sought to gain his attention. Wasn't this behavior undeniably that of a femme fatale? What do you want? Lin Huaizhi scrutinized Shen Shitong, who, though displeased, maintained a pleasant demeanor. Senior, I just believe that if someone were to take advantage of your kindness, it would be utterly unreasonable. While I know discussing others can be inappropriate, I feel you should be made aware of something. Shen Shitong's expression was one of feigned concern, and were it not for Lin Huaizhi's understanding of her character, he might have fallen for her ruse. What is it? Well, it's about Su Yao. She has been hiding something from you. Shen Shitong hesitated, but her resolve strengthened. For your sake, I must reveal the truth. Su Yao has a serious heart condition. You have been kind enough to take her in, but if anything were to happen to her, you would bear the responsibility. I only learned of this recently, and it has weighed heavily on my mind, affecting my appetite. I worry it might impact you as well. If something were to go wrong, I would be deeply concerned. Shen Shitong was certain that Lin Huaizhi was unaware of Su Yao's condition. After all, He was destined to be enamored with her. As no distinguished young man could resist her charm. Now that she had unveiled this secret, Lin Huaizhi would recognize that Su Yao had been deceiving him. And the only one truly concerned for his well-being was Shen Shitong. However, why was Lin Huaizhi so composed? Could it be that he was momentarily taken aback by the revelation? Senior, please don't be disheartened. I know Su Yao did not intend to deceive you. I am genuinely worried about you and fear you might be misled. Su Yao is indeed pitiable, and I will take care of her. Please do not be saddened. I am here for you. If you find it difficult to confront Su Yao, I can assist you. For your sake, I am willing to help. As she spoke, Shen Shitong reached for Lin Huaizhi's hand, only to have him deftly evade her grasp. Shen Shitong, I am already aware of Su Yao's health issues. She will not encounter any problems. This is our matter, and you needn't concern yourself with it. Furthermore, Su Yao does not require your care. If you have time, perhaps you should attend to your own affairs. Shen Shitong's face paled instantaneously. How could the situation have escalated in this manner? Lin Huaizhi, upon learning of Su Yao's heart condition, still agreed to cohabitate with her? After all she had said, he felt no hint of gratitude? This was unfathomable. If Lin Huaizhi harbored feelings for Su Yao, what did that mean for her? What was her place in all of this? Shen Shitong was bewildered, unable to comprehend where things had gone awry. Senior, please listen to me. Shen Shitong attempted to feign vulnerability, but Lin Huaizhi was entirely unresponsive. Junior, perhaps you should explain things to your boyfriend. He seems rather displeased. From the moment Shen Shitong attempted to reach for him, Zhou Ying had been observing from a distance. Though the distance was considerable, he could easily discern Shen Shitong's actions. Noticing Zhou Ying's expression darkening, Lin Huaizhi anticipated an impending confrontation. Shen Shitong, upon hearing his words, instinctively recoiled, nervously clutching her skirt. This reaction indicated not merely anxiety, but fear. Yet why would Shen Shitong be afraid? As Lin Huaizhi walked away, he gathered his thoughts. Clearly, Shen Shitong had approached him under the assumption that he was unaware of Su Yao's condition, seeking to assert her presence and disrupt his relationship with Su Yao. After all, few would choose to cohabitate with someone they had just met, especially one with a heart condition. Should anything occur, the responsibility would fall on them. Unfortunately for Shen Shitong, her calculations were flawed. Although Su Yao had not disclosed her condition at the outset, as long as he was present, she would remain safe. Thus, upon learning of her heart ailment, he did not perceive it as a significant issue. Moreover, Su Yao, in her naivete, seemed to believe that his concern for her warranted all the best in her life. Such a fool could hardly pose a threat. From Shen Shitong's demeanor, speech, and movements, it was clear that she was not as simple as she appeared. She was not merely a naive girl. Her acting skills were exceptional, capable of eliciting sympathy. Ordinarily, one would expect Zhou Ying to be entirely captivated by her, and even if he were possessive, her charms would likely placate him. However, her earlier reaction suggested that the dynamics were far more intricate. What a headache. Lin Huaizhi was disinterested in her antics. As long as Shen Shitong did not stir trouble, both he and Su Yao would remain unscathed. Shen Shitong watched Lin Huaizhi walk away, her emotions in turmoil, and to make matters worse, Zhou Ying had witnessed everything. How was she to explain herself? Tang Tang, what were you just discussing with him? Zhou Ying's face darkened, and his voice took on a somewhat effeminate tone, exuding an oppressive aura that affected Shen Shitong profoundly. Fear and anxiety gripped her heart, yet she endeavored to compose herself, striving to present a semblance of normalcy in her expression. I merely reminded him that Su Yao has a weak heart and advised him to be more vigilant. In case of any mishap, prompt medical attention would be necessary. Shen Shitong forced a conciliatory smile and reached for Zhou Ying's hand. It's such a hot day, and I know you have classes, so I thought to bring you some milk tea. I happened to see him and just wanted to give a gentle reminder. Upon hearing Shen Shitong's explanation, Zhou Ying's demeanor softened considerably, losing the earlier menacing intensity. Chapter 30, The Betrayal of Beauty. Tang Tang. I've told you before, keep your distance from those boys. You have no idea of their intentions. Their approach is anything but sincere. Only I truly care for you. Zhou Ying continued, his agitation mounting. Those men only desire you for your looks, hoping to seduce you. You are so innocent. If I don't enlighten you, you could easily fall prey to their deceit. Tang Tang, please listen to me. I would never harm you. I will always treat you well. Do not look at others. Avoid engaging with other boys. As he spoke, he gripped Shen Shitong's arms with increasing force, oblivious to the distress he was causing her, shaking her as if demanding a response. Tang Tang, I love you. I have always loved you. When will you agree to be with me? When will you cease entanglements with other boys? Is this such a difficult request? Tang Tang, why are you silent? His wide-eyed gaze resembled that of a frenzied beast, his mental state spiraling into disarray. Shen Shitong was overcome with terror. She could feel Zhou Ying's grip tightening, her arms bruising under his hold. The excruciating pain coursed through her, drawing tears from her eyes. and an overwhelming sense of dread surged within her, threatening to engulf her. Zhou, you are hurting me. On the brink of an emotional eruption, she finally mustered the strength to free herself. As she wrenched her arms from his grasp, she stumbled backward, her hands dropping to the ground, causing her bag to fall and its contents of milk tea to splatter. This bag was a treasure she had saved for a long time, and now it bore the stains of the spilled drink. Yet she lacked the time to mourn its loss, driven by the need to escape. Zhou, belatedly realizing the implications, reflected on the years he had spent alongside Shen Shitong, always by her side, yet she introduced him merely as a high school classmate to others. What had all those years amounted to? Shen Shitong had always been obedient, yet now she had spoken up so loudly and fled from him. If only she had remained compliant, he wouldn't have had to resort to anger. Everything was her fault. All he desired was her obedience. As the class bell rang, Zhou nonchalantly crouched down, seemingly unfazed by the impending lesson. He dipped his finger into the remnants of the shattered milk tea cup, the bottom still containing a small amount, albeit tainted with dust from the wind. Unbothered, he tasted it, a wide grin breaking across his face, reminiscent of Tang's sweetness. He then picked up the soiled bag, cradling it in his arms without concern for the stains it would mar upon his pristine shirt, almost obsessively holding it close. It was Tang's, imbued with her scent. Unaware of Zhou Ying's disturbing behavior, Shen Shitong was gripped by fear. Her body drenched in cold sweat as she ran desperately forward, not daring to look back until she reached the safety of her dormitory. How could Zhou Ying behave this way? No, he had always been like this, and he would never change. Crouching on the floor, she hugged her knees, seeking solace in the position, pulling her sleeves up to reveal the reddened marks left by Zhou Ying's grip. The imprints resembled those left by ropes, and Shen Shitong's eyes glazed over as she became lost in a horrifying mental tableau from which she could not escape. Shitong, why are you crouched here? Qinya, returning with her milk tea, spotted Shen Shitong in distress. Having shared a room, she had always found Shen Shitong kind, prompting her to approach with concern. What happened to your hand? How did it get so injured? Did someone bully you? Qinya was taken aback upon seeing the bruises on Shen Shitong's hands. Shen Shitong quickly pulled her sleeves down and shook her head. I'm fine. I just had a little accident. Were you not going to bring milk tea to Zhou Ying? Doesn't he care if someone mistreats you? Zhou Ying, with his excellent family background, good looks, and outstanding grades, had garnered attention since the beginning of the term. Everyone knew about Shen Shitong's special relationship with him. Although they had yet to officially confirm their relationship, it was widely accepted that they were destined to be together. They were a picture-perfect couple, and many anticipated their romantic moments, including Qinya, who believed a girl like Shen Shitong deserved to be with Zhou Ying. Seeing Shen Shitong's injuries, Qinya could not fathom that Zhou Ying was the cause. Shen Shitong anticipated this reaction. To everyone, Zhou Ying was the ideal partner. Even if she claimed he was the one who hurt her, no one would believe her, and she might even face blame. I already delivered it to him. Yeah. I just sat here for a while. Could you help me up? My legs have gone numb. Shen Shitong wished to avoid discussing the matter with anyone, as it would yield no benefit to her. Come on, let me help you up. Thank you, Yiya. By the way, you look lovely today. That dress really suits you and makes your legs look long. Shen Shitong returned to her usual amiable self, treating Qinya with sincerity. Qinya, with her carefree personality, easily shifted her focus. Indeed, upon mentioning the new dress, she momentarily forgot the earlier incident, shyly lowering her gaze. Isn't this the one you helped me pick out? You have such good taste. I even got asked for my contact information earlier because of it. All thanks to you. You're wonderful, Tang. Girls like you, beautiful and kind-hearted, are indeed rare in school. Shen Shitong scoffed internally. She was one of a kind, and no one was worthy of comparison. But that Su Yao has quite a reputation. I've seen many discussing her. She is indeed beautiful and has the capital to be talked about. Qinya spoke candidly, sharing her thoughts without noticing Shen Shitong's discontent. She continued enthusiastically. I got a close look at her this morning, and she doesn't even wear makeup. Her skin is so flawless, it seems to radiate with moisture. She's stunning, and her figure is great. She looks beautiful in anything. Tang, what do you think? Is Su Yao pretty? Shen Shitong couldn't care less. What was Su Yao to her? Merely a trivial annoyance, a variable that she could easily handle. Yet, maintaining appearances was essential, so she donned a polite smile and echoed Qinya's sentiment. She is indeed beautiful. I love making friends with pretty girls. Which is why I really like you, Yiya. The moment I laid eyes on you, I wanted to get to know you. Qinya's expression was one of disbelief. Really? Do you genuinely wish to become acquainted with me upon seeing me? Of course, that's a pretense, you fool. Do you truly believe that a few flattering words can elevate your status? Just take a moment to consider the unsightly mass of flesh that clings to your body, and the thick layer of makeup that fails to conceal your blemishes. Shen Shitong berated internally with harsh words. yet she would not allow a hint of disdain to surface on her face. Of course, Yaya, I hold you in high esteem. If you are willing, shall we become good friends? Absolutely. Chunya beamed with delight, eager to share everything she knew with Shen Shitong and express her opinions. While Shen Shitong merely offered a few agreeable remarks, her thoughts solely consumed by Lin Huaizhi. Lin Huaizhi was aware that Su Yao, that despicable girl, had a heart condition yet still chose to live with her. After much contemplation, it dawned on her that this was all Su Yao's doing. Su Yao was not a child of a wealthy family. Her educational history and familial background were utterly ordinary, even to the point of being an orphan without a home. During military training, she had applied for financial assistance, clearly stating her status as a parentless orphan. As a class committee member, she had even cast a vote in her favor during recommendations. Yet, unexpectedly, she continued to create obstacles for herself. The only method for someone like her to attract Lin Huaizhi's attention was to compromise her dignity. However, Lin Huaizhi was a man of integrity. Based on her understanding of him, he was upright and sunny, and could not possibly be deceived by Su Yao. It was evident that Su Yao possessed a multitude of cunning strategies. Her scheming nature had been apparent since that military training session. Lin Huaizhi, being so naive and inexperienced with girls, had fallen victim to Su Yao's manipulations. No, Su Yao absolutely could not remain by Lin Huaizhi's side. Shen Shitong's mind began to formulate new plans. Regardless of the circumstances, she was determined to drive Su Yao away. Chapter 31. To speak or not to speak. During class, Lin Huaizhi continued to ponder the recent events, and when Shen Shitong realized Zhou Ying was present, her demeanor seemed decidedly off. No matter how one thought about it, it felt wrong. Childhood friends with mutual feelings. If Shen Shitong wished to entice him, could she not simply find an excuse to explain? With her eloquence and perceptiveness, charming Zhou Ying should be a trivial task, so why the fear? Lin Huaizhi concocted several hypotheses, intending to observe closely should an opportunity arise. Naturally, it would be best if their paths never crossed. No interaction would mean the utmost safety. With just over 10 minutes remaining in class, Lin Huaizhi opened a mini-program to order milk tea, calculating the timing to ensure it would be ready by the end of the lesson. Zhao Yuanan, observing this, found it peculiar. Just moments ago, Lin Huaizhi was deep in thought, seemingly troubled by something, and now he was ordering milk tea. His behavior was decidedly out of character. Huaigu, since when did you develop a taste for milk tea? Weren't you just saying it was excessively sweet? Back in the dormitory, they often ordered takeout together, and Lin Huaizhi would always decline, opting only for fruit tea. But now, within just a few days of the semester's start, he had ordered several times. Could it be for Su Yao the freshman? Zhao Yuanan realized belatedly, remarking on how swiftly someone could change, as if an iron tree had blossomed. Need I even say? Of course it is. I maintain that living together, a handsome young man and a beautiful girl, is bound to spark some chemistry. Just look at how quickly things are progressing. Lu Xing and Lin Wen chimed in. Lin Huaizhi rarely rebuffed them, simply ordering a new product, intending for Su Yao to try it. However, fearing she might not enjoy it, he selected another option, so he could easily consume what she disliked. Brother, do enlighten us. To what extent have you and Su Yao progressed? The three of them leaned in with curious expressions, and Lin Huaizhi regarded them with the same incredulity one might show a dog spotting a bone. They had never displayed such enthusiasm for their studies, yet upon hearing this, their interest piqued. Brother, don't look down on us. We are counting on you to introduce us to potential partners. Zhao Yuanan was quite clear-minded. Realizing that finding a partner on one's own was an arduous task, it was far more prudent to place hope in Su Yao. If one were to consider which major had the most female students, Chinese language and literature would be a prime example, a veritable land of daughters, unlike their computer science department, which had a scant few female students, most of whom had already been snatched up. Do not rush. Once you catch up, you will surely share the details with us. After all, it is still early. The young lady is shy and youthful. It is essential to take things slowly. To be candid, Lin Huaizhi also wished to expedite matters. He yearned for affectionate moments, rather than merely dreaming of them. However, now was not the time. Romance could not be reduced to mere physical desire. His views on love aligned closely with Su Yao's. Both believed in the importance of gradual understanding and compromise for a lasting relationship. Indeed, we are now in our third year. Su Yao is likely 2 years younger than us. By the way, when is her birthday? If it is approaching, Huaigu, you should prepare something special. It would be an opportune moment for a confession. Even if he did not confess, it would be wise to have a small gift or surprise prepared to enhance her affection. The group eagerly brainstormed ideas, yet Lin Huaizhi felt uncertain. After all, they did not inhabit the same world, and age might introduce some variance. But one thing remained constant. Birthdays never changed. Since no one had celebrated hers before, he resolved to take on that responsibility. He had never considered this before, but upon reflection, it seemed quite meaningful. He had not anticipated that these seemingly unreliable companions could offer useful insights. Are you free tonight? I'll treat you all to a gathering. Having some spare cash on hand, Lin Huaizhi decided to treat them after the last meal had been at Shun Shitang's expense, as a gesture of gratitude for their suggestions. Absolutely. Count us in. What shall we eat? The three responded in unison, though only Zhao Yuan shouted the loudest. The classmates in front, and even the professor at the podium, shot him incredulous looks. This student, where do you think you're rushing off to? It's only 3 o'clock. And you're already thinking about dinner? The professor remarked, with such enthusiasm for mealtime, I can only assume you were very diligent during class. Otherwise, how could you be so hungry? Lin Huaizhi and the others lowered their heads, pretending to read. Zhao Yuan glanced around at his companions, feeling somewhat disheartened. It seemed that when trouble struck, everyone scattered. Despite not being the only one speaking, he was the sole one reprimanded. Professor, I didn't have breakfast, so I'm a bit hungry. I assure you, I won't make a fuss in class again. I won't disrupt our excellent learning environment. With his eloquent speech and proactive attitude of contrition, Zhao Yuan successfully garnered the professor's leniency. As soon as the bell rang, Zhao Yuan immediately locked his arms around Lu Xing and Lin Wen's necks, exclaiming, You too. It's always me who suffers. You're just here for the show, aren't you? Lu Xing attempted to swat Zhao Yuan's hand away, defending himself. It was you who spoke up so loudly. How could the teacher not notice? Zhao Yuan refused to concede, stubbornly insisting, If it weren't for my loud voice, you two would have been the ones reprimanded. Lin Huaizhi shook his head. Zhao Yuan's reasoning left him speechless. These three were a constant source of amusement, carefree, and content. I'll go ask Su Yao what she wants to eat. Once decided, I'll let you know. I'm off now. Lin Huaizhi was in a hurry to fetch some milk tea, and Su Yao, that ancestral figure, seemed to be guarding the clock. Just as class ended, she messaged him not to forget. Although she often spoke of dieting, she could never restrain her appetite. However, with her petite frame, even an additional 10 pounds wouldn't make her appear overweight. Indulging a bit more wouldn't be a fault. Lin Huaizhi paid them no heed, gathered his belongings, and departed. A few minutes after his exit, students began trickling in for the next class, allowing Zhao Yuan and the others to finally settle down. Shall we head back to the dormitory for a few rounds of gaming? We can wait for Huaiga to call us out for dinner, proposed Zhao Yuan. Should we say it or not? Do you understand? Oh, trying to play coy, are we? I know exactly what kind of guy you are. Are you still pretending? If you don't want me to speak, I will. Let's play some games. So what? Lin Wen subtly pulled Lu Xing away from Zhao Yuan, not wanting to admit their acquaintance, let alone their close brotherhood. Zhao Yuan shook his head, sporting a victorious smile. You think you can compete with me? Clearly. I reign supreme in the dormitory. However, just as he reveled in his triumph, he noticed several girls entering, their eyes fixated on him, whispering and exchanging glances after sizing him up. Oh no, he had been so preoccupied with banter that he failed to notice the girl's presence. And now his words had been overheard, jeopardizing his romantic prospects. Haha, that wasn't my intention. I usually don't speak like that, Zhao Yuan chuckled, flashing his bright smile. The girls glanced at him momentarily before resuming their hushed conversations, ignoring him completely. In the end, Zhao Yuan dashed out, while Lu Xing and Lin Wen, those ungrateful souls, simply watched their brother make a fool of himself. Where's Lu Xing? He had intended to confront him, but only Lin Wen remained. He said he had urgent family matters to attend to and hurriedly left. Family matters? Did he mention what? Is it serious? Does he need our help? Zhao Yuan, ever the loyal friend, immediately set aside his playful banter upon hearing of Lu Xing's predicament. He said it's nothing serious. Just a quick visit home. He mentioned we wouldn't be dining together tonight. I was concerned too, but after asking him twice, he insisted it was nothing. So it should be fine. Among the dormitory, Lu Xing was the quietest. At the beginning of the semester, he hardly spoke, but thanks to Zhao Yuan's amiable nature, the camaraderie among them flourished swiftly. Yet, it was evident from their interactions that Lu Xing was the type to endure grievances without seeking redress or drawing attention to them. Thus, Zhao Yuan had felt a tinge of anxiety, fearing Lu Xing might be concealing something troubling. He didn't seem off, did he? No signs of panic or urgency. Lin Wen shook his head. Not at all. He appeared quite normal. He merely glanced at his phone, and I sensed he was even a bit cheerful. Though I can't quite place it. That's good. If he is happy, then there's likely no major issue. Zhao Yuan felt relieved, understanding that it was ultimately Lu Xing's personal affair. As good friends, they should respect his boundaries and not pry into what he chose not to disclose. Chapter 32. I want to sleep with you. Lin Huaizhi returned home, carrying 2 cups of milk tea. Even before he opened the door, he knew Su Yao was waiting for him outside. The reason being he could hear her internally calling for the milk tea. I'm here. My milk tea. Was that all she could think of? He had been away for so long, and it seemed Su Yao hadn't even thought of him. My lifeline. If only I could touch it. The corners of Lin Huaizhi's mouth curled upwards. Indeed, how could such an important matter be forgotten? I'm back. He stood at the door preparing to change his shoes when Su Yao, excessively eager, hurried to place his shoes at his feet and reached out to take the milk tea and his backpack from his hands. Wash your hands before drinking. Noticing Su Yao's impatience, Lin Huaizhi quickly reminded her that her hands had just touched the shoes. She couldn't possibly eat right away, no matter how anxious she was. Got it. Su Yao pouted as she went to wash her hands, but her mind was not as obedient as her outward demeanor suggested. If you're this much of a germaphobe, wouldn't kissing mean we can only brush our lips together? Not even extend our tongues? That would be acceptable. Huh? Su Yao turned to look at Lin Huaizhi, confusion etched on her face. What did he mean by that? Did she inadvertently voice her thoughts? Not only Su Yao, but Lin Huaizhi felt flustered as well. What she had just thought was precisely what he had longed to do, and in a moment of distraction, he had let it slip. This milk tea shop has released a new product, and I saw good reviews, so I thought you might want to try it. Lin Huaizhi, in a state of panic, quickly concocted an appropriate excuse, and indeed, Su Yao no longer harbored any doubts, her attention returning to the milk tea. Let me have a taste. This color looks rather appealing, and the flavor should be delightful. Young girls are easily deceived. With just a casual fib, they immediately believed him. So naive. One wonders if they've ever been misled, but considering her college is predominantly female, with so few boys, there shouldn't be much competition. This is quite delicious. You should try some. Su Yao took a sip and was instantly amazed, eagerly bringing it to Lin Huaizhi's lips for him to taste. Though he wasn't particularly fond of it, he was willing to give it a try, so he held Su Yao's hand, slightly bowed his head, and took a sip. Whether it was the milk tea itself or the fact that it had just been tasted by Su Yao, he surprisingly found it rather pleasant. Quite sweet. Lin Huaizhi focused on Su Yao's lips as he made his assessment. Su Yao looked up at him, and as they locked eyes for a moment, she sensed the atmosphere had shifted. What does he mean by sweet? Is he flirting with me? And why is he staring at my lips? Could it really mean what I think it does? Su Yao had already conjured a sweet and tender scenario in her mind involving herself and Lin Huaizhi, only to suddenly realize that she was fantasizing about the very person in question. I'm just a simple, introverted girl. How could I have such thoughts? Calm down. Su Yao. But wait, have I reached the age where such desires arise? I never felt this way before. Why is my mind now filled with thoughts of Lin Huaizhi's nakedness? Or is it because I never experienced this in my past life? And now that I have another chance, I want to try it? Su Yao nodded, having found a justification for her bodily and mental transformations. This had to be the reason. Lin Huaizhi had never realized that a girl's inner thoughts could be so intricate. Watching Su Yao concoct excuses for herself was undeniably adorable. Su Yao, what are you thinking? Why is your face so red? The more he saw Su Yao shy away, the more he wanted to tease her, sensing it would be quite amusing. Although this penchant was slightly twisted, it was still based on Su Yao's discomfort, yet he couldn't help it. I want to sleep with you. Su Yao swallowed hard, cursing herself for letting her true feelings slip out. Lin Huaizhi tilted his head, feigning ignorance. Huh? Sleep with me? What do you mean? Su Yao was suddenly overwhelmed with panic. She shoved the milk tea into Lin Huaizhi's hands and dashed back to her room in a few hurried steps. To be honest, Lin Huaizhi had never seen Su Yao run this fast. Forget it. The little girl is just shy, which is understandable. I want to tease her for now. She can take her time. Su Yao flung herself onto her bed, rolling around a couple of times, then covered herself with a pillow. Wanting to scream, but fearing Lin Huaizhi would hear her. Woe is me, am I but a swine? How could I have responded in such a manner? Alas, it is certain that Lin Huaizhi will misconstrue my intentions as lustful. No, that is not merely a misunderstanding. Oh, how utterly deplorable. How could I utter such sacrilegious words? I would rather embrace death. No. I was merely jesting. I wish to live. I yearn for a long life with Lin Huaizhi. Su Yao's habitual impulsiveness overcame her, and she quickly realized the inauspiciousness of her words and hurriedly retracted them. But wait, given my sudden intrusion, Lin Huaizhi might indeed indulge in wild imaginings. I must clarify. With this thought, Su Yao hastily rose, tousling her disheveled hair and presenting a demure smile. Senior. What I meant to say was that I wish to discuss something with you. Specifically, would you be available this weekend for a meal? Lin Huaizhi gazed at Su Yao, nearly moved to tears by her smile, and his heart softened instantly. Certainly. There's a grand amusement park in the northern university town, complete with a street of delectable snacks. Would you care to join me? Su Yao was nearly brought to tears by his kindness. Indeed, Lin Huaizhi was incredibly considerate, refraining from probing further, prioritizing her feelings. I've never been to the amusement park before, she lamented. Why are you so good to me? As thoughts swirled in her mind, Tears streamed down Su Yao's cheeks. And upon hearing this, Lin Huaizhi's heart ached. He quickly fetched 2 tissues to help wipe her tears away. His movements were gentle, as if afraid of causing her pain. Yet Su Yao's sobs only intensified, her speech punctuated by gasps. I've never had the chance to go. Lin Huaizhi enveloped her in his arms, her head resting against his chest, and in that embrace, he felt how small she truly was. Do not cry. I will take you wherever you wish to go. I promise. Though Lin Huaizhi was not adept at offering comfort, he instinctively reached out to caress her hair. The gesture, though clumsy, radiated warmth. Chapter 33. Breaking down walls. Su Yao could not comprehend her own weakness. Having endured so much alone in the past, facing Lin Huaizhi now felt surreal. He was simply too kind, as if heaven had bestowed upon her a precious gift, allowing her to experience the joys she had once dared not imagine. Hold me, she sobbed, her body trembling with each cry. Lin Huaizhi held her tightly, understanding that sometimes actions speak louder than words. Sensing her distress, he wanted her to feel his warmth and sincerity. Never before had he considered being so intimate with a girl, sharing daily life and emotions. Yet Su Yao's presence had ignited that desire within him. So warm, she murmured. I wish to be held forever. Her voice, soft and melodic, now carried a hint of playfulness, melting the heart of anyone who listened. Lin Huaizhi tightened his embrace, wishing to envelop her entirely within him. Ah, wait, Su Yao gasped, finding it difficult to breathe, and she gently pushed against him, seeking a reprieve. What's wrong? Am I holding you too tightly? He asked, realizing he had lost control of his strength. He quickly released her and began to pat her back soothingly. Su Yao's eyes were puffy and red, reminiscent of a fragile little rabbit, her lips glistening with tears, looking utterly pitiable. Logically, Lin Huaizhi should have felt compassion witnessing her in such a state. Yet a more primal thought surfaced within him. Would teasing her further provoke even more tears? He fantasized about making her cry, to hear her plead for mercy. Senior, you are truly wonderful, the best person I have ever encountered, Su Yao replied, her voice still tinged with grievance, remnants of tears clinging to her eyes. Yet her emotions had stabilized considerably compared to her earlier turmoil. Lin Huaizhi, observing her vulnerable state, could not suppress the urge to swallow hard. Her calling him senior only intensified the vivid imagery in his mind. What do you wish to have for dinner? It's my treat. And Zhao Yuanan and Lin Wen are joining us. We had planned to gather after your military training ended, but due to some unforeseen circumstances, it was postponed. We've decided on tonight instead. Lin Huaizhi fabricated the excuse without flinching. He would never admit that the real reason for the gathering was his desire to savor Su Yao's culinary creations. Meat was his comfort food. Whenever he felt low, he craved it. Very well, let us dine on barbecue. I will make a reservation at a place known for its delightful fare. It is a tad pricey, but the quality is superb and the ambience is pleasant. Does 6 o'clock work for you? That sounds perfect. I trust your judgment, Su Yao replied with a smile. She had begun to grow accustomed to relying on Lin Huaizhi, even as it stirred a sense of unease within her, imagining what would happen should he vanish from her life. Yet if it were Lin Huaizhi, she was willing to take that risk. Once Lin Huaizhi had finalized the time and location, Su Yao stood before him, seemingly entranced, her gaze fixed upon him, appearing almost dazed. Are you not going to drink your milk tea? When feeling down, indulge in something sweet to uplift your spirits, he suggested. Of course I shall, Su Yao exclaimed, like a cat responding to a playful tease. She darted to the sofa, clutching her milk tea and taking generous sips, her earlier melancholy evaporating instantly. Having embraced Lin Huaizhi for so long, she felt as if her vitality had surged by nearly 20 days, a thought that initially filled her with joy, only to be swiftly overshadowed by regret. Had she known such an embrace would yield so much vitality, she would have lingered a while longer. From merely observing Su Yao's expressions and demeanor, Lin Huaizhi grasped her unspoken thoughts, deciphering her intentions with ease. By 5 o'clock that afternoon, neither Lin Huaizhi nor Su Yao had much to prepare, and after a brief tidy-up, they set out. Upon arriving at the dining venue, they found only Zhao Yuanan and Lin Wen present. Where's Lu Xing? Lin Huaizhi pondered, assuming he had been delayed by some pressing matter. He mentioned he had a family issue to attend to. He doesn't appear to be in any rush, so it should be nothing serious. Lin Wen recounted Lu Xing's words. Home. The timeline in the narrative is rather unclear. Lu Xing is set to be expelled at the end of this semester. Yet there is no indication of when that might commence. Could it possibly be starting now? Lu Xing is gentle and somewhat naive. It is likely that girl manipulated him, extracting money and even falsely accusing him of assault. This scandal has escalated significantly, resulting in his eventual expulsion. This cannot stand. We must ensure Lin Huaizhi and the others remain vigilant. Today is merely Monday. If Lu Xing has returned home, does that imply his residence is nearby? If there are no pressing matters, perhaps we could inquire about his situation. He might have already resolved it. Feigning nonchalance, Su Yao expressed her concerns, anxious that Lin Huaizhi might misconstrue her attention towards Lu Xing as being abnormal. Indeed, I shall give him a call. If he is free, we can invite him to join us. Lin Huaizhi responded eagerly. Even without Su Yao's suggestion, he would have taken the initiative to reach out. Zhao Yuanan and Lin Wen exchanged glances, sensing something amiss. Su Yao's behavior was rather peculiar. Her unusual concern for Lu Xing raised eyebrows. And why was Lin Huaizhi so compliant? They found themselves baffled, unable to comprehend the situation. Having spent time with Su Yao, they recognized her amiable disposition and perceived innocence. Surely, she would not be the type to covet what was not hers. Zhao Yuanan's gaze lingered upon the two individuals, attempting to discern some underlying truth. Lin Huaizhi acted swiftly, having already dialed Lu Xing's number on speakerphone. After several rings, it was finally answered. Lu Xing, have you finished with your family matters? Oh, yes, it's all done. Lu Xing stammered, his voice noticeably unsteady, a stark departure from his usual demeanor. Something seems off, Su Yao pondered silently. And Lin Huaizhi shared the same sentiment. If there were indeed pressing matters at home, why was Lu Xing's response delayed when the topic arose? It could only mean that he was fabricating an excuse, perhaps engaged in other activities or meeting someone else. Once you're done, come join us for dinner. Where are you now? Lin Huaizhi inquired. I'm quite far from you, but I'll be there shortly. You all go ahead and eat. The initial suspicion had morphed into certainty. Lu Xing was indeed deceiving them. He hadn't even disclosed where he was dining, yet he was already making excuses. Lu Xing, why do I hear a female voice in the background? Is that your girlfriend? If so, bring her along for dinner. Today's reservation is quite extravagant, and we could certainly enjoy treating him to a meal. The prospect of financial gain would likely entice the girl, and even if she were indifferent, Lu Xing would surely feel flustered by such a remark. Su Yao felt a pang of anxiety. After all, Lu Xing was a friend of Lin Huaizhi's, and any misfortune would undoubtedly weigh heavily on him. Knowing this, she wished to assist. If circumstances permitted, perhaps Lin Huaizhi's accident could have been averted as well. What? All right, brother, let us go. I'm hungry too. A female voice chimed in from the other end, prompting Zhao Yuanan and Lin Wenyi to exclaim in unison. What on earth? No way he is secretly dating? Indeed, there's a girl? Lu Xing, you better get over here. How dare you lie, claiming family matters, when you've actually gone out on a date? Zhao Yuanan and Lin Wen exchanged banter, their excitement palpable as they felt betrayed. It was akin to agreeing to neglect their studies only to discover that Lu Xing had achieved a perfect score alone. Ultimately, Lu Xing capitulated, agreeing to come over shortly and urging them to begin their meal. This rascal, claiming family issues, yet he has the audacity to date in secret. Zhao Yuanan fumed, nearly depleting the pot of chrysanthemum tea in his agitation. The more he thought about it, the more irked he became. Lu Xing was usually so reserved. How could he suddenly have a girlfriend? The shy guy, who barely spoke to girls, had beaten him to it. Chapter 34, A Habitual Liar. Lu Xing was not far away. He could arrive in half an hour. Lin Huaizhi instructed the waiter to start grilling the meat, unwilling to wait for Lu Xing any longer. If Lu Xing brought the girl along, he would certainly need to gauge the situation carefully, leaving little room for enjoying the meal amidst the ensuing intrigue. Seizing the moment of relative calm, Lin Huaizhi grilled several pieces of meat for Su Yao. Eat up. This is perfectly charred and just how you like it. Lin Huaizhi placed the grilled meat into Su Yao's bowl, while Zhao Yuanan and Lin Wen were still reeling from the revelation, completely distracted from their meal. Su Yao felt a twinge of unease. Her abrupt interjection might lead Lin Huaizhi to misconstrue her intentions. She harbored no ulterior motives regarding Lu Xing, and the last thing she wanted was to provoke any misunderstanding. Perhaps it would be wise to clarify her position. Huaizhi, I only asked because I heard a female voice. You're not upset, are you? Su Yao fretted, her chopsticks untouched, despite the fragrant grilled meat before her. I was merely concerned because Lu Xing is your friend, truly. She swallowed nervously, anxious that Lin Huaizhi might not believe her. I understand, Su Yao, I am well aware. Lin Huaizhi met Su Yao's clear gaze, knowing her better than anyone else. He understood her thoughts and would never misinterpret her intentions. On the contrary, he felt gratitude for Su Yao's proactive concern. Not only for him, but also for his friends. She was truly commendable. No wonder he was fond of her. A smile blossomed on Su Yao's lips, her earlier worries dissipating with Lin Huaizhi's reassurance, restoring her appetite. Good. I'm glad you understand. She thought to herself, admiring how perceptive he was, not fixating on trivial matters. The grilled meat, paired with the restaurant's signature dipping sauce, brought forth a wave of happiness with each bite. Su Yao savored the flavors, even feeding Lin Huaizhi several pieces. Zhao Yuanan and Lin Wen observed their interaction, feeling increasingly discontented. Soon, Lu Xing would arrive with his girlfriend, and it appeared they were to be the only ones left feeling wounded. Let me take a turn at grilling. I used to work part-time at a barbecue restaurant and have some skill. Now is a perfect opportunity for you to taste my grilling. Lin Huaizhi continued to serve her, and Su Yao felt a bit shy. She had once fantasized about someone grilling for her during her time at the restaurant. Now, that simple desire was being fulfilled, filling her with satisfaction and joy, her smile growing brighter. Did you work part-time in high school? Zhao Yuanin blurted out, speaking before Lin Huaizhi could respond. Realizing his words might touch a nerve, he quickly pivoted. Wow, you're impressive. You learned to grill and earn money, and still managed to get into Jiangxing University. You're truly exceptional. Unlike me, who can only indulge in feasting day by day without any real skills. Zhao Yuanin smoothly shifted his words into a compliment. Su Yao recognized his efforts to preserve her dignity, feeling nothing but gratitude and no sense of inferiority. You're the remarkable one. Seniors, you all can monetize your knowledge. That's really cool. Su Yao exclaimed, reaching for the tongs, only to have Lin Huaizhi snatch them away first. Just enjoy your meal. We're here, strong young men. We don't need you, a little lady, to serve us. Exactly, just sit back and eat. We'll handle the grilling. With Zhao Yuanin's encouragement, Lin Huaizhi handed the tongs over to him. Here's your chance to shine. Zhao Yuanin reluctantly accepted the tongs, but he still couldn't resist teasing Lu Xing. Where is he? I'm eager to see what kind of girl our Xing has landed. As the clock approached 7, Lu Xing finally arrived with the girl at the table, and everyone's eyes were fixed on her. She had shoulder-length hair, appeared quite young, with fair skin and a petite face, dressed in a short t-shirt and skirt, nervously clinging to Lu Xing's arm, visibly anxious. This is my Miao Miao. Lu Xing stammered, feeling both nervous and guilty. He wanted to introduce her as his girlfriend, but feared it might overwhelm Miao Miao, so he refrained from clarifying. Oh, you rascal. You truly are quite the charmer. Zhao Yuanin felt a pang of envy, but was genuinely happy for his friend finally finding someone he liked. Miao Miao, hello? Would you like to sit next to me? As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never lose a battle. Engaging her in close conversation would surely yield some insights. Miao Miao remained silent, merely squeezing Lu Xing's hand, her meaning clear. She is a bit shy, so it's fine for her to sit next to me. Thank you. Lu Xing interjected, clearly flustered. Lu Xing was aware of Miao Miao's timid nature, so he gently guided her to sit beside him. Miao Miao, feeling anxious, clutched his hand tightly. Despite having done this numerous times, Lu Xing still felt a hint of discomfort in front of his close friend. Xinger, do tell us, how did you two meet? We are not monsters. Why keep it a secret? If it weren't for Su Yao's keen ears discovering it, were you planning to keep us in the dark forever? At this juncture, Lu Xing decided to be candid and recounted the story of his relationship with Miao Miao. Lin Huaizhi listened intently. As it happened that he had encountered Miao Miao being bullied outside of school, he stepped in to assist her. Grateful, Miao Miao exchanged contact information with him, and their frequent conversations naturally deepened their bond. Ah, I see. That explains why you sometimes stare at your phone with a silly grin. When I asked, you claimed to be reading a novel, and I actually believed you. Zhao Yuanin interjected sharply. Indeed, if one wished to pursue romance, one either needed to possess a house like Lin Huaizhi to invite a girl to cohabitate and ignite the flames of love, or, like Lu Xing, venture out more often to play the hero and rescue the damsel, thus commencing their tale. As for him, who rarely left his dormitory except for classes and spent his days gaming, the prospect of finding love seemed akin to waiting for a home invasion romance, an exceedingly rare possibility. How old is Miao Miao? She looks quite young, Su Yao inquired, leaning closer with her chin cradled in her hands, observing Miao Miao. They are unaware that this Miao Miao is a deceiver. I must extract information from her, nudging them to recognize the oddities, in order to persuade Miao Miao. I have read that novel over 10 times. The plot is etched in my memory. However, the author provided scant details about Miao Miao, only noting her close ties with a group of delinquents, and the so-called hero saving the beauty was merely a scheme they concocted together. No matter how skilled one is at deception, there will always be flaws. I must ensure she reveals her true self first. Miao Miao was 19 this year and a freshman in college. Lu Xing answered on her behalf, while Miao Miao quietly nodded and smiled, embodying the image of a well-behaved girl, leaving no room for suspicion. Why is she so silent? How can I extract information this way? Lu Xing usually appears reticent, yet today he responds so swiftly. Su Yao felt urgency. Such occasions were rare, and if she couldn't uncover any discrepancies to alert Lu Xing, he would inevitably sink deeper into this quagmire, making it too late for redemption. Xinger, allow her to speak. We won't put her in a difficult position. Lin Huaizhi casually remarked. Lu Xing hastily clarified. Miao Miao is rather introverted and somewhat afraid of strangers, which is why she doesn't talk much. She'll warm up to us in time. Oh, I thought she was as vivacious as Su Yao, judging by her voice on the phone. I didn't expect her to be so reserved, commented another. Miao Miao had indeed been quite enthusiastic about dining together earlier, yet now she seemed transformed. Not uttering a single word, which struck Lu Xing as peculiar. He found himself at a loss for words, as Miao Miao was usually quite warm with him. Sometimes excessively so. However, just prior, she had confided that her nerves rendered her speechless, especially in front of his friends, fearing she might not be well liked, thus requesting Lu Xing to speak on her behalf. After a prolonged silence, Miao Miao finally gathered the courage to speak, but her words dripped with an insipid charm. Su Yao silently critiqued, gauging the reactions of the others. Zhao Yuanan and Lin Wen appeared oblivious, grinning foolishly, while Lin Huaizhi maintained a neutral expression. Though it seemed he harbored doubts about Miao Miao. It appears we all get along splendidly, Miao Miao. There's no need to feel anxious. You'll become familiar with us in due course, Su Yao encouraged, attempting to bridge the gap by serving Miao Miao some meat. You must try this. This restaurant is quite pricey. Were it not for Senior Huai's treat, I could hardly afford to dine here. Su Yao subtly shifted the topic towards Lin Huaizhi. While Miao Miao's singular objective remained, to swindle money. She skillfully maneuvered to portray Lin Huaizhi as a wealthy heir, convinced he would fall for her ruse. Miao Miao indeed cast several lingering glances at Lin Huaizhi. Although she feigned shyness upon entering, her gaze lingered longest on him. Now, having absorbed Su Yao's words, she felt a flicker of interest. After all, he was handsome and affluent. Should this venture succeed, it would yield substantial gains. In Miao Miao's eyes, Lin Huaizhi represented a golden opportunity, ripe for the picking. Speaking of which, Senior Huai has purchased a new home, and we haven't properly celebrated. Why not take advantage of this gathering to raise a glass? Su Yao suggested, continuing to relay information about Lin Huaizhi's property to Miao Miao. The group raised their glasses, toasting to Huai's remarkable achievement of securing his own home at such a young age. Let's follow Huai and enjoy life. They cheered. Su Yao observed Miao Miao discreetly. Upon hearing of Lin Huaizhi's outright purchase of a house, her eyes sparkled, and she no longer seemed as reserved. After the toast, she even poured some wine herself, offering it to Lin Huaizhi. Congratulations to Senior Huai. Ahem, I'm not very good with alcohol, Miao Miao said, only to begin coughing, her expression one of feigned distress. Eyes reddening. Lu Xing, watching nearby, felt a surge of sympathy, rushing to pour her juice and pat her back, mumbling words of concern. How long have you known each other to be so concerned already? Such a good actress. Do boys really prefer this type? The way she calls everyone brother? Could it be that Lin Huaizhi likes it too? Su Yao tilted her head towards Lin Huaizhi, who merely smirked. Indeed, I find it rather amusing. Lin Huaizhi's smile was a result of Su Yao's incessant chatter. He wasn't particularly fond of it, but he found her cute and entertained the thought of Su Yao playfully calling him brother. We need to take some decisive action, otherwise, Lu Xing might end up losing everything. Not just Lu Xing, but Lin Huaizhi as well. With him grinning like that, if we don't help him see through the facade, he might also be led astray by Shin Shitong. Su Yao felt an inexplicable surge of anger. Lin Huaizhi, recognizing her thoughts, discerned that Miao Miao was undoubtedly suspicious. Yet Lu Xing was already ensnared. If they didn't employ some clever stratagems, Lu Xing's predicament would likely worsen. Miao Miao, I need to use the restroom. Would you accompany me? Su Yao suddenly clutched her stomach, feigning discomfort, casting a pitiful glance at Miao Miao. Oh dear, you understand, please accompany me for a moment. Miao Miao, eager to maintain her image as a kind and considerate person, hesitated not at all, feigning concern as she assisted Su Yao to the restroom. Sister Yao Yao, are you still feeling unwell? Do you need me to fetch some medicine? Or should I ask Brother Huai to help you? Su Yao lowered her head, concealing a smirk. She had successfully baited Miao Miao into testing her relationship with Lin Huaizhi. I have no relationship with him. Why would I ask him for help? Rest assured, I feel much better now. Miao Miao, you are truly kind. Upon hearing Su Yao's response, Miao Miao began to formulate her own plans. The reason she had targeted Lu Xing was solely due to his easy manipulation. He was a person who could be easily swayed without much effort. As for someone like Lin Huaizhi, if she could stir his protective instincts, employing a few cunning tactics would undoubtedly lead to success. After all, no young man would decline the offer of delightful, free sweets from a well-behaved and obedient girl. Sister Yao Yao, you are truly beautiful, Miao Miao exclaimed. The moment I saw you, I was eager to strike up a conversation, yet I hesitated, fearing you might not take a liking to me. Su Yao feigned agreement. Yet her eyes were keenly observant. Miao Miao's gaze was almost glued to Lin Huaizhi, and she dared to claim she wished to converse with her? Oh, the art of deceit was clearly mastered by this green tea girl. I like you too. You are so sweet and kind, Su Yao replied. However, she trailed off, leaving her words hanging in the air. However what? Miao Miao pressed. I don't mean to gossip, but I've noticed your close relationship with Senior Lu Xing. I just wanted to give you a heads up. Lu Xing and Senior Huaizhi do not share a good rapport. They may appear amicable on the surface, but you ought to be cautious. It would be best to refrain from mentioning him in front of Lu Xing. With a gentle pat on Miao Miao's hand, Su Yao instructed her to wait by the door while she entered the cubicle. Uncertain if Lin Huaizhi would believe her, Su Yao nonetheless felt compelled to give it a try. His previous demeanor had been somewhat aloof, suggesting he might have sensed something amiss with the girl. After editing the message, Su Yao sent it to Lin Huaizhi, essentially asking for his cooperation in probing Miao Miao further. When Lin Huaizhi received the text, he responded with an affirmative gesture before setting his phone aside and continuing his conversation. Lu Xing, are you already with her? He inquired. I'm not entirely sure if it counts as being together. Miao Miao is just so wonderful. I feel that rushing into a relationship would be disrespectful to her. So I prefer to take it slow. Lu Xing scratched his head, revealing his genuine feelings. And what is her attitude like? Has she expressed any affection for you? Zhao Yunan chimed in with curiosity. Yes, Miao Miao really likes me. She has mentioned it numerous times, Lu Xing admitted, his ears turning crimson as he feigned busyness to mask his embarrassment. Wow, so what stage are you two at? I saw you being quite intimate just now. It can't be that you've already. No, absolutely not. I am not engaging with her for that reason. I respect her, Lu Xing hastily interjected, waving his hands. In private, it was Miao Miao who had initiated their closeness. He recalled their first date vividly, where she had kissed him unexpectedly, leaving him momentarily stunned, unsure of how to react. Later, Miao Miao had also expressed her desire to explore more intimate experiences, but he had declined, believing she was still too young to grasp such matters. He could not act solely for his own enjoyment. When the time was right, and he could be responsible for Miao Miao, he would not refuse her. That's more like it. We cannot act like beasts and deceive an innocent girl, Lin Huaizhi remarked, understanding Lu Xing's honesty. If he said nothing had happened, then indeed, nothing had. In that case, the situation wasn't too grim. Had they crossed any lines, the implications of their underage status would spell disaster for Lu Xing. How well do you know her? Where is her family from? Which school does she attend? Are you aware of these details? Lin Huaizhi pressed. Lu Xing shook his head, acknowledging that Miao Miao had not shared much about her past, having faced difficulties previously. When she trusts me more, she will eventually open up. You mentioned her being quite affectionate toward you. How is it that she hasn't shared these details? Lin Huaizhi pointed out bluntly. Lu Xing's overly forgiving nature was evident. It was only a short time ago that he seemed utterly entranced. She may not be fully ready yet. Brother Huai, I genuinely like Miao Miao. You both are my closest friends, and I hope you can respect her. Unlike his usual demeanor, Lu Xing's gaze was unwavering, signaling his seriousness. Lin Huaizhi nodded, choosing to remain silent. Given the circumstances, the only course of action was to cooperate with Su Yao's plan. For the sake of his brother, he would sacrifice a bit of his own comfort to unveil the true nature of this deceiver, allowing Lu Xing to discern the type of person he had fallen for. Chapter 36. Lin Huaizhi is a big catch. As Su Yao emerged from the restroom, Miao Miao immediately rushed to take her hand. Just moments ago, she had been aloof, yet now she displayed such eagerness that one might assume they were the best of friends. How superficial this relationship seemed. Sister, is Brother Huaizhi's family well off? It's quite impressive for someone so young to own a house. Miao Miao's attention had indeed shifted to Lin Huaizhi, beginning her inquiries about him. The fish was already on the hook. Now it was a matter of how she and Lin Huaizhi would proceed. Su Yao smirked subtly, leading Miao Miao along. His family is quite well off, and he is quite capable of earning money himself, making it relatively easy for him to purchase a house. Today's dinner treat was due to a lucrative deal he just completed, netting him several tens of thousands. Su Yao exaggerated the facts, intending to make Miao Miao succumb to temptation. After all, at her young age, the allure of such an amount would undoubtedly be significant. Miao Miao's eyes sparkled upon hearing the mention of tens of thousands. Having spent nearly a month with Lu Xing, she had only managed to earn a couple of thousand. If her partner were Lin Huaizhi, her earnings would surely increase. That's incredible. Sister, do you know what kind of girls he likes? I have many good friends. I could introduce them to him. There are plenty of handsome guys around. With your looks, they would surely be clamoring for my contact information. Miao Miao was savvy enough to seek personal gain. Su Yao chuckled inwardly, recognizing that she herself was a deceiver, surrounded by dubious characters. Moreover, if Miao Miao were genuinely seeking romance, she wouldn't overlook someone as exceptional as Lin Huaizhi to pursue others. However, if Su Yao wanted to reel Miao Miao in, she would need to play along. So, she feigned excitement. Really? I prefer someone who is sunny and tall. Do you have anyone suitable in your circle? Could you introduce me? Miao Miao, if you could help me make the connection, I would treat you to a meal. Miao Miao eagerly nodded. Of course. Your matters are my matters. I will certainly keep an eye out for you. But sister, You still haven't told me what kind of girl brother Huaizhi likes. As for that, Su Yao released her hand, pretending to ponder, then looked Miao Miao up and down, her voice brimming with enthusiasm. He must like someone like you, pure and adorable, with a lovely figure. Upon hearing this, Miao Miao felt no doubt. After all, the men she had encountered before, though seemingly respectable, had always fallen for her with just a hint of allure. She understood that the barrier between a girl pursuing a boy was quite thin. With a bit of initiative, no one would refuse. Even those with girlfriends would be tempted by the allure of a wildflower. She had long grasped this principle. Is that so? Miao Miao twirled a strand of hair in front of her face, donning an innocent smile. Though it was a question, it was clear she felt assured of her success. Observing her confidence, Su Yao found it amusing, given the circumstances. She might as well stoke the flames and assist her further. Upon returning to the dining table, Lu Xing attentively served Miao Miao some meat. Su Yao watched from the side, relieved that she had already eaten, for witnessing Miao Miao indulge would surely stir her own appetite. Since it's still early, why don't we reserve a private room for karaoke? Su Yao suggested, immediately receiving a positive response from Zhao Yunan. Sounds great. It's been ages since we went. Let us seize the moment while it's lively. Miao Miao harbored a distinct aversion to excessively boisterous locales. Thus, she suggested they proceed without her, allowing Lu Xing to escort her home earlier. Lu Xing, concerned for Miao Miao's comfort, refrained from soliciting her opinion and willingly assumed the role of a party pooper. Su Yao, intrigued, observed Miao Miao's performance. Such a splendid opportunity was not to be squandered. Opportunities to dine together like today were exceedingly rare, and if she failed to make progress today, she would find herself drifting further away from the prized catch that was Lin Huaizhi. Brother, I wish to join as well. I am not afraid of the noise. I have never experienced such a place in my life. Please take me along. One to you? Miao Miao tugged at Lu Xing's hand in a playful manner. Lu Xing, unable to resist such an earnest plea, readily acquiesced. However, if you find it uncomfortable or overwhelming, you must tell me immediately. Do not force yourself, he insisted. Zhao Yunan and Lin Wen exchanged glances, feeling an involuntary shiver run down their spines. Who would have imagined that the typically reticent Lu Xing possessed such a side? Witnessing it firsthand was indeed disconcerting. It is often said that love transforms individuals profoundly. Now, I truly comprehend this notion. Lu Xing, much like Lin Huaizhi, engaged in actions he had never contemplated before, all due to newfound affections. The air was thick with the scent of romantic entanglement. How delightful, yet overwhelming it was. Due to the urgency of attending another gathering, Lin Huaizhi hastily settled the bill. Upon returning, Zhao Yunan playfully made heart gestures towards Lin Huaizhi, exclaiming, "Thank you, Huaigo. You always treat us. I am overwhelmed with happiness." Lin Huaizhi frowned and retorted, "Get lost." Miao Miao seized upon the crucial detail that Lin Huaizhi was always the one footing the bill, confirming his status as a significant catch. Moreover, as Su Yao suggested, if Lin Huaizhi and Lu Xing were at odds, it would present a splendid opportunity for her. Boys, to some extent, possess a competitive spirit. Even if it is not outwardly apparent, they invariably wish to compare themselves with those they do not favor. As long as she took the initiative, Lin Huaizhi might, even if only to vex Lu Xing, permit her to draw closer, allowing her to remain near him until she had fully extracted what she desired. She was confident in her abilities, for she had never failed in her pursuits before. The journey was not lengthy. They strolled together, arriving at the KTV in just over 10 minutes. Upon learning of Su Yao's plan, Lin Huaizhi promptly requested the most luxurious private room. Passing by other rooms, Su Yao could hear the cacophony within. Some were wailing, while others sang the national anthem, leaving her utterly astonished. She is pretending to be inexperienced. Only I am the true jester, visiting such a place for the first time. Woe is me, I've lived far too conventionally, focusing solely on surviving rather than enjoying life. Thankfully, I have this chance to partake in new experiences. When we reach the private room, I intend to sing a couple of songs to immerse myself in the atmosphere. Listening to Su Yao's rambling, Lin Huaizhi solidified his resolve to take her on numerous adventures in the future, ensuring that all these first experiences were reserved for him. As for singing, he wished to duet with Su Yao. However, given the current circumstances, it seemed unlikely. As the bait for the first time, Lin Huaizhi felt a bit unsettled. But for the sake of Lu Xing, that blockhead, he could endure it. Upon entering the private room, Zhao Yunan immediately seized the microphone, belting out a song, while Su Yao deliberately pulled Miao Miao to her side for conversation and drinks. Lu Xing, whose tolerance for alcohol was rather low, found himself encouraged by Lin Huaizhi to drink, and after consuming 3 bottles of beer, he felt somewhat dizzy, leaning back against the sofa with squinted eyes. Look at them, subtly competing despite their poor rapport. Lu Xing is on the verge of inebriation. Miao Miao nodded, feeling no concern, and downed her beer in one go. Getting drunk would be advantageous. It would mean she wouldn't be interrupted. Lin Huaizhi's face flushed easily with alcohol, although his cheeks were bright red. He remained quite lucid. Lu Xing might intoxicate quickly, yet he also sobered up swiftly, so Lin Huaizhi needed to seize this moment to present her with an opportunity. With this in mind, Lin Huaizhi excused himself, claiming he needed some fresh air. Sister, I'll step out to the restroom. You should go sing. You've been chatting with me and Haven T had a chance to perform, Miao Miao said, eagerly anticipating her own exit. After only a minute of waiting for Lin Huaizhi, she could hardly contain herself. Su Yao, observing, feigned concern. Do you need me to accompany you? Are you afraid? No, I'll be back shortly. You go ahead and sing, Miao Miao replied hurriedly before dashing out. Su Yao felt a surge of anxiety. Though she knew Lin Huaizhi would likely not be interested in Miao Miao, she couldn't dismiss the possibility that Miao Miao might employ some tactics or seize an opportunity to kiss him. The thought was unbearable. Ah, how vexing. Su Yao's imagination conjured a scene where Miao Miao clung to him like a piece of gum, and Lin Huaizhi would undoubtedly be taken advantage of. With this thought, Su Yao uncapped a bottle of high-proof alcohol and drank half of it in one go. Chapter 37. Do you want to touch me? After stepping outside, Lin Huaizhi stood by the door, engrossed in his phone. Within moments, Miao Miao emerged, startled to find him waiting there, but she quickly regained her composure and smiled. Huaigu, are you feeling unwell? Lin Huaizhi nodded, admitting he had indulged a bit too much. There's a convenience store nearby. Shall I fetch some yogurt for you? It might help alleviate your discomfort, Miao Miao offered, feigning understanding. In her view, boys appreciated such attentiveness, good-looking, well-mannered, and seemingly innocent. Yet with a hidden wild side, perfectly fitting the mold, she believed her charm had never let her down. From her initial nervousness when deceiving someone to her current complete lack of remorse, she had come to realize that those boys treated her well primarily because they desired to be intimate with her, since she had already given her body. What harm was there in collecting some monetary compensation? Lin Huaizhi stood before her. Unlike any other man she had encountered, not only was he handsome, but his financial standing was also commendable. If she could establish a connection with him, he would undoubtedly surpass Lu Xing in desirability. Moreover, to be frank, his good looks fueled her enthusiasm, motivating her to put forth even greater effort. You mentioned this was your first visit. How do you know there's a convenience store nearby? Lin Huaizhi pressed, honing in on the crux of her statement. Because I worried that you might feel unwell after drinking, I made a point to observe my surroundings when we arrived. I have a habit of being observant, you see. Although I dislike places like this and find them unsafe, I feel secure with you around. After all, you would certainly protect me. Miao Miao smiled, unperturbed by her exposure. Her explanation served to bolster her appeal. You stay here and rest. I'll go buy it for you. Lin Huaizhi narrowed his eyes, striding alongside her. Miao Miao chuckled inwardly, feeling increasingly confident. Are you coming with me? It's unsafe for you to go alone. Lin Huaizhi maintained a stoic expression, unable to feign interest in the girl before him. Instead, he opted for a cool demeanor, allowing his actions to convey a hint of concern, which Miao Miao naturally interpreted as interest, requiring no further effort on his part. Sure enough, even in silence, Miao Miao found ways to engage him. Brother, when I first saw you, I thought you were incredibly handsome, with such a high nose and alluring lips. Exactly the type one wishes to kiss. Miao Miao suddenly halted, gazing at Lin Huaizhi's face, her attention fixating on his lips, even playfully licking her own tongue in a manner that was overtly suggestive. Lin Huai endured the discomfort swelling within him, his fists clenched tightly. Yet, to Miao Miao's eyes, his demeanor suggested a suppressed interest, a facade of restraint hiding his true desires. Brother, what do you think of Sister Yao Yao? Miao Miao suddenly inquired as they descended the stairs. The mere thought of Su Yao lifted Lin Huai's spirits, but before he could respond, Miao Miao had already pulled him into a dimly lit alley, devoid of passers-by. In this secluded spot, Miao Miao grasped Lin Huai's hand, her demeanor entirely transformed. As she guided his hand toward her teddy bear, Lin Huai hesitated, keeping his hand suspended in midair. Was he unable to resist so quickly? Being young, Miao Miao lacked the insight to read hearts, having successfully deceived a few. She mistakenly believed she had mastered the art of manipulation. Her eagerness to reveal her intentions was rather foolish. However, this naivety might expedite the conclusion of this farce. Don't you fancy Lu Xing? Why are you attempting to entice me now? Miao Miao chuckled, releasing Lin Huai's hand to touch his chest. When I see you, my heart is wholly yours. I merely felt sorry for him, so I showed him some kindness. If I were to say I like someone, it would certainly be someone like you, she declared, her fingers tracing circles on his chest. Yet, rather than feeling flattered, Lin Huai felt a wave of revulsion wash over him. So, you truly do not like Lu Xing? Of course not, brother. Lin Huai had heard the affirmations he sought. He no longer wished to play along with her charade. After all, he couldn't genuinely risk his virtue. For the cost would be too great. These matters were meant solely for discussions with Su Yao. You genuinely disgust me, he stated bluntly. I recorded everything you just said. From now on, cease your entanglements with Lu Xing. Also, with your own hands and feet, why not do something productive instead of relying on this? Do you possess no sense of shame? Miao Miao was momentarily taken aback, but she was not foolish and quickly realized Lin Huai was toying with her. You did this on purpose? Lin Huai shrugged. What else could it be? Do you think everyone is as naive as you? Lu Xing is merely kind-hearted and unsuspecting, which is why you could deceive him. And you, on the other hand, are exploiting this to line your pockets? Don't show up in front of Lu Xing again. Let us consider this matter settled. If there is a next time, I will not hesitate to contact the authorities. With that, Lin Huai had lost all patience for further discourse and turned to leave. However, upon stepping through the door, he was met with the sight of Su Yao. Her cheeks puffed out in irritation like a squirrel. Waiting for me? What? Are you worried I might be tempted? Lin Huai teased, pinching her cheek. But Su Yao angrily dodged away. You didn't just touch her, did you? Was she feeling jealous? Lin Huai relished the thought. You were the one who told me to seduce her, yet now you disdain me for it. Su Yao, you are quite domineering. Su Yao shot him a glare before retreating upstairs. It's not like I want you to feel hurt. Now look, I haven't even touched her. And she has already had her hands on you. That meow meow is clearly overly forward. It was pitch black outside. And they lingered for quite some time. Who knows what transpired? If you hadn't returned soon, I would have thought you were scouting out a hotel. Su Yao mentally berated herself. Earlier, when Meow Meow had left the private room, she had felt irritable and eventually couldn't resist following them. Watching from a distance, she felt stifled, unable to intervene, her heart nearly bursting with frustration. Time felt interminable, and her anxiety escalated as Lin Huai's pace remained unusually slow. Now that the matter was concluded, she was uncertain whether to inquire about what had transpired. Lin Huai observed that Su Yao resembled a child, her emotions plainly written on her face. Yet, Meow Meow's earlier assertions were rather misguided. As someone privy to the entire scenario, Lin Huai considered Su Yao to be anything but immature. In fact, she was just the right amount of mature, precisely his type. Had it been Su Yao tempting him in such a manner, he doubted he would have withstood it. Perhaps even her initial compliment about his lips being sensual would have stirred something within him. I recorded the conversation. Would you like to listen to it first? Su Yao shook her head. No need. Did she kiss you? Lin Huai chuckled in disbelief. He was no fool. Even if Meow Meow had such inclinations, he was hardly defenseless. Surely, he could evade her advances. Why are you silent? Did she actually kiss you? Su Yao's composure crumbled. She had never been kissed herself, yet a con artist had beaten her to it? Of course not. Su Yao, what on earth are you thinking? Lin Huai flicked her forehead. If it didn't happen, it didn't happen. Are you regretting it? Lin Huai was astonished. Was it true that when girls were jealous, their imaginations ran wild? If he didn't clarify, would Su Yao truly believe he harbored desires for Meow Meow? Chapter 38. I know she is deceiving me. Lin Huai and Su Yao returned to the private room in succession, where Zhao Yuan and Lin Wen had ceased their singing. Their usual playful demeanor replaced by a serious conversation with Lu Xing. Upon their arrival, Lu Xing looked up, her eyes red. Did she leave? The scene caught both Lin Huai and Su Yao off guard. How could Lu Xing be aware? Lin Huai approached Lu Xing. So? You've known all along she was deceiving you? Lu Xing nodded, not denying it. I've long suspected she was problematic. I checked her phone and knew that day was merely an act. She wasn't truly in danger, nor did I genuinely rescue her. Then why continue associating with her? Su Yao queried, perplexed. If you're aware Meow Meow is a fraud, why become increasingly entangled? She shared her experiences with me. Although I know she is deceiving me, I believe her experiences are real. She was indeed abandoned by her parents, and I wanted to show her some kindness. I think she became this way because she never felt warmth. Perhaps if I treated her well, she would change. Lin Huai recognized Lu Xing's compassion, but was astonished that he was aware of the truth, yet chose to proceed as he did. He didn't consider Lu Xing to be foolish, nor did he wish to chastise him for being naive. It was simply that the situation had escalated to this point, and it was time for clarity. Are you truly resigned now? Would you like to listen to the recording I have? Lin Huai waved his phone slightly. If Lu Xing declined, he would delete it immediately. Go ahead, I want to know what she was like originally. The recording began as they exited the private room. Everyone listening intently, including Su Yao. From the outset, Su Yao pouted, and when she heard Meow Meow cue Lin Huai to touch her chest, she was taken aback. Not only her, but Zhao Yuan and the others also looked at him in shock. Wait, no? I didn't touch her. What are you all thinking? Lin Huai quickly clarified. Enough. Lu Xing could no longer bear it. He had entertained the hope that Miao Miao might feel differently about him, thinking that despite her flaws, she wouldn't truly harm him. Now, however, he understood he had been naive. She was simply that kind of person, indifferent to whom she interacted with, regardless of their sincerity. Lin Huai paused the recording, intending to comfort Lu Xing, but the words faltered on his lips. None of them had ever experienced such a situation, nor did they possess any romantic experience. Being straightforward men, they found themselves at a loss for words. The circumstances of her upbringing undoubtedly influenced her. It was entirely natural to feel sympathy for her given her troubled past, and you were entirely justified in that regard. Su Yao glanced at Lin Huaizhi, sensing his inner turmoil. Coincidentally, she held a stance on the matter, and thus decided to express her thoughts in hopes of offering some assistance to Lu Xing Sr. Miao Miao actually has numerous paths available to her, yet she chose this one. She has deceived many before you, and regardless of the perspective, she does not merit your sacrifices for her. Have you considered what would happen if you truly became involved with her? Would she treat you kindly? She might incessantly extort money from you, and if you are unable to provide, do you think she would hesitate to tarnish her own reputation? She would likely demand that you borrow money, seek assistance from your parents, or even create a scene at school or your home. Individuals like her are capable of anything. Senior, it is admirable to have a soft heart, yet at times, we must also remain guarded. We cannot allow our kindness to lead to our own detriment. Su Yao, usually reserved, seemed transformed today, speaking fervently to the point that her throat felt parched. Lu Xing lowered his head, remaining silent for a long while, and eventually spoke. I've come to terms with it. Thank you, Junior and Huaiga. Lu Xing was no fool, despite any apparent sluggishness. He discerned that their peculiar behavior today was solely for his sake. Zhao Yuanan and Lin Wen exchanged glances, feeling rather foolish for having missed the obvious, as they were preoccupied with their own merriment. Today's commotion rendered any further singing impossible, and since they had merely come to gauge Miao Miao as true nature, it was only fitting to disperse now that the matter had been resolved. Lin Huaizhi advised Zhao Yuanan and Lin Wen to be mindful of Lu Xing's feelings. Yet from Lu Xing's earlier reaction, it was evident that he was far stronger than they had anticipated. One must learn to let go as easily as one picks things up. Upon exiting, Miao Miao remained squatting there, and as soon as she saw Lu Xing emerge, she immediately stood up, albeit with her legs numb from prolonged squatting. She gazed at Lu Xing with a pitiful expression, but he stood still, unyielding. Zhao Yuanan and Lin Wen sensed an opportunity to intervene and drive her away, but were halted by Lin Huaizhi. Let him handle it himself. If he has come to a realization, it is for him to clarify. Brother, please let me explain. I truly like you. Miao Miao was a skilled actress, able to cry on command. Ordinarily, Lu Xing would have felt immense sympathy upon witnessing her in such a state, but now he was merely repulsed. I have listened to the recording in its entirety. Why would you assume I would still believe you? In the past, I thought your deceit stemmed from desperation. Yet now it appears you possess no sense of shame. Chapter 39. Touching me does not permit you to touch others. It's not like that. It was that vile Su Yao. She set me up and lured me with tales of Lin Huaizhi's good fortune. Brother, will you trust me just one more time? Miao Miao, tears streaming like rain, clung to Lu Xing's hand, while Su Yao, now labeled as vile, had retreated into silence. Why is it always me who gets hurt? The recording was made by Lin Huaizhi, and it was he who had rejected her, yet in the end, she alone bore the brunt of the insults. What justice is there in that? She merely wished to do something good. Was it truly so difficult? Lin Huaizhi, sensing Su Yao's distress, gently ruffled her hair. It's all right. Don't heed her nonsensical words. You've done remarkably well. Zhao Yuanan and Lin Wen were at a loss for where to direct their gaze, witnessing the rare sight of the typically cunning and unsympathetic Lin Huaizhi comforting someone. Meanwhile, the usually reserved Lu Xing found himself embroiled in an argument with a deceitful woman, a scene rich with irony. I am aware of everything you've said. Did you truly believe that others compelled you to seek their touch? Lu Xing regarded her coldly, finally comprehending the extent of his own folly. The girl before him was a web of lies, her only interest being monetary gain, devoid of even the most basic moral compass. How absurd it was to have ever hoped she might genuinely care for him or change for his sake. Were it not for the recording and Su Yao's words, he would have struggled to articulate such harsh truths. Miao Miao observed Lu Xing, realizing that the affection once evident in his eyes had vanished entirely. Huh, Miao Miao scoffed, her demeanor shifting from one of vulnerability to disdain. She wiped her tears and looked at him with contempt. What do you think you are? What gives you the right to judge me? Do you see yourself as some sort of savior? Do you truly believe you possess the strength to rescue me from the clutches of so many? Lu Xing, that was merely a performance I orchestrated. You coward. Trash. Miao Miao jabbed her finger at his chest, seeking to reclaim the humiliation she had just endured. Since she had fallen, she intended for no one to emerge unscathed. She had squatted at the entrance for half an hour, not merely to await reprimand. I know. Lu Xing gazed intently at the girl before him, recognizing her talent for deception. What did you say? A certain thought flickered through her mind, but was swiftly dismissed until Lu Xing spoke again. I know it was merely a facade. I realized it during our first date. After speaking, Lu Xing seemed to expend the last of his energy, turning to leave without a single glance back. Su Yao observed Meow Meow, convinced that in that fleeting moment, the girl had felt moved, regretful, and self-doubting. However, nature is difficult to change. If it were so easy to transform, she would not have descended to this point. Indeed, moments later, Meow Meow erupted in a tirade. Yet no one paid her any heed. Just moments ago, her heart had been pierced. She had deceived countless individuals, each ultimately cursing her as a slut or whore. Yet, it was they who begged her to share their beds, declaring love for her. How could they object to her taking a little of their money? The more successful she became, the more disillusioned she grew with humanity. Until just now, Lu Xing had acknowledged that he knew she was deceiving him. Yet he still chose to treat her kindly. No, that is not right. If he truly loved me, how could he walk away so heartlessly? She was justified. Lu Xing was no different from those others. They were all the same. Should she take a taxi or walk back? Zhao Yuanan and the others had left, leaving only Lin Huaizhi and Su Yao. With a distance of approximately 2 kilometers to home, Lin Huaizhi was indifferent, thus deferring to Su Yao's preference. Let us walk back. I wish to speak with you. Very well. Lin Huaizhi positioned Su Yao on the inner side, and, noticing her silence, patiently awaited her words. I had thought Lu Xing liked Meow Meow due to ignorance of her true nature. However, I did not anticipate that he would still accept her. Fully aware of who she was, Su Yao struggled to comprehend this. Perhaps due to her own experiences, she prioritized herself, as no one had ever loved her. Thus, she believed that at the very least, she should treat herself well and hold herself in high regard. Lu Xing's character is such that he is willing to consider others, viewing self-sacrifice not as an unacceptable burden, which renders his actions quite reasonable, Lin Huaizhi remarked calmly. Hence, I find him quite remarkable. If it were me, I would certainly falter. Su Yao felt a tangle of emotions within her, beginning to question her own choices. Even if she endeavored to help Lin Huaizhi alter his fate, what if her efforts bore no fruit? She felt akin to a thief, greedily siphoning vitality from Lin Huaizhi. The more kindness he showed her, the heavier her heart became with guilt. This sense of remorse intensified over time, especially after witnessing Lu Xing's complex feelings towards Meow Meow, leaving her in a state of confusion. Su Yao, you are wonderful. Like Lu Xing, you possess a tender heart. There is no need to be so harsh on yourself, Lin Huaizhi said earnestly beneath the glow of the streetlight. Human emotions are intricate. Prioritizing oneself is paramount. If you encounter someone willing to give everything for you, I believe they would likewise be ready to make sacrifices for you. Therefore, follow your heart and strive to do your best. Live in the moment and focus on the present. The outcome will surely be favorable. Look at Lu Xing's situation today. It serves as an example. The evening breeze swept through, and the dust stung Su Yao's eyes, causing her to unwittingly shed tears. Indeed, doing my best is sufficient. If Lu Xing's fate can change, then surely Lin Huaizhi's can too. So, did you really not touch her? Su Yao's shift in topic was abrupt. One moment she was engulfed in melancholy, and the next she leaped to this matter, leaving Lin Huaizhi momentarily bewildered. Huh, Su Yao, do you switch topics like this in your novels as well? After spending so much time together, Lin Huaizhi still couldn't comprehend Su Yao's thought processes. While her ability to heal was admirable, her manner seemed somewhat exaggerated. Yes, my writing reflects this too. So did you actually touch her? Is hers genuinely larger than mine? Do men secretly prefer larger sizes despite their silence? And Meow Meow, with her confidence, could it be that boys favor such assertiveness? But I can't emulate that. I can't just grab Lin Huaizhi's hand and press it against my chest. Can I? After he touched me last time, I could vividly recall that moment with my eyes shut. Oh, how frustrating. Lin Huaizhi chuckled at her antics, opting not to respond, and continued walking ahead. Why are you walking so fast? You haven't answered me yet. Lin Huaizhi, you didn't actually touch her, did you? Su Yao quickened her pace to catch up, tugging at Lin Huaizhi's arm. Do you wish for me to touch you as well? Lin Huaizhi teased, glancing at the arm she was grasping with a smile. If you touch me, that means you can't touch anyone else. Su Yao inadvertently blurted out her innermost thoughts, her voice raised enough to attract the attention of nearby couples taking a stroll. Realizing that the couples were laughing at her, she suddenly came to her senses. I must be going crazy. What am I saying? Her mind raced, especially when meeting Lin Huaizhi's teasing gaze, causing her cheeks to flush profusely. Forget it. Retreat is the best strategy. Lin Huaizhi watched as Su Yao dashed ahead, and he quickly pursued her. Be careful and watch where you're going. Don't run so fast. Stop chasing me. I'm feeling so embarrassed. Su Yao shouted loudly, only to accelerate even more. Chapter 40. Seek Lin Huaizhi when in need. Lin Huaizhi found Su Yao irresistibly endearing, especially after hearing her inner thoughts, which made him appreciate her even more. They say girls have many convoluted thoughts. And while Lin Huaizhi was unsure about others, Su Yao appeared utterly naive. Despite not having experienced much kindness, she radiated like a little sun, warm and bright. The slightest gesture of goodwill prompted her to repay it tenfold. Having endured a similarly unfortunate childhood, Su Yao had grown remarkably resilient and hardworking. How could such a person not captivate him? Su Yao, watch for cars. Don't run so fast. Lin Huaizhi observed her speeding away, occasionally glancing back to see if he was keeping pace, oblivious to the obstacles in her path, fearing she might fall. Upon returning home, Su Yao hurried to her room, while Lin Huaizhi attempted to open the door, only to find she had locked it. Humph. Just moments ago, she insisted I could only touch her. And now she locks me out? He chuckled to himself. Meanwhile, his phone buzzed with a WeChat notification. It was a message from Su Yao. I'm so sleepy today. I'm going to sleep first. Don't talk to me. I said nothing just now. She added a final note. I'm already asleep. Do not disturb. All right. I'll give you that. Lin Huaizhi scoffed softly, while she requested solitude now. In a couple of days, when her vitality dwindled, she would undoubtedly seek him out, likely concocting some flimsy excuse to engage intimately with him again. With that thought, Lin Huaizhi felt a slight lift in his mood. Back in his room, he texted Zhao Yuanan to inquire about Lu Xing's condition. Fortunately, he was still coherent and had not acted out, merely expressing a desire for more alcohol. Drinking was normal. Bottling up emotions was the real danger. Since they had no classes the following morning, Zhao Yuanan and Lin Wen accompanied him for drinks, burdened by guilt. Lin Huaizhi exchanged a few words before falling silent. The events of the day had been resolved smoothly. Lu Xing would not face expulsion. After taking out a notebook from the drawer, Lin Huaizhi marked a check next to the matter, signifying its complete resolution. However, he still found Shen Shitong's demeanor increasingly suspicious, necessitating closer observation. Additionally, Zhou Ying's behavior was evidently off. The dynamics between the two appeared far from simple. The next morning, Su Yao rose early, striving to make no significant noise, lest she disturb Lin Huaizhi. After her earlier bold proclamation, she had regretted it throughout the night. From this day forward, she resolved to tread carefully. If she inadvertently angered Lin Huaizhi and was truly cast out, it would spell disaster for her. With a class at 10 o'clock, she still had time to compose another chapter. Today's writing would focus solely on romance. In the past, she would have likely faced writer's block. But drawing from her recent experiences, she found her fingers gliding smoothly over the keyboard as she recalled the scenes vividly. In less than an hour, she completed the chapter, reviewing it with satisfaction. Indeed, experience transformed her writing, rendering it far from dull. She would seek Lin Huaizhi again when needed. Admiring her work, Su Yao suddenly felt overheated. No, I mustn't dwell on such thoughts. My simple, introverted nature prevents me from contemplating anything risque. Offering herself positive affirmations, she splashed her face with water in the restroom before grabbing the textbooks she needed for the day and heading out. At the school gate, she purchased an egg pancake, savoring it as she walked, utterly content. Upon reaching the bottom of the stairs, Su Yao noticed a crowd gathered at the second-floor classroom entrance. Curiosity piqued, she approached, soon realizing it was Shen Shitong and Zhou Ying. Indeed, only the protagonists would draw such a crowd, adhering to the principle of understanding both oneself and others. Su Yao could not help but glance over. Zhou Ying was cradling a magnificent bouquet of roses in one hand, while holding a designer bag in the other, which must have cost over 100,000. Zhou Ying truly treated Shen Shitong exceptionally well. How enviable. A perfect match, both in talent and beauty. Not to mention their affluent backgrounds, truly reminiscent of protagonists from a novel. As Su Yao listened to her classmates' discussions nearby, she nodded in agreement. They indeed resembled the leading characters of a story, while she felt like just a bystander, a mere NPC in the crowd. Su Yao gazed at the bag in Zhou Ying's hand, unable to fathom that such a small item could be worth over 100,000. How many thousands of words would she need to write to earn enough for that bag? Such disparity between individuals. She hesitated even to replace her keyboard, and sometimes winced at the thought of spending 10 yuan on bubble tea, while others casually spent tens of thousands, as if it were nothing. Sigh. If only she had the opportunity to play the role of a wealthy heiress next time, to experience the feeling of affluence herself. With this thought in mind, Su Yao took a hearty bite of her egg pancake and turned back to the classroom. Ah, this egg pancake is truly delicious. I should buy one for Lin Huaizhi next time. The classroom was sparsely populated, with most students outside enjoying the commotion, yet Nana had already settled in at the back. Upon seeing Su Yao enter, she waved eagerly. Yao Yao, I missed you. Zhang Nana leaned against Su Yao's shoulder playfully, lifting her spirits. They had only seen each other yesterday. How could she miss her so soon? Oh dear, I just miss you. All right, I miss you too. Su Yao spoke affectionately, genuinely fond of Zhang Nana. Though Nana had never disclosed her health issues since they became friends, Su Yao did not mind. Everyone has their little secrets, and it is perfectly understandable not to share them. Why aren't you outside enjoying the excitement? Zhang Nana pouted huffily. I wouldn't want to watch. That Shin Shitong bullied you last time. I dislike her. Besides, giving gifts is one thing, but flaunting them so ostentatiously is another. Well, giving gifts is quite normal. But I just dislike them, hence my bias. Zhang Nana was refreshingly honest, her disdain evident on her face. Su Yao nodded. I don't like them either. These two were far too calculating, especially Shin Shitong, who, in the story, caused Lin Huaizhi's demise, showing no remorse as she cozied up to Zhou. It was simply heartless. Chapter 41. She holds the power of choice. Today, Shin Shitong donned long sleeves to conceal the scars from her injury, which appeared worse than before. It would undoubtedly take many days for her to heal completely. She had resolved to distance herself from Zhou. Yet upon witnessing Zhou holding flowers and a bag far more extravagant than her own, regret washed over her. Zhou was handsome and came from a prosperous family, excelling in every aspect compared to Lin Huaizhi. Although Lin Huaizhi was a good person, his family's circumstances were nowhere near Zhou Ying's level. Choosing Lin Huaizhi would undoubtedly diminish her quality of life, while being with Zhou would merely render her a gilded cage for him. Never mind. She would take it one step at a time. It was only the beginning, and she still had the chance to choose. Perhaps a turn of events awaited her. As she accepted the flowers from Zhou, her eyes sparkled with joy, though she feigned indifference about the new bag. I'm already thrilled that you bought me flowers. There's no need for such extravagant gifts. Zhou gazed at her with profound affection, placing the bag into her hands. Tang, you deserve all the finest things in the world. Anything you desire, I will provide. Shin Shitong felt a surge of satisfaction, and the envious murmurs from those around her seemed to alleviate her pain. She indeed deserved the best. What boy wouldn't he adore her? She was the center of the universe, and both Zhou and Lin Huaizhi should revolve around her. Just before class began, Shin Shitong entered the classroom, clutching her flowers, only to see Su Yao chatting and laughing with a nearby girl. Was the commotion outside so loud that she truly hadn't heard anything? Or did she believe that moving into Lin Huaizhi's home would earn his affection? How naive. If she didn't show her the consequences of her actions. Shin Shitong doubted she would ever comprehend her role. During class, Shin Shitong remained actively engaged with the teacher, quickly ensuring her name was remembered. As class neared its end, Su Yao and Nana prepared to head straight to the cafeteria, fully aware that it was mealtime, and any delay would result in a long queue. As the saying goes, those who are not proactive about eating must have a problem with their intellect. Both Su Yao and Nana were destined to be food enthusiasts, and as soon as the teacher announced the end of class, they dashed out. While passing the front row, Su Yao was abruptly halted by Shin Shitong, grabbing her arm. Confused, Su Yao looked at her, unsure of her intentions. Yao, do you have a moment? I have something to discuss with you. Su Yao shrugged her off, stating, if it's important, you wouldn't need to ask me. We aren't close. If it's not important, then there's no need to bother me. I'm not interested. Goodbye. With that, she ran off, leaving Shin Shitong bewildered. Shinya noticed Shin Shitong's troubled expression and quickly reassured her. Su Yao rarely talks to anyone. Don't take it personally, Tang. Shin Shitong feigned sadness. I just wanted to ask her about her relationship with Senior Huaizhi. After all, her health isn't great, and during my last conversation with Senior, he seemed unaware of her heart condition. He has a good nature, so he probably wouldn't refuse Su Yao, which is why he agreed to live with her. I'm just concerned that if Su Yao's health deteriorates, it might trouble him. After all, he is kind-hearted. I merely wanted to talk to Su Yao and suggest she be honest with him. If he minds, she should move out. That would be the right thing to do. Shin Shitong was already a figure of attention, and with Zhou Ying's recent display, everyone instinctively turned their focus to her. Upon hearing her words, many leaned in to inquire further. Tang, the Senior Huaizhi you mentioned, could it be Lin Huaizhi from the computer science department? I've seen him on the popularity list. He is tied with Zhou for first place. He is incredibly handsome, truly the face of the school. Yes, I heard the school's promotional video was supposed to feature him, but he declined when he learned there would be a female partner. Wait, you're missing the point. The focus is on Su Yao living with Senior Huaizhi, and he doesn't even know she is sick. Exactly. If something were to happen to Su Yao, wouldn't Senior have to take responsibility? That Su Yao doesn't seem easy to get along with. It's no surprise she pulls such a stunt. I noticed people saying Senior Huaizhi is quite aloof. Who knows how she managed to move in with him? I believe Senior was definitely deceived by Su Yao. Tang, you're so kind-hearted, not directly exposing her, yet giving her a chance to confess. I noticed during military training that Su Yao isn't a good person at all. Just because she is unwell doesn't mean she can demand that everyone cater to her. Exactly. Last time, she even got Tang Tang in trouble for writing self-reflections. How could she be so wicked? Only Tang Tang, with her soft heart, could still consider her feelings despite the havoc she has wreaked. In my opinion, you should have directly informed your senior, sparing her any semblance of dignity. The surrounding girls, engrossed in their chatter, grew more animated with each word, hastily condemning Su Yao based solely on Shun Shitang's mere insinuations. They extolled Shun Shitang's understanding nature while mercilessly belittling Su Yao, carelessly labeling her a seductress. It seemed as though these individuals lacked any capacity for independent thought. A single utterance from Shun Shitang would ignite their imaginations, oblivious to the actual truth of the matter, as they perched upon their moral high ground to judge Su Yao. Shun Shitang was in high spirits. Su Yao was merely a variable, but regardless of her actions, she felt she could control everything. With someone like Su Yao, lacking connections, skills, and emerging from obscurity, how dare she oppose her? This time, Shun Shitang would let her experience the sensation of being scrutinized by all, subjected to online ridicule until she was thoroughly humiliated. Chapter 42. The Untroubled Su Yao. Yao Yao, why do I feel like Shun Shitang is fixated on you? Is it because of what happened last time? Does she harbor resentment towards you? Zhang Na, as an observer, perceived clearly that Shun Shitang was far from the simple persona she projected. She was cunning and craved the spotlight. After the embarrassment Su Yao had caused her, it was impossible for Shun Shitang not to care. The sudden pull on Su Yao's arm might very well conceal some ill intent. Of course, Su Yao was well aware of Shun Shitang's nature. No one understood her better. Yet, something felt amiss. Compared to the original plot of the novel, Shun Shitang appeared to be more astute, adept at winning hearts. Even without the protagonist's halo, she had amassed a multitude of friends. Even in class, Shun Shitang was diligently striving to improve herself, attentively absorbing the lessons. As an NPC, Su Yao believed she should not attract such attention from Shun Shitang. Was it because she obstructed Lin Huaizhi's pursuit of her? Yet, Shun Shitang's affections lay with Zhou Ying, and she had no shortage of suitors. There was no need for her to cling to Lin Huaizhi. Forget it. It was puzzling, but as long as Lin Huaizhi showed no interest in her, that sufficed. As for the rest, let Shun Shitang stir up whatever chaos she pleased. It should be fine, but it doesn't matter. I haven't done anything wrong, so I'm not afraid of her. Zhang Na pondered Su Yao's disposition. She would never allow herself to be bullied. And even if trouble arose, she would stand by her side. Yao Yao, how are things progressing with your landlord? Has there been any advancement? Have you put my previous advice to good use? As a seasoned friend, Zhang Na could easily discern that Su Yao's feelings for Lin Huaizhi were not purely platonic and felt compelled to encourage her. Not wanting to dwell on the topic, Su Yao flushed at the mention of it, while Zhang Na, appearing innocent, was brimming with risque thoughts. What had she said last night about Lin Huaizhi touching her and not others? She couldn't fathom where she found the audacity to utter such direct words. If Lin Huaizhi were a gentleman, then with anyone else, she would surely have been taken advantage of. However, if he remained unmoved after her bold comments, did that signify a lack of attraction on his part? Na, do you think if I were very proactive but he responded indifferently, that would mean I have no chance? Zhang Na detected the scent of gossip and became instantly animated. What happened? Be specific. What did you do? And how did he react? Don't leave out any details. I'll help you analyze it. Su Yao was about to speak, but realized she hadn't given Lin Huaizhi the chance to respond. After her outburst, she had fled and hadn't spoken to him since last night. Na, you seem so innocent, yet you understand everything. Su Yao hastily shifted the topic. She had come to a conclusion on her own and didn't currently require Zhang Na's guidance. When the time came, she would consult her properly. Zhang Na's personality was such that she appeared demure in front of unfamiliar faces, but once comfortable, she would unleash her true self, often startling others with her bold remarks. I know so much. Do you want to learn some techniques? I won't charge you. I'll teach you for free. I guarantee he won't be able to resist you, utterly captivated by your skills. I'm telling you, no matter how serious a guy seems, they're all a bit lecherous. The more proactive you are, the more they like it, so don't be shy, be bold. Have you not heard the saying? The more brazen, the harder to part. The more salacious, the more harmonious. Just find the right path, and you'll surely win over your landlord. Zhang Na's words grew increasingly outrageous, prompting Su Yao to hastily cover her mouth to prevent any further indiscretions. She hadn't even kissed Lin Huaizhi yet. What was the point of discussing techniques? Yet, if she could indeed achieve that, she wondered how much her life would improve. Feeling a flutter of excitement, she chastised herself internally. No, How could she be led astray by her? She had no such intentions. If anything were to happen, it should be mutual affection, a natural progression born of deep feelings. Su Yao purchased a chicken steak meal from Lin Huaizhi's favorite restaurant, hoping to try it out. Reflecting on him, she realized that a considerable amount of time had passed since last night without any communication. After some contemplation, Su Yao decided to message Lin Huaizhi. At that moment, Lin Huaizhi was at home working on his assignments. Upon hearing his phone notification, he initially ignored it, but couldn't resist picking it up moments later. What if it was a message from Su Yao? She had been so carefree, having locked herself in her room last night, and he hadn't heard a sound when she left this morning. Was she truly that afraid of him? He hadn't even responded to her words from last night. Upon reflection, he realized he was quite open to her proposal. As he glanced at the message Su Yao had sent, a smile finally broke through his usually stoic demeanor. She even inquired whether he had eaten. And considering her pleasant tone, he begrudgingly decided not to hold a grudge. Not yet. Although he had forgiven her in his heart, Lin Huaizhi still replied coolly, curious to see if Su Yao would attempt to placate him. Watching the typing indicator flicker, he felt a glimmer of anticipation. It's already mealtime, and you're still not eating? That's not good for your stomach. What do you want to eat? I can order takeout for you. Lin Huaizhi felt a surge of satisfaction. Su Yao genuinely cared for him, yet he maintained his aloof facade. No need. That is not an option. Meals should be eaten on time. I'll order from that stone pot bibimbap place you liked last time. Su Yao swiftly switched to the takeout app and placed an order for Lin Huaizhi. It's been ordered. Make sure to eat as soon as it arrives. Lin Huaizhi was entirely appeased. The minor grievances from the night before evaporated. The young girl's shyness and bashfulness were perfectly normal. If they were to be together in the future, he would take the initiative. It was hardly a significant issue. Zhang Nana observed Su Yao, who had barely touched her food, engrossed in her phone, and tapped the table to remind her. Put down your phone and pay attention to the people around you. Oh, I was just taking a quick look. Su Yao set her phone down. Truthfully, she found herself missing Lin Huaizhi a little. Conveniently like her, he had only one class in the afternoon, and once it was over, they could head home together. On the way home, one can still indulge in a delightful cup of milk tea, perhaps stop by the fruit shop to procure some fresh produce, and then return home to enjoy a film. Seizing the opportunity to steal a gentle touch of his hand, creating a moment of intimacy. Ah, how splendid it all sounds. My anticipation has already begun to blossom. Chapter 43. 10 is her lucky number. After Lin Huaizhi received his meal, he snapped a photo to send to Su Yao, contemplating sharing it in the dormitory group chat. However, recalling that Lu Xing must be in a state of heartbreak, he decided against it. To be precise, it could hardly be termed a heartbreak. It was merely a one-sided deception. As a good friend, it would be unkind to rub salt in his wounds. Lin Huaizhi consumed his meal swiftly, finishing within a mere 10 minutes. For reasons unknown, he couldn't shake the feeling that Su Yao's food must be more delectable. Rising later than usual, he had no intention of taking a nap after lunch, opting instead to organize his notes before heading to school. Perhaps it was merely his imagination, but today, he seemed to attract more glances than usual while walking down the street. While he was accustomed to occasional stares, the frequency was unprecedented, and the whispers from some girls only added to the intrigue. Glancing down at his attire for the day, he found nothing amiss. He had worn similar outfits before without inciting such attention. Upon arriving at the classroom, he immediately spotted Zhao Yuanan and his companions sprawled across their desks, undoubtedly fatigued from a late night of revelry. Yet their dedication was commendable. Despite their exhaustion, they still attended class. Lin Huaizhi set down his bag and busied himself with his phone. The class continued until Zhao Yuanan finally lifted his head near the end. Have we started the lesson? Lin Huaizhi rolled his eyes, puzzled by their motivation to attend class in such a state. The lesson hasn't begun yet. You might as well continue sleeping. Zhao Yuanan, without a hint of skepticism regarding Lin Huaizhi's words, promptly laid his head back down. Lin Huaizhi listened attentively, making the rare effort to take notes. When class concluded, he shared his notes in the dormitory group chat. As it was a specialized course, it held a certain level of difficulty. For those who might have missed the lecture, reviewing his notes should suffice. As the class bell rang, Lin Huaizhi roused his friends, who appeared utterly bewildered, struggling to comprehend that the class had indeed ended. Is class over? Zhao Yuanan croaked, while Lin Wan and Lu Xing looked equally disoriented. In your current state, you'd be better off sleeping comfortably in the dormitory. What is the point of coming to class? Initially, Lin Huaizhi had considered waking them to participate in the lesson, but seeing them in such a state, he realized that even if he did, they would likely succumb to sleep within minutes. Thus, he abandoned the idea. Can you make it back? Do you need me to escort you? Lin Huaizhi glanced at his phone. He had already arranged to return with Su Yao after this class. No need. You should hurry and go meet your junior, Zhao Yuanan said knowingly, recognizing Lin Huaizhi's thoughts. They were merely fatigued, not seriously unwell. Alright. I've posted the notes in the group. Remember to review them when you wake up. Seeing that they had regained some clarity, Lin Huaizhi decided he need not linger and shouldered his bag before leaving. Upon arriving at the meeting point with Su Yao, he waited beneath a tree. But after a considerable time, she had yet to arrive, nor had she responded to his messages. Why is she still not here? A sense of foreboding washed over him, prompting him to head directly to the College of Arts in search of her. Meanwhile, Su Yao found herself encircled by a group of girls, her patience wearing thin. The ringleader, Chunya, was one of those sycophants who trailed behind Shen Shitong. Su Yao had often pondered the dynamics of such relationships while reading novels. It was understandable for minions to assist their malicious counterpart in troubling the protagonist, especially when there were rewards involved. However, what could these girls possibly gain from Shen Shitong? Did they truly believe her every word? The most absurd part was that Shen Shitong wasn't even the protagonist. Why were they seeking conflict with her? Although Su Yao was aware of Shen Shitong's ulterior motives, she was astonished by how swiftly she had managed to rally such a crowd against her. Yet, were all these university students devoid of any common sense? With such limited intellect, what future could they hope for? Su Yao, you still haven't answered my question. Did you seduce Senior Huaizhi? One of them taunted. Yes, how shameless can you be? If you're ill, you should stay away from others. Instead, you're out here ruining lives. It was one thing for Su Yao to endure their insults, but she could not tolerate their comments regarding her health. Who wouldn't desire a healthy body? Just because she had faced misfortune and was different from others, did that warrant being blamed for it? Raising her gaze, her expression had shifted from friendly to steely. Though surrounded by numerous adversaries, she felt no fear. Having faced death once, could she truly be intimidated by them? Who told you that I seduced Lin Huaizhi? Where's your proof? Did you record a video or an audio clip? Or are you just flapping your lips? And you? She directed her ire at another girl. Did you forget to brush your teeth after devouring in the restroom? Your mouth is foul. I see the real affliction lies with you. Su Yao's appearance had never been particularly menacing, and her quiet demeanor led many to believe she was easy prey. However, as she unleashed her scathing retorts, Chunya was left utterly flabbergasted. Nevertheless, the sheer number of onlookers had its advantages. Once one person reacted, the others quickly followed suit. Su Yao, if you claim you didn't seduce the senior, then how come you're living with him? Another girl chimed in. You're shameless. You made Tang write a reflection before, and now you're ruining the senior. You're a disgrace to our college. Someone like you doesn't deserve to be here. Su Yao felt her mind begin to spin. Why were they all speaking at once? Unable to process their words, she stood silent, prompting Chunya to take matters into her own hands and shove Su Yao. Pushed back, Su Yao's anger flared, and she retaliated with all her strength, sending Chunya crashing to the ground, which brought her a modicum of satisfaction. If people treated her well, she would return the kindness tenfold. However, she would never tolerate being bullied. Yet, as Chunya fell, her companions lunged at Su Yao, propelling her backward until she ultimately tumbled to the ground. Gazing up at the girls, who were roughly her age, she was met with their fierce glares and venomous words. A sense of relief washed over her. Thank goodness she had sent Nana to find a teacher. Otherwise, she would have had to face this mob alone. Closing her eyes, she began counting in her mind. When she reached 10, silence fell, and upon opening her eyes, she spotted Lin Huaizhi. Yao Yao. Lin Huaizhi scooped her up, just as Zhang Nana appeared with a teacher in tow. Seizing the moment, Su Yao feigned unconsciousness. In that instant, as she closed her eyes, she realized her lucky number was indeed 10. Reaching that count had brought her to the person she longed to see most. Chapter 44. My chest hurts. Touch me. The moment Lin Huaizhi witnessed Su Yao being bullied, his temples throbbed, his lashes trembled, and a buzzing filled his ears, causing his entire being to tense up. At that moment, he clearly realized that although Su Yao had not been by his side for long, she had already become immensely significant to him. Thankfully, nothing unfortunate had befallen her. Otherwise, he could scarcely fathom the lengths to which he might go. He had always maintained a gentlemanly demeanor, treating women with the utmost respect, albeit within certain limits. As for those mindless girls before him, he would feel no shame even if they laid a hand on him. Wickedness knows no gender. The teacher is coming. The teacher is coming. While I am genuinely moved by Lin Huai's timely appearance, I shall feign fainting. The more dramatic the situation, the more the teacher will pay heed. Otherwise, my suffering would be in vain, wouldn't it? At critical moments, one must play the fragile card to evoke sympathy. It falls upon me. Lin Huai understood Su Yao's intentions and found the girls before him utterly irksome. It was indeed time to take action. Su Yao was unharmed for now, but had it not been for her vitality, their relentless bullying could have led to dire consequences, perhaps even a relapse of her condition. Just because she was safe did not mean they could be easily forgiven. Misdeeds should not be judged solely by their outcomes. The intention to harm, once acted upon, necessitates accountability. Lin Huai took out his phone and called for an ambulance, causing the girls to finally feel fear. They exchanged glances, hesitant to approach, and took several steps back. What if something truly happened to her? It was none of my concern. I did not lay a finger on her. Indeed, I merely voiced a few words. I never touched her, so it cannot be blamed on me. It was her own frail health. Should anything occur, we cannot be held responsible, right? Yes, and besides, it was her own conduct that was questionable. We were merely offering a well-intentioned warning. If blame were to be assigned, we were not the first to strike. Lin Huai lifted his gaze, coldly observing their cowardice. Just moments ago, they had united in their attack on Su Yao, yet now that trouble had arisen, none wished to shoulder the blame. Their attempts to shirk responsibility were utterly ludicrous. The most absurd part was their conviction that they had done nothing wrong. Lin Huai had encountered foolishness before, but this level of idiocy was unprecedented. Chunya was also bewildered. She had merely intended to give Shen Shitong a chance to vent her anger and to teach Su Yao a lesson, never imagining it would escalate to this point. Now, the surrounding girls were glaring at her, accusing her of being the instigator. I only pushed her at first. You all struck afterward. Chunya shouted in a state of panic. What is going on here? The dean bellowed, surveying the throng of students surrounding the scene. Zhang Nana, aware of the close relationship between the counselor and Shen Shitong, bypassed the counselor and rushed to the dean's office. Fortunately, the dean was present. On the way, Zhang Nana had briefed him on the situation, and he was mentally prepared. However, upon witnessing the scene, it was worse than he had anticipated. The group of girls led by Chunya quickly parted, visibly frightened upon seeing the dean, each with their own schemes to evade responsibility. Yao Yao, Zhang Nana cried, seeing Su Yao collapsed in Lin Huai's arms. Yao Yao, have they called the ambulance? Is she going to be okay? It's all my fault. I should have stayed with you instead of running to find a teacher. If I had been there, I could have protected you. Zhang Nana sobbed, breathless with worry. The dean was equally anxious. If anything were to happen to Su Yao, the academy would bear the weight of such a responsibility. Do we have any medicine ready? Has the ambulance been called? How long has she been unconscious? The dean approached, crouching beside Su Yao, feeling for her breath and sighing in relief. They had not brought any medicine, but the ambulance had indeed been called. Her condition had been stable. The doctor had advised her to manage her emotions carefully to avoid significant issues. However, it was during the bullying and hitting that she had fainted. If anything truly went awry, they would all be deemed culpable, and the authorities could be notified. Lin Huai had no intention of calling the police, as Su Yao was not genuinely harmed, and the academy would never allow such a scandal to tarnish its hard-won reputation. His assertion was merely a tactic to apply pressure on the dean, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation, urging for strict measures rather than a hasty resolution. With Su Yao unconscious and no one else to speak on her behalf, it fell to him to voice these concerns. Upon hearing the mention of police involvement, the dean's demeanor changed dramatically. The academy will address this matter thoroughly and provide a satisfactory resolution for Su Yao. Our immediate priority is to ensure she receives a medical examination. Why does the dean sound so shaky? Truly impressive. This is the boy I admire. With just a few words, he has the dean under his thumb. I should probably regain consciousness now, feign a bit of weakness to reassure the dean. I wouldn't want him to faint from worry if he sees I'm fine. Lin Huai listened to Su Yao's thoughts. Even in such a critical moment, she remained playful. Clearly, she was in no real distress. After a moment's contemplation, Su Yao slowly opened her eyes and weakly called out, "What is going on? Su Yao? How are you feeling now?" Yao Yao. Why is the dean the first to express concern for me? Nana is in tears, yet this wooden block shows no emotion. Su Yao remained silent, staring intently at Lin Huai, seeking something different in his gaze. This doesn't add up. He was so worried moments ago. Yet now that I have awakened, he shows no surprise whatsoever. Could he have figured it out? Does he know I was faking? Lin Huai found himself amused by Su Yao's irritation. If she wished to act, she should do so convincingly. Why was she still preoccupied with him at this juncture? Was her affection for him so profound? How are you feeling? Lin Huai quickly inquired, fearing she might slip up. My heart hurts. It hurts so much. Su Yao squeezed out some tears, pitifully pulling Lin Huai's hand to her chest. Feel here, it really hurts. This is the perfect opportunity. A health check is so straightforward. Doctor, it hurts here. You must check it thoroughly. Though Su Yao appeared to be in dire straits, her mind was filled with mischievous thoughts, reveling in her solo performance. Fearing that Su Yao might reveal her ruse, Lin Huai refrained from resisting, and despite the slight embarrassment of being watched by so many, he found himself intrigued. What was it about the thrill of such a public display? Furthermore, her calling him doctor brought to mind certain scenarios involving doctors and patients, nurses, and their patients, a cliché. Perhaps, yet if Su Yao was willing to play along, he would be quite interested. Aside from Su Yao and Lin Huai, everyone else believed Su Yao was genuinely suffering from heart pain. Only the two involved harbored ulterior motives. Chapter 45. I like you. It's happening. My vitality must have doubled. His hands are so beautiful. Touching my chest is a sight to behold. If it weren't for the current setting, I would want to touch both sides. She was aware that the situation was inappropriate. How bold she was. As Lin Huai felt the softness enveloping him, his mind wandered back to the vibrant spring he had previously witnessed. However, it must be said that this sensation was far more delicate than he had envisioned. No, he thought, continuing to explore this softness would undoubtedly lead to complications. Su Yao was still in his embrace. If he were to react in any way, she would undoubtedly sense it, which would surely frighten her. Teacher, I shall take her to the entrance to wait. The sooner we check, the sooner we can find peace of mind. Observing Su Yao in tears, the dean hastily rose, eager to accompany them. Yet, Lin Huai, fearing exposure, quickly declined. I can accompany her. You should focus on how to address this situation. With ease, he lifted Su Yao into his arms. Upon seeing her awake, Chinya resumed her disparagement. Teacher, Su Yao leads a chaotic personal life. We merely intended to offer her a warning. Who could have anticipated she would faint? You witnessed it yourself. She directly took someone's hand and placed it on her chest. Where is the semblance of a student in that? You ought to intervene. Were it not for the current pretense, Su Yao would have rolled her eyes dramatically. This person was truly lacking in intellect. No wonder Shin Shitong could easily manipulate her with a mere few words. If this foolishness were to be sold, not even a penny would be offered. In such a dire moment, she still contemplated tarnishing her reputation? With such an attitude, even the dean could not consider leniency in punishment. He was equally exasperated, unable to fathom how such a student could have been admitted to his institution. What are you thinking, young lady? With such a mindset, how can you pursue literature? Couples live together, and yet you seek to create discord. Instead of focusing on your studies, you waste your thoughts on such matters. Truly, the dean, encountering such a situation for the first time, was rendered momentarily unsteady with indignation. It must have been Su Yao who seduced him. Lin Huai, weary of the spectacle, nonchalantly uttered a parting remark as he departed. I am Su Yao's boyfriend. If anyone speaks ill of her again, I shall not let it go unchallenged. His expression was so earnest that it left Su Yao momentarily stunned. He must be saying this merely to defend me, she mused. Certainly. He is just too kind-hearted to bear seeing me bullied. Yet, despite this understanding, she could not fathom why her heart raced so. Lin Huai gazed down at her, eager to explain, but the moment their eyes met, Su Yao averted her gaze, refusing to meet his eyes. Su Yao, are you not curious as to why I said that? When she did not inquire, he took the initiative to speak up. Why did you not express concern for me? I awoke without a hint of surprise. Did you already suspect that I was feigning? Su Yao bit her lip nervously, her eyes darting away, unable to face Lin Huai. She dared not ask, for ignorance allowed her to maintain her facade. If she were to receive an answer she did not wish to hear, she could no longer cling to him so shamelessly. Better to remain oblivious to Lin Huai's thoughts. You have yet to answer my question, Su Yao. I know you meant to help me. That is why you said what you did. Su Yao stammered, having preemptively devised an excuse for Lin Huai. Yes, I did wish to assist you. Though she had steeled herself for this moment, hearing those words from Lin Huai's lips rendered her forlorn expression undeniable. Her heart feeling as though it had been pricked by a needle. I should not have held on to hope. Your kindness stems from your inherently good nature, rather than any deeper feelings for me. But, even knowing this, why does it still sadden me? Suppressing tears, Su Yao dared not lift her gaze to answer Lin Huai. Su Yao, I think I have developed feelings for you. I understand that our time together has been brief, yet I truly like you. When I saw you being bullied, I felt anxious and fearful for your safety. I regretted not being by your side to protect you. I genuinely wanted to help. But it was because you are Su Yao that I felt compelled to say so. I wouldn't have acted this way for anyone else. Do you understand? Lin Huai's gaze was tender and unwavering as he focused intently on Su Yao. She caught but a fleeting glimpse before becoming ensnared by his affection. Are you serious? You don't merely pity me or think I'm gravely ill, do you? So, you're saying sweet words to comfort me? Su Yao felt even more aggrieved. The notion that Lin Huai was merely trying to console her brought her immense heartache. This feeling of being pitied was 1,000 times more distressing than the earlier humiliation. Lin Huai, overwhelmed with bliss at hearing Su Yao's inner thoughts, realized how crucial it was to comfort her. Su Yao often appeared optimistic, yet her character was, in reality, somewhat twisted. Su Yao, I'm speaking sincerely. Do you perceive my affection as mere charity? Am I the type to express love out of sympathy? Lin Huai wished he could peer into Su Yao's mind and discern the chaotic thoughts within. Though she often spoke boldly, now that he had genuinely confessed his feelings, she hesitated and questioned herself. Indeed, women are complex beings. That's not what I meant. I'm just afraid. Su Yao summoned the courage to explain. Regardless of her usual bravado, Facing him to express her feelings was daunting. However, with Lin Huai having taken the first step, she felt compelled to be brave as well. I like you too. As she uttered those words, her cheeks flushed crimson. And so, what does that mean? Lin Huai pressed further. So let us date. Although our acquaintance has been brief, we can gradually grow closer. Surely, we will come to like each other more. Is that so? Lin Huai felt a surge of joy upon hearing her words, yet it also seemed somewhat irresponsible. Both he and Su Yao were inexperienced in love. Who would rashly decide to enter a relationship so quickly? Moreover, he relished the current ambiguous connection with her. Feeling it was akin to being in a romantic relationship, only a step away from fully committing, but there was something wonderfully intriguing about this tug of war. Chapter 46. Brother, you are so hard. You like me, I like you. Shouldn't we be together? Or do you think it's too soon? Su Yao quickly replied. Although she yearned for closeness with Lin Huai, she candidly recognized that, from his perspective, it was indeed rather hasty. After all, she had only just moved in and was already tempting him. It wouldn't be long before he might perceive her as some high-level flirt. Both being novices in love, she might lack experience, but as a budding romance writer, she understood the importance of time in relationships. Taking things slowly was a sign of sincerity. Lin Huai nodded in agreement, sharing her sentiment. They could take their time, allowing their relationship to develop naturally, which would be responsible for both her feelings and his. I just feel that there's no need to rush. Very well, taking it slow is acceptable. To be honest, I'm not entirely prepared yet. If we were to rush into things, I might struggle to cope. Well, since we've already broached the subject, isn't it perfectly normal for me to occasionally indulge in a little touch or flirtation? Lin Huaizhi listened to Su Yao's audacious words, perplexed by how a young girl like her could possess such knowledge in this regard. They hadn't even officially begun their relationship, and yet her thoughts had already ventured into such territory. Not to mention, he himself was hardly prepared for such discussions. However, he mused that if the object of his affection was Su Yao, he would be more than willing at any time. Sometimes, merely witnessing her sway before him would elicit a reaction, let alone if Su Yao were to actively entice him. Su Yao, you wouldn't behave this way with other boys, would you? Huh, what do you mean? Su Yao responded, puzzled. She hadn't said anything specific, merely indulged in a bit of daydreaming in her mind, without taking any action. I mean, if someone else were to embrace you, would you allow them to touch your chest? And would you wear a spaghetti strap dress for others to see? Although Lin Huaizhi already knew the answer, he still wanted Su Yao to voice it herself. Of course not. I would never do that. I only act this way towards you. I'm not that kind of person. Though I may sometimes be a bit lewd, I do have principles. I only express my lewdness towards those I truly like. Su Yao quickly defended her innocence, raising her voice slightly, feeling wronged. In her past life, she had never engaged in such behavior, and now, in this life, her affections were solely directed at him. Even during military training, when others sought her contact information, she had sternly declined, for her heart was wholly occupied by him. Initially, her approach to him was merely a means of survival, but as their relationship developed, her feelings transformed. She was unequivocally certain of her emotions. She genuinely liked him. My heart is quite small, only capable of accommodating you. Please don't misunderstand me. I am typically quite shy. Su Yao gazed at Lin Huaizhi with a look of grievance, as if accusing him of harboring unfounded thoughts. All right then. Yao Yao is the most obedient. The first half of her statement delighted Lin Huaizhi, while he remained skeptical about the latter half. I suppose I can consider you obedient. Oh dear, she exclaimed. You call me Yao Yao and still say I'm obedient. Ugh, I'm so moved. I can't take it. If Su Yao were not nestled in Lin Huaizhi's embrace, she would have undoubtedly squirmed with excitement. Lin Huaizhi smiled indulgently. Su Yao's moods shifted so rapidly that a few kind words could easily soothe her anger, and as long as matters were clarified, she bore no grudges. Has the ambulance not arrived yet? The hospital isn't too far from our school, is it? Throughout this journey, Lin Huaizhi carried her, attracting numerous gazes. Though slightly shy, Su Yao felt an immense sense of satisfaction. In a sense, this was Lin Huaizhi affirming her status. She was not merely relying on some seductive tactics to secure her place. While such phenomena did occur after she moved in, they were ultimately private matters between her and Lin Huaizhi, not to be fodder for others' gossip. I didn't actually call 120, I was merely intimidating them. Huh, I could tell you were feigning it right away, thinking it unnecessary to waste medical resources. After all, with all this commotion, your dean certainly won't let this slide. Lin Huaizhi was aware of Su Yao's good health, so he had no intention of summoning an ambulance. Especially if they were to arrive promptly with a whole treatment plan, Su Yao would surely be unable to handle it. And it wouldn't do for her to keep up the ruse indefinitely. Wow, how impressive. How can you know me so well? Su Yao began to tease, drawing circles on Lin Huaizhi's chest with her fingers. You're so firm. Su Yao's boldness fluctuated, Now that Lin Huaizhi was holding her, he couldn't retaliate. So she mischievously took advantage of the situation, even deliberately softening her voice as she spoke. Lin Huaizhi was taken aback by Su Yao's playful demeanor, causing him to momentarily lose his composure. Are we competing for who is more lewd? Su Yao, are you interested in touching? Lin Huaizhi spoke with a serious expression, as if he were not joking at all. No way. Have I gone too far? I understood immediately. I had glimpsed the outline before, so I figured you could handle it. But I wouldn't dare touch. Forget it. I might as well admit defeat. I'll do my homework and prepare myself. Then I can gain life points. Ha! In a mere 10 seconds, Su Yao conjured up 800 thoughts, leaving Lin Huaizhi still trying to adjust to her audacity. I was wrong. I'll behave. Please don't be angry, brother. Lin Huaizhi pinched Su Yao's waist as a lesson. You can't call anyone else brother. Nor can you refer to me as senior. Did you hear that? Although they hadn't officially started dating, Lin Huaizhi's possessiveness began to surface. Su Yao, with her alluring looks and sweet voice, had readily called him brother. Why not? Are you jealous? Su Yao feigned ignorance, her tone slightly teasing. What do you think? Lin Huaizhi shot her a glance, and Su Yao quickly settled down. I would only call you that, but now that you've confessed your feelings for me, you can't look at other girls, especially Shen Shitong. Stay away from her as much as possible, all right? Su Yao tugged at Lin Huaizhi's shirt, softening her tone as she sought to charm him. Okay, I promise. Even if Su Yao hadn't said anything, he would have kept his distance. However, it was evident that today's incident was orchestrated by Shen Shitong. Clearly, Shen Shitong instigated this today. She approached me previously, mentioning your heart condition, and her intentions were transparent. She wanted you to move out. Today, she incited others to trouble you, applying pressure for the same reason. Lin Huaizhi had his suspicions regarding Shen Shitong, but couldn't be certain. He could only hope she and Zhou Ying were locked in a relationship, ceasing to create havoc. If she insisted on causing trouble, they couldn't simply sit idly by. Sometimes, retaliation was the best form of self-defense. What? Shen Shitong contacted you? Why didn't you tell me? Su Yao, alarmed, broke free from Lin Huaizhi's embrace. When did she reach out to you? Did she say anything else? In the original story, Shen Shitong was quite peculiar, showing little regard for Lin Huaizhi's well-being. She was vain and selfish, clearly not genuinely fond of him. Her interest was merely utilitarian. If her intentions were malicious, Lin Huaizhi could find himself in danger. Seeing Lin Huaizhi remain silent, Su Yao realized her tone had been somewhat harsh and quickly adjusted her emotions. I didn't mean to sound aggressive or to interfere. I was just worried about you. I'm sorry, I got a bit carried away. There's no issue. You weren't really fierce, just a bit surprising. It's the first time I've seen you this agitated. Normally, even when Su Yao was upset, she wouldn't react so intensely. Lin Huaizhi wasn't frightened, nor did he perceive her as aggressive. He actually found this different side of her quite endearing. Moreover, her agitation stemmed from genuine concern for him. Ultimately, she merely liked him, and once he recognized that, he couldn't possibly stay angry. Are you upset? I'm apologizing, so please don't be unhappy. Su Yao blinked her innocent eyes, her voice laced with a hint of fragility, akin to a kitten that has accidentally toppled a vase, aware of her mischief and thus beseeching forgiveness with an air of pitiable remorse. In this guise, Lin Huaizhi found it utterly impossible to harbor any anger. Even if he were genuinely upset, it would dissipate in an instant. Feeling himself ensnared by her charm, he could hardly bear to raise his voice against her, for if this was how she atoned for her mistakes during their quarrels, he knew he would inevitably relent. Do not fret, Su Yao. You need not tread so carefully, he remarked as he playfully pinched her cheek. A gesture he had longed to execute, but had found no opportunity until now. The sensation was precisely as he had envisioned, soft and pliable, reminiscent of the earlier moment when his hand brushed against her chest, though that had been due to her undergarments. He imagined that a direct touch would be even more yielding, akin to cotton. Shen Shitang's intent in approaching me was merely to sow discord. She presumed I was oblivious to your heart condition and orchestrated our cohabitation, Lin Huaizhi clarified, wishing to dispel any misconceptions Su Yao might harbor. His silence on the matter had stemmed from the lack of significant events to warrant discussion. Their exchanges had been fleeting, and upon connecting the dots with recent occurrences, the truth became conspicuous. Reflecting on Chunya's earlier remarks, Su Yao felt a pang of guilt. Her words dripped with insinuations that she had seduced Lin Huaizhi while concealing her illness. Was Shen Shitang's ulterior motive to compel her to vacate? But why? Why was she so invested in Lin Huaizhi when her affections seemed directed towards Zhou Ying? Su Yao was perplexed, despite the melodramatic undertones of the original plot. Shen Shitang had indeed been focused on Zhou Ying, while Lin Huaizhi had pursued her. Now, it seemed as though Lin Huaizhi had developed feelings for her, prompting Shen Shitang to act in such an uncharacteristic manner. Was it that she was drawn to those who did not reciprocate her feelings? Yet, that could not be true. as Zhou Ying had made grand gestures of affection towards her, their connection undeniably intimate. "Ah, I need to think this through," she exclaimed in frustration. What could have prompted such a rapid change in her demeanor? Could it be that my interference in the narrative between Lin Huaizhi and her has caused her to act so irrationally? Lin Huaizhi discerned that Su Yao was not particularly astute and that he needed to guide her understanding. The relationship between Shen Shitang and Zhou Ying was far more intricate than it appeared. Shen Shitang seemed to harbor a fear of Zhou Ying. Lin Huaizhi was certain of this, having observed Zhou Ying's strong desire for control, which instilled trepidation in Shen Shitang. However, Zhou Ying's gestures of affection, gifting flowers and handbags, seemed to paint a picture of normalcy, a typical atmosphere of budding romance. Unbeknownst to Su Yao, while Shen Shitang's behavior was indeed peculiar, the system had previously indicated her presence was a variable that could alter the storyline, an undeniable fact. Lin Huaizhi leaned closer to Su Yao, their noses nearly touching, searching her eyes for deeper truths. What is the matter? Su Yao felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Wasn't he engaged in analysis? Why had the atmosphere shifted so dramatically? Why are you suddenly drawing so near? She thought in a fluster. Does he intend to kiss me? But isn't that a bit too soon since we haven't even defined our relationship? Never mind. It's not like I'd be at a loss. I'll just close my eyes. With her eyes shut tight, her trembling lashes fluttered, fists clenched in anticipation. A chuckle escaped Lin Huaizhi. Su Yao's adorableness was irresistible. When she opened her eyes, perplexed by his mirth, she realized she had been playfully deceived. He had no intention of kissing her. Humph. If you're not going to kiss me, then don't. I didn't wish for a kiss anyway. Yet. Why did I close my eyes? How embarrassing. Su Yao, I merely wanted to inquire if you, like Shen Shitang, have an affinity for flowers and handbags. What were you anticipating? Closing your eyes, did you wish for a kiss from me? His inquiry stemmed from having heard that Shen Shitang adored such gifts. And since they were in a flirtatious phase, it was only reasonable to bestow presents. Yet, he had only prepared a keyboard, with no other gifts in mind. With their time together still limited, Lin Huaizhi lacked experience. Fortunately, he could hear Su Yao's innermost thoughts, sparing him the trouble of guessing. I do not fancy such things. I simply cherish you. Your presence is all I desire. Su Yao, emboldened, confessed, her heart racing at the sincerity of her words. Initially, I sought merely to leech off your vitality, but that is no longer the case. My intentions were not pure at the outset. I acknowledge my fault and promise to strive for better in the future, to protect you. Lin Huaizhi nodded, enunciating each word with a gentle seriousness. If your existence hinges on my presence, then you must remain by my side, never to stray. Chapter 48. Extorting funds to purchase gifts for Lin Huaizhi. Upon exiting the school, Su Yao, realizing the ambulance had yet to arrive, decided to adhere to her original plan of leisurely strolling with Lin Huaizhi and visiting the supermarket before returning home. However, Lin Huaizhi deemed this insufficient. Since we have embarked on this performance, we ought to see it through to its grand conclusion, executing it with greater finesse. With a smile, Lin Huaizhi noticed Su Yao's naivete. She was far too lenient towards those who had wronged her. But he was unperturbed. He was more than willing to play the role of the villain. If we forego the hospital visit, we will have no plausible explanation when the teachers inquire. Besides, haven't you been laboring tirelessly on your writing? Why not seize this opportunity for a comprehensive health check? After all, the medical expenses come from your pocket. And you could even receive compensation for emotional distress. What are your thoughts? Lin Huaizhi had never considered himself a soft-hearted individual when his own was wronged. Merely recording the transgressions was insufficient. Material reparations were also warranted. Yet, he pondered whether Su Yao's innocent heart would find his suggestion overly vindictive. Su Yao gazed at Lin Huaizhi, her mind unclouded by ulterior motives, while he felt an inexplicable flutter of anxiety. Did she perceive him as the archetypal fool from a novel, one who would sacrifice everything for love, morally upright, yet harboring thoughts of inflicting harm? Or did she view him as mundane? Wow, you are astute. I hadn't even considered that, Su Yao exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she tugged at Lin Huaizhi's hand. They must extract a considerable sum from those who had bullied her. Nothing was more tangible than money. With this, I'll have even more funds at my disposal to buy you gifts. What should I procure? A better configured computer? Perhaps a mouse? Watches tend to be pricey. And I'm unsure of how much I'll receive. I'll plan accordingly once the money is secured. With this in mind, Su Yao's enthusiasm surged as she grasped Lin Huaizhi's hand, hailing a taxi from the roadside, setting off for the hospital. The car window was ajar, allowing the summer breeze to tousle the girl's delicate strands of hair, simultaneously stirring his heart. His worries seemed to be unfounded. Su Yao comprehended him completely. They were kindred spirits, though she possessed a purity and naivety that he lacked. being so innocent that her first thoughts were of him rather than herself. She felt as though she had deceived herself, hence the guilt gnawed at her, prompting a desire to improve. Little did she know, he had initially invited her in with ulterior motives. If that were the case, could it be considered even? Su Yao, do you not think my suggestion a tad bit oppressive? Not at all. They were the ones who bullied me first. I find your idea to be quite splendid, and I truly like it. Su Yao gazed at Lin Huaizhi unabashedly, her eyes sparkling like stars. Furthermore, we do not take the initiative to bully others. When faced with mistreatment, being a bit fierce is essential for self-protection. Having endured numerous trials, Su Yao had become accustomed to the vicissitudes of human emotion and understood the inherent darkness within humanity. Some individuals are born malevolent. She had faced bullying and the cold stares of others, yet she managed to remain true to herself, captivated by the warmth life offered. She maintained goodwill towards others. But surely, when subjected to unfair treatment, she should be allowed to be a bit wicked, should she not? Indeed, Yao Yao is truly remarkable. How could he not be enchanted by such a Su Yao? Upon arriving at the hospital, Lin Huaizhi accompanied Su Yao for a full-body examination. Throughout the process, Su Yao wore a radiant smile, as if she were indulging in a joyous experience. How can one be so cheerful during a checkup? Lin Huaizhi affectionately ruffled her hair, akin to soothing a small kitten. It's because this is the first time someone has accompanied me to the hospital. I've always come alone before. Though I've grown accustomed to it, it still saddens me a little. But now that you're here, I feel so happy. Moreover, the thought that I don't have to pay makes me even happier. Su Yao chattered away, eager to share her joy with Lin Huaizhi. But when the doctor called her name, she had to pause. The doctor is calling me. I'll go in first. Please wait for me here, all right? Lin Huaizhi's eyes glistened with moisture as he smiled and waved her in quickly. The wind seemed to have picked up, causing his eyes to feel somewhat uncomfortable. Love is tender concern. Love is a constant sense of indebtedness. In that moment, Lin Huaizhi began to grasp the meaning of those words. Waiting outside the examination room, Lin Huaizhi rushed to greet Su Yao as soon as she emerged. How was it? Did you feel any discomfort? Su Yao shook her head, glancing at the vital signs on her wrist, her mood buoyant. No, I'm quite healthy. The feeling of someone waiting for you is truly blissful. If only it could always be like this. Lin Huaizhi took the initiative to hold Su Yao's hand, silently vowing to always be by her side. Whenever she needed him, he would be there, never allowing her to be alone again. What do you want to eat tonight? I'll cook for you or buy it. Lin Huaizhi blurted out the words before remembering his utter lack of culinary skills, quickly altering his statement. Do you have something in mind? Please, feel free to ask. I'll make it for you. Even if I don't know how, I can learn. My cooking skills are quite good. After making a dish a couple of times, it can taste exquisite. Su Yao held confidence in this regard, knowing that Lin Huaizhi disliked cooking while she enjoyed experimenting with food, making them a perfect match. Their interests complementing each other beautifully. Lin Huaizhi pondered for a moment. He truly had no particular cravings. Finally, his gaze lingered on Su Yao's chest for a fleeting 2 seconds. Having already touched her earlier, he wondered when he might steal a kiss. Ahem, no need. Cooking is too laborious. Let us eat out. I'll buy you whatever you desire. Su Yao shook her head, insisting that they return home to eat. We might run into students from our school nearby, and what if someone takes a picture? As Lin Huaizhi said, since they had already begun this charade, they ought to be more meticulous. Then let us order takeout at home. You mentioned wanting to watch a horror movie, and today would be perfect for it. Lin Huaizhi wished to spare Su Yao from any exertion. After all that had transpired, even the strongest of her would be affected emotionally. He would accompany her, engaging in activities she enjoyed. Upon mentioning horror films, Su Yao's interest peaked. I never dared to watch horror films before because I was scared. During school, when classmates watched together, my psychological resilience was poor, so I never participated. After learning of my illness, I became even more hesitant. But now I can give it a try. Because you're by my side, nothing will happen. Furthermore, the atmosphere enhances our bond. The dark ambience is the most likely to spark unexpected events. No, that description is a bit strange. Lin Huaizhi chuckled indulgently, since she wished to watch. He would accompany her. As they left the hospital, dusk had already fallen. Su Yao's phone was set to silent, and having been engrossed with Lin Huaizhi, she had entirely overlooked the barrage of messages from Zhang Nana. Just as Lin Huaizhi had predicted, the principal was genuinely furious this time. A large group of students, comprising both those from Su Yao's class and others, had been summoned to the office. The counselors responsible for each class were called in, and the principal decided to impose severe penalties, suspending students for half a month to reflect at home. Once the disciplinary notice was issued, parents would be summoned to collect their children. Upon hearing of the punishment and the need for parental involvement, Qinya panicked, claiming she only intended to vent her frustrations on Shin Shitong and had no malicious intent. Zhang Nana, acting as the perfect accomplice, chimed in with a sarcastic remark. By your logic, Shen Shitong was the mastermind who instigated you, wasn't he? I recall during military training. Shen Shitong caused trouble for our Yao Yao due to her illness, and she even wrote a self-reflection then. It seems that Shen Shitong is merely seeking allies to bully Yao Yao, all for the sake of venting her anger. That's the logic, I assent it. Listening to this voice message made Su Yao nearly burst into laughter. Recently, Zhang Nana had been watching palace dramas, and the situation was just right for her to perform. The effect was immediate. Shen Shitong was called in for questioning. The girls who had previously supported her began to shift blame onto her and Chunya, creating utter chaos. If only this could be recorded, Zhang Nana would certainly capture it and send it to Su Yao. I want to see them tear each other apart. Although Nana's description was already vivid, witnessing it firsthand would be even more entertaining. Su Yao reveled in the situation, twisting her body in delight, unabashedly displaying her emotions. Didn't Zhang Nana say they would come to apologize? If I'm still not satisfied, I can make things a bit more difficult for them and demand more money. Lin Huaizhi decided to stay close to Su Yao these days. Given the gossip-loving nature of those busybodies, word would undoubtedly spread quickly. As her boyfriend, he felt compelled to protect her. Absolutely. This time, I must demand a little more money. And what of Shen Shitong? Doesn't she enjoy pretending to be a green tea princess? Then I shall cry too. Who can't act? The way to defeat a green tea princess is to walk the same path, leaving her with no escape. Lin Huaizhi had encountered many green tea princesses, but had yet to recognize this potential within Su Yao. Smart as she was, she quickly discerned the skepticism in Lin Huaizhi's eyes and, with hands on her hips, confronted him indignantly. What does that look? Do you think I'm not as pretty as Shen Shitong? Or that I can't play the role of a green tea princess because I'm not soft enough? The girl huffed angrily like a little hamster, her voice soft and sweet even in her indignation. Despite the questioning tone, her expression rendered her fury almost imperceptible. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that Su Yao indeed possessed a certain charm. Lin Huaizhi struggled to suppress the urge to kiss her. His hand thoughtfully stroking his chin as he appraised Su Yao, deliberately teasing her with a mischievous tone that was utterly infuriating. Let me think. The young man elongated his final word, feigning deep contemplation, his indecision seemingly tormenting him. Su Yao, valiantly stifling her grievances, maintained her irritated facade. Though internally, she was on the brink of emotional collapse, feeling profoundly disheartened. Why are you taking so long to think? She demanded. Am I really not as pretty as Shen Shitong? Does he prefer girls like her? Woo-woo? I want to cry, but I must hold it in. I can't embarrass myself. Woo-woo. As these thoughts spiraled in her mind, her composure faltered, her lips quivering, on the verge of tears. Yet, Lin Huaizhi had anticipated her reaction. Just as she was about to burst into tears, he swiftly pinched her lips shut. Indeed, he had directly grasped her lips. Su Yao's expression morphed into one of astonishment. Her eyes wide with disbelief. Though rendered speechless, her gaze conveyed a multitude of questions. Are you all right? What are you doing? Is this really an appropriate setting? This impulsive act stemmed from Lin Huaizhi's momentary panic. He had never behaved in such a manner before. Yet, he couldn't deny that Su Yao appeared rather endearing in her surprise. With a cheeky flick, he pinched her lips again and slowly uttered his first words. Su Yao, you currently resemble a platypus. Su Yao. Wow. The manual obstruction proved futile. Su Yao erupted into tears, sobbing uncontrollably, shoulders shaking with each breath. You think I'm less attractive than her, and you call me a platypus, woo-woo. Though it was typical for couples to quarrel in a university town. Witnessing Su Yao's loud and heart-wrenching cries was a rarity. Passers-by halted in their tracks, clearly intrigued. Had there been snacks, many would have gathered on the roadside, munching seeds while relishing the spectacle. While witnessing others argue might not be captivating, observing a handsome young man and a beautiful young woman in conflict was utterly irresistible. Lin Huaizhi sensed the onlookers' gazes and, compounded by the volume of Su Yao's cries, felt a pang of panic. He had no prior experience in comforting a crying girl, especially as the very cause of her tears. Yao Yao, please, that's not what I meant. For the first time, he experienced the sensation of helplessness. Even enduring a grueling night wrestling with stubborn coding bugs paled in comparison to this predicament. Yao Yao, I don't think you're less pretty than her. You're beautiful in every way. I like you just the way you are. Lin Huaizhi, for the first time, felt his mind go blank. He yearned to utter comforting words but found himself at a loss for vocabulary. He reached out to wipe her tears, but to no avail. Scrambling to pull tissues from his pocket to assist her, it became apparent that women could indeed cry rivers. It was simply astonishing. With no other recourse, Lin Huaizhi enveloped Su Yao in his arms, gently patting her shoulder and soothing her with a tender voice. Yao Yao, you are the most beautiful. No one compares to you. Look, I'm already a junior, and throughout my 2 years in school, I've never felt this way until you arrived and captured my heart in mere days. Isn't that telling? Under normal circumstances, Lin Huaizhi would never have dared to utter such words, nor could he believe his voice held such softness, feigning nonchalance. Really? Su Yao sniffled, gazing up at Lin Huaizhi with tear-streaked eyes. This was utterly unfair. She looked so charming even while crying. Just imagine how lovely she would appear in bed. Lin Huaizhi abruptly hit the brakes on his dangerously wandering thoughts, gently stroking Su Yao's head with utmost sincerity. Truly, you are the most beautiful, no one can compare. Humph. Now that is more like it. My mood has improved instantly. As long as you like me, I can even accept being compared to a platypus. Lin Huaizhi found Su Yao irresistibly adorable, playfully pinching her cheek. Yet, in the next moment, she was up to mischief. If you like me, then kiss me. Kiss me. Kiss me. I'm willing. I just didn't get to kiss you earlier. Lin Huaizhi glanced around. The setting felt all wrong. Besides, they had just agreed to take things slow. Kissing now would complicate everything. Was it mere lip friendship? Just close friends? Chapter 50. The proper way to enjoy a horror film. Lin Huaizhi discerned that Su Yao was no longer angry, so he extended his long, slender finger and lightly tapped her lips, the sensation surprisingly soft, akin to jelly. Next time we'll kiss. For now, let us head home. Anticipation dashed. Su Yao should have felt a twinge of disappointment, but gazing into Lin Huaizhi's deep, tender eyes, she felt a sudden lift in her spirits. Especially since he mentioned going home. With renewed energy, Su Yao bounced along beside Lin Huaizhi, her mood brightening, only now realizing she might be the subject of onlookers' attention. They're not still watching me, are they? She inquired tentatively, not wishing to attract attention. Lin Huaizhi shrugged nonchalantly. What else would they do? Su Yao's face darkened instantly, wishing to avoid the gaze of strangers. Seizing the moment, she linked her arm with Lin Huaizhi's and lowered her head as they walked. What are you doing? Taking advantage of me? Though entirely unopposed, she still aimed to tease Su Yao. Oh, what is wrong with me pulling you along? After all, you're going to be my girlfriend from now on, Su Yao stated with utmost confidence, as if forecasting sunny weather for the next day. Quite self-assured. All right then. I'll reluctantly let you pull me. Lin Huaizhi feigned discontent, but had Su Yao looked up, she would have seen a grin breaking across his face. Once home, Su Yao chatted with Zhang Nana, explaining she would be returning to school the next day, where Shen Shitong and Shinya would apologize to her and face repercussions. The dean and counselor had made several calls. Su Yao only answered the dean's, replying to the counselor's message since the latter favored Shen Shitong and would likely downplay the situation, advising her not to take it too seriously. However, she intended to take it seriously. She was the one being bullied. Those who spoke of being magnanimous had not experienced such a situation themselves. If the tables were turned, they would hardly utter words of forgiveness. After her conversation with the dean, Su Yao silenced her phone and cast it aside. Lin Huaizhi laid out the fried skewers, milk tea, and grilled cold noodles he had brought home, then drew the curtains, leaving only a warm light to illuminate the room. Ah, it's starting, it's starting. Su Yao exclaimed, excitement bubbling as the opening credits rolled. This was her first time watching a horror film, and Lin Huaizhi, concerned she might be frightened, had deliberately chosen one he had already seen, so he could shield her eyes during the more intense moments. However, horrifying images had already flashed across the screen multiple times. Yet Su Yao, while savoring her skewers, appeared utterly engrossed, showing no semblance of fear. This was not how he had envisioned it. Shouldn't Su Yao be terrified? Shouldn't she be crying and frantically seeking comfort in his embrace, looking pitiable as she begged for reassurance? He had prepared himself for that scenario, yet here she was, displaying this nonchalant demeanor. Why was she not afraid? At that moment, as Su Yao continued to shove food into her mouth, an inexplicable chill traveled down her spine. Slowly turning her head, she found Lin Huaizhi staring intently at her, his gaze far more unsettling than the terrifying scenes from the movie. Oh dear, you startled me. Why are you looking at me like that? Aren't you watching the film? Lin Huaizhi haughtily turned away, declaring that the movie was not frightening at all and lacked interest. Su Yao felt a twinge of confusion. It was he who had chosen this film, and prior to watching, he had mentioned it was one of his favorites. So, his discontent must stem from her reaction, right? After pondering for 3 seconds, Su Yao finally arrived at the right conclusion. She hastily wiped her hands and, seizing the moment, nestled into Lin Huaizhi's embrace, her voice laced with a playful whine. Senior, I'm scared. Now you're scared? Just a moment ago, you were enjoying your food, Lin Huaizhi remarked, perplexed. Su Yao fervently shook her head, explaining that she had been too frightened earlier, resorting to food as a means to numb her senses. Now that she was full, the fear had returned. Very well. Seeing as you are so frightened, I shall reluctantly give you a hug. Lin Huaizhi wrapped his arms around Su Yao, finally feeling a sense of satisfaction. This was the ideal way to enjoy a movie, holding her close, The ghouls on the screen seemed almost charming. After the movie concluded, Su Yao rated the experience a perfect score. She and Lin Huaizhi playfully tussled on the couch for a while, but as time slipped away, she retreated to her room to freshen up. However, the girl who had felt no fear moments ago now found herself trembling as she shut the bathroom door. The ghost from the film had emerged from the mirror. Oh no. What should she do? She was too frightened to bathe. Was the after effect of such a horror film truly this potent? While watching, she felt no fear, but now, encountering a scene reminiscent of the film, terror enveloped her. Yet, despite her fear, she couldn't possibly skip her bath, could she? Senior. Just as Lin Huaizhi was about to wash up, Su Yao poked her head out, looking adorably pitiful. With such a sweet call, he knew she must want something. Speak, what do you need from me? Seeing Lin Huaizhi's demeanor, Su Yao sensed a glimmer of hope. I'm a bit scared and don't dare to bathe alone. Could you? Lin Huaizhi, observing her hesitance, crossed his arms in refusal. Su Yao, you haven't even kissed me yet, and you want me to help you bathe? Let me tell you, that is utterly impossible. Even if my body were willing, my rationality would firmly decline. Now, it was Su Yao's turn to be taken aback. When had she ever asked him to assist her in bathing? Although she had her desires, she had not reached that extent. What was he thinking? What are you implying? I merely want you to stay in my room while I bathe. I would feel comforted knowing you are outside, talking to me. I never asked you to help me bathe. Frustrated and flustered, Su Yao realized that Lin Huaizhi must think of her as an overly open-minded girl. She had only dared to think such thoughts internally, never expressing them outwardly. Was it that obvious? Lin Huaizhi, recognizing her indignation, understood he had misinterpreted her intentions. All right then, let us go to your room. Lin Huaizhi strode confidently, showing no signs of embarrassment over his misunderstanding, which only served to heighten Su Yao's insecurity. Just sit on my bed. When I feel scared, I'll call for you, and you just need to respond so I know you're there, all right? Su Yao instructed as she stood at the bathroom door, clutching her nightgown. You go ahead and wash up. I'll be right outside. Call for me if you feel scared. Lin Huaizhi finally displayed a touch of humanity, obediently sitting on Su Yao's bed, perhaps due to the gender difference. Su Yao's room was fragrant, adorned with cute pink bedding and green plants on her desk, radiating warmth compared to his own space. Chapter 51. Accompany me for a bath. The room was so quiet that the only sound was the water splashing in the bathroom, punctuated occasionally by Su Yao's soft voice. Huaizhi, are you there? I'm here. Senior, are you still there? I'm here. What are you doing? Just sitting here waiting for you. Due to her fear, Su Yao was unaware that her voice carried a heavy sense of dependence. The bathroom was enveloped in steam, and whenever she closed her eyes, the frightening scenes from the film would invade her thoughts, prompting her to call out. Thankfully, there was always a reply, making her feel less afraid. Su Yao relaxed, applying Lin Huaizhi's shower gel to her skin, hoping to envelop herself in his scent. Lin Huaizhi sat with his legs together, hands braced on either side. His thoughts a whirlwind. Just the thought of Su Yao being in there, completely unclothed, with only a bathroom door separating them, ignited a heat within him. He felt an urgent need to get a glass of water, yet feared she might call for him at that very moment. With no other choice, he relied on his strong willpower to endure. 20 minutes later, Lin Huaizhi glanced at his phone, puzzled as to why bathing took so long. He could finish washing his hair and body in 10 minutes. Even if a girl had long hair, it shouldn't take this long, right? Another 10 minutes passed before the sound of water finally ceased. Lin Huaizhi let out a long sigh. The experience had been torturous, listening to it all, his imagination running wild and causing him distress. I'm done. Su Yao emerged in her nightgown, revealing only a glimpse of her fair, delicate calves. Yet her appearance was both innocent and alluring. Her cheeks were flushed, and the steam from the bathroom left her eyes glistening like a doe. Unbeknownst to her, her gaze was irresistibly captivating. Lin Huaizhi swallowed hard, feeling the heat he had just managed to suppress rising again. As long as you're done, remember to dry your hair before sleeping. I'll go wash up now. As he stood, Lin Huaizhi instinctively hunched over, cautious not to let Su Yao see anything inappropriate that might frighten her. He hastily exited, his long strides carrying him away before Su Yao could respond. The door closing behind him. Phew. Imagination truly is a powerful thing. He had seen nothing, yet his reaction was so intense. Once back in his room, he finally relaxed. Lin Huaizhi panted, splashed himself with cold water once more, and only then reached for a towel to dry off. However, as he opened the bathroom door, he was met with the sight of Su Yao sitting on his bed. Both of their eyes widened in surprise, staring at one another for 2 seconds before finally reacting. Su Yao. Unabashed, Su Yao stared at him without averting her gaze or covering her eyes. Was this what it meant to be bold? How had she become so daring? I knew you had good assets, but I never expected them to be this good. A bit shy, teehee. Your figure is amazing. I want to touch, kiss, and lick. Lin Huaizhi was left in utter confusion, thoroughly flabbergasted. Retreating into the bathroom, he quickly wrapped a towel around himself. Touching and kissing he could understand, but licking? What on earth was that? The body's reactions are remarkably candid, and vivid images swiftly emerge in Lin Huaizhi's mind, causing his face to flush crimson, extending all the way to the nape of his neck. However, this is not the moment for such thoughts. He must uphold his image as a gentleman, even if it means feigning composure to the utmost. Why has she come over? I'm merely draped in this scant fabric. Isn't she the least bit embarrassed? As a responsible landlord and a senior at the same school, Lin Huaizhi feels compelled to impart a lesson to Su Yao. Yet, Su Yao shakes her head, her gaze unabashedly roving over him, her sincerity almost disarming. Not shy at all. I relish the sight. Your physique is splendid, even better than I had imagined, especially here. Su Yao's eyes linger lower, and although she refrains from further commentary, the narrowing of her eyes and the approving thumbs up speak volumes. Having lived for so many years, Lin Huaizhi finds himself utterly flummoxed by this unprecedented encounter. Continuing the discussion with Su Yao is out of the question. Her audacity knows no bounds. What brings you to my room? Was it not to alleviate your fears? She retorts playfully, you scrubbed my back, so I shall return the favor. In truth, it was Su Yao who felt frightened in her own room and sought refuge in Lin Huaizhi's, finding solace in his proximity. She hadn't anticipated witnessing such a provocative scene and mused that had she known he was so unrestrained, she might have chosen a more revealing outfit. When did I ever say I was scared? I'm not like you, with such a timid disposition. You merely wanted to take advantage of me, concocting an excuse to come to my room, didn't you? Su Yao shot back, indignantly. Look at you. Your innocent appearance belies a rather licentious nature, isn't it? So desperate that you dare to enter another's room and eavesdrop on their bath. Fuming, Su Yao glared at Lin Huaizhi. I did not. You were the one dressed so scantily, not that I coerced you into it. Humph. Besides, I didn't peek. You emerged like that of your own volition. How is that my fault? If anything, I could show you too. As she spoke, she mischievously tugged down the strap of her nightgown, revealing her smooth shoulder. Why don't you stop me then? She teased. Are you truly going to let me strip down to just my underwear? Despite her bravado, the girl felt a surge of trepidation within. You really want to see? Su Yao stammered, noticing Lin Huaizhi's nonchalant demeanor. If not, why should I not reciprocate since you've already seen me? His eyes sparkled with mischief, and he gestured for her to proceed. Are you truly insisting I undress? She exclaimed, her expectations shattered. This is nothing like I imagined. Feeling suddenly fatigued, she added, and I haven't even dried my hair yet. Good night, senior. Sweet dreams. With that, she slipped away, flustered. Such a bold little thing, Lin Huaizhi chuckled softly, bemused by her audacity while recognizing her tendency to merely flirt with danger rather than act on it. Nevertheless, he found himself genuinely intrigued. The following morning, Su Yao appeared before Lin Huaizhi, her eyes resembling those of a panda, startling him. What were you doing last night, Su Yao? Those dark circles are quite severe. The girl, still groggy from a poor night's sleep, tilted her head in confusion at his pointed inquiry. Is it not because you were excited by my nudity, leaving you restless all night? He teased. What nonsense is that? I was not. She quickly denied, flustered. While she did indulge in a few risque novels to enhance her writing, she absolutely did not spend the night contemplating Lin Huaizhi's naked form. She still had her dignity to uphold. Oh, then what was it? Lin Huaizhi pressed, his curiosity piqued despite already suspecting the answer. Because I was scared. The horror film I watched last night terrified me. Well, being scared is one thing. But your mind seemed to oscillate between the gruesome images from the film and thoughts of my striking physique, leaving you unable to sleep. I swear, I shall never watch horror films again. Listening quietly to Su Yao's grievances, Lin Huaizhi noted the key point. Her avowal to avoid horror films implied she still wished to behold his form. Ah, the contradictions of women, he mused. Since she was so keen on viewing, he might as well indulge her before they became a couple, perhaps opting for a less formal attire at home. How could it be your fault? You knew I was scared, yet didn't offer to accompany me. Su Yao seized the moment, attributing the blame to him, expecting a rebuttal. To her surprise, he acquiesced. Fine, I concede. Do you require my company tonight? A glint of mischief sparkled in Lin Huaizhi's eyes, causing Su Yao to nervously step back, her gaze dropping shyly. If we truly share a bed, what shall I do if I lose control? I cannot help but take advantage. No, I must uphold my persona. Lin Huaizhi surely prefers the more innocent type. I shall continue to play my part, oblivious to his understanding of her every thought. Su Yao remained ensconced in her naive analysis of his preferences. I believe it is best we sleep separately, Lin Huaizhi concluded. But, dear Su Yao, should you find it difficult to sleep tonight, I trust you won't confront me tomorrow, demanding my company? With a cunning smile, Lin Huaizhi thoroughly enjoyed teasing her into a corner, relishing her inability to counter his arguments while she bore the weight of her silent grievances. After this morning's amusing exchange, Lin Huaizhi accompanied Su Yao for breakfast, then walked her to the academy. Despite her repeated protests, he understood her unspoken desire for companionship. As anticipated, Su Yao frequently glanced at him along the way, her delight palpable. Upon arriving at the classroom, the dean, vice dean, and various counselors, along with some unfamiliar teachers, were already seated, clearly having just concluded a meeting. Given the gravity of the situation, any lapse in Su Yao's health could have resulted in dire consequences. Su Yao, please take a seat, and this young man may join you as well, the dean instructed. Although he typically disregarded student gossip, he had reviewed the events surrounding the previous day's incident, thanks to Zhang Nana, and was now well versed in the unfolding drama, including the basic information about Lin Huaizhi. Although he is not from the School of Arts, I have taken the liberty to familiarize myself with him. Dean, this student is neither a relative of Su Yao nor a student of our college. Might his presence here lead to any undesirable repercussions? The speaker is Su Yao's counselor, who is teaching 2 of Su Yao's major courses this semester. She holds a particular fondness for Shen Shitong, which likely inclines her to advocate for him. Even before the discussion has commenced, her bias is glaringly apparent. Teacher, he is my boyfriend and akin to family to me. Moreover, he was present yesterday during the incident. It should not pose any inconvenience, should it? Su Yao instinctively defends Lin Huaizhi, asserting her position with sound reasoning. If the teacher were addressing her, she might endure it with a semblance of patience. However, if Lin Huaizhi is to be scrutinized, she would respond with unyielding defiance. Su Yao, the teacher is speaking. Why do you interrupt? Furthermore, you have just entered university. While dating is one matter, cohabitation is quite another. As a young woman, should you not learn to cherish and protect yourself? Su Yao scoffs coldly, yet another attack directed at her. One might think she has committed some heinous crime, while in truth, she is the victim, now being chastised instead. Teacher, as an adult, Su Yao possesses the right to choose her romantic partner. Besides, this is a school, not a monastery, which rule forbids couples from cohabiting. There are no such stipulations in national law. It seems you are overstepping your bounds. Lin Huaizhi gently grasped Su Yao's hand, his gaze reassuring her that with him by her side, no one could harm her. The counselor, taken aback by being challenged by a student, especially in front of so many colleagues, found her composure faltering, her face a tumultuous blend of green and white. Very well. Lin Huaizhi should also be present. The dean's authoritative pronouncement left the counselor no choice but to remain silent. In her heart, Su Yao lavished praise upon Lin Huaizhi. The sensation of being protected was truly delightful. Moments later, the very group of girls who had bullied Su Yao the previous day entered the room, among them Shen Shitong. Chapter 53. Pretending to be a green tea, who cannot? With a look of displeasure, Su Yao sat there, her spirits having plummeted from the heights of contentment she had felt at home. Now, confronted with these individuals, her mood had taken a nosedive, and she was thoroughly annoyed. The dean recounted the outcome of the recent meeting. They would be suspended for half a month, sent home for reflection, and receive a demerit. If their conduct during their university years improved, there was a possibility of the demerit being expunged. As for what constituted good behavior, the criteria were rather nebulous. Su Yao had witnessed similar situations too often to recognize that good behavior was merely a matter of the counselor's whims. Maintaining a good relationship with the counselor ensured one was deemed to be behaving well, whereas, if one, like her, unfortunately found themselves as the nemesis of the counselor's favored student, trouble was sure to follow. As for Shen Shitong, since she had not directly participated, she would only receive a demerit and a reprimand, without suspension. Su Yao also submitted the bill for the expenses incurred from the incident to the dean, who ultimately decreed that the group would compensate 5 times the amount on the bill, totaling over 30,000, which would roughly amount to 3,000 or 4,000 for each individual. When the dean suggested that the girls apologize to her, Su Yao did not refuse. Although she was aware they would not genuinely reflect on their actions, let alone offer sincere apologies, she relished the sight of them begrudgingly bowing their heads. Such was her mischievous pleasure. As the saying goes, those who are close to vermilion are red, those who are close to ink are black. Her transformation was indeed influenced by Lin Huaizhi. Watching one after another apologize, Su Yao felt a surge of joy within her, yet she still managed to squeeze out a few tears to feign vulnerability. Lin Huaizhi observed with approval, reconsidering his earlier statement that Su Yao lacked the talent for playing the role of a green tea. Seductive and green tea-like, she was indeed fitting for the role. We are all classmates. I trust none of you truly wish to bully me. Ultimately, you were merely incited by others. Su Yao sobbed, casting a glance at Shen Shitong, subtly indicating that the illusion should not be too overt. In an instant, the group of resentful girls shifted their ire towards Shen Shitong. I hope we can all coexist harmoniously in the future. I shall not hold this incident against you, although my heart cannot withstand such turmoil. Should you wish to engage in further playfulness with me, I shall strive to be stronger and avoid causing any issues or inconveniences. The implication was clear. Should they wish to continue bullying her, they ought to weigh the implications on their own finances, given that her heart was rather fragile. Su Yao pressed her hand against her heart, casting a benevolent gaze at Chunya, and in a moment of theatricality, even patted Chunya's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Look at the change in their expressions. Internal conflicts must be brewing, she mused. Since their entry, Su Yao had observed their countenances, which appeared relatively normal, yet it seemed they were attributing the demerit to themselves. Given Shun Shitong's nature, she had undoubtedly taken great care to dissociate herself from the incident yesterday, deftly shifting the blame onto Su Yao. If that were the case, Su Yao would likewise don the guise of a green tea, compelling these mindless girls to discern the truth of the matter. Who was truly responsible for this incident? Moreover, Lin Huaizhi is indeed my boyfriend. I am unaware of who has been spreading rumors about me seducing him, and I do not wish to pursue this matter for now. I simply hope everyone can cease their misunderstandings. I am on the verge of explicitly naming Shun Shitong. If they possessed even a modicum of intelligence, they should know whom to confront. Upon exiting the office, Lin Huaizhi took the initiative to hold Su Yao's hand. He then offered a rather transparent explanation, stating that given the events of yesterday, they needed to maintain appearances. Humph, I do not believe that. It is evident you wish to hold my hand. Su Yao felt elated, suddenly convinced that fate was on her side. Although she had faced adversity yesterday, her relationship with Lin Huaizhi had undeniably progressed significantly. Otherwise, based on her temperament, she would never have mustered the courage to confess her feelings to him. Moreover, the unexpected financial gain would further bolster her savings. As for Shun Shitong and her group of friends, they would soon be embroiled in their own conflicts. Just as they exited the college gates, a cluster of them gathered, exchanging blame amongst themselves. This is all Shun Shitong's fault. Had she not spoken without understanding the situation, we would not have been bewildered and sought trouble with Su Yao. Indeed, now we face not only a demerit but also the loss of opportunities for commendations and awards, and we must return home for suspension. My parents scolded me thoroughly yesterday. They even cut off my allowance. As the two girls spoke, tears of grievance welled in their eyes. They had only just begun their university journey, and such a significant incident had already occurred. Should the demerit remain, it would severely impact their future job prospects. They were all children of ordinary families, and their families had high hopes for their success. In contrast, Shun Shitong was different, with Zhouing backing her. Even if she bore some blame, it would not tarnish her prospects. Let us not rush. I had no idea Su Yao could be so treacherous. She must have deliberately misled me, which led to this misunderstanding. Shun Shitong calmly reassured the group, appearing considerate and gentle, devoid of any temper. Yet, in truth, her nails dug deeply into her palm, seemingly oblivious to the pain, until blood began to seep from her hand. Chunya, witnessing Shun Shitong's demeanor, erupted in fury. While she may have been foolish, she was not so naive as to continue believing Shun Shitong's fabrications. Just moments ago, Su Yao had made it abundantly clear that the one spreading rumors was none other than Shun Shitong herself. At this juncture, she still wore that seemingly innocuous expression to console them, while they bore the burden of responsibility. And what of her? She felt no repercussions at all. Why should that be the case? Shun Shitong, what are you pretending for? Chunya's demeanor turned cold. Typically carefree, she now appeared as a completely different person. She extended her index finger, pointed it forcefully at Shun Shitong's chest, and pushed her forward, causing Shun Shitong to fall unceremoniously to the ground. The area was already strewn with small stones, and as Shun Shitong's hand made contact with the ground, it grazed the fresh wound she had just inflicted upon herself with her own nails, sending a sharp pang through her body. Ah, Chunya, how dare you push me? Shun Shitong, accustomed to being pampered, had never endured such indignation. In a surge of temper, she momentarily cast aside her facade. Throughout her life, no one had dared to strike her, save for, what? Are you no longer pretending? No longer feigning that pitiful consolation towards us? Chunya crossed her arms, looking down at Shun Shitong with contempt and rage. Had it not been for the ties of camaraderie, she would have relished the opportunity to slap her across the face. In her naivety, Shun Shitong had once been able to persuade Chunya of anything, but now, faced with adversity, Chunya had finally awakened to the truth. As she meticulously pieced together her thoughts, the details she had previously chosen to overlook coalesced into a coherent chain of evidence. The disparaging remarks Shun Shitong had made about Su Yao in her presence, and her deliberate instigation for Chunya to confront Su Yao, now appeared as glaringly foolish missteps. Yeah, I didn't mean it that way. Please, listen to my explanation, Shun Shitong implored, her face still etched with the look of someone who had been wronged. I truly considered you all as friends. How could you think so poorly of me? I don't believe you did anything wrong. If blame is to be assigned, it should be directed at Su Yao. Skillfully shifting the blame onto another, Shen Shitong was adept at portraying herself as the victim. With her striking looks and talent for evoking sympathy, she had often positioned herself in a favorable light. Many a time, regardless of the truth, people tended to gravitate towards this narrative, a principle she wielded with masterful finesse. Alas, Qinya was no longer susceptible to her manipulations. Blame Su Yao? Shen Shitong. Do you truly think I am that naive? Qinya gazed down at Shen Shitong. Her previous affection transformed into disdain and indignation. Were it not for the bonds of friendship, she might have been tempted to deliver a couple of sharp slaps. In the past, Shen Shitong's every word had been taken at face value by her. However, now that trouble had arisen, Qinya had finally opened her eyes to the reality. Yeah, I truly didn't mean it. Please, let me explain. I had no idea things would escalate to this point. Can we all just calm down and think of a solution together? Shen Shitong felt a chill of despair. This was not how it was supposed to be. Qinya and the others had always favored her. How could things have changed so drastically? It was all Su Yao's fault. If not for Su Yao, how could Lin Huaizhi have treated her with such indifference? If it weren't for Su Yao, she wouldn't have received any reprimands. Now, even Qinya and the others had begun to shift their attitudes. To resolve this issue, it's quite simple, Shen Shitong. The compensation that Su Yao demands, regardless of how you look at it, it ought to come from you. After all, you initiated this whole affair. And we are merely innocent bystanders. Ultimately, we trusted you too much, which led to this entire series of events. Besides, your family is wealthy. And with Zhou Ying by your side, surely a little charm would coax him into providing the funds you need? Qinya's mind had sharpened, recognizing Shen Shitong's cunning nature. She had never regarded them as friends, but merely as tools for her revenge against Su Yao. A price must be paid. The other girls, already burdened by financial woes, found themselves resonating with Qinya's demands. Their families were of modest means, with monthly allowances barely reaching 2,000. And Qinya's proposition for Shen Shitong to cover the costs aligned perfectly with their immediate troubles. They chimed in, voicing their agreement in a cacophony of discontent. Indeed, you, with your good rapport with the counselor, managed to avoid suspension while we bore the brunt of the penalties. If you genuinely feel remorse for us, you should not merely express it verbally. You must take tangible action. This sum is insignificant to you, but it is a considerable amount for us. Your casual designer bags likely cost several tens of thousands. You wouldn't refuse us, would you? Shen Shitong's complexion paled. The very tactics she had once employed were now being wielded against her by these seemingly simple-minded individuals. She hadn't even laid a hand on Su Yao. Why should she be obligated to pay this sum? Her allowance was spent on luxury items. Where would she procure such funds to compensate Su Yao? These people were nothing but opportunists, fixated solely on self-interest, devoid of any genuine sentiment. Fortunately, she had never truly regarded them as friends. Her anger now stemmed solely from disdain. Who did they think they were to treat her in such a manner? Unbeknownst to Su Yao, this farce was unfolding. She had just pretended to be weak, and the teacher had permitted her to recuperate at home. Having previously attended college, she now had a legitimate excuse to skip classes. Seizing this opportunity, she devoted herself to writing, ensuring she had ample material in case of unexpected events that might disrupt her attendance. In the following days, Su Yao sequestered herself in her room, immersed in her writing. Were it not for Lin Huaizhi's reminders to take breaks, she could easily write 15,000 words in a single day. Lin Huaizhi had recently taken on a project with a startup studio, comprised of a handful of freshly graduated students brimming with enthusiasm, aspiring to create a game beloved by the masses. Yet, they were few in number and lacked certain knowledge, often encountering obstacles. However, driven by youthful zeal, they were determined to overcome any adversity. Through a series of introductions, they eventually sought Lin Huaizhi's assistance. After 3 hours of coding, Lin Huaizhi stretched, feeling the strain in his neck from prolonged screen time. Surely, Su Yao must be faring even worse. At such a young age, she resembled a workaholic, fixated on the computer screen and fervently typing away. Over time, her body would surely succumb to exhaustion. She rarely exercised and even struggled to catch her breath after a brisk walk to class. It was foolish of her not to heed her health. With this thought in mind, Lin Huaizhi rose and knocked on Su Yao's door. Yes, come in. Su Yao's voice was muffled. Only after Lin Huaizhi entered did she belatedly close her laptop. What's the matter? Fortunately, I reacted quickly, otherwise, if he discovered I was writing a post, and the male lead was him, I wouldn't know how I'd meet my end. This matter absolutely cannot be revealed to him. Su Yao feigned calmness, forcing a smile while her fingers nervously fidgeted over the keyboard. This silly girl truly believed she could keep her secrets hidden. Su Yao, Have you written something inappropriate that you're afraid to show me? He had always known that Su Yao's novels were relatively proper, suitable even for minors. Yet, hearing her current tone, it seemed she had ventured into more risque territory. The novels he typically read were rife with explicit content, filled with suggestive language, where most chapters revolved around intimate encounters. I haven't written anything inappropriate. My works align with the core socialist values. There's nothing lewd about them. Su Yao's voice grew increasingly faint, lacking conviction. What's wrong with writing an erotic novel? There's value in that too. I take no shame in it. I simply refrain from mentioning it due to my modesty. Moreover, posts can have plots too, albeit with more steamy content than storyline. What I write is pure love, entirely in accordance with the core socialist values. Su Yao fervently engaged in self-brainwashing. She had never initially considered pursuing this path. However, after perusing a few books, an overwhelming desire to experiment suddenly surged within her. Coincidentally, she found herself accompanied by a model of unparalleled caliber in every aspect. As her relationship with Lin Huaizhi deepened, she naturally anticipated accumulating an abundance of material for her endeavors. In truth, Lin Huaizhi harbored no objections. He certainly perceived nothing amiss in Su Yao's approach. After all, we dwell in the 21st century, where there is demand, there exists a market. Earning one's keep through one's own efforts is nothing short of ordinary. As for the male protagonist, well, that detail could be easily overlooked. Ultimately, it merely provided him with further justification to indulge in novel experiences with her, enhancing their collaborative creativity. If there's anything you require my assistance with, feel free to express it. I would be more than willing to help, Lin Huaizhi stated promptly. As soon as he uttered those words, Su Yao recalled the audacious occasion when she had approached Lin Huaizhi under the pretense of seeking his guidance in crafting intimate scenes. Absurdly bold in her request. To her astonishment, he had agreed. What about the male protagonist being forced into a scenario of desire? Why not give it a try? Test the waters? Su Yao felt a tumult of hesitation within, unsure whether to voice her thoughts. Chapter 55. Su Yao as affection. Lin Huaizhi had merely spoken in jest. Although he harbored desire for Su Yao, he was not inclined to leap into action so swiftly. Moreover, he understood her nature well. She often spoke without restraint, weaving in double entendres, yet when it came to actual intimacy, she would retreat quicker than anyone. Take, for instance, the last time she had attempted to seduce him. Donning a deliberately chosen camisole that accentuated her curves, slender waist, and long legs. After a shower, she had even adorned her lips with a subtle gloss, appearing irresistibly kissable. Yet, despite all this, she had fled before he could even so much as touch her. Cowardice. Su Yao remained unaffected, but he was not so fortunate. The pent-up frustration kept him awake, and the accumulation of such instances could potentially lead to complications. Thus, before she could utter a word, Lin Huaizhi preemptively stated, I merely mentioned it in passing. Do not take it to heart. Instantly, Su Yao's hopeful gaze turned into one of exasperation. Her curiosity had been piqued. Yet her dreams were shattered before they even had the chance to flourish. Humph. You entice me, and yet take no responsibility. With a sulky expression, she began to complain to the main party, inexplicably branded as the seducer. Lin Huaizhi could only smile wryly, feeling somewhat helpless. In all his years, he had never imagined the term seduction would be applied to him, a grown man. Moreover, when it came to seduction, it was Su Yao who flaunted mere scraps of fabric before him daily. He, as the supposed victim, had remained silent, while she had the audacity to play the victim. Lin Huaizhi stepped forward, placing his fingers on the chair, and with a gentle tug, he drew Su Yao closer, her chair and all, until she stood before him. With his height advantage, he looked down at her. Startled, she instinctively lifted her legs, taking a moment to regain her composure. Gazing up at Lin Huaizhi from this angle revealed a perspective she had not fully appreciated before. His sharp facial contours and long, thick eyelashes became more pronounced. Oh, isn't this against the rules? Help. I adore that look of disdain. Brother, look at me. Kiss me. Brother, let us sleep together. I want to slide down your high, elegant nose. I want to discuss anatomy with you, without clothes. You seem so gentle, skilled, and strong. I can hardly imagine how blissful I will be. The more she fantasized, the more exhilarated and outrageous her thoughts became. Lin Huaizhi felt a flush creep up his neck, swallowing hard in discomfort. Was she not bold in her imaginings? Yet, he had intended to tease her, and now the tables had turned. He felt teased instead. Lin Huaizhi silently cursed, realizing Su Yao only grew more animated. Ah, your Adam's apple is so alluring. I want to kiss it. I want to lick it. Was this truly the kind of thoughts a young girl should possess? Despite her innocent appearance, her mind was evidently daring. Like an immature persimmon in August, unripe and astringent. Su Yao, you goodness. Even attempting to educate her seemed futile, as she had yet to voice any of these thoughts aloud. they remained confined to her mind. Su Yao gazed at him with her large, watery eyes. At that moment, Lin Huaizhi could not discern her audacious thoughts. She appeared merely obedient and innocent. A naive girl who understood little. Yet, her gaze ignited a warmth within him. He had always been drawn to those who looked innocent but possessed a curvaceous figure. Coincidentally, Su Yao embodied this ideal. From his vantage point, her ample curves were unmistakably evident. Ahem. Lin Huaizhi cleared his throat, momentarily flustered, before returning his focus to her, reasoning that it was acceptable to look, as she would inevitably become his girlfriend. A brief exchange of glances ensued, and Su Yao appeared to grow shy. Gradually lowering her head, though not completely, her gaze ultimately settled on her own lap. This position Su Yao began but trailed off, leaving Lin Huaizhi bewildered. Though he instinctively sensed it was not a proper topic, he found himself unable to grasp the meaning behind her words. What was wrong with the position? After contemplating a multitude of possibilities in his mind, Su Yao finally spoke. This position refers to a certain legendary posture. Ah, how embarrassing. Eating posture? Lin Huaizhi understood immediately, staring at Su Yao in disbelief. What on earth was occupying her thoughts? She could articulate such things. Although he had entertained similar notions, he had refrained out of respect for her, fearing it might be too forward. Yet here they were. Ultimately, he felt deceived. Lin Huaizhi took a step back, unable to contain himself any longer. Today, he must impart a lesson. She could not be allowed to harbor such lewd thoughts unchecked. What is the matter? Why so fierce? Su Yao looked at him with a hint of grievance. While she acknowledged her own lewdness, she had not genuinely acted on it. I only have such thoughts about you. And I haven't said anything or taken any action. Is that reason enough for you to be so harsh with me? Indeed, boys tend to favor those innocent flowers. They don't appreciate someone like me. Su Yao appeared genuinely hurt, her eyes reddening, her nose twitching as if on the verge of tears. Witnessing her distress, Lin Huaizhi felt his resolve falter. He recognized he had indeed been a bit harsh and raised his voice more than necessary. It was only natural for her to perceive him as intimidating. I didn't manage my emotions well just now. I didn't mean to be harsh, Su Yao. Lin Huaizhi knelt before her, grasping her hand gently, lowering his voice to apologize. Then why were you harsh with me? Was my gaze truly so inappropriate that it made you uncomfortable? Su Yao had previously adhered to the norms, suppressing her true nature. But though she had not fully let go, she was also not entirely restrained. The thoughts she had entertained were indeed too risque for her to express. Yet she remained oblivious to how revealing her gaze had been. However, although she couldn't see her own reflection from a different perspective, if someone were to gaze at her with such lewd eyes, it would undoubtedly cause her discomfort. Thus, Lin Huaizhi's earlier harshness stemmed from a feeling of being offended. Didn't it? Su Yao, I merely believe that you should exercise some restraint at times. Never mind, this isn't a major issue. It's just that you mustn't treat others in that manner, nor bestow such gazes upon them. Can you manage that? Lin Huaizhi had never spoken in such a gentle tone before, as if he were soothing a child in kindergarten, deeply concerned, realizing that being stern was ineffective, and resorting to scolding or punishment was futile, ultimately having to lower his standards. Chapter 56, An Awkward Position. I would never treat others that way. I'm perfectly well behaved. As Su Yao proclaimed this, she raised her hand in a vow, her eyes wide with sincerity, fearing Lin Huaizhi might doubt her. She resembled an elementary school student quite a bit. Lin Huaizhi was utterly charmed by her innocence, reaching out to pat her head as if rewarding her, and tenderly uttered a compliment. Yao Yao is truly well behaved. Su Yao's heart fluttered, and like a little kitten, she instinctively nuzzled against his palm. Are you hungry? It's about time for dinner. I thought I was engrossed in my programming, but it turns out Su Yao is the one truly oblivious to the world outside, focused solely on the rhythmic tapping of the keyboard. Given her already frail condition, neglecting to eat on time was unacceptable. Lin Huaizhi felt no qualms about his concern for Su Yao, entirely forgetting that these words were initially prompted by her, urging him to care for his own stomach and eat regularly. Now, it had become his responsibility to remind her instead. Just a bit hungry. Is there anything you wish to eat? I can prepare it for you. Su Yao still remembered the promise made when she moved in. She believed cooking for someone she liked was a profoundly joyous task. Coincidentally, Lin Huaizhi couldn't cook, and she was more than willing to take on this role. Lin Huaizhi shook his head. You've been working so hard these past 2 days, sitting in front of the computer for 10 hours. You're exhausted. Why would you make dinner? We can either order takeout or dine out. You choose. Su Yao glanced at her nightgown, feeling conflicted. She didn't want to change and go outside, yet ordering takeout seemed a bit inappropriate. Lin Huaizhi saw right through her thoughts and decisively declared, Let us order takeout then. The places we usually order from are ones we've dined in before. Their hygiene is guaranteed, so there is no need for concern. Upon hearing Lin Huaizhi say this, Su Yao felt a wave of appreciation for his thoughtfulness. The takeout arrived swiftly, and Su Yao boldly suggested watching a horror movie again, confidently asserting that after her previous experience, her courage had significantly increased, and she would definitely not face the same fear of sleeplessness as before. Lin Huaizhi raised an eyebrow, skeptical, after watching this. You won't expect me to accompany you to your room for a bath, will you? And then, once you've finished, you'll come back to my room to take advantage of me? Absolutely not. That was an accident last time. I'm much braver now. I've even watched numerous horror movie commentaries, and I won't be scared. Lin Huaizhi shrugged. Heaven knows how Su Yao managed to watch those commentaries. If she didn't shield herself from the comments, she would seek those with high-energy reminders or heavily censored footage, then scroll the video to reveal only half the screen. If she could go to such lengths and still be frightened, Lin Huaizhi had every reason to suspect that her heart condition might stem from being overly timid, thus inducing fright. Oh, come on, let us watch. I want to see, senior. Will you accompany me? Su Yao absorbed Zhang Nana's advice, knowing that being coy with a gentleman like Lin Huaizhi would surely yield results. As expected, he finally relented. As usual, he selected a film he had previously watched, one devoid of excessive gore, allowing him to cover her eyes in advance without disrupting dinner. Su Yao munched on her food while watching, and whenever a terrifying scene approached, Lin Huaizhi would alert her, prompting her to lean closer to him. After an hour of watching, Su Yao had eaten her fill and naturally snuggled up against Lin Huaizhi. Su Yao, do you know the saying, both clumsy and affectionate? Observing her once more nestling into his embrace, Lin Huaizhi couldn't help but comment. Yet Su Yao retorted defiantly, I'm not scared. Just wait. I won't react at all even without your high-energy reminders. As she said this, Su Yao shifted slightly to prove her point. As another intense scene approached, Lin Huaizhi still warned her, but Su Yao insisted she was entirely unafraid and urged him to focus on the film. Lin Huaizhi nodded. Very well. Children must grow up. After all, he was right there beside her, and nothing would go awry. However, as the protagonist lay down, and the ghostly figure suddenly descended upon him from the ceiling, Su Yao was taken aback. Su Yao cried out, leaping to sit on Lin Huaizhi's lap, tightly clinging to him like a koala, burying her head on his shoulder, too frightened to lift her gaze. Whoa, I'm scared. How could they film something so terrifying? Su Yao whimpered pathetically, her body trembling slightly, indicating she was genuinely frightened. Lin Huaizhi held her tightly, disregarding how awkward their position was, patiently soothing her. Don't be afraid. It's merely a filming technique. Just don't dwell on it in your mind. Think about the storylines you've written instead. Don't focus on the images you just saw. Otherwise, you'll remain frightened. Observing Su Yao tremble so intensely, Lin Huaizhi endeavored to divert her attention, his voice never ceasing as he chatted with her, and gradually, Su Yao calmed down. I thought I was prepared. Yet I'm still afraid. Su Yao lifted her head from Lin Huaizhi's shoulder, her eyes red from tears, appearing as though she had been wronged. Then let us not watch anymore. Even if we do, I'll cover your eyes, all right? Sounds good, but you must accompany me. As Su Yao gradually regained her composure, her body relaxed, melting against Lin Huaizhi, who swallowed hard and shut his eyes, struggling to contain himself. She wasn't wearing pants. The nightgown had shifted due to her position, leaving her thighs exposed. This awkward position was unbearable. Even with Lin Huaizhi's remarkable self-control, he could not remain entirely unaffected. He wished to find a crevice to hide in. He did not want to confront this reality. Did he truly have to articulate it? Couldn't she, like in a novel, innocently remark, your belt is a bit stiff? I'm sorry. Since it had made contact, then he genuinely apologized. He hadn't intended for it to happen and found it exceedingly difficult to restrain himself. I'm bleeding. Lin Huaizhi's mouth fell agape in shock. No? He merely made contact. He hadn't done anything. The pants were separated by layers. What the hell, bleeding? Chapter 57. His hands are beautiful. My period has arrived. Recently, life had been exceedingly pleasant, and Su Yao had completely forgotten about this matter, not having prepared any sanitary supplies. Now, as a sudden cramp struck her lower abdomen, she was jolted back to reality. When could it come? Why must it choose this moment? The atmosphere was so intimate. Perhaps we could have shared a kiss, but now it's all ruined. I might as well relocate from Earth overnight. Woo, I've lost all dignity. Su Yao wished fervently to find a hole to burrow into, yet the most pressing matter was to head to the restroom and take care of the situation. With this thought, she hurriedly descended from Lin Huaizhi's lap and dashed to the bathroom. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Huaizhi switched on the light and proceeded to Su Yao's room, standing hesitantly at the bathroom door. Su Yao, do you require my assistance? He ventured, realizing that the phrasing was somewhat inappropriate. What I meant to ask was whether you have any sanitary pads prepared. Would you like me to procure some for you? Alternatively, if there is anything else you need, please don't hesitate to let me know. This was Lin Huaizhi's first encounter with such a situation. Yet he possessed enough common sense to understand that some girls experience severe menstrual cramps and may require pain relief. However, he was uncertain about Su Yao's specific circumstances. I have already placed an order on Mate 1. It should arrive shortly. When it does, could you kindly help me retrieve it? Su Yao's face flushed crimson, akin to an apple, as she reflected on the unfortunate timing of her predicament. The thought of the earlier scenario made her wish she could just disappear. Fortunately, the initial flow was not heavy, or else the situation would have been utterly mortifying, akin to being caught relieving oneself in public by the person one harbors feelings for. Actually, you could simply tell me the brand you usually use, and I can run downstairs to buy it for you. There's a convenience store right below. It would be quicker than waiting for Mate 1, which could take at least half an hour, Lin Huaizhi suggested, feeling no embarrassment in offering to buy a sanitary pad for his potential girlfriend. In this day and age, it was merely a basic necessity, devoid of any shame. Although he felt a twinge of shyness, his desire to care for Su Yao outweighed any discomfort he might have felt. His suggestion took Su Yao by surprise. She had considered asking for help but quickly dismissed the thought, feeling it would be an imposition on Lin Huaizhi, especially since their relationship had not yet been defined. Thus, she hastily placed her order on Mate 1. No need. A rider has already accepted the order, and it's south quite close, so it won't take long, she responded, glancing at her Mate 1 order and calculating the time, ultimately deciding against troubling Lin Huaizhi further. However, could you do me a favor? My pants have gotten dirty, and I need a clean pair to change into. Could you fetch one for me? Lin Huaizhi quickly grasped her request. Where have you placed them? In the middle drawer of the wardrobe, she replied. Just open it, and you'll see. Approaching the wardrobe, Lin Huaizhi pulled open the drawer to find neatly folded underwear, all adorned with playful, youthful designs. He carefully picked out a pair using his thumb and forefinger, then knocked on the bathroom door. I'll turn my back. You can take it now. Su Yao had always noticed that Lin Huaizhi possessed elegant hands, clean, long, and with well-defined joints. The prominent veins on his arms exuded a certain masculine allure. Heaven knows she had recently written about similar themes. Now, witnessing those attractive hands holding her most intimate clothing sent her thoughts spiraling. Her face reddened even more. Thank goodness he can't see me right now. Otherwise, I'd be utterly mortified. Those hands are almost excessively attractive. My stomach hurts. Truly, one should never be overly proud. Aunt Flo has a way of punishing every defiant woman. Lin Huaizhi, feeling equally uncomfortable, knew he couldn't remain idle while Su Yao was in distress. He searched for information regarding menstrual relief, and, upon discovering that ginger tea could alleviate cramps, he promptly made his way to the kitchen for the ingredients. Both brown sugar and ginger slices were readily available, and he followed the steps meticulously, slicing the ginger, simmering it in cold water over low heat, and adding the brown sugar once the ginger water had turned a pale yellow. Considering Su Yao's preference for sweetness, he added an extra chunk of sugar. Just as the tea was nearing completion, the doorbell rang. Lin Huaizhi answered it, retrieving a bag brimming with sanitary pads. Examining the contents, which included day use, night use, and even something labeled sleeping pants, he realized he didn't know which type Su Yao would require and handed them all to her. Su Yao took nearly 10 minutes to emerge from the bathroom, and Lin Huaizhi, unperturbed, knew the ginger tea was still too hot to drink and would need to cool down a bit. Are you feeling unwell? He inquired as Su Yao stepped out. He set his phone aside and guided her to the sofa. Noticing her bare feet, he promptly got up to fetch her a pair of socks from her room. Put these socks on, don't catch a chill. Your body is already weak. You should take better care of yourself. I noticed you bought painkillers earlier. Since you experience menstrual cramps, why didn't you pay attention to your diet beforehand? Just think about how many cold drinks and milk teas you've had in the past few days. With your lifestyle, it's no wonder you're in pain. I just looked it up. It appears that every girl's menstrual cycle is different. How many days do you usually have between cycles? To prevent you from forgetting, tell me now, and I will monitor your diet 10 days in advance. No cold or spicy foods allowed. Why are you silent? Lin Huaizhi rambled on. But Su Yao remained quiet, her head lowered like a kitten being scolded. Was it possible that his tone had upset her? They say girls can be emotionally sensitive during their periods, and now it seemed to hold true. However, he, being generous, would not hold it against a girl who was feeling unwell. A true gentleman knows when to bend and when to stand firm. Su Yao, I am not scolding you. I merely wish for you to be more mindful of your health. Do you understand? I understand, Su Yao replied in a muffled tone, her expression not one of displeasure. She lifted her head, looking somewhat wronged. I'm just touched. No one has ever shown me this much care before. After saying this, she haughtily huffed and tilted her head high, trying to keep her tears at bay. Lin Huaizhi's heart ached for her. Su Yao had endured a difficult upbringing, growing up alone, and in situations like this, she had no one to care for her. Suppressing the bittersweet emotions that arose within him, he playfully pinched her cheek. That just means you're remarkable. You've managed to grow up so well on your own. But from now on, I'll be here to take good care of you. Don't feel wronged. Be good. Lin Huaizhi swore he would never have spoken such words in the past. But seeing the expression of gratitude on Su Yao's face, he suddenly felt that it was not such a big deal after all. If comforting her was effective, then so be it. Perhaps it would serve as good practice for when he might have a daughter in the future. Chapter 58. Making way for the protagonist. Lin Huaizhi encouraged Su Yao to drink the ginger tea. The young girl, not fond of the taste of ginger, wrinkled her face as she drank, but still dutifully finished it all. Did you cut yourself while slicing the ginger? Su Yao grabbed Lin Huaizhi's hand to inspect it. He rarely entered the kitchen, and he likely wasn't proficient with a knife, so she was understandably concerned about him accidentally cutting himself. The little girl showed a sense of compassion, and Lin Huaizhi felt a swell of happiness in his heart, although he maintained a facade of pride. It's just a minor task, merely boiling some ginger tea. There's no need to worry about injuries. He wasn't a child. While he might not frequent the kitchen, he was certainly careful. Thank you, Su Yao said, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at Lin Huaizhi, clearly overwhelmed with emotion. Normally, Su Yao was the one who cooked, effortlessly preparing multiple dishes in a short span, while Lin Huaizhi found the mere thought of the intricate steps to be daunting. Yet, here she was, so moved by his simple act of boiling ginger tea. Thinking positively, it was a sign of her kind heart. Thinking negatively, it suggested she was too trusting of others, and he needed to be cautious to prevent anyone from taking advantage of her. Given the current circumstances, Su Yao had lost interest in continuing the movie. Sitting on the sofa with nothing to do and feeling weak, Lin Huaizhi observed her pale complexion. Let us retreat to the bed and rest. Should you catch a chill in this climate, your stomach will undoubtedly feel worse, Lin Huaizhi proposed. However, Su Yao shook her head, indulging in a rare moment of rebellion. But I wish to converse with you. I have no desire to sleep, and I am not the least bit tired. Then let us retire to your room, where I shall sit beside you and engage in conversation until you feel drowsy enough to rest. Lin Huaizhi recalled the information he had recently gleaned from Baidu. During one's menstrual period, it is imperative to avoid drafts, for the body is in a weakened state and requires ample rest, along with a mindful diet that avoids cold foods and instead focuses on those that replenish energy. Su Yao gradually reclined, and Lin Huaizhi tenderly tucked her in, then moved a chair to sit beside her. Senior, did you not mention that you had completed the small program project you were working on? Why then do you seem so busy these past few days? Su Yao initiated the conversation, and sensing an underlying complexity, Lin Huaizhi began to reveal some details. It was a game studio that sought my expertise. Although they refer to themselves as a studio, there are only about 5 or 6 individuals, all fresh graduates eager to venture into entrepreneurship. However, with such a small team, the challenges are formidable. I have been taking on projects for a considerable time. My experience is substantial, and my skills are quite commendable, which has garnered me a favorable reputation. They were referred to me, and I spoke with one of them over the phone a few days ago. He even invited me to join their endeavor, but I merely deflected the invitation. Lin Huaizhi harbored intentions of furthering his studies, as his academic performance met the standards for graduate research recommendations. With excellent grades and innate talent, he had brought numerous accolades to the institution over the past 2 years, prompting several professors to express interest in mentoring him. Thus, he held little ambition for entrepreneurship, especially given that the team consisted solely of recent graduates with limited budgets. When he accepted their project, he quoted them the lowest price. Overall, Lin Huaizhi maintained a skeptical outlook. However, Su Yao's mention of the venture piqued his curiosity, prompting him to elaborate further. Indeed, Su Yao's demeanor shifted to one of heightened seriousness. Do you know their names? The plot did mention them. They approached me for the project and extended an invitation to join, but I declined. The head of the team subsequently sought out Zhou Ying. Although Zhou Ying's capabilities do not match yours, he hails from a well-off background, which affords him the means to provide financial support. 3 years later, that game became an overnight sensation, yielding immense profits. In terms of character dynamics, Lin Huaizhi serves as the secondary male lead, possessing excellence in every regard, be it professional skills or personal attributes. Yet he is invariably overshadowed by the principal couple, lacking opportunities to shine. Fortunately, such circumstances can be altered. Indeed, they certainly can. Lin Huaizhi exhaled deeply, concealing the emotions swirling within him. The individual I have been in contact with is named Lu Hao. That's him. Just as I suspected. Su Yao suppressed her excitement, anxiously clutching Lin Huaizhi's hand. Senior, what kind of game do they intend to create? Have you inquired? She yearned to divulge her thoughts directly to Lin Huaizhi, but refrained, opting instead for a more roundabout approach. Given the gravity of the matter, she felt uncertain, knowing that a mere exchange of words would not sway his mind. No, Since I did not join them, they would hardly disclose such crucial information to me. Why do you ask? Do you believe they can succeed? Lin Huaizhi had already formed his opinion. As Su Yao noted, he had always possessed a keen intellect, and his aptitude in this field far surpassed that of his peers. In every respect, he deserved a more favorable outcome. The opportunity lay before him. To remain passive would be folly. Moreover, oftentimes, opportunity outweighs talent, and with both ability and Su Yao by his side, he could not afford to squander this chance. Indeed, Senior, I believe you should explore this further. What if their ideas are exceptional? With your prowess, should you choose to join, success is inevitable. True, they are quite brave, diving headfirst into entrepreneurship right after graduation. Their courage and capability suggest they could indeed achieve success. What should I do? I cannot simply assert that they are bound to succeed. Who would believe such a claim? How can I persuade him effectively? Help! Su Yao had never felt so inept with her words. This was a critical juncture, yet she struggled to articulate a compelling reason. Very well, I shall join them. Su Yao gazed incredulously at Lin Huaizhi. You are agreeing to this just like that? Without even asking why. Observing her bewildered expression, Lin Huaizhi chuckled softly. If he remained silent, she might become frantic, even though she was not the one facing failure or danger. Why are you so naive? I believe they possess genuine talent. I shall reach out to them, and, if feasible, I will join. Chapter 59, Her Helplessness. Su Yao did not anticipate such ease. She had expected to exert considerable effort to sway him. After all, were she in Lin Huaizhi's position, she would undoubtedly harbor reservations and would not agree so readily. What is amiss? Something feels off. He is typically resolute. So why has he capitulated so effortlessly? Could it be that he is merely placating me because he sees I am unwell? Or perhaps he is merely acquiescing verbally, without genuine intent? Lin Huaizhi maintained a calm demeanor, his expression unruffled as he met Su Yao's probing gaze, betraying no hint of insecurity. Yet beneath the surface, he felt a twinge of anxiety, realizing he may have consented too hastily, straying from reason. He could not reveal his ability to perceive Su Yao's inner thoughts, so he devised an excuse to mask his unease. When I spoke with Lu Hao, I sensed his passion for gaming and his willingness to innovate. As you mentioned, attempting this poses no risk. It could very well be an opportunity. I am currently in my 3rd year, with more than a year to contemplate my decision. Since the opportunity has arisen, I might as well explore it. Trying poses no detriment. You see, I initially invited you to move in, merely to test the waters. And now I have the benefit of having you here to help me manage my household and prepare meals. Lin Huaizhi added with a playful jest directed at Su Yao. In this light, it seemed reasonable. Lin Huaizhi's willingness to consider her perspective indicated a level of trust in her judgment. He valued her opinion. Once this realization took root, Su Yao's face lit up with joy, feeling as though her affections had been reciprocated. Regardless of the circumstances, when someone occupies a significant place in one's heart, they naturally desire equal, if not greater, affection in return. Absolutely. With your remarkable abilities, you will undoubtedly succeed in whatever you pursue, Su Yao exclaimed, shaking Lin Huaizhi's hand enthusiastically. She firmly believed he would shine brightly, no longer relegated to the role of a supporting character in Xin Shitong and Zhou Ying's narrative, but rather becoming the protagonist of his own life. All that is required is to distance oneself from Xin Shitong. Indeed, success is inevitable, with you by my side. I am certain of it, Lin Huaizhi affirmed, nodding earnestly. Subsequently, Lin Huaizhi accompanied Su Yao for a while longer, perhaps due to her weakened state. It wasn't long before Su Yao succumbed to slumber, listening to the rhythmic sound of her breathing. Lin Huaizhi couldn't help but let a smile creep upon his lips, gazing at Su Yao's fair and delicate face. He indulged in a whimsical desire he had long harbored, gently pinching her cheeks a couple of times. Although Su Yao was fast asleep, she stirred uncomfortably, letting out a couple of adorable murmurs. If not for the fear of inciting her ire, Lin Huaizhi would have delightedly drawn a small, whimsical creature on her face, one that epitomized the notion of eating well and sleeping soundly. How amusing it would be. Lin Huaizhi had no intention of hastily retreating to his own room. Instead, he settled by her bedside, keeping her company. It is often said that women experience menstrual cramps, and just earlier, Su Yao had procured some pain relief capsules, indicating that she had encountered such discomfort before. His concern grew. If Su Yao were to suffer in silence during the night, he would remain unaware in his own room, unable to soothe her aching belly. It would be unbecoming of a gentleman, especially since he prided himself on being a caring partner. Thus, Lin Huaizhi resolved to linger a while longer. Should Su Yao awaken to find him dutifully watching over her, her heart would surely swell with gratitude. As time trickled by, Lin Huaizhi leaned against the chair, eventually succumbing to sleep himself. In the dead of night, Su Yao awoke abruptly, her abdomen racked with pain. She curled her body in an attempt to alleviate the agony, but to no avail. It felt as if someone were mercilessly assaulting her belly. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead. It hurts, she exclaimed. I've drunk ginger tea and taken painkillers. Why is it hurting so much this time? I shall never again indulge in cold food. Woe is me, she lamented. I beseech you, dear Aunt Flo, can you not show me a modicum of leniency? I vow to improve my diet and exercise henceforth. Curse it. If you have the power, then bring me to my knees, damn it. I am the master of my own body. Perish. Cursed Aunt Flo. Cursed menstrual cycle. Lin Huaizhi, roused by Su Yao's heartfelt cries, gradually regained consciousness. He observed as her initial pleas for mercy devolved into unrestrained lament. It was evident that she was in considerable distress. Su Yao, are you in great pain? He queried. He flicked on the lamp and took a seat on the bed, reaching under the covers to gently massage her abdomen, though it felt overly intimate. He brushed aside such thoughts, for she was, after all, his beloved wife. Senior, have you been here all along? Su Yao was taken aback to find Lin Huaizhi still in her room. Had it been anyone else, she might have deemed them a rogue or a pervert, lacking respect for her space. But with Lin Huaizhi, her thoughts took a different turn. His presence, a testament to his concern for her well-being, rendered her grateful rather than apprehensive. He truly loves me, she thought, feeling a wave of emotion wash over her. Yet it hurt so much. Furrowing her brow, Su Yao found solace as Lin Huaizhi cradled her in his arms, his palm gently kneading her belly. To her surprise, the pain lessened slightly. Indeed, the presence of a loved one can alleviate suffering. In her previous dormitory, 2 of her roommates were in relationships. Yet their boyfriends showed markedly different levels of care during their menstrual cycles. One boyfriend, despite being 1,000 kilometers away, would rush to her side, concerned for her well-being, while the other, living in the same city and merely a 2-hour subway ride away, would avoid her altogether upon hearing of her cramps. Fortunate was she to have encountered the former. Su Yao mused silently. Is it feeling any better? Lin Huaizhi asked, his brow knit with concern. For the first time, he bore witness to the genuine pain that women endure during their menstrual cycles. In high school, he had observed many girls use this as an excuse to avoid physical education, dismissing their claims. Now, seeing Su Yao, he realized how excruciating it truly was. From this day forth, Su Yao would no longer indulge in cold beverages, even with him by her side, ensuring her health and vitality. The pain she endured would remain unchanged. A bit better, she managed to say, forcing a smile despite the lingering discomfort. Lin Huaizhi propped up a pillow for her to lean against. I'll go fetch some hot water. You just lie there. While ginger tea was beneficial, excessive consumption could be counterproductive. A bit of warm water would soothe her belly more effectively. He fetched Su Yao's favorite cup, filled it with hot water, and added a splash of cool water. Su Yao had a penchant for aesthetic items, insisting that beautiful cups made drinking water a more delightful experience. At this thought, Lin Huaizhi chuckled softly, shaking his head. To him, a cup merely served a practical purpose. Its appearance mattered little as long as it fulfilled its function. Upon entering the room, Lin Huaizhi was met with Su Yao's incredulous gaze fixed upon her wrist, as if she had witnessed something ghastly. Tears clung to her long eyelashes, and her lips were pressed tightly together. In the next moment, tears streamed down her cheeks, splattering onto the pink duvet. Su Yao, what is wrong? He exclaimed, striding forward and placing the water on the bedside table. Su Yao gazed at him with her tear-filled apricot eyes, radiating fear and helplessness. Her breaths so shallow that it seemed she might vanish at any moment. Yao Yao, please tell me what is wrong. What happened? Lin Huaizhi sat down and, disregarding all else, enveloped her in his embrace, hoping to provide her with comfort and security. Su Yao had been biting her lip, tears falling silently. But upon hearing Lin Huaizhi's urgent tone, she could no longer contain herself. I'm scared, senior. I'm truly frightened. I don't want to die. I want to live well. I'm so afraid. Her voice quivered with sorrow, her body trembling as she yearned to unburden herself of her grievances, yet words eluded her. Chapter 60. A heartfelt transformation. Lin Huaizhi held Su Yao tighter. After spending so much time together, he had never witnessed her in such a state. It was apparent that something was amiss, prompting this display of vulnerability, especially since she had never shown much emotion when previously troubled. Typically, Su Yao would never easily reveal her struggles, nor would she seek help from others, even from him. Yao Yao, what has happened? Can you share it with me? Lin Huaizhi implored again. He needed to understand the situation in order to offer her the most effective support. The feeling of being uninformed and powerless was deeply unsettling for him. I fear I cannot continue living this way. I thought my vitality would increase and flow at a normal pace, but that is not the case. Just moments ago, I was merely experiencing cramps. Yet my vitality diminished by over 30 days. How could such a brief episode lead to such a significant loss? I'm terrified. I fear I might be gravely ill. And if you're not by my side, I truly might perish. Su Yao helplessly closed her eyes. Was this the price she had to pay? Given a second chance. She had spent the past months seeking validation and indulging in pleasures with Lin Huaizhi. Now, after having accumulated a mere 200 days of vitality, she found that a moment of pain had stripped her of so much. The system had only manifested on the very first day. Afterward, it seemed to vanish entirely, indifferent to her existence. Now, she was enveloped in unutterable anguish, with no one to confide in. The pervasive dread of death, the uncertainty of the unknown, and an overwhelming sense of inadequacy drove Su Yao to the brink of despair as she felt her entire world slowly crumbling around her. Lin Huaizhi remained silent, his expression grave, his usual carefree demeanor now concealed. Indeed, Su Yao's greatest fear was death, having finally been granted a second chance. She was filled with elation at the prospect of living anew, only to be struck by the realization that even the slightest ailment could precipitously diminish her life. Anyone in her position would be shattered. Moreover, grappling with menstrual pain made her ponder, what if it were something more severe? A cold? A fever? A grave illness? If he were not there, would her life force not dwindle even faster? The mere thought sent a chill through Lin Huaizhi, subconsciously tightening his embrace around Su Yao, causing her to struggle for breath and cough softly, pushing against him. Cough, cough. You're holding me too tightly. Lin Huaizhi released her, skillfully masking the turmoil in his eyes, while Su Yao remained at a loss. Can I assist you? You were crying so heart-wrenchingly just now. Is there any way I can help? Su Yao had just unleashed her emotions in a torrent of tears, and while her feelings had been thoroughly vented, she recalled her childhood when adults would tell her that crying was futile. If tears could resolve problems, then everyone would merely weep and shout through their troubles, rather than expend effort to amend them. After such an emotional display, did Lin Huaizhi find her bothersome? Crying is not a means to solve problems, Yao. It is merely a method of releasing emotions to restore your well-being. In my presence, you are free to express yourself in any way you wish, without fear or concern. Lin Huaizhi seemed to perceive her completely. Without her needing to utter a word, he provided her with the reassurance she sought. Senior, could you possibly stay by my side forever? The word forever bore a heavy weight. Sincerity is fleeting, and forever often serves merely as a decorative expression. Su Yao dared not ask for too much. She needed to learn to appreciate the present and seize the moment, for who could predict what the future held? Forever is not without merit. Lin Huaizhi suddenly smiled. He was acutely aware of the complexities of human emotions. Countless lovers had drifted apart, and no one could guarantee eternal togetherness. Yet, he was determined to try. In the instant he envisioned the worst-case scenario, he felt a sharp pang in his heart. Su Yao wished to alter their fate, and he too desired to safeguard her, ensuring she stood firmly in her own future. Does your stomach still hurt? Su Yao nodded, then shook her head. Perhaps her rapid emotional breakdown had dispersed the overwhelming empathy, leaving only a lingering discomfort. You should drink some warm water after such an emotional outburst. It will soothe your throat. Lin Huaizhi fed her half a glass of water and gently massaged her abdomen. Senior, will you stay with me? With Lin Huaizhi by her side and his previous words echoing in her mind, she felt a sense of security. Yet, upon witnessing her life force diminish so drastically, fear gripped her once more, prompting her to shake his hand gently. Could you stay with me while I sleep, just for tonight? Please. Lin Huaizhi nodded. Given her current state, he could not bear to leave her alone. He would acquiesce to whatever she requested. Chapter 61. Grant me the chance to care for you. After comforting Su Yao for a while, Lin Huaizhi quickly showered and donned his pajamas, a departure from his usual habit of sleeping without clothing. He then appeared at the door of Su Yao's room, clutching his pillow. Perhaps her earlier request stemmed solely from fear, and now that she had calmed down, she might regret it. As a girl, no matter how she might boast, she had never behaved inappropriately. However, sharing a bed was an entirely different matter. Observing Lin Huaizhi standing motionless at the door, Su Yao fixed her gaze upon him for a moment. Come here, quickly. Her voice was slightly hoarse from crying. Fine. Let us sleep then, just in the literal sense. Lin Huaizhi approached, placed the pillow down, lay down, and tucked himself in seamlessly, his hands resting obediently atop the covers. His eyes fixed on the ceiling, avoiding looking at Su Yao beside him. Time seemed to crawl by, and the room was eerily silent. Lin Huaizhi could even hear the rapid thumping of his heart. This was his first time lying on the same bed as a girl. It was only natural he felt nervous. Suddenly, the room was plunged into darkness as Su Yao turned off the light. Just as Lin Huaizhi opened his mouth to speak, he felt Su Yao shift closer to him, and in the next moment, she pressed herself against his side, wrapping her arms around him. As Su Yao, in the darkness, the senses heightened, and Lin Huaizhi's breath quickened, his heart racing faster than before, his palms slick with perspiration. Thankfully, Su Yao could not see. Let me hold you. Just for tonight, please. Su Yao's voice was soft, and hearing it filled Lin Huaizhi with tenderness, rendering him unable to utter a single word of refusal. Seeking comfort, Su Yao nestled her head into the crook of Lin Huaizhi's arm. She was genuinely frightened, with circumstances shifting towards the positive. She feared that any slight misfortune could shatter everything she had gained. Having finally escaped her original family, embraced a new life, made new friends, and even found someone she liked, she had yet to confirm whether Lin Huaizhi would remain unaffected by the narrative. Nor had she penned a work that resonated with the masses. She did not wish to depart so abruptly. Only by feeling Lin Huaizhi's warmth did Su Yao find solace. Lin Huaizhi was keenly aware of her thoughts. His hesitation stemmed from a belief that such actions transcended the boundaries of their current relationship and could be detrimental to her. Otherwise, as a man, what did he have to lose? When Su Yao had cried earlier, he had recognized his own feelings. He feared losing her. Feared she might encounter misfortune. He wished to seize this opportunity to express his desire for a formal relationship, yet he felt the moment was inappropriate. He was unprepared, lacking flowers or a meticulously arranged date. To present such a proposal in a bare manner seemed to diminish its significance. Zhao Yuanan had once said that if a relationship begins in ambiguity, it will inevitably end the same way. Whether there was truth to this, he simply did not desire such an outcome. While showering, Lin Huaizhi pondered how to create an appropriate opportunity to convey his feelings to Su Yao, providing her with reassurance. Now, he felt the dampness of her body against his arm. Despite her attempts to suppress it, she was still trembling. Perhaps this was the moment Su Yao needed him the most. Flowers could be replaced, dates could be rescheduled, but focusing on the present was paramount. With newfound clarity, Lin Huaizhi turned on his side, pulling Su Yao close and whispering his feelings into her ear. Yao, let us date. Allow me the chance to care for you. All right, I will always be by your side. If anyone bullies you, I will stand up for you. If someone treats you poorly, I will make them regret it. Midway through his confession, Lin Huaizhi suddenly faltered. Despite having searched for romantic phrases beforehand, his mind now felt empty, devoid of any words. The room once again fell into silence, and Lin Huaizhi yearned to discern Su Yao's thoughts. However, rather unusually, she seemed to harbor none. Was he being too abrupt? Did Su Yao feel that he did not value her enough? Or perhaps his confession lacked sincerity, prompting her silence? As Lin Huaizhi spiraled into self-doubt, Su Yao suddenly cupped his face, and in the next moment, their lips met. Even the most composed Lin Huaizhi was momentarily stunned by Su Yao's boldness. Why is there no response? Does he dislike me? The girl's courage surged swiftly, only to dissipate just as rapidly. In the absence of a reply, she began to retreat to the safety of her shell. Su Yao feigned to pull away, but Lin Huaizhi's warm palm instantly cradled the back of her head, his cool lips enveloping her delicate ones, tracing the contours of her mouth with meticulous care. Upon sensing her reciprocation, he deepened the kiss, taking more liberties. The scenario she had read about in novels unfolded before her eyes, leaving her momentarily dazed. Lin Huaizhi, sensing her attentiveness, pinched her shoulder gently, his hand wandering restlessly over her tender skin. Su Yao's nightgown, already short, had ridden up due to her earlier movements, and when Lin Huaizhi's hand brushed against her waist, she shivered involuntarily. So sensitive? Just a touch at her waist, and she couldn't handle it? Lin Huaizhi was invigorated. It was a thrill he relished. The more she blushed, the more intrigued he became, especially with someone like Su Yao, outwardly fierce yet inwardly timid. Thus, Lin the Beast was not satisfied with the current position. His hand ventured higher. Su Yao, aware of his intentions, initially resisted but soon acquiesced to his advances. The moment he made contact, Lin Huaizhi could only think one word: soft. It was incredibly different from touching through fabric. The sensation was unparalleled. Who wouldn't adore it? As Lin Huaizhi kissed her more fervently, their breaths intertwined. Su Yao did her utmost to keep pace with him. Yet, there remained a significant difference between the two. Before long, she found herself utterly exhausted. Her delicate little hands lightly thumped against Lin Huaizhi's chest, prompting him to finally relent. As he listened to Su Yao's heavy breathing, he couldn't help but chuckle, his fingers caressing her lips. Is this all it takes to tire you out? Su Yao's face had turned a deep crimson, her heart racing. Certainly not. Shall we continue? Noticing Su Yao's stubbornness, Lin Huaizhi leaned down, pretending to kiss her again. Their first kiss was far more delightful than he had anticipated, almost addictive, if given the chance. He could easily spend the entire night kissing Su Yao. No, don't. Su Yao shrank back slightly, her voice soft yet firm in rejection, causing Lin Huaizhi's blood to surge with desire. Merely kissing was no longer sufficient for him. How can you kiss so well? Is this truly your first time? There's mention in novels. He seemed to have liked a classmate in high school. Could it be he kissed her back then? Otherwise, how could a first kiss be so proficient? Humph, it's my first time too, and that is hardly fair. Su Yao's thoughts were a tumultuous blend of emotions, and her internal monologue spiraled wildly. However, this was understandable. Lin Huaizhi had no knowledge of others' experiences, but at least he had only been awkward at the beginning. Quickly mastering the art and effortlessly winning Su Yao over. Listening to Su Yao's mental tirade against him, Lin Huaizhi felt a surge of affection. How could she be so naive? Chapter 62. Not during menstruation. And you call me foolish. Humph. You, who cannot maintain your own purity, dare to call me foolish. Though I may lack experience in kissing, it is not due to ineptitude, but rather a lack of opportunity, unlike certain individuals with an abundance of experience. Su Yao huffed, her earlier fears and anxieties having vanished, replaced by a litany of grievances against Lin Huaizhi. Ah, he chuckled. What's wrong? Are you dissatisfied with my kissing skills? My girlfriend? Before the flustered Su Yao could respond, he added, since it's our first time, please be patient with me. I promise to improve and ensure your satisfaction. Lin Huaizhi relished the sight of Su Yao's flustered expression, but today he needed to be gentle with her. She had already cried so much, and he couldn't bear to see her weep again. After all, it was the day they officially began their relationship, and a little chivalry wouldn't hurt. Is this really your first time? Upon hearing Su Yao's astonished tone, Lin Huaizhi's smile widened. What's this? Do you not think I'm inexperienced, but rather too skilled, making you suspect I've kissed before? Despite intending to refrain from teasing Su Yao further, Lin Huaizhi reverted to his playful nature, continuing to dig deeper. Dear Su Yao, you mustn't doubt others merely because they seem more adept. Such behavior is unbecoming. Feigning innocence, Lin Huaizhi enjoyed coaxing Su Yao, who was well aware of his playful nature, but still found herself compelled to acknowledge it openly. I never thought that. I merely feel your kissing could use improvement. Su Yao retorted, her exasperation evident, yet her tone betrayed her waning anger. It was quite easy to placate her, Lin Huaizhi mused, his fingers continuing to caress her lips while his other hand rested beside him, already itching for more. If my kissing is so lacking, I humbly request my girlfriend to impart her wisdom. Wasn't that a blatant invitation? Lin Huaizhi swiftly flipped her over, pinning Su Yao beneath him. Before she could react, he kissed her again, their breaths gradually growing heated. Lin Huaizhi's hands grew restless, lifting Su Yao's nightgown higher. After indulging in their kisses for several minutes, he finally relented. Yet before Su Yao could catch her breath, he leaned down to kiss another area. Su Yao's hands tightened on Lin Huaizhi's back, leaving a few red marks in her wake. The scenario reminiscent of her earlier writings now played out in reality, making the already bashful Su Yao even more flustered. Unable to meet his gaze, had she known, she would have never cast Lin Huaizhi as the male lead. Now her mind was awash with tantalizing thoughts that she couldn't shake off. Senior, I can't. I'm on my period. Lin Huaizhi paused. He hadn't intended to escalate things further, but Su Yao, the poor girl, had no sense of caution whatsoever. So, if it weren't for your period, would we continue? Su Yao, must you be so naive? Just having agreed to be my girlfriend, and you're already so willing to give everything away? Lin Huaizhi halted, playfully pinching her cheek. That's not what I meant. I simply like you. And you wouldn't be irresponsible, would you? I like you and want to be close to you. That's entirely natural. Though I may feel shy, if you desire it, I wouldn't refuse. Su Yao's voice dwindled as she spoke, lacking confidence by the end. She wished to draw closer to Lin Huaizhi, not to gain any so-called life value, but simply because she liked him. Had it been anyone else, such thoughts would never have crossed her mind. As a girl, perhaps she should indeed exercise a bit more restraint and not be so cavalier. Lin Huaizhi gently pulled her into his embrace, tenderly caressing her head. His voice softened, devoid of any blame. He merely wished for her to consider herself more, to learn the importance of prioritizing her own needs, and not to remain so naively oblivious. Su Yao looked up, playfully tracing circles on his chest. Will you consider me? I will, Lin Huaizhi replied swiftly and resolutely, affirming that apart from certain beastly moments, he would undoubtedly take Su Yao into account. Then that is settled. With you by my side, I have nothing to fear, she said, continuing her playful doodling, exuding an air of carefree innocence. Lin Huaizhi shook his head, choosing not to respond further. Moments later, she abruptly inquired, so, are we now officially a couple? If the lights had been on, Su Yao would have certainly seen Lin Huaizhi roll his eyes, contemplating whether to pinch her as a form of punishment. What a peculiar question. We've kissed, touched, and snuggled, albeit on the thigh. Yet if that doesn't qualify us as a couple, then surely the police should be summoned to discuss our situation. Su Yao, I advise you to tread carefully, Lin Huaizhi stated with sudden seriousness. Su Yao pouted, then resumed her position nestled against him. Oh, I was just asking. From now on, you can only have eyes for me. And you mustn't get involved with Shen Shitong, alright? In Su Yao's mind, Shen Shitong was her romantic rival. Although they had recently had a falling out and Lin Huaizhi showed no interest in Shen Shitong, she still recognized her as the female lead, possessing her own skills. If Shen Shitong continued to pursue Lin Huaizhi, Su Yao feared he might relent. Thus, it was imperative for her to keep a close watch on Shen Shitong, ensuring she didn't cause any trouble. When have I ever truly regarded Shen Shitong? Lin Huaizhi assured her earnestly, his hand gently massaging her stomach. Chapter 63. Is it alright to touch? Perhaps it was due to Lin Huaizhi's comforting presence that Su Yao soon fell into a deep slumber, her stomach showing no signs of discomfort. Moreover, with Lin Huaizhi radiating warmth like a furnace, sleeping in his embrace felt like a cocoon of warmth enveloping her. As she breathed evenly, Lin Huaizhi found himself wide awake, his thoughts a whirlwind. The events had transpired rather abruptly, and the scenarios he had dreamt of had manifested into reality, filling his heart with joy. Yet, he regarded Su Yao's health like a ticking time bomb. Fearing that Shen Shitong might stir up trouble, his duty was to protect Su Yao, and perhaps to draw closer to her. Enhancing her vitality seemed a prudent course of action. He relished the tender moments of affection, kisses, caresses, and the warmth of skin against skin. Each sensation beckoned him for more. Of course, despite his animalistic inclinations, he remained steadfast in his principles, as this young girl was blissfully naive and willing, and as a gentleman, he must uphold his responsibilities towards her. Regarding Su Yao's earlier mention of Lu Hao, he was tempted to explore that avenue, albeit his financial situation was somewhat precarious, and he might need to borrow from his parents. He could not afford to slack off any longer. He needed to devote more time to his studies, pushing his boundaries. As Su Yao pointed out, as a supporting character, his attributes were commendable. At least in terms of academics, he was among the most capable in recent years. However, mere ability was insufficient. Opportunity was equally vital. He felt grateful to Su Yao, who provided him with unwavering support. Reflecting on this, Lin Huaizhi embraced Su Yao tighter, who seemed to instinctively nuzzle closer to him, much like a little kitten, unwittingly relying on him. The following day, Su Yao awoke before Lin Huaizhi, her eyes still heavy with sleep. Upon realizing she was nestled in his arms, a wave of sweetness washed over her. Glancing at her vitality gauge, she noted that the vitality lost the previous night had been restored, and astonishingly, it had increased by over 60 days. A night's rest proved remarkably effective. However, she recalled the intimate moments they had shared, kisses, touches, and snuggles, which, under normal circumstances, would yield even greater benefits. Yet, feeling physically drained diminished the overall effect. Nonetheless, Su Yao felt unafraid now, for she could genuinely sense Lin Huaizhi's affection towards her. Nana had once mentioned that a boy like Lin Huaizhi would only grow close to someone he truly cared for. Now that she had indeed become his girlfriend, Su Yao felt elated. Who would have thought that such a twist of fate would grant her a label so quickly? She leaned in closer, captivated by Lin Huaizhi's handsome features, her heart racing. As a novice author, she was well acquainted with certain concepts, such as the one she currently pondered without needing to think twice. Previously, I thought it looked rather impressive. I never imagined it would be even more astonishing than I had envisioned. If only I could sleep, thinking about it is quite daunting. No. It's perfectly normal for boys to react more in the morning. I mustn't entertain such dangerous thoughts. The female lead is always portrayed as a delicate, innocent flower. I should play my part and not appear overly forward. However, Nana claims that many boys who seem serious on the surface actually enjoy a bit of mischief in their partners. I wonder if he is one of those. If so, then splendid. I have ample knowledge to share. I'm well versed in various techniques. If he isn't, I'll just have to continue playing the innocent flower. Yet, I once thought that the exaggerated descriptions in novels were somewhat overblown, but now, it seems they hold some truth. What if I stole a touch? He is sleeping so soundly. Surely he wouldn't notice if I did something? Su Yao shifted her hand slightly, unaware of Lin Huaizhi's furrowed brow. Indeed, Lin Huaizhi was awake. Su Yao's vivid imagination had stirred him from slumber without his consent. He kept his eyes closed, intrigued to see just how bold Su Yao would dare to be. How foolish of him to have perceived her as merely a shy girl, despite her usual boisterousness. Her current train of thought revealed a daring side that rivaled his own. Su Yao's hand feigned nonchalance as it retreated, resting against her chest, eager yet hesitant. What if he wakes up? I can't do anything during my period. I've read that one should start with gentle touches. Given my state, that is out of the question, but other methods could suffice. As for dining positions, I recall some mentions in novels. Let me think. Oh no, this is too embarrassing. What am I imagining? As she contemplated some rather explicit descriptions, Su Yao finally felt her cheeks flush. Not only her, but even Lin Huaizhi had followed her thoughts into that realm. Though reluctant to admit it, he had felt a flicker of anticipation. If Su Yao were to assist him, it would undoubtedly be a unique experience. With this thought, Lin Huaizhi felt a warmth rising to his nose. Damn, I'm bleeding. He could no longer pretend to be asleep and hastily sat up, grabbing some tissues from the nearby drawer to stanch the flow. You're awake? Why are you bleeding? Su Yao was taken aback. Just moments ago, she had been indulging in her fantasies, and now the main character had suddenly awakened. It was impossible not to feel flustered. However, upon noticing Lin Huai's nosebleed, her concern surged, prompting her to rise and approach him with a worried expression. Lin Huai cast a glance at the neckline of Su Yao's attire, and upon seeing the pale outline, the bleeding intensified. It's nothing. I'll just go to the bathroom to take care of it, he said, hurriedly descending from the bed and rushing into the bathroom. After wetting his hands, he patted his forehead and the nape of his neck. Although he had reacted quickly, blood had still managed to stain his pajamas. Gazing at his reflection in the mirror, Lin Huai couldn't help but tug at the corners of his mouth in resignation, never expecting that he would experience such a day himself. He finally understood what Zhao Yuanin meant when he spoke of watching certain videos and ending up with a nosebleed. If this were to reach the ears of his friends, he could only imagine the ridicule he would face. Are you feeling better? Is it still bleeding? Su Yao inquired from outside the door, peeking her head in with an inquisitive look in her eyes. We've lived together for so long, and you've never had a nosebleed before. Why is it so unusual today? Listening to Su Yao's unguarded thoughts, a flicker of panic crossed Lin Huai's eyes. Could it be that she had sensed something? It's better now, Lin Huai replied, his mind racing to concoct a suitable excuse, but his guilt made every word feel like a mere cover-up. That's good. Could it be that I've been dragging you to eat too many spicy things lately, leading to this? Su Yao's face was filled with regret, a twinge of guilt washing over her. In recent days, having skipped classes at the academy, she had indulged in takeout with a heavy hand, opting for fiery dishes like spicy hot pot, fried chicken, and barbecued skewers, foods that could easily cause internal heat. Not only had she left herself feeling weak, but she had also inadvertently caused Lin Huai to suffer as well. Su Yao felt like a child who had done something wrong, awaiting a reprimand from Lin Huai. However, all he did was wash his hands and gently ruffle her hair in a comforting manner. It's not that serious. It might just be the hot weather. Why are you overthinking? And why not consider other possibilities? Lin Huai's suggestive gaze was too blatant. Not to mention the way he openly stared at Su Yao's ample bosom, causing her to immediately grasp his implication. What do you mean? I have no idea what you're talking about, Su Yao stammered, her cheeks flushing crimson as she recalled her earlier impulse to touch Lin Huai. In that moment, she felt the need for a strong cleaning agent. Naturally, she understood Lin Huai's intentions, but her persona did not align with such behavior. In front of him, she had to maintain a facade. The thoughts of a girl were hardly subtle, especially when Lin Huai could discern her every sentiment. Thus, as he admired the vibrant blush on Su Yao's face, he stepped closer and teasingly asked, "Do you want to touch?" Huh. Su Yao's eyes widened in surprise, momentarily stunned. After several seconds, she lowered her gaze, glancing at a certain spot before turning her head away and stammering, "I wouldn't touch. I'm not that kind of person. I'm very innocent." Lin Huai observed her with amusement, a low chuckle escaping his throat. How could anyone perform so poorly in a charade? Her thoughts were written all over her face, and she had no idea how to conceal them. Yet she continued to provide an explanation that only served to highlight her embarrassment. Lin Huai couldn't stop laughing, and fortunately, his nose had ceased to bleed. Otherwise, while enjoying Su Yao's adorable demeanor, he would have had to take a moment to address his own condition. "What are you laughing at? If you want me to touch, I can do that too, since it would only make you feel good." Su Yao felt flustered by Lin Huai's laughter, suddenly aware that she was at a disadvantage, which emboldened her to stand tall and show how brave she could be. "Look, with just a little provocation, Su Yao has already lost her composure and jumped right into my trap." Their gazes locked, and Lin Huai extended his arm, pulling Su Yao inside and pinning her against the wall, leaning down to gaze into her eyes. "Aren't you the one who wanted to touch? Why not take matters into your own hands? Are you waiting for me to place your hand for you?" Lin Huai was clearly in a playful mood, deliberately provoking Su Yao. How could you tell I wanted to touch? Is my gaze really that lecherous? Lecherous enough for others to know exactly what I'm thinking?" Su Yao exclaimed, flustered. "I was just talking big. How could I, a young girl, dare to touch? But if I don't touch now, he will definitely think I'm afraid. Humph, how frustrating." Lin Huai listened to Su Yao's complaints, his expression revealing no hint of disturbance. Rather, his eyes encouraged her to continue. Under his provocation, Su Yao timidly extended her hand, eyes shut tightly, as if she were making a monumental decision. However, the anticipated sensation never came. Lin Huai had seized her wrist. "Quite the bold one, aren't you? But with your eyes closed, the experience will be greatly diminished." "Huh, experience? What kind of experience can I have? Isn't it you who will feel good?" Su Yao was confused, until Lin Huai's other hand lifted his pajama top, revealing his sculpted abs, tight, yet exuding strength. Su Yao swallowed hard, her hand instinctively exploring. For a girl who had never experienced such intimacy, having a boyfriend, especially one so handsome and fit, was overwhelming. If she could remain unperturbed, that would truly be a problem. Thus, Su Yao explored, touching here and there, resembling a playful rogue, while Lin Huaizhi found her endearing. Showing no sign of impatience. From a certain perspective, the fact that he could attract Su Yao brought him a sense of satisfaction. After 5 or 6 minutes of this, Lin Huaizhi decided it was time to collect some interest. He couldn't just let her have all the fun. Are you done? Su Yao raised her eyes in confusion, suddenly realizing how absurd her earlier thoughts had been. Oh my. So he meant touching his abs. Thank goodness I didn't actually reach out. I would have to migrate to Mars. The belated realization left Su Yao feeling utterly mortified, her expression one of despair. What's wrong? Why the long face? Are you dissatisfied with my physique? Despite already knowing Su Yao's inner thoughts, Lin Huaizhi played along, feigning ignorance. No, I'm very satisfied. I adore it. I've never seen a physique as perfect as yours in my entire life. I'm utterly captivated. Su Yao beamed her signature smile, even though her mind was in turmoil. As a seasoned performer, she had learned to mask her emotions and deliver sincere compliments. Then should I collect some interest? Lin Huaizhi stepped closer, cornering Su Yao against the wall. What interest? I don't have abs. Su Yao's voice dropped shyly as she averted her gaze from Lin Huaizhi, gently biting her lip. Lin Huaizhi relished this sight, his interest piqued. That's all right. We can settle it with something else. Even though Su Yao had discovered Lin Huaizhi's true nature the previous night, half an hour later, she still felt compelled to confront him. Are you a puppy? Su Yao gazed down at her collarbone, which bore the marks of Lin Huaizhi's playful bites. Though the sensation was not painful, her delicate skin had turned a shade of crimson, creating a rather alarming sight. The instigator, Lin Huaizhi, showed no remorse. After all, it was a rare indulgence for him, and given that she had reciprocated with affectionate touches, a little playful nibbling seemed quite fitting. Chapter 65. Return to learn for 2 years before coming back. Considering the emotional instability often accompanying a woman's menstrual cycle, Lin Huaizhi devoted his entire day to being by Su Yao's side, engaging in variety shows and playing games, seizing every opportunity to cuddle and steal kisses. In essence, he relished their intimacy to the fullest. The next afternoon, he arranged to meet Lu Hao to discuss the intricacies of their game project, the venue being their studio, which was rather distant from where they resided and required over an hour's journey by subway. Once aboard, Lin Huaizhi perused the materials Lu Hao had sent, which were ostensibly relevant documents but ultimately consisted of vague statements regarding basic game concepts, objectives, and plans, with nary a mention of frameworks, creativity, or selling points. This was to be expected, as he was still a stranger to Lu Hao, who would be unlikely to reveal his hand so readily, necessitating a careful consideration of the project's authenticity. After disembarking, Lin Huaizhi followed the navigation for over 10 minutes before arriving at the so-called studio, prominently labeled a studio. It was rather juvenile in name, yet somehow fitting. In reality, this studio was merely a 30-square-meter room, sparsely furnished with a few desks and chairs, each occupied by computers and 6 young men. Upon noticing his arrival, one young man approached him, extending a handshake. He sported a crew cut and appeared to be around Lin Huaizhi's age, radiating youthful vigor. You must be Lin Huaizhi, he stated. Lin Huaizhi nodded. Lu Go? Given that the other was older, it was entirely reasonable for him to address him as such. Shall we head inside to chat? As Lin Huaizhi followed him in, he sensed a hint of hostility emanating from the 2 young men seated near the entrance. Their unfriendly gazes suggested they were less than welcoming. However, he chose to disregard it and took a seat. We are recent graduates, and our budget is quite limited, so we couldn't afford a better space. Still, it suffices as an office, Lu Hao said with a cheerful smile as he fetched a cup of water from the dispenser and handed it to Lin Huaizhi, a self-deprecating grin crossing his face. Lin Huaizhi nodded in understanding, reassuring him, every beginning is fraught with difficulties, it will surely improve. In truth, he held a measure of admiration for them. It required considerable courage to pursue one's passion straight out of university, especially when peers were already securing stable jobs and salaries, while they were investing their own money. Such comparisons undoubtedly heightened their psychological pressures. Coupled with familial misunderstandings and internal doubts about their choices, without formidable willpower, sustaining such a venture would be nearly impossible. I was referred to you by a friend. Although you're only a junior, your professional skills are impressive. I inquired a little, and it seems you're quite the standout at Jiangxing University's computer science department. Lu Hao remarked. Before Lin Huaizhi could downplay his abilities, a portly fellow at the entrance interjected, leaning against the wall by the water dispenser with a scoff. Lu Go. We're 5 years older than him and have 5 more years of study under our belts. He.S. merely in his junior year. How impressive can he really be? Another chimed in, right? With that time, He could have written several programs instead of just talking here. The air was thick with tension. Lin Huaizhi cast a glance at the group. Although there were only 6 of them, they could be divided into 3 factions. Lu Hao, who seemed inclined to recruit him and recognized his potential. The 3 others, who appeared to be mere spectators, neither welcoming nor rejecting his presence. And the 2 slightly heavier young men, who displayed clear resistance to his arrival, their words lacking any respect. Cheng Xiang, Li Xiaolong. The program you 2 have been dragging your feet on was completed by him. Do you really believe geniuses are a rarity in our field? Judging ability by years of study? Who taught you that? Lin Huaizhi maintained a stoic silence, while Lu Hao's demeanor also hardened. After all, he had sought Lin Huaizhi out, and as the leader, he was merely looking out for the team. If Lin Huaizhi truly lacked skill, he would not have been so eager to bring him on board. Both of you need to tone it down. Don't make things difficult for me. Or is your issue with him really a reflection of your discontent with me? After the reprimand, Lin Huaizhi noted that the 2's faces shifted from pale to flushed, and as his own anger dissipated, he stepped in as a peacemaker. Come now, it's not that serious. No one wishes to be scolded, including Lin Huaizhi. Though he had a good temperament, it didn't mean he was willing to endure unwarranted hostility. He possessed the skills that could foster a mutually beneficial partnership with Lu Hao. However, if these individuals could not accept him and form a cohesive team, any potential collaboration would be futile. They just have tempers. Don't take it to heart, Lu Hao said, still perceptive to the dynamics at play. With so few members in the team and lacking financial backing, the burden of investment without any income was heavy, making it difficult for anyone to join. Now, after finally finding someone capable and willing, with a generally positive reputation, Lu Hao could hardly afford to let him slip away. Lu Gu, I have indeed studied for fewer years than they have. It is normal for everyone to doubt my abilities. In our field, skills are paramount for survival. I understand. Lin Huaizhi took a leisurely sip of water, his expression inscrutable, seemingly unaffected. However, I'm here now. Surely I deserve an opportunity to prove myself. His words were clear. Let skills speak for themselves. Those capable should rise, while the less capable ought to remain silent. Upon hearing Lin Huaizhi's audacity, Cheng Xiang became animated, as if already convinced of Lin Huaizhi's impending failure. I've been struggling with a problem in physical simulation for over a week. If you're as talented as you claim, why not give it a try? It was evident to all that Cheng Xiang was intentionally setting a trap, as this area had been his specialty during his graduate studies. If he couldn't solve it, he certainly wanted Lin Huaizhi to embarrass himself in the process. Lu Hao saw through Cheng Xiang's intentions but refrained from defending Lin Huaizhi, as he too wished to gauge Lin Huaizhi's true capabilities. When his friend had introduced Lin Huaizhi, he had described him as a versatile talent, and there was no indication of inferiority. From the programs he had commissioned, it was clear he possessed talent, yet the limits of his abilities remained uncertain. Even if Cheng Xiang hadn't posed this challenge, Lu Hao would have sought a means to validate his skills, and now the timing was indeed opportune. Lin Huaizhi raised his hands in a gesture of calm, fully aware that if he wished to remain a part of their team, he would need their acceptance. Otherwise, their interactions would devolve into constant friction, devoid of any semblance of teamwork. Shall I give it a try? Chapter 66, 2 Facets. Lin Huaizhi took a seat at Cheng Xiang's workstation, and the onlookers who had previously been spectators now stood behind him, eager to witness his performance. Cheng Xiang, however, was taken aback. His intent had been to dismiss Lin Huaizhi, not to allow him to showcase his skills on site. Yet, observing Lin Huaizhi's fearless demeanor, he mused that if he couldn't solve the problem, he would be the one to walk away in embarrassment, giving Cheng Xiang the opportunity to mock him. With this thought, Cheng Xiang chose not to elaborate further. If you can't do it, just say so. You're still young. It's perfectly normal to lack the ability. You can always study for a few more years. Cheng Xiang's kind-hearted reminder had no effect whatsoever on Lin Huaizhi. He seemed oblivious, engrossed in the screen before him, scanning line after line, replaying the material 3 or 4 times. Would this even work? Over an hour had passed. In the serene room, Bruce Lee's voice resonated conspicuously, and both Lu Hao and Cheng Xiang shot him a glance. I've searched for over a week, damn it. I've spent more than 100 hours, and I still can't find it. Do you think this is child's play, something you can just glance at and solve? Cheng Xiang was not defending Lin Huaizhi, he merely stated the facts. If it were truly that simple, he wouldn't have lost so much hair. He was practically balding now. After another 10 minutes, Lin Huaizhi finally deduced the issue in the latter half of the code, and his eyes sparkled as he swiftly began to act. What was happening? Had he found the bug? No way, was it that quick? A flicker of disbelief crossed Cheng Xiang's eyes, though he longed to mock him. Lin Huaizhi's calm demeanor made him apprehensive about missing something, so he craned his neck to see closer. Holy crap, I completely overlooked this part. And it can be resolved this way? That's impressive. Cheng Xiang's brief exclamations were laden with expletives, his excitement palpable. Observing the smoothly running program, Lin Huaizhi turned around and smirked slightly. If a person falters, do not blame the road. The taunting implication was unmistakable, and compared to Cheng Xiang's sharp, vulgar remarks, this was evidently far more impactful. Just a moment ago, Cheng Xiang's eyes had sparkled. Now his expression was as grim as if he had bitten into something sour. Lin Huaizhi relished the changing hues on Cheng Xiang's face, feeling a secret delight. He had anticipated Cheng Xiang would cling to his pride and offer some excuse. But instead, Cheng Xiang grasped his hand earnestly, as if he had encountered a long-lost father. Bro, Huaigu, you absolutely must join our studio. I wholeheartedly welcome you. Listen, someone of your talent joining us would open up endless opportunities. Although we may appear a bit ragged now, your presence would instantly elevate us and help us flourish. Lu Ge, say something. How can we let Huaigu wait? Where's your awareness? The unexpected turn of events, coupled with Cheng Xiang's adeptness at shifting personas, caught Lin Huaizhi off guard. Huh, what? Why the duality? Lu Hao glared at him and playfully slapped his shoulder. Who was it just now? Provoking Huaizhi to return to school for another 2 years? You've really said it all. Cheng Xiang felt a pang of regret, realizing that it was his perception of Lin Huaizhi's striking appearance that had initially led to his prejudice. He had thought him too refined to belong to their field. The industry always claimed that those like him, slightly rotund and a bit clownish, were the true big shots. While someone as fair and handsome as Lin Huaizhi must be an all-show and no-substance programmer. After voicing this, Cheng Xiang quickly clarified, Huaigu, I didn't mean it that way. I harbor no malice. I simply lack experience. Please don't take it to heart. If you join our studio, I'll bring you tea and water. To be honest, Lin Huaizhi was a bit irked earlier, but hearing Cheng Xiang's words, his irritation dissipated. So, was he being ostracized merely for being too handsome? That reason was somewhat acceptable. Noticing Lin Huaizhi's silence, Cheng Xiang grew anxious, but his vocabulary was limited, leaving him to repeat a few phrases. Huaigu, I was offensive earlier. Please don't be angry. I mean no harm. I just can't stand those who pretend without any real skill. I misspoke earlier. While Cheng Xiang continued to apologize, Lin Huaizhi waved his hand dismissively, indicating he bore no grudges. Lu Ge, how about we have a proper discussion? In truth, Lin Huaizhi found the atmosphere quite enjoyable. It was a meritocratic environment where everyone was competent, devoid of jealousy or petty schemes. Open expressions of approval or disdain were far preferable to insidiousness. Lu Hao nodded, eagerly accepting the opportunity. Had Cheng Xiang not misspoken earlier, he would have already pulled Lin Huaizhi aside for a detailed conversation. I'll go too. Cheng Xiang immediately raised his hand. Let's all go together. If I missed anything, I can supplement it. The room was too small for a meeting, forcing them to gather around a tiny table against the wall. As Lin Huaizhi examined the materials Cheng Xiang provided, he listened intently as Lu Hao discussed the game's design philosophy, framework, and aspects of game development, including special effects and animations. While it was far from polished, for a nascent team, their progress was already commendable. Su Yao's assertion held truth. Whether this game would succeed was merely a matter of time. Today had indeed been fortuitous. No longer hesitating, Lin Huaizhi resolved to sign the contract, after which he could approach his parents for a small loan to kickstart the venture. He had used all his savings to purchase an apartment, leaving him with little cash on hand, necessitating their assistance. Once he decided to join, Lu Hao began planning for his desk, a task that ultimately fell to Cheng Xiang. On the way home, Lin Huaizhi pondered how to broach the subject with his parents. They had previously expressed a desire for him to continue his studies and secure a high-paying job upon graduation. He wondered how they would react to his sudden ambition to start a business. As he reached the door, the aroma of cooked food wafted toward him. Just as he input the password and opened the door, Su Yao leaped into his arms, a spatula in her right hand. I missed you so much. When you're gone, time seems to slow down tenfold. Lin Huaizhi embraced her, his troubles momentarily lifted. Did she really miss him that much? Perhaps it was time to take tangible action rather than relying on mere words. Just as he leaned down to kiss Su Yao, she pulled back slightly. First, tell me, how did your conversation with that studio go? Are you joining? Yes, we reached an agreement. I'm joining. That's wonderful. I have a surprise for you. Su Yao exclaimed, her face lighting up as she placed the spatula in Lin Huaizhi's hand and pulled out a bank card from her pocket. Here, this is your gift. Gazing at Su Yao's delicate face, her eyes shimmering like a pool of autumn water, with her mouth curving into a smile as she waved the card like a treasure. Lin Huaizhi had an inkling of what it was, but still asked, what is this? My little fund. The money I've earned from my writing is around 100,000, plus 3,000 in compensation from them. It's all in here. A few days ago, Xin Shitong had added her on WeChat, mentioning she would pay her. She accepted the money and promptly deleted and blocked him without uttering a single word. After receiving the funds, Su Yao had been contemplating what to gift Lin Huaizhi, considering several options but unable to decide. Now, with this opportunity, the money was just enough to resolve Lin Huaizhi's current troubles. There couldn't be a better gift than this. Lin Huaizhi joining Lu Hao and the others felt akin to embarking on an entrepreneurial journey, which would undoubtedly require funds in the initial stages. Though she lacked specialized knowledge, she possessed basic common sense. Lin Huaizhi had just purchased a house, and naturally, his savings were rather scant. He could only seek assistance from his family or borrow from friends. From what he understood, Zhao Yuanan and his companions, despite their loyalty, were not born into affluence. Even if he approached them for help, it was unlikely they could contribute a significant amount, perhaps even less than his own meager savings. Su Yao, brimming with enthusiasm, gazed expectantly at Lin Huaizhi, already prepared to receive his praises. However, after a considerable pause, silence lingered. As Lin Huaizhi remained reticent, Su Yao gradually retracted her smile, gently shaking his hand. I realize money is tight, but I am diligently writing every day, and thus, I do have some income. Once I receive my payment, I will give it to you. After all, every little bit adds up. If it's still isn't enough, I can always start a new book. Feeling somewhat aggrieved, Su Yao initially thought Lin Huaizhi would be pleased. But his cold demeanor and lack of a smile led her to overthink, fearing he might consider her funds insufficient and thus look down upon her. Why am I so foolish? I'm not discontent. I'm simply moved and at a loss for words, Lin Huaizhi remarked as he playfully pinched her cheek. Feeling somewhat helpless, how could he possibly be the kind of person to overlook such kindness? Su Yao had bared her soul to him, and he would never find her lacking. His earlier silence was merely a reflection of his complex feelings, astonished that Su Yao would go to such lengths for him. Su Yao had no relatives or support in this place, which made her eager to earn money. Yet now, simply because he was in need, she was willing to share everything she had, even promising to hand over her earnings upon receipt. How could he not be touched? I am not foolish. I am working hard on my writing. Who knows when I might achieve fame? At that time, I shall invest in you and support your career. If you wish to stop working, I could even support you, Su Yao said with a huff, nuzzling closer to Lin Huaizhi, her earlier disappointment dissipating as she reverted to her usual, carefree self. Girls are often easy to appease. A few kind words can mend their spirits. Lin Huaizhi ruffled her hair, acknowledging her capabilities. I know you're talented, but I cannot accept your money. Save it for yourself, be obedient. Lin Huaizhi had his principles. He had recognized Su Yao's intentions, but he could seek assistance from his parents regarding finances. Why not? I am your girlfriend, and I support your endeavors. This is my heartfelt intention. Why should you refuse me? Su Yao pressed, pushing Lin Huaizhi away. Or am I just being overly sentimental? Thinking too highly of my own importance? Is my perceived help merely a burden in your eyes? She pondered. But shouldn't couples assist one another and face challenges together to endure in the long run? Su Yao's emotions were tumultuous. After all, this was her first experience with romance. She was unsure if she could fulfill the role of a good girlfriend, so when faced with rejection, her instincts led her to think the worst, fearing she was being overly sentimental. Yao, Lin Huaizhi said, lowering his gaze to her, his eyes reflecting deeper affection. I merely believe that this is your hard-earned money, and you should keep it for when you truly need it. You are very important to me, exceedingly so. I am determined to build a future with you, and as such, I care for you and wish for you to consider your own needs. In that moment, Lin Huaizhi felt immensely grateful to hear Su Yao's innermost thoughts. Otherwise, had he remained oblivious, Su Yao might have wallowed in sorrow, and he may never have noticed. By expressing his feelings now, he could alleviate her concerns, thus avoiding potential discord. Since we can continue our journey together, might we eventually marry? Su Yao's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Previously, she had considered marriage a distant notion, but after merely 2 days of dating Lin Huaizhi, she found herself hopeful, imagining the sweetness of a future with him. If Lin Huaizhi were to be her husband, she would wholeheartedly welcome the prospect. Indeed, and I will strive with all my might to achieve that, Lin Huaizhi replied resolutely. Although the outcome was uncertain, he felt confident in his abilities. Then, since we are destined to become a family sooner or later, shouldn't we not count every penny? You need money, and I just so happen to have some. Isn't it quite normal to share? Doesn't that make perfect sense? Just as Lin Huaizhi was about to correct her reasoning, Su Yao tiptoed and kissed him, silencing him. In that fleeting moment of surprise, she slipped her card into his hand and dashed away. My dish isn't ready yet. I want to discuss this further. It's settled. Lin Huaizhi glanced at the spatula in his hand and couldn't help but smile helplessly. How could she be so naive? As he sent the spatula to Su Yao, Lin Huaizhi found himself lost in thought, holding the bank card. He realized he must work harder, otherwise, how could he justify Su Yao's unwavering trust in him? Chapter 68. She is an eyewitness. In the following days, Lin Huaizhi was engulfed in a whirlwind of activity, shuttling between school and the studio, even utilizing his commute on the subway to study various materials. The team was severely understaffed, and given the grand scope of the game's initial concept, completing it with just their small group would likely take 3 to 5 years, if not longer. Moreover, the involvement of specialized personnel was essential for character design, story development, and other aspects, tasks that the few of them, as engineers, could not tackle alone. They needed to recruit more individuals to join their ranks. After discussing with Lu Hao, they collectively recognized the inadequacy of their current team size. The daily workload was immense, making timely completion impossible, prompting the decision to bring in new members. If they could find acquaintances, it would be ideal. Considering they were in the early stages of entrepreneurship and lacked the funds to invest in external talent, it would be the best option if capable individuals were willing to join. This would not only increase manpower, but also reduce expenses. Lu Hao and his team would converse with unemployed individuals within their circle, as well as junior students from their college, to see if they could find a few capable candidates. Lin Huaizhi also intended to invite Zhao Yuanan and his friends to join. In terms of overall professional capability, they might not compare favorably against Lin Huaizhi or Cheng Xiang, given their educational backgrounds. However, each individual possessed their own strengths, and if they were willing to invest their time and energy, they would undoubtedly excel. After class today, Lin Huaizhi had a brief discussion with them, and to his surprise, they all eagerly agreed to give it a try. What is there to hesitate about? We have all nurtured dreams of creating games in this field. Now that we have the opportunity, we must seize it. Zhao Yuanan felt his youthful spirit ablaze. Although they had yet to commence, he could already sense victory beckoning. He even envisioned himself as a prominent figure, commanding attention in the conference room. Lin Wen and Lu Xing shared similar sentiments. Their life plans were rather unclear at this stage. They had 2 paths before them, either graduate and find a job or pursue further studies. After completing their postgraduate education, they would again seek employment. The emergence of this third path was a welcome opportunity they were eager to explore. At their age, if they didn't strive for something, what would they be? Everyone recognized Lin Huaizhi's capabilities. If he believed in this venture, it would undoubtedly succeed. Even if they didn't reap substantial rewards, they could at least gain experience. Brother Huai, you're in this with us. We're definitely following your lead. Exactly. Love may deceive you, but a career will not. I must also get my act together and focus on my career. Lu Xing also chimed in. After their last encounter, he had received several calls one after another. Yet he remained resolute, ultimately blocking all of them without hesitation, refusing to answer any numbers that lacked a saved contact. Lin Huaizhi observed Lu Xing, whose expression seemed to reflect a deep disillusionment, and felt it unwise to say much more. After all, this was his first genuine interaction with a girl, and to have been deceived was a bitter pill to swallow for anyone. Had it been Zhao Yuanan, he would have merely felt melancholic for a couple of days before returning to his usual carefree self. However, each individual possesses a unique disposition. For someone like Lu Xing, it was all too easy to succumb to sorrow, and no one could assist him. He could only emerge from this turmoil at his own pace. With the current academic schedule being relatively light, joining a studio could serve as a distraction for him. As for love, it is entirely a matter of fate, serendipitous, rather than sought after. Thus, it was settled. I would liaise with Lu Hao, and once the timing was confirmed, you could come for the interview. This recruitment process required submitting resumes, and public interviews would be conducted to sift through suitable candidates. The same went for those Lin Huaizhi recommended. All would undergo a unified interview process, to be decided in consultation with the studio team. There was no room for favoritism. After all, it was not solely his affair. He could only be considered a mid-level partner, fortunate enough to have the privilege of voicing his thoughts. After concluding their discussion, Lin Huaizhi gathered his belongings, preparing to head home. He had not spent time with Su Yao in recent days, and today he found himself with some free time. So he intended to return home early to keep her company. Contemplating what to bring back that would delight Su Yao, he reached the school gate, only to encounter Shen Shitong approaching him. She appeared considerably haggard, yet Lin Huaizhi paid her little mind, casting a brief glance before averting his gaze. Senior Huaizhi, Shen Shitong called out, hastening towards him and positioning herself in his path. It had been many days since she had last seen him. Recently, Zhou Ying had been increasingly overbearing, suffocating her with his demands. She yearned for assistance, but found no suitable confidant. Though she had contemplated seeking Lin Huaizhi out at the academy, the looming presence of Zhou Ying made such an encounter feel precarious, leaving her with no opportunity. Now, spotting Lin Huaizhi, she felt as though she had grasped a lifeline, no longer exuding her former air of superiority, but rather gazing at him with an imploring expression. Lin Huaizhi silently took a step back, creating distance between them, his tone devoid of emotion. What is it that you need? Shin Shitong appeared to be on the verge of tears, her eyes glistening as a few drops spilled forth. In the next moment, she was sobbing uncontrollably, resembling a weeping willow. She reached for Lin Huaizhi's arm, but he impatiently sidestepped her. Senior, why don't you like me? You should like me. Lin Huaizhi raised an eyebrow. I have a girlfriend. If you have nothing else, I shall take my leave. He was well aware of Su Yao's temperament. When jealousy struck, it was he who would need to soothe her, especially given Shin Shitong's identity as the original female lead. Mentioning her would surely ignite Su Yao's ire. Perhaps it was due to Shin Shitong's role as the protagonist that Su Yao harbored an intense fear of her, anxious that Lin Huaizhi might suddenly develop feelings for Shin Shitong, thus fostering a heavy sense of wariness. Senior, Su Yao is not suited for you. Why not consider me instead? Lin Huaizhi scrutinized Shin Shitong. How curious it was that the once scheming girl had now so openly focused her attention on him. Had Zhou done something to her? Aren't you Zhou's girlfriend? Have you considered how he would feel about this? Observing Shin Shitong's reaction, Lin Huaizhi noted her complexion shift from pale to flushed as fear filled her eyes. Indeed, her relationship with Zhou was not as straightforward as Su Yao had portrayed. There must have been some unforeseen complication. I don't like him. I have nothing to do with him. He is the one who is forcing me. Shin Shitong's voice grew louder, filled with desperation, but Lin Huaizhi remained unfazed. Then you ought to clarify things with him and tell him to leave you be. What purpose does it serve to speak with me? Lin Huaizhi held no interest in their romance. However, he found himself intrigued by the possibility that Shin Shitong might possess certain memories akin to his suspicions. You should protect me from our past life. Shin Shitong realized her slip of the tongue, a flicker of panic crossing her features, before she hastily amended. I like you so much. You should like me too. Lin Huaizhi smirked slightly. Indeed, it appeared that Shin Shitong bore some recollection of their previous life. Unlike Su Yao, who was merely a bystander, Shin Shitong had lived through the very narrative recounted by Su Yao. Yet, it seemed the story had unraveled, leading her to fear Zhou and to be so certain that she would like him, even to the point of risking her life for her affection. Shin Shitong, the only one who can save you is yourself. Your life is in your hands. Lin Huaizhi had no intentions of playing the hero. This piece of advice stemmed solely from pity. As for how she would choose to proceed, that was of no concern to him. Chapter 69. Reluctance to part with the ATM. Lin Huaizhi feigned intent to leave, weary of wasting more time with Shin Shitong. Yet she persisted, blocking his path. Senior, please help me. Shin Shitong's voice trembled, her eyes brimming with tears, presenting an utterly pitiful visage. Lin Huaizhi would wager that had Zhao Yuan stood in her place, he would have been ensnared by desire to assist her in any way possible. Alas, he was not Zhao Yuan, no matter how fervently Shin Shitong wept. He felt no pang of sympathy. He even contemplated that if Su Yao were to cry in such a manner before him, her heart would surely shatter. He remembered how, during their last encounter, he had pressed her to him, inadvertently causing her pain, and she had wept, accusing him of wrongdoing. Rather than feeling remorseful, he had found himself compelled to tease her even further. Yet Shin Shitong was not Su Yao. Even as she wept profoundly, Lin Huaizhi remained entirely disinterested, his heart untouched. How do you wish for me to assist you? If you are truly so terrified of Zhou, shouldn't you avoid him altogether? Lin Huaizhi's gaze was frosty, devoid of any warmth as it swept over her. He is not good for me. Shin Shitong hesitated, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Lin Huaizhi scoffed, incisively revealing what lay in her heart. So, you fear Zhou and worry that his possessive nature will harm you. Yet you cannot bring yourself to sever ties with this source of financial support, can you? It was common knowledge that Zhou hailed from a wealthy family, and Shin Shitong possessed an overwhelming sense of vanity. Despite her underlying fear, she found it difficult to relinquish the allure of wealth. As Lin Huaizhi exposed the depths of her true feelings, panic flickered in Shin Shitong's eyes, but she refused to concede. I am not like that. I do not think that way. I am not with him for his money. Indeed, Zhou was generous towards her, but such generosity was only present in the present. Once his family faced ruin, his possessiveness would become a shackle rather than a privilege. No one wished to be confined within four walls, unable to escape. No one desired to live with a down-and-out young master devoid of prospects. She had long resolved not to repeat past mistakes. The only reason she had yet to distance herself from Zhou was due to his affluent background. Had Lin Huaizhi been willing to assist her and rekindle the affection he once held, she would not have continued her ambiguous relationship with Zhou. To Lin Huaizhi, Shin Shitong's desperate demeanor resembled that of a madwoman, prompting him to press further. So, you're not with him for money. You genuinely like him? If that is the case, why have you sought me out? Lin Huaizhi held no belief in Shin Shitong. Individuals like her, accustomed to the adoration and flattery of others, seem to view garnering attention as the ultimate goal of their existence. As for those who admire her, she considers it a matter of course, unaware that true affection requires reciprocity. Because of you, because of you. Shen Shitong wishes to express that in her past life, he indeed cherished her. During her moments of fear concerning Zhou Ying, he would stand by her side, and whenever she faced bullying, he would invariably appear, regardless of the circumstances, ready to disregard everything for her sake, even at the cost of his own life. She vividly recalls the sorrow she felt upon learning of Lin Huaizhi's demise. It genuinely pained her. Yet, one must always look forward. With the prospect of a better life, she would naturally not remain stagnant. After Lin Huaizhi's death, she chose Zhou Ying, who possessed commendable qualities, eagerly embarking on a future filled with joy, carrying with her Lin Huaizhi's affection. Given the chance to start anew, she earnestly contemplated Lin Huaizhi, not treating him as a mere option as she had previously, but rather investing thought into granting him an opportunity. However, events took an unexpected turn. Lin Huaizhi not only failed to develop feelings for her, but also became involved with Su Yao. She yearned to extricate Su Yao from his life, yet Lin Huaizhi placed unwavering trust in Su Yao, denying her any chance. Su Yao, it is all her doing. The resentment in Shen Shitong's eyes did not escape Lin Huaizhi's notice. Recalling Shen Shitong's past actions towards Su Yao, he cooled his demeanor and warned, Shen Shitong, I do not care what you know, but it would be wise for you to keep your distance from Su Yao. Otherwise, next time, it won't be a matter of mere compensation. With that, Lin Huaizhi became disinterested in further discussion and walked away. To be frank, Lin Huaizhi found Shen Shitong rather foolish. Given the opportunity to start over, instead of contemplating how to enhance her own life, she fixated on clinging to others, expecting the world to revolve around her, which he found rather laughable. Shen Shitong watched Lin Huaizhi's retreating figure, a tumult of emotions swirling within her, unwillingness, indignation, and defiance. How dare he? He once cherished me so deeply. It is all Su Yao's fault. Because of her, I was made to write an apology, and now my classmates have isolated me. Even Lin Huaizhi's affections have been stolen from me. Lin Huaizhi did not hear her lamentations. Had he done so, he would have undoubtedly berated her vehemently. However, he had already confirmed his suspicions. Shen Shitong, as an eyewitness, knew what would transpire, but the introduction of Su Yao had entirely disrupted the narrative concerning him. Su Yao was a variable, altering the course of events since the day she appeared. For instance, he would have intervened when Shen Shitong was confronted by thugs. But due to Su Yao's interference, it was Zhao Yuannin who stepped in. Influenced by Su Yao, Lin Huaizhi not only lost interest in Shen Shitong, but began to harbor a sense of aversion towards her. In truth, he felt quite fortunate. He had no desire to be anyone's backup. On his way home, Lin Huaizhi took a detour to a nearby flower shop, meticulously selecting a bouquet of white roses intermingled with jasmine. Upon the first glance, he was struck by the vibrant hues, reminiscent of Su Yao's vitality. Cradling the flowers delicately, Lin Huaizhi was cautious not to jostle them. A year prior, he would have condemned such actions vehemently, yet now, his mind was consumed with thoughts of Su Yao. The mere thought of her brought an involuntary smile to his face, and he envisioned her delight upon receiving the bouquet. Chapter 70. Do not engage in what should not be done. Arriving at his doorstep, Lin Huaizhi entered the code, silently counting down as per routine. As expected, Su Yao would dash over upon hearing the sound, eagerly waiting at the door, ready to leap into his embrace, her hands playfully roaming. Just imagining it filled him with joy. 3, 2, 1. With an expression of anticipation, Lin Huaizhi opened the door, presenting the flowers that had been concealed behind him. Ding dong. Where is everyone? Where is Su Yao? Lin Huaizhi felt a twinge of embarrassment. This made him seem rather foolish. Yao Yao? He called out as he stepped inside and changed his shoes, receiving no response. Puzzled, he ventured further. Reaching the living room where he found his mother seated beside Su Yao, her arm draped affectionately around Su Yao's, both wearing radiant smiles. Even his normally stoic father appeared to be sharing in the merriment. What was happening? Why were his parents here? Dad, Mom, what brings you here? Lin Huaizhi set the flowers down, feeling a bit awkward as he rubbed his nose. Since purchasing the apartment, his parents had not visited, and amidst their busy schedules, he had not mentioned dating, nor had he disclosed that he was living with Su Yao. Their unexpected arrival must have startled her greatly. What were you doing making that noise at the door? His father inquired, eyeing Lin Huaizhi with curiosity. Lin Huaizhi felt his toes dig into the ground in embarrassment, realizing that his previous messages to Su Yao had gone unanswered because of his parents' sudden visit. Nothing much, just a bit hoarse, so I called out. But why did you come without telling me? If we hadn't come, we wouldn't have known you've been hiding so much from us, his mother, Li Chunhua, remarked, casting a sharp glance at her son. Su Yao exchanged a worried glance with Lin Huaizhi, fearing he might be reprimanded, and quickly interjected, "Auntie, it's my fault. I asked my senior not to inform you yet. I thought it best to wait until things settled down before coming to see you." Lin Huaizhi took a seat and placed the flowers on the table. "Mom, Yao Yao and I haven't been dating for long. I was planning to tell you later. There's no rush." Li Chunhua's lips twitched as she shot a look at her husband, urging him to notice their son's antics. He had not been dating long but had already brought a girl home. Who knows, if given more time, they might even be welcoming grandchildren soon. Su Yao, perplexed by the silent communication between the adults, sought Lin Huaizhi's help with wide eyes. "Help, meeting parents so soon. If I had known, I would have been more diligent today, wash my hair, and put on some makeup. Elders appreciate obedient and well-mannered individuals. I wonder if my senior's parents will like me, or if they will think I'm not self-respecting. It must seem odd to be living together so early in a relationship. Oh, I should have just told a lie, saying I'm merely a tenant and not a girlfriend. That way, I could leave a better impression." Su Yao lamented, feeling a wave of regret wash over her. Though Lin Huaizhi's parents were kind and had been engaging her in conversation, she had never been so close to elders before. Her previous guardians had only exploited her. She had never truly experienced familial affection, leaving her flustered and unsure of how to interact with them. Understanding Su Yao's past, Lin Huaizhi could feel her anxiety. He then rose from his seat and sat beside her. "Mom, you don't need to hold on to my girlfriend so tightly. If you keep holding her, what can I hold?" Lin Huaizhi pulled Su Yao closer, unashamed to display his affection for her in front of his parents. Such intimacy was entirely appropriate. "You cheeky boy. A girl as wonderful as Yao Yao is hard to come by, beautiful and kind-hearted. Don't you dare mistreat her." Li Chunhua, perceptive as ever, knew her son well. "Yao Yao, add me on WeChat. If he bullies you, just let me know, and I'll take care of him," she continued, presenting her QR code for Su Yao to scan, even transferring 2,000 yuan her way. Upon seeing this, Su Yao hurriedly waved her hands in refusal, wanting to return the money. "Auntie, I appreciate your kindness, but I can earn my own money, so I must decline." In the pauses of Su Yao's speech, Lin Huaizhi had already snatched the phone and confirmed the payment. "This is from my mother for you, just accept it." It's quite normal for a future mother-in-law to give pocket money to her future daughter-in-law. Lin Huaizhi's casualness, referring to Su Yao as his daughter-in-law, made her face flush crimson. Li Chunhua chimed in, and Su Yao, caught in their playful banter, ended up accepting the money, not wanting to refuse. After all, Lin Huaizhi was in need of funds at the moment. She could simply transfer it for his use. Sensing that Su Yao felt a bit awkward, Li Chunhua soon mentioned that there were matters at home requiring her attention and prepared to leave, holding Su Yao's hand and exchanging a few words. "Huaizhi, please escort us down. This neighborhood can be a bit convoluted, and your father and I are not yet well acquainted." Lin Huaizhi nodded and followed them out. As soon as they entered the elevator, Li Chunhua began her inquisitive onslaught. "Son, how serious are things between you and Yao Yao? I noticed your bedroom door was ajar, and there were no pillows on the bed." The girl had just started college. While it was one thing for an older man to date a younger woman, he must not deceive her. There are boundaries that should not be crossed. Observing Li Chunhua's earnest demeanor, Lin Huaizhi felt a mix of helplessness and discomfort. He had been sharing a bed with Su Yao these past few days. Initially, he had exercised some restraint, believing it too soon to be intimate. But once he tasted the sweetness of their closeness, it became difficult to revert to distance. As for his mother's concerns, he was well aware that no matter how intimate they became, they were not rushing to the final step. "Mom, don't worry. I'm old enough to handle these things without your concern. Besides, Yao Yao is simply not adept at interacting with elders. She is a wonderful person. Just anxious that you might not like her." Li Chunhua pondered for a moment. Her son had never caused trouble nor given her cause for concern, which lent credibility to his words. "However, you must also consider the girl's reputation. Bring the pillow back home and stop thinking of teasing her. Spend some time with Yao Yao, compliment your father and me more, and once she feels more at ease, invite her for a meal. I'll prepare a splendid feast to welcome her." "Sure, I will definitely have a good talk with her. You can rest assured." Lin Huaizhi nodded repeatedly. Although he readily agreed, he had no intention of moving the pillow. It was absurd to leave his soft and fragrant girlfriend unheld while he slept alone. After all, nurturing a relationship requires effort. You're growing up, pay more attention. If you find yourself short on funds, just let me know. As they chatted in the elevator, Lin Huaizhi dutifully acknowledged everything his parents said. He understood that their intentions stemmed from love, and despite their nagging, he felt no irritation. After escorting them to the community entrance, he turned back. Just as he had imagined, before he even entered the password, Su Yao had already opened the door. "How did it go? Did Uncle and Auntie say anything about me? Did they find anything lacking?" Su Yao asked anxiously, eager to know the impression she left on Lin Huaizhi's parents. He reflected for a moment before responding slowly. "Not much, really. Just that I should move the pillow back to my room and not sleep with you. What? Your parents know we slept together? Chapter 71. Do you have such inclinations? Seeing Su Yao so flustered, Lin Huaizhi suddenly felt mischievous and decided to embellish the story. My mom saw that there were no pillows on my bed and guessed it right away. I didn't deny it. She even mentioned some other things. What did she say? Does she think I'm too forward, that I have questionable character? Su Yao's eyes glistened, her heart a tangled mess. Unsure how to remedy the situation, she wished she had been more enthusiastic. After all, they were Lin Huaizhi's parents. Despite her fear, she should have overcome it to leave a good impression. She wanted to excel, yet felt powerless. In the past 20 years, she had only briefly experienced such situations. And as time passed, she had long forgotten how to interact with elders, let alone win their favor. A mix of bitterness and regret welled up within Su Yao. Yet she held back her tears, eager to hear more from Lin Huaizhi. Noticing her distress, Lin Huaizhi's playful spirit waned. He pulled her onto his lap, wrapping his arms around her waist, his voice soft and filled with affection. My mom said she likes you, that you're beautiful and well-behaved, and that I shouldn't bully you. Su Yao sniffed, her expression skeptical. Really? Are you saying that just to comfort me? I want to hear the truth. Growing up, she had never been favored by her elders, so her first reaction to positive feedback was always skepticism. Lin Huaizhi nodded earnestly. Absolutely, I'm not lying. My mom even said that when you're ready, she'll invite you over for dinner and prepare a feast. As for my dad, he is usually quite serious. But he couldn't stop smiling when he saw you. It's evident they both like you. Su Yao's character was contradictory. Initially, one could only see her optimistic side. However, as they spent more time together, it became clear that she lacked a sense of security, often attributing blame to herself when faced with challenges, especially in matters of the heart. Despite her undeniable brilliance, she constantly feared she was undeserving and worried about not being accepted by his family. As her boyfriend, Lin Huaizhi aimed to alter this perception, though it was a substantial endeavor. However, this task was not insurmountable. Even those who are conflicted may change in the presence of abundant love. Since Su Yao devoted herself to him wholeheartedly, he, too, would reciprocate in kind. But I didn't perform well earlier. Before you arrived, I was chatting with Uncle and Auntie, and I was so nervous that my words stumbled. Hearing Lin Huaizhi's reassuring response, Su Yao felt a bit more at ease, yet her dissatisfaction with her earlier performance lingered. Lin Huaizhi cupped Su Yao's face and gently kissed her. It's all right, my parents are lovely. They may be strict with me, but if we argue in the future, they will stand by you. As they descended to drop his parents off, they praised her for being so endearing, insisting he not bully her. Do they seem like they dislike you? With each word Lin Huaizhi spoke, Su Yao's earlier fears began to dissipate, allowing her to relax. So, do you have to return to your room to sleep then? And he said so. Su Yao tried to suppress her disappointment, acknowledging that respecting her elders' wishes was paramount. However, if Lin Huaizhi returned to his room, that meant she wouldn't have the opportunity to gain affection through the night. After spending days together, her emotional reserves had built up significantly, and she found such temptation impossible to resist. Moreover, setting aside her emotional needs, she genuinely cherished their closeness. What? Are you eager for me to move? Lin Huaizhi's hands began to roam restlessly, his fingers gradually creeping up her waist. I'm not. I just think we should heed your mother's wishes. Su Yao had grown accustomed to Lin Huaizhi's restlessness. Initially, he presented himself as the epitome of propriety. Now, every night, he was anything but caressing, kissing, and cuddling her. When she first met him, Su Yao had intended to keep her distance, yet now she found herself deeply invested. I'm asking you, do you want me to move? Su Yao bit her lip, torn for a moment before deciding to maintain her innocent persona. Moving in together was acceptable, after all. Their relationship was still fresh, and Annie had a point. Lin Huai endured a chuckle as he listened to Su Yao protest in her heart. Quickly say you want to move out. Haven't you heard that when a girl says no, she actually means yes? Firmly refuse me. Weren't you quite assertive when you were on top of me last night? Why the silence now? No way, no way. Am I the only one feeling this way? Am I the only one who wants to be close? Why aren't you answering? Are you really going to move? How am I supposed to caress you at night? How can we be close? Help. If I had known, I wouldn't have pretended. I would have directly said I don't want you to move. Su Yao's thoughts were running wild, which Lin Huai found rather noisy. In truth, while his mother may have expressed her views, she had no idea whether he was actually moving out, right? Finally, hearing the words he longed for, Su Yao nodded vigorously, her joy unmasked. I think so too. But just to be safe, I believe we should keep a pillow in your room, so that next time my mom comes, it won't be suspicious. Su Yao was racking her brain, all for the sake of continuing to share a bed with him. Although Lin Huai maintained a stoic expression, internally, he felt a surge of delight. Yao, it turns out you really don't want me to move. He pinched her waist and teased her with a smile. Su Yao huffed. You like it too? Don't pretend otherwise. With a little temper, she tried to pull his hand off her chest, but alas, her strength was insufficient to budge him. What? Now you won't even let me touch? Lin Huaizhi teased before giving her another playful pinch, causing Su Yao to glare at him reproachfully. You mustn't bite. Last time you left me covered in red marks. It was so hot that I couldn't wear anything short and had to throw on a jacket. In previous encounters, Lin Huaizhi had been rather reckless, leaving numerous marks on her delicate skin, yet he found himself somewhat addicted to leaving such traces. This behavior led Su Yao to suspect he had certain inclinations. Oh dear. Don't bite just yet. The curtains aren't drawn. Su Yao attempted to shift off Lin Huaizhi's lap, but he held her tightly. The disparity in strength between them making her efforts futile, only serving to heighten his interest. Yao Yao, your current demeanor only makes me want you more. Upon hearing this, Su Yao understood the implication and immediately settled down, allowing him to kiss her, occasionally emitting soft sounds until he had his fill. Only then did she voice her grievance. Do you have certain inclinations? Lin Huaizhi raised an eyebrow. What inclinations? You know, the S and M kind. I think you might have a hint of it. Su Yao swallowed nervously, scrutinizing Lin Huaizhi's expression, fearful of missing any subtle cues. As a writer, particularly of light novels, she was somewhat familiar with such themes, having read works of that nature, though most were excessively flamboyant, to the point of making her frown at the mere descriptions. Su Yao had always been sensitive to pain. Her threshold was low. Even the smallest cut would cause her considerable discomfort, and if Lin Huaizhi truly had such inclinations, she feared for herself. Chapter 72, Replenishing the Body. Lin Huaizhi swore he was not that perverse. He felt deeply pained whenever Su Yao so much as bumped into him. How could he bear to hurt her? In truth, he had not exerted much force when leaving marks on her. He had always checked in on her feelings. Although Su Yao didn't voice it, she secretly enjoyed his attentions, which emboldened him to act so freely. Yet now, for her to think he had such inclinations, it was utterly absurd. Yao Yao, from where did you draw such conclusions? I am a fundamentally upright young man. How could you possibly suspect otherwise? Though he smiled, Su Yao sensed a chill in the air and quickly retreated. I merely asked. Perhaps I misread the situation. Please don't be angry. Regardless of your inclinations, I still like you. Though her explanation was flimsy, the last sentence effectively softened his temper. If I were to claim I had such inclinations, would you be willing to indulge me? Lin Huaizhi looked at Su Yao with playful anticipation. Help. You really do. I read somewhere that the mere thought of a whip is terrifying. But my health isn't great. You know that, right? I probably couldn't handle it. Su Yao blinked her large eyes, attempting to charm her way out of it, but Lin Huaizhi was not swayed. He was clearly unwilling. The air fell silent for 3 seconds, and Su Yao, as if preparing for her doom, shook his hand and softly replied, If you go easy on me, I could endure a bit, just don't seek others. This time, Lin Huaizhi felt a pang of guilt. He truly wasn't a good person. He felt like a dog. Here was this young girl willing to go to such lengths for him, pitifully asking him not to seek someone else. While he had been joking about it, if he had the courage, he would have wanted to take a stroll on the rooftop and not return by the stairs. I haven't tea. You know me best. Why do you believe everything I say? Lin Huaizhi adjusted Su Yao's clothing, his eyes brimming with tenderness, and brought over a bouquet of flowers he had purchased on his way back, saying, I thought you'd like these. I love them. This is my first time receiving flowers. Su Yao beamed. Although flowers were expensive, receiving beautiful blooms genuinely lifted her spirits, especially since they were given by someone she cherished. If you like them, I'll buy more in the future. No, we need to save money for the studio. Aren't you planning to hire someone? That's a significant expense. We can't just spend recklessly now. Su Yao set the flowers down and picked up her phone, intending to transfer the money she had just received to him. Lin Huaizhi saw through her intentions and pressed her phone down. This is money from my mom for you. If you use it all on me, what will I become? I hardly spend from my account, so don't worry. Su Yao was too considerate, and Lin Huaizhi often felt a pang of heartache. Yet all he could do was focus on making this project successful, so that in the future, he could provide her with a better life. All right, I'll hold on to it for now. Su Yao agreed verbally, but had other plans in her mind. When the manuscript fees come in, I'll transfer them all at once. After all, you have no way of knowing how much I make. Wow, I'm a genius. Lin Huaizhi's feelings were complex. He knew Su Yao's thoughts, but pretended otherwise. He even wondered if he were in her position, would he be capable of such selflessness? Yao Yao, I really like you. Let us cherish this. In the past, such words would have made Lin Huaizhi feel a twinge of acidity, even prompting him to tease her. But now, they flowed naturally from his lips, a genuine expression of his feelings. When he first asked her to move in, he felt she was the key to his life, something to be tightly held onto. Now, his mindset had shifted completely. It was no longer about personal gain, but rather a matter of affection. The word love felt too heavy. He did not possess a profound understanding of it. However, He was certain that as time passed, his feelings for Su Yao would only deepen. When the time was right, he would profess his love. I too really like you. I want to be with you always. My new book's data is promising. When the manuscript fee comes in, I'll buy you something delicious to help replenish your energy. Perhaps it was the intimacy shared with Lin Huaizhi, which bestowed upon Su Yao a first-hand experience. As she penned her thoughts, it felt as though divine inspiration guided her, rendering the process of writing extraordinarily fluid and vividly animated. However, what Lin Huaizhi perceived was quite different from what Su Yao intended. To his ears, her words translated to, blah blah blah, I like you, blah blah blah. Take care of your health. It was absurd. He, a vigorous young man brimming with vitality, hardly required any such recuperation. Had it not been for the brevity of their time together and the inopportune timing, he would have been eager to tease her daily. Su Yao, do you truly think I need to recuperate? Su Yao felt a bit bewildered. Her comments regarding his health stemmed merely from concern for his recent exhaustion, devoid of any ulterior motives. Yet, it was evident that some individuals had misconstrued her intent. That's not what I meant. Why would you even think along those lines? Do you genuinely require recuperation? Once she regained her composure, Su Yao playfully teased him. But her heart began to race when Lin Huaizhi lifted her into his arms and carried her towards the bedroom. I'm sorry. I won't say anything more. Put me down. It's still daylight. This is indecent. Lin Huaizhi, however, paid her no heed, striding purposefully toward the room. This time, no complaints about sore arms. Chapter 73, Daydreaming. The day for recruiting at the studio soon arrived, chosen for Saturday morning to allow ample time for all involved. Chung Xiang, unusually, had swapped out his flamboyant floral shorts for something more presentable, having made an effort to tidy himself up, declaring it was his duty to uphold the studio's image. Upon hearing this, everyone's attention gravitated toward him. It was a delicate matter, perhaps best left unspoken. Lin Huaizhi paused his tasks, regarding Chung Xiang intently. If this is meant to disparage me, I would rather you refrain. Chung Xiang, dismissing the jibe with a roll of his eyes, had his friend Li Xiaolong interject. I reckon what Brother Huaizhi intended to convey is that without a mirror, you ought to assess yourself before casting judgment. Am I that obvious, my friend? Lin Huaizhi feigned surprise. While he did wish to express that sentiment, he would not be so blunt, for he prided himself on being a cultured and principled young man. Although Chung Xiang had initially made a few jabs, he was also the one who routinely fetched tea and kept the place tidy. So Lin Huaizhi had long since let go of any grievances. Lu Hao chimed in, casting a glance at Li Xiaolong, playfully chiding, while your words may be crude, the sentiment rings true. Yet, your delivery is rather harsh, disregarding Chung Xiang's feelings. Wouldn't you agree, Master Ma Chao? Brother Hao, you're not innocent in this either. Others joined in laughter, leaving Chung Xiang to feel as if he inhabited a world of his own, wounded by their banter. Chung Xiang's expression shifted from contentment to despondency, while Lin Huaizhi found amusement in the spectacle, far more entertaining than any television drama. Though they had initially encountered some awkwardness, their subsequent camaraderie flourished, particularly with such a lively character in the office to lighten the mood during tiring moments. All right, enough of this. It's nearly time. Let us get serious. Lin Huaizhi had disseminated messages across the school's confession wall, the college group chat, and campus market, inviting those interested to learn more, which he hoped would bear fruit. After all, many students pursued this major out of genuine interest, and the opportunity for practical engagement, especially in gaming, was undeniably enticing. However, a significant number had chosen their studies whimsically, lacking any foresight regarding their future careers, while some merely followed trends, enrolling without comprehension, simply because others had done so. Those who were clear about their passions and willing to invest time in it constituted a minority. Set for 9:30. It was just past 9 when several individuals began to arrive, but they merely glanced at the studio before whispering among themselves and departing. Lin Huaizhi observed the studio, which now bore a resemblance to a functioning establishment compared to when he first arrived. Everyone had tidied up and rearranged the layout, creating more space. Yet, the constraints of the room remained, and the mismatched furniture, purchased secondhand by Lu Hao to save costs, lacked any semblance of sophistication. Although he now possessed some funds from Su Yao, he was determined to allocate them judiciously, thereby postponing any significant alterations to the studio's appearance. Do we appear to be running a pyramid scheme? Why do they flee after a mere glance? Lu Hao nudged Lin Huaizhi, perplexed. It seemed illogical that someone of Lin Huaizhi's evident caliber and capability would have attracted individuals willing to engage previously, yet now they were deterred. Are you only just realizing this? On my first visit, I too stood at the door, quickly contemplating an escape. Lin Huaizhi rolled his eyes, feeling disheartened. They hadn't even commenced the interviews, yet it seemed they were already at a standstill. He had originally intended to sift through candidates to find a few capable individuals, but at this rate, they might not even have that opportunity. A few more people trickled in, but only one remained for the interview. Upon entering, he scanned the surroundings. Had Cheng Xiang not brought him a glass of water, Lin Huai suspected he might have bolted. Yet, despite his presence, the interview process was lackluster. Although his resume was impressive and his professional skills notable, it was evident he held no intention of staying. As the saying goes, a forcibly picked fruit is not sweet. Lin Huai and Lu Hao exchanged few words, merely going through the motions before concluding the encounter. He was merely a fresh graduate, anxious to secure a job that could sustain him, and it was clear that their humble office did not offer the stability he sought. Lin Huai closed his laptop, idly tapping on the desk. He had even researched common interview questions the night before, yet now they seemed entirely irrelevant. This deviates so far from my expectations. Had I known, I wouldn't have bothered with my hairstyle. Cheng Xiang leaned back in his chair, weariness etched upon his face. He had anticipated expanding their team, yet it appeared his hopes were nothing more than daydreams. Lin Huai scrutinized Cheng Xiang for a moment, unable to discern any notable difference in his hairstyle from usual. Then cautiously inquired, "So, how did you style your hair?" "I specifically used a hairdryer. Can't you tell? I've given these 2 strands of hair some curvature." "It's so obvious." Laughter erupted among them. The previously somber atmosphere of the studio finally infused with vitality, dispelling the earlier gloom. Lin Huai glanced at WeChat. His recent messages in the dormitory group chat had yet to elicit any responses. Zhao Yuan's habitual tardiness was expected, but Lu Xing and Lin Wen's absence was surprising. How could they not have shown up? Did they truly intend to forego participation? That possibility could not be dismissed, as he could offer them no guarantees. Committing considerable time and effort without certainty of reward was understandably daunting. Hey, they're here. This pair is stunning." Li Xiaolong, perched on a chair by the door, suddenly exclaimed, drawing Lin Huai's gaze. There stood 2 familiar faces, Shen Shitong and Zhou Ying. What brought them here? No. Shen Shitong should recognize the value of this game. However, it seemed he had gotten ahead of Zhou Ying this time. What changes might this bring? "This is the message I saw, Ying. I believe you should invest. Yuan Ti regretted." Shen Shitong affectionately linked her arm with Zhou Ying's. The moment she encountered the news at the school fair, an unsettling feeling crept over her. She distinctly recalled that it was Zhou Ying who had steered this gaming team to its pinnacle, so how could it now be Lin Huaizhi at the helm? Nevertheless, the game's worth was far beyond her initial estimations. Since Lin Huaizhi harbored no feelings for her, she resolved to grasp Zhou Ying as tightly as possible and create opportunities for him. What did bankruptcy matter? If change were possible, she could certainly veer away from the path previously trodden. By securing sufficient funds from Zhou Ying before his family's impending financial ruin, she could liberate herself from his constraints and live the life she envisioned. Chapter 74. Am I merely a cog in your play? Tang Tang. I thought you were eager to take me out because you liked me and wanted to go on a date, yet you brought me here? Zhou Ying stood at the entrance, casting a cold glance at the individuals inside. Spotting Lin Huaizhi among them only deepened his disdain. Last night, Shen Shitong had playfully coaxed him into spending the morning with her, and he had prepared for a romantic outing. Instead, she led him to this dilapidated establishment, adorned with a cringeworthy sign and filled with a throng of impoverished students, all while expecting him to invest money. Had Lin Huaizhi not been present, he might have considered contributing a small sum to please Shen Shitong, for a little expenditure was inconsequential. However, with Lin Huaizhi there, even if he were to toss money at a beggar, he would never bestow it upon him. Tang Tang, are you asking me to invest in this studio? Or are you implying I should fund Lin Huaizhi? Last time, when you faced disciplinary action from the academy and mentioned needing to compensate 60,000, I transferred you 100,000. I was indifferent to the amount, but upon inquiry, I discovered that your grievances stemmed from your disdain for Su Yao, which prompted you to spread those remarks. What exactly is your issue with Su Yao? Zhou Ying's countenance darkened further, his temper flaring in front of so many witnesses as he tightened his grip on Shen Shitong's hand, causing her to shed tears. Zhou Ying, please calm down. It's not as you think. Shen Shitong's voice trembled with emotion as she attempted to withdraw her hand, but her feeble strength was no match for Zhou Ying's, and her struggles only fueled his ire. The onlookers exchanged incredulous glances, unable to fathom how the once affectionate couple, who had been entwined in each other's arms and sharing laughter, had suddenly transformed into a scene of discord. Moreover, the mention of Lin Huaizhi suggested a juicy scandal brewing. Feeling the weight of their inquisitive stares, Lin Huaizhi helplessly shrugged, indicating his lack of involvement in this mess. He had clearly heard that the funds Shen Shitong had compensated Su Yao with were sourced from Zhou Ying, and absurdly, she had even profited from the transaction, demanding double the amount. The scheming was indeed excessive. Should we intervene? The girl seems to be in pain. Are you out of your mind? If you go over there, that guy might lash out at you as well. And honestly, my instincts tell me that girl is a manipulative type. However, It's rather inappropriate to just stand by and watch right outside our studio, isn't it? It is indeed inappropriate. I wish we had some sunflower seeds to munch on. That would make this more entertaining. Sunflower seeds? I have 2 bags left. Want some? Yes, please. Me too. The conversation escalated absurdly, as Lin Huaizhi couldn't help but interject. Did you not hear that guy mention investing in the studio? Why are you all caught up in gossip instead of focusing on the main point? Understanding the truth of the situation, Lin Huaizhi recognized that had he not been present, Zhou Ying would likely have engaged with this gaming project. He held his own moral standards, and if Lu Hao and the others were inclined to accept Zhou Ying's assistance, he could easily exit the scene. For he was acutely aware of their collective poverty. Yet, those around him seemed to take the matter lightly. Seriously, Brother Huai, look at that guy's demeanor. If we accept his money, he could very well threaten us one day. Exactly. That guy clearly has unstable emotions and could go berserk at any moment. If he were to enter our studio, our good days would be over. But, Brother Huai, what is your relationship with those two? Is she your ex-girlfriend? Lin Huaizhi couldn't be bothered to respond, and observing their reactions, he felt no guilt. Shen Shitong appeared utterly terrified. Zhou Ying was just like that. Whenever she had any semblance of connection with another, he would instantly shed his gentlemanly facade. It had been the same in their past life, and it remained unchanged in this one. Hey Ying, it's not what you think. I merely care about you. Weren't you saying your father wanted you to start a business to prove yourself? I believe this is an opportunity for you to shine, not because of him. I have never liked Lin Huaizhi. He has always been the one to cling to me. The only person I like is you. How could I possibly be attracted to someone like him when you are the most exceptional? With her eyes reddened, Shen Shitong spoke earnestly, evoking a sense of pity. Is that truly so? You genuinely do not harbor feelings for Lin Huaizhi? Zhou Ying inquired, tilting his head to glance provocatively at Lin Huaizhi. The individuals in the room exchanged furtive glances between Zhou Ying and Lin Huaizhi, captivated by the unfolding drama, unsure of whom to sympathize with. Why are you all staring at me? I have a girlfriend. I'm not chasing after her. My girlfriend is far more beautiful. Lin Huaizhi could no longer endure the scrutinizing looks, and he felt wronged, for it was Shen Shitong who repeatedly sought his attention, only to now play the victim and distort the truth. You have a girlfriend? I don't believe it. And that girl outside looks quite attractive. Your girlfriend is more beautiful than her? Lin Huaizhi nodded affirmatively. Yes, she is indeed more beautiful. Not only beautiful, but her figure is also perfect. Everything about her is wonderful, though she can be a bit dim-witted, always wanting to give me everything. Are they perhaps produced in the same factory? I have a girlfriend at home who is also quite good-looking. Chung Xiang chimed in with a mischievous grin, and being adults, everyone understood the implications, causing their gazes towards Lin Huaizhi to grow even more peculiar. With tears of frustration welling up, Lin Huaizhi found the absurdity of the situation unbearable. He resigned himself to watching the melodrama unfold outside. Eventually, Zhou Ying managed to regain his composure, enveloping Shen Shitong in a comforting embrace. Remarkably, she did not resist. They held each other, shedding tears and exchanging declarations of affection. Tang Tang, I love you deeply. I never meant to hurt you. I know, and I love you too. Which is why I want what is best for you. I promise, as long as you behave, such incidents will never occur again. I shall not engage in anything you disapprove of. I will love only you. As for Lin Huaizhi, we truly have no connection. You must trust me, Ying. Lin Huaizhi felt a shiver run down his spine, especially with their constant mentions of his name. He was tempted to intervene, demanding, Am I also merely a component in your play? Ugh, how disgusting. Indeed, it's quite revolting. Perhaps we should drive them away. Chapter 75, A Discontented Departure. To be honest, Lin Huaizhi genuinely entertained the thought of intervening. After observing for so long, he found the melodrama excessively cliched, and as an outsider embroiled in so much of the theatrics, he found it intolerable. There was a reason these two were drawn to one another. One was a fiercely obsessive romantic, while the other was a cunning strategist with exceptional acting skills. It would be overwhelming for anyone else. Ying, are you really not considering this project? Shen Shitong inquired cautiously, still clinging to hope. If Zhou Ying were to invest, and the game subsequently became a sensation, she could reap some benefits as well. She was resolute in her decision never to marry Zhou Ying. Before that could ever happen, he needed to achieve success with this game, allowing her to gain a little more in the process. Although she was unaware of Lin Huaizhi's motivations for joining, it was evident that without financial backing, their venture would not endure long. Thus, only Zhou Ying could lend the necessary assistance. In this light, Lin Huaizhi ought to express gratitude to her. You know, Tang Tang, I cannot refuse you. I can step in to learn more and offer them a chance, Zhou Ying said. Lu Hao and the others rolled their eyes in unison. His words sounded almost like a condescension. If he wished to invest, they might not even consent to it. Upon hearing this, Shen Shitong eagerly pulled Zhou Ying inside. But before they could cross the threshold, Chung Xiang stood at the entrance, blocking their way at Lu Hao's signal. I'm sorry, but we're not hiring. Nor do we require any investments. Zhou Ying's previously relaxed expression darkened further. As a scion of a wealthy family, he was accustomed to being revered at school, and it was unthinkable for anyone to publicly insult him. The individuals before him, lacking both wealth and intellect, not only failed to curry favor, but also spoke to him in such a manner. Ying, do not take offense, they are not from our school. So it's natural they do not recognize you. Shen Shitong quickly soothed him, fearing that the situation might deteriorate. Good sir, we merely saw the recruitment notice and wish to give it a try. This is a rare opportunity for you, Shen Shitong remarked, glancing at Chung Xiang. Though her words were smooth, they carried an air of arrogance. My dear lady, we are not hiring and have no need for investment, so there is nothing to discuss. You should leave and refrain from engaging in absurd antics at our doorstep, Lu Hao asserted, taking the lead in dismissing them, leaving no room for negotiation. To be candid, Lin Huaizhi was quite taken aback. Lu Hao was usually amicable and respectful, but today, his demeanor towards Zhou Ying and Shen Shitong was markedly different from his usual self. Perhaps you might reconsider. You surely require substantial funds at this stage. Without our assistance, your efforts may be in vain, Shen Shitong said, her face betraying her anxiety. She could hardly believe they had been rejected so swiftly. With Lu Hao having spoken, Chung Xiang knew precisely how to proceed. Miss, our establishment is small and dilapidated. Our sign rather juvenile. Why put yourselves through such hardship? He stated more bluntly. Zhou Ying, unable to suppress his frustration, shot Chung Xiang a fierce glare before turning to leave. Shen Shitong was unprepared for such an outcome. She called after Zhou Ying's retreating figure, but he did not turn back, striding away resolutely. Fuming, she approached Lin Huaizhi, casting him a resentful glance. Why do you always ruin my good fortune? Lin Huaizhi, nonchalant, leaned back with his legs crossed, leisurely munching on sunflower seeds while enjoying Shen Shitong's comically flustered demeanor. You all. Shen Shitong seemed utterly enraged. Typically, her face bore a gentle smile, but now she was shouting like a shrew. Observing her state, Lin Huaizhi kindly suggested, if you are truly upset, feel free to break something. Just know you will have to compensate for any damages. Lin Huaizhi looked forward to her not disappointing him, as it would grant him funds for new items. Shen Shitong's lips quivered with indignation. She had indeed contemplated smashing something, but upon realizing she would have to pay for it, and that it would inadvertently please Lin Huaizhi, she restrained herself and walked away in silence. As she exited, Lu Hao and the others immediately converged to gossip. Huaiga, do tell us about your encounter with those two oddballs. I'm all ears. Lin Huaizhi shot him a disgruntled glance before shifting his attention to Lu Hao. That young man possesses genuine potential for investment. Do you not feel regret for letting him slip away? Lu Hao had already approached several companies for collaboration, but those without any experience were generally overlooked, leaving them with little choice but to proceed independently. I prioritize first impressions. That young man was blatantly impolite. Our culture prides itself on etiquette. What good can come from partnering with such a person? If we were to bring him on board, our focus would shift to gossiping about you, and the game would be neglected. Though Lin Huaizhi doubted Lu Hao's reasoning, he acknowledged that Zhou Ying was indeed discourteous. Despite having no affection for Shen Shitong and intending to avoid any further connection, he found Zhou Ying insufferable. Were Zhou Ying to join, he would certainly withdraw. And what of the funds? Are you truly unbothered by letting him go? Lu Hao pressed. Not at all. It is your departure that would truly irk me, Lin Huaizhi retorted. Surprised for a moment, he felt a flicker of emotion stir within him. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but faltered. Lu Hao organized his documents, ready to begin their tasks. All right, everyone, let us not linger idly. It's unlikely anyone else will arrive. We must focus on our work, he declared. Everyone had high hopes for this recruitment, and with reality diverging from their expectations, disappointment inevitably crept in. Thankfully, the recent drama had somewhat alleviated their spirits. Li Xiaolong cast a reluctant glance at the street outside. Shouldn't we wait a bit longer? It's still early, only 10 o'clock. Perhaps someone is delayed on their way. Yes. Huaiga, did you not mention you had a few friends who would also come? Another inquired. While others were uncertain, they believed Lin Huaizhi's friends would surely show up. Lin Huaizhi checked his phone, bemused at the absence of the group that had vowed to arrive promptly the night before, now silent and unresponsive. I cannot say for certain. Perhaps they encountered some trouble en route. Just as he spoke, Chung Xiang peered outside and spotted 3 striking figures. Huaiga, are those your friends? Lin Huaizhi raised his gaze, and, upon catching sight of them, his eyes widened in disbelief, his mind going blank. Who on earth dressed them like that? Zhao Yuanan and his companions seemed to have had a peculiar idea. Each donned a suit, but rather than conventional colors, they had chosen vibrant shades of red, green, and blue, complete with styled hair. To Lin Huaizhi, they resembled characters from a movie, even more garish. Had the blue been swapped for yellow, they could have directed traffic at a busy intersection. Huaiga, your friends certainly have a flair for the dramatic, Cheng Xiang remarked, searching for an appropriate term to describe their attire. Lin Huaizhi shook his head, refusing to claim them as acquaintances. They are not my friends. I do not know them. No sooner had he spoken than Zhao Yuanan and his companions reached the door and called out loudly, Huaiga, we're ready for the interview. All right, they are my friends. Lin Huaizhi conceded. Their arrival drew the attention of everyone in the studio, marking the day as one of the most vibrant in the office, filled with unexpected excitement. What on earth are you wearing? One might mistake you for auditioning for a stage play, Lin Huaizhi exclaimed, facepalming. Without a doubt. This ill-conceived idea was concocted by Zhao Yuanan. Lin Wen adjusted his collar, awkwardly explaining that the essence of an interview, according to Zhao Yuanan, lies in making a lasting impression. Our professional skills may not be particularly outstanding, so we must put effort into our attire to truly captivate your attention. Ha ha ha, indeed. You have succeeded in that regard. Zhao Yuanan, upon hearing this, felt even more validated in his approach, saying, see, I told you this would be effective. We have already made an impression. In the end, Lu Hao asked a few simple questions, while Lin Huaizhi observed from the side, as he was friends with the interviewees. After a little over half an hour, it concluded. Starting today, our studio has welcomed 3 new members. Let's give them a round of applause and gather for dinner tonight. This outcome was anticipated. Had there been a larger pool of candidates, Zhao Yuanan and his team would certainly have felt the pressure. However, as it stood, there were no competing applicants, and it was evident that the 3 genuinely eager to join would be accepted without question. As for their professional capabilities, each possessed distinct strengths, and through hands-on experience, they would surely excel. Lu Hao further assigned each of them a mentor to help them acclimate gradually. Once everything was settled, he remarked, can you change out of those clothes? They are quite an eyesore. Although the trio usually presented themselves in a carefree manner, they still faltered at crucial moments. Come on. What do you think of our outfits today? We got up around 6, and it took quite a bit of effort to get this done. Unfortunately, the distance from school was too great, and we spent a long time on the road, which is why we were late. Indeed, it was quite alarming, worrying that we might miss the interview. Thankfully, we passed, they lamented, reflecting on their attitudes during the interview, which was commendable and likely the reason Lu Hao was so agreeable, as if he had stumbled upon free labor. Around 6 in the evening, the group found a barbecue restaurant to celebrate. Lin Huaizhi and Su Yao informed each other, assuring that they would not indulge too heavily in alcohol, so she could enjoy her dinner at home. Hurry, the skewers are ready, let us dig in, Lu Hao announced. My sister will be joining us shortly. She is studying fine arts, and I will entrust the character design to her. This way, she can interact more with everyone. I want her to meet you all. He added a note of caution, everyone, please be considerate. My sister is quite shy, so I expect you to be accommodating. Zhao Yuanan, who had previously focused solely on the food, suddenly perked up at the mention of Lu Hao's sister. Wait, you have a sister? And she studies art? Lin Huaizhi shook his head at Zhao Yuanan's lack of composure, saying, wipe your mouth, you're drooling. Lu Xing, still haunted by past experiences, showed no interest in Lu Hao's sister, his mind solely on the meal. The others were not surprised. Having known each other for quite some time, and even having met her before, Lu Hao's sister is truly beautiful, like a fairy. She embodies that delicate and artistic spirit, they remarked. Cheng Xiang also chimed in, excited yet devoid of ulterior motives. Wow, Lu Hao, do you think I could win her over? What does your sister like to wear? I can learn. The mere mention of fashion from Zhao Yuanan's lips was a disaster, recalling his previous dreadful suit that would make even dogs shake their heads in disapproval. My sister has someone she likes. It seems to be her classmate from high school. They lost touch after he went to college, and it has been so long since she dated anyone, Lu Hao stated, hoping to quell their hopes. He understood his sister's character well. She had little interest in boys, and he even questioned if she might be into girls. After some prodding, he finally revealed that she still had feelings for a boy, which puzzled him. I wonder what charm that boy possesses. It has been 2 years, and she still clings to the past. One must look forward. How can one be trapped in bygone days? To forget the old, one must meet the new. And I believe I could be that suitable person, Zhao Yuanan declared with enthusiasm, while Lin Wen maintained neutrality, opting to observe first. Lin Huaizhi, adhering to principles of decorum, refrained from discussing topics related to other girls, while Lu Xing showed no interest in romance at all. All right, my sister just messaged me. I'll go pick her up, Lu Hao announced as he stood to leave. Zhao Yuanan, eager, attempted to approach but was deterred by a glare from Lu Hao, promptly returning to his seat. What does she look like? I reckon if Lu Hao is somewhat handsome, she must be attractive as well. Zhao Yuanan scanned the area, his curiosity piqued, as he watched Lu Hao and his sister draw closer, involuntarily swallowing hard. Wow, she looks incredible. The others turned their attention as well. Lin Huaizhi, intrigued, glanced over, and the more he looked, the more familiar she appeared, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. Could it be such a coincidence? This is my sister, Lu Xiyu, Lu Hao said with a smile, preparing to introduce her to everyone, only to notice her gaze was peculiar, particularly as it was fixed on Lin Huaizhi. Brother Huaizhi, what are you doing here? The girl exclaimed, her voice clear and pleasant, yet the excitement and joy in her tone were unmistakable. Lu Hao was taken aback. Lin Huaizhi felt a surge of nervousness. Zhao Yuanan was ready to voice his disbelief. This scene felt eerily reminiscent of his first encounter with Su Yao. The others exchanged glances, nodding in agreement, sensing yet another piece of juicy gossip unfolding. Chapter 77, a long and radiant path ahead. Lin Huaizhi was genuinely astonished to discover that Lu Xiyu was Lu Hao's sister. Reflecting on high school, he recalled her mentioning her brother during a class break. She indeed had a remarkable talent for art. Piecing these details together, it did not seem so implausible after all. It's been a while. I'm currently working on a project with your brother, he explained briefly, opting not to elaborate further. Encountering an old acquaintance, especially one he had harbored feelings for in high school, left Lin Huaizhi surprisingly calm. His first instinct was to inform Su Yao at home and prepare a suitable explanation. Knowing her character well enough that while she wouldn't express it outwardly, she would surely feel a twinge of jealousy. Had it not been for Su Yao's urgent need to finish her work, he would have called her to join them, which would have made things simpler. Lu Xiyu gazed at Lin Huaizhi with anticipation, while Lu Hao began to realize that the rascal he had been searching for was right beside him. What was more troubling was the look in his sister's eyes, which clearly indicated that she had not entirely moved on. Observing the contrast between Lin Huaizhi's yearning gaze and his sister's indifferent demeanor troubled Lu Hao. Brother Huaizhi, my heart is already shattered. You must take responsibility, Zhao Yuanan lamented. His expression despondent, struggling to comprehend why he had no luck in love, while Lin Huaizhi seemed to attract admiration effortlessly. If you had Lin Huaizhi's looks, I'm certain a line of girls would be eager to pursue you, Lin Wen added, landing an unintentional jab. Even the typically reticent Lu Xing chimed in, honestly. If you had money, girls would like you too. It's about financial power. Great, not only am I lacking in looks, but now in wealth as well. Talk about double jeopardy. Zhao Yuanan sighed, feeling the sting of their words, yet they were indeed good friends, offering consolation in their own way. Sensing Lin Huaizhi's demeanor, Lu Xiyu maintained a degree of decorum, choosing to sit beside Lu Hao rather than next to Lin Huaizhi. He met her gaze openly, recognizing that developing feelings during adolescence is entirely natural, and he had not acted inappropriately at the time. However, Lu Hao perceived the situation differently. Regardless of whom his sister liked, he felt a sense of discomfort. Lu Xiyu, you need to tone it down a bit. Lu Hao cast a glance at her, unable to muster any real anger or scorn. After a brief internal struggle lasting half a second, he resolved to seek out Lin Huaizhi for clarification. Is it true what you said this morning in the studio about having a girlfriend? Lu Hao regarded Lin Huaizhi with a degree of satisfaction, albeit reluctantly. The facts were undeniable. With both looks and talent, it was hardly surprising that his sister would be drawn to him. If Lin Huaizhi shared those sentiments, he could turn a blind eye. However, if he truly had a girlfriend, no matter Lu Xiyu's feelings, this situation would be utterly impossible. I do, Lin Huaizhi replied, continuing to savor his skewered delicacies with a cool demeanor. I live with my girlfriend now, and I like her a lot. This was indeed true. We had all met Huaige's girlfriend, who often joined us for meals. She had just started her freshman year this year, and was a junior at our school. Zhao Yuanan, feeling dejected yet perceptive, immediately stepped forward to affirm this. Lin Wen and Lu Xing chimed in as well, leading everyone to discreetly observe Lu Xiyu, keen to gauge her reaction. The girl's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her heart heavy with disappointment. Once she sensed the weight of their gazes, she regrouped, suppressing her emotions to force a smile. That's wonderful. If given the chance, I would love to meet her. Anyone whom Huaizhi cherishes must be exceptional. Lu Xiyu had envisioned countless scenarios of reunion, yet this was not one of them. In this moment, the long-buried affection she harbored crumbled. Despite her efforts to mask her feelings and provide herself with positive affirmations, she found it impossible to remain entirely indifferent. If there is a chance, I will, she vowed. Lin Huaizhi was at a loss for words to comfort her. Had it been before Su Yao's appearance, he would have been moved, but now the timing was all wrong. Some things were simply lost. During the meal, the two shared no words. Zhao Yuanan, ever the lively spirit, worked to keep the atmosphere buoyant, and the rest of the group supported him. The gathering had succeeded in fostering camaraderie among the studio members, who had grown closer. The only one truly heartbroken was Lu Xiyu. As they concluded the evening, everyone waved goodbye at the street corner, each returning to their own homes. Lin Huaizhi exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Hao, but said nothing more, joining Zhao Yuanan and the others to catch the subway. This left Lu Hao and Lu Shiyu standing beneath a street lamp. The girl gradually crouched down, curling up as her body trembled slightly. Listening to her soft cries, Lu Hao felt his heart shatter. His sister had always been well-behaved and diligent, excelling in both academics and character, never causing the family any worry. Her path had been smooth, devoid of significant setbacks, yet matters of the heart are often beyond one's control. It was as if she herself had never anticipated holding on to someone for so long. "It's all right. I'm here," he reassured, crouching beside her and gently patting her head. Reminiscent of their childhood. Thankfully, he was there when she needed him most. The girl sobbed quietly, her reserved nature preventing her from voicing her feelings or expressing her needs. Even her tears were subdued. Time slipped by before Lu Shiyu lifted her head, her eyes shimmering with tears as she gazed at Lu Hao. "Brother, I will meet someone better, right?" Lu Hao smiled and nodded, wiping her tears away. "Yes, you will meet many people, Su Yao. Throughout life, we encounter countless souls, many of whom accompany us for only a brief moment. What if I had been braver back then? Would the outcome have been different?" Lu Shiyu looked at Lu Hao, seeking answers in his gaze. Having felt timid for far too long, she often found herself blaming her past self when faced with an unchangeable present, pondering if a bit more courage could have led to a better outcome. Lu Hao shook his head. "A wrong choice is just that, a wrong choice. There's no need to berate your past self. Your feelings back then were too quiet. Consider them as if they were unheard. Look forward. For the road ahead is long and bright, Su Yao. This is merely a small chapter in your life. You must move on, understand?" Lu Shiyu lowered her head, contemplating for a long time. Finally, she lifted her gaze, a smile gracing her lips. "Brother, I can't believe you can say something so poetic. Are you still my sturdy brother?" Relief washed over Lu Hao, realizing she had absorbed his words. Yet, maintaining a serious demeanor, he playfully flicked her forehead. "I am your brother. What do you mean sturdy? Mind your language." "Well, actually, I'm still a bit hungry. Brother, will you take me for another meal?" she inquired, her eyes sparkling with eagerness. "What do you want to eat?" "Crawfish," Lu Shiyu exclaimed, rising to her feet, pulling a mirror from her bag to tidy her face and smooth her hair. With a twinkle in her eye, she took Lu Hao's hand, leading him forward. Indeed, the mountains and seas each have their own appointed time, and storms and rains bring their own reunions. Those unresolved sentiments will eventually find reconciliation. All things shall come to fruition. The matters that weigh heavily on our hearts and the people we cannot let go of, when we look back years later, may not seem significant at all. Glancing back, the light boat has already traversed myriad mountains. Looking ahead, the road stretches long and bright. Chapter 78. The Gentle Yet Rugged Gentleman. On their way back, Zhao Yuanan and the others surrounded Lin Huaizhi, inquiring about Lu Shiyu. Lin Huaizhi had little to conceal. She had been his deskmate during their senior year, and they had often discussed problems together. Over time, feelings naturally developed, yet they had never openly acknowledged it, merely maintaining a normal rapport. After graduating, they had lost contact, so who could have anticipated such a twist of fate? "I vaguely recall," Zhao Yuanan said. "I used to visit your class and often saw you two studying together. I even joked about how you were such a blockhead, having such a beautiful girl beside you while only focusing on your studies." Memories from high school flooded back to him like a tide. Lu Shiyu had always struck him as quiet and serene, exuding an artistic aura. "But you only had eyes for beautiful girls, yet I've never seen you in a relationship," Lin Huaizhi retorted, delivering a decisive blow. Zhao Yuanan felt his heart shatter into pieces. Lin Xing and Lin Wen couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, Lin Huaizhi's wit remained sharp, leaving only Zhao Yuanan in a state of despair. "Huaiga, you heard Lu Hao earlier. That girl still thinks about you." Her gaze was unmistakably sincere. "If she wishes to continue getting to know you, how would you respond? We are firmly on Su Yao's side, after all." "Exactly. That junior treats you so well, spending her money on you, and you've only known each other for a short time. You can't take her for granted." Lin Huaizhi understood this principle well. Yet he knew Lu Shiyu would not act in such a manner. Though she appeared gentle and timid, she possessed principles and her own convictions. The very reason she had drawn him in was her clarity of purpose for the future amidst his own uncertainties. All she needed was time to come to terms with the facts. Their future interactions would remain strictly platonic. He understood her nature well enough to know she would not cross any lines. For instance, upon learning he had a girlfriend, she refrained from saying anything inappropriate. True enough. And Lu Hao is here as well. After all, she's his sister, so there's no need for concern, Zhao Yuanan agreed. Lu Shiyu certainly seemed well-behaved and would not engage in any indiscreet actions. Let us set aside trivial matters and engage in more serious discourse. Since you are all present, it is imperative that we cannot afford to be as lax as we have been in the past. Lin Huaizhi, ever the epitome of self-discipline, has devoted considerable time to his studies since the onset of his freshman year, participating in every competition the school offers. With a naturally agile mind and a touch of talent, he has achieved modest success. As for Zhao Yunan and the others, while they are not entirely inept, they have not exerted themselves diligently, relying solely on their intellect. Now that they must collaborate, it is essential that they abandon their previous nonchalance and commit themselves to their studies. We are aware, and we will certainly strive not to lag behind, they assure. Even Zhao Yunan, typically carefree, is unusually earnest, recognizing the opportunity to learn from their peers. Just last night, he remarked that if they succeed, their evenings of gaming together would have to come to an end. As they enter their junior year, graduation looms closer, and despite their usual frivolity, a sense of urgency stirs within them. Their newfound motivation eases Lin Huaizhi's mind, prompting him to stop by a nearby barbecue restaurant to bring skewers for Su Yao. Earlier, when he informed her of his plans, she had sent a flurry of crying emoji, lamenting her cravings, and expressed that, had it not been for her writing deadlines, she would have joined him. Calculating the time, Lin Huaizhi surmises that Su Yao's writing should be nearly complete, so he returns home at just the right moment. Upon arrival, he finds Su Yao engrossed in her work, oblivious to his presence as he approaches her quietly from behind. Observing her slender fingers dance across the keyboard with remarkable speed, he cannot resist glancing at the screen. The girl's eyelashes flutter, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she dares not meet his gaze. He tenderly brushes aside the errant strands of her hair, and in a heartbeat, his hand ventures beneath her pleated skirt. The subsequent content, however, cannot be divulged. Lin Huaizhi swears that this is the most captivating piece of risque literature he has ever encountered. He instinctively places himself and Su Yao in the roles of the protagonists. In her narrative, he becomes the gentlemanly yet assertive male lead, while Su Yao, though apprehensive, submits to his desires. An important realization dawns upon him. These words emerge from Su Yao's imagination, and she has previously mentioned that her male lead is modeled after her own image. This implies that as she penned this scene, she, too, immersed herself in the fantasy. Once this notion settles in his mind, Lin Huaizhi feels an intense heat rising within him. Truth be told, he yearns to enact every scenario she has written, from the pleated skirts to the lace lingerie, all of which he finds irresistibly appealing. Standing behind her, he continues to watch, astounded by her extraordinary typing speed, as if she were immune to writer's block, a true prodigy in this regard. After a little over 10 minutes, Su Yao stretches and checks her work for typos before finally clicking submit. I've finally finished, she exclaims, standing to fetch a glass of water. However, upon turning around, she is startled to find Lin Huaizhi standing there. For a moment, she is at a loss for how to react to the unexpected presence, particularly given the explicit content she has just written. Has he seen everything? When did you come back? Su Yao stammers, flustered and instinctively stepping back. Lin Huaizhi finds her reaction amusing and steps closer, his presence encroaching upon her personal space as he inquires about her writing. Yao, your details are quite exquisite. Is it because you've envisioned such scenes in your mind? If so, does that mean I am the male lead in your fantasies? Chapter 79. I choose the first option. Su Yao swears this is the most nerve-wracking and mortifying moment of her life. Writing such risque content is hardly something to boast about, especially as she has cultivated a pure persona for herself. Now, having been caught by Lin Huaizhi, her heart races with anxiety. Oh no, what should I do? Is my carefully crafted image ruined? I can't possibly admit that all I envision is him and me in such compromising situations. Had I known, I would have closed the door while writing. Oh, why must I suffer like this? Su Yao's face crumples in embarrassment. She has never felt so humiliated. Normally, her thoughts remain private. But now Lin Huaizhi has read her explicit narrative, which severely undermines her innocent facade. After a prolonged silence, Su Yao struggles to conjure an appropriate excuse, while Lin Huaizhi watches her intently, waiting for her response. Didn't you say you brought me barbecue? Where is it? I'm starving. She desperately shifts the conversation, glancing around to distract from her flustered state. Noticing Lin Huaizhi's empty hands, she hopes to evade the previous topic, but he seems to read her thoughts. Scooping her up and placing her on the table, his hands bracing either side of her, leaving her no opportunity to escape. Forget her pure image, from the very start. He has known precisely what she has been thinking. On their first encounter, she dared to indulge in such thoughts, bold beyond belief, and only she, the fool, believed she was hiding it well. Yao, you have two choices. First, answer my earlier question. Second, I choose the second. Su Yao interjects, unwilling to respond to the first option, fearing it would be too mortifying. Before Lin Huaizhi can articulate the second choice, she hastily replies. With a smirk, Lin Huaizhi declares, the second option is for you to read aloud what you just wrote, and then we shall enact it together. Su Yao freezes, her pupils dilating in disbelief at the audacity of his words. The content she just pinned was so explicit, portraying a scenario where the female protagonist pleads for mercy, reluctantly assisting the male lead. While she has indeed helped Lin Huaizhi before, the disparity between her hands and her mouth is stark. Why the silence? Didn't you eagerly choose the second option? Lin Huaizhi leans down, playfully biting Su Yao's lip. I choose the first option. I regret my choice. Su Yao raises her hands defensively, realizing too late the importance of carefully reading the prompt. She could answer his question, stating she had imagined him in the role. But she feels compelled to clarify that the content was merely for narrative depth, crafted to enrich her characters. Of course, there is also the desire to cater to reader preferences, not because I personally yearn for such experiences, understand? Lin Huaizhi listens intently, fully aware of Su Yao's nature. He knows that typically, when a girl says no, she often means yes. But does she genuinely not wish to explore these fantasies? He muses that understanding such interests could be beneficial. Thus, he digs deeper. So regarding those scenarios you wrote, you wouldn't want them to happen to you, would you? Or you wouldn't want me to treat you that way, correct? Su Yao hesitates, contemplating her response. There are certainly some more aggressive scenarios I wouldn't desire. But some role-playing elements could be quite intriguing. It seems plausible that such experiences could be enjoyable. They say that a vibrant sex life is essential for a successful marriage. Perhaps adding some variety would be delightful, ensuring that it never becomes monotonous. However, if I were to express a desire for such things, wouldn't that make me seem rather indiscreet? Would he think I'm putting on an act? Yet if I claim I don't want it, given his nature, he might never pursue such experiences. If you truly don't wish to be with me, then I am utterly unfortunate. Such a splendid physique, broad shoulders, and a narrow waist. It seems tailor-made for my long legs. Moreover, I could actually accept it. We have been sleeping together for over a month now. Adults cannot perpetually engage in pure love, can they? Lin Huaizhi listened to Su Yao's inner musings, and as she pondered, a sense of happiness welled up within her, even prompting her to appraise her own figure. TSK, why does it feel like the roles have reversed? No, he must seize the initiative. Is it truly so difficult to respond? In fact, one would only need to try to ascertain that the body is undoubtedly more honest than one's words. Help. Why? Having reached this point, do I feel both anxious and a touch exhilarated? Am I truly so perverse? Lin Huaizhi was uncertain if other girls shared Su Yao's sentiments, but at least for Su Yao, she harbored an intense aversion to wearing lingerie. The first thing she would do upon returning from school was to shed her bra and don a loose-fitting garment. He often enjoyed assisting her with undressing and dressing, finding it amusing as it afforded him certain advantages. It's uncomfortable to wear, Su Yao murmured softly, her fair cheeks already tinged with a light blush. Her ears likewise flushed. Not wearing it is quite pleasant. It makes touching easier. Her naturally sensitive body involuntarily squirmed, her delicate hands pushing against Lin Huaizhi's chest in an attempt to halt his advances. Yet, her strength was inherently limited, and when compared to Lin Huaizhi, it was as if she were but a feather against a mountain. Finding it tedious, Lin Huaizhi swiftly secured Su Yao's hands behind her back, reminiscent of a teacher instructing children to fold their hands. Casting a glance around, he fortuitously spotted a broader ribbon on Su Yao's desk and, without hesitation, seized it to bind her hands. Lin Huaizhi. Su Yao felt a mix of anger and embarrassment, urgently calling out his name. Although she had just penned a scenario where the male protagonist coerced the female lead, it did not imply that she wished to experience it herself, and most importantly, it was undeniably shameful. Shouldn't the first time be approached with tenderness? However, as the instigator, Lin Huaizhi displayed no awareness of any such consideration. Instead, he affectionately arranged her hair and kissed her collarbone. Yao Yao, even the finest writers must have genuine experiences to craft remarkable works. I am merely assisting you. Helping. My foot. Su Yao now realized that Lin Huaizhi possessed such a side to him. Though he was not typically serious, this wickedness was a first. Yet, inexplicably, she found herself quite fond of it. She perceived a unique charm in this version of Lin Huaizhi, rendering her almost foolish. Her remaining rationality gradually crumbling under his advances. Senior, please let me go. We can discuss this calmly. Aren't you curious about what I've written? Didn't you ask me to read it to you? Just let me go, and I will open the document and read it to you, all right? After witnessing the desire in Lin Huaizhi's eyes, Su Yao felt akin to a small white rabbit, his gaze suggesting he wished to devour her whole. In such circumstances, if she did not act swiftly to save herself, she was likely to succumb alongside him. Alas, what could she do? She was enamored with him. Enamored enough to do anything. Chapter 80, Added Bonus. Lin Huaizhi had never been so audacious as at this moment, especially after hearing Su Yao's unguarded thoughts. She stated that even if they were to proceed, she would be willing. Having reached this point, if he displayed no reaction, what sort of man would he be? He had physiological urges and a girlfriend. Though she was verbally resistant, she was inwardly willing. Given the situation, to refrain from taking action would be a disservice to himself. Thus, when faced with Su Yao's plea for a pause, he had no intention of releasing her. Yao Yao, you know I have a good memory, don't you? Everything you just wrote is etched in my mind, such as exploring beneath your pleated skirt. As Lin Huaizhi spoke, he accompanied his words with actions, causing Su Yao to be utterly startled, her body trembling uncontrollably. Be good. I won't undress you unless you desire it. Lin Huaizhi's approach was characteristically a mix of firmness and sweetness. Having been so assertive moments ago, he now softened his tone to soothe Su Yao. Confused and dazed by his kiss, Su Yao found herself nodding absent-mindedly. Perhaps out of embarrassment, Su Yao bit her lip, reluctant to fully reveal this unfamiliar side of herself under the glaring light. When Lin Huaizhi noticed, he saw that her lower lip had been slightly bitten, leaving a mark. Lin Huaizhi felt a pang of concern. Understanding her shyness, he hurried to the switch and turned off the lights, allowing only a faint glow to seep in through the crack of the living room door. Lin Huaizhi embraced her, kissing her, whispering Yao Yao with a hoarse, deep voice that filled Su Yao's heart with a sweetness akin to honey. Time slipped away as Lin Huaizhi continued to kiss her, showing no signs of stopping. Though Su Yao realized he was struggling to contain himself, although she was the one being overwhelmed, upon feeling the thin sheen of sweat on Lin Huaizhi's forehead, her heart softened. She reached out, her touch gentle but insufficient to alleviate his discomfort. I'll help you. The meaning was clear, and Lin Huaizhi's lips curled into a victorious smile. He knew Su Yao would undoubtedly feel sympathy for him. Yao Yao, if you don't wish for this, we needn't proceed. Lin Huaizhi, despite his elation, feigned nonchalance, resembling a teasing green tea, and upon hearing Su Yao's tender heart, it softened even more. I am willing. I truly am. We are the closest of companions, are we not? Considering Su Yao's shyness, Lin Huaizhi refrained from turning on the light during their bath. However, in the darkness, he felt more exhilarated than usual. Yao Yao, take a moment to rest. I will fetch you some water. Su Yao sat on the bed, feeling dazed, unable to believe how far things had escalated, and that it was she who had initiated it. Ah, Su Yao, from this moment on, my pure persona is irrevocably lost. If I were to feign innocence again, he would undoubtedly not believe me. Perhaps he might even think I am the type of girl with insatiable desires. Was I out of my mind just now? Why did I agree to everything? Now my entire image is ruined. Su Yao buried her head in the covers, silently fuming. If only time could rewind, she would have held her ground. When Lin Huaizhi returned with the water, he found Su Yao rolling around under the covers. Although her expression was hidden, he could easily surmise her feelings. Yao Yao, come and drink some water. Lin Huaizhi felt a twinge of guilt. He typically did not address others so intimately, yet now, calling Su Yao felt increasingly natural, imbued with tenderness. No, I won't drink. Su Yao's muffled voice emerged from the covers, and Lin Huaizhi found her irresistibly adorable. He reached out to pull the covers away. Be good. Drink some water to soothe your throat. Lin Huaizhi's words had an unexpected effect. As he spoke, Su Yao's face flushed once more. Her mind flooded with chaotic images that she found difficult to disperse. What do you think of me? Lin Huaizhi pondered for a moment before nodding appreciatively. Offering an honest assessment, you were a bit unrefined at first, but you've become quite skillful. Su Yao. Su Yao's face turned crimson, utterly baffled. Who asked you that? She felt as if her heart was being toyed with. What I meant was, do you have any negative impressions of me? Do you think poorly of me in your heart, perhaps discreetly deducting points? That was my intention. Who inquired about your previous feelings? Su Yao felt an overwhelming sense of shame, vowing that despite receiving sincere compliments for the first time, she could not find joy in it. Rather, she wished to retreat into the depths of the earth. Lin Huaizhi finally grasped the situation, realizing that Su Yao's vague inquiry had led him to assume the wrong implications. Yao Yao, your understanding of men is rather limited. This is not a demerit, but rather a merit. Furthermore, my love for you has only deepened and will continue to grow. There is no question of any deductions. It was rare for Lin Huaizhi to utter such tender words, and seeing his earnest expression caused the weight in Su Yao's heart to gradually lift, prompting her to obediently finish the water he had offered. How is it? Is your throat feeling any better? I think we should refrain from discussing this topic any further. By the way, did you bring me some barbecue? After our recent exertion, I am absolutely famished. Given that so much time has passed, even if there is barbecue, it must certainly be cold. Regretting her earlier choices, Su Yao lamented that she should have eaten first before becoming intimate. However, she also felt it was Lin Huaizhi's fault. Had he not been so slow, she would not have missed out on hot barbecue. I did bring it, but it's undoubtedly inedible now. Would you allow me to order you another portion? Upon meeting Su Yao's forlorn gaze, Lin Huaizhi felt a twinge of guilt, realizing that he had indulged in playful antics for too long. Even in the bathroom, He had wished to resolve matters swiftly, yet it felt akin to being poisoned. Once he began, he craved more. Were it not for his concern for Su Yao, he would have indulged again. Very well, please reorder. I am so hungry. Su Yao pathetically rubbed her stomach, feeling utterly drained, as though she had run 2 kilometers, despite not having engaged in any strenuous activity. Could it be a deficiency in my kidneys? That is not entirely implausible, considering I have never exercised and my physical condition is rather poor. Lin Huaizhi took out his phone to order food while listening to her internal monologue. My health is so poor. If I were to engage in anything in the future, would I faint? After all that time, I wonder if I can withstand it. However, given our earlier escapades, my vitality has increased significantly. I now have over a year's worth of surplus. If I were to engage in something more, it seems I could accept that. Once I gain more experience, I am certain I will craft more nuanced prose that my beloved readers will adore. Moreover, it would enrich the narrative and allow for a more detailed portrayal. Su Yao propped her chin on her hand, reflecting on the earlier scenes, when a sudden inspiration struck her. She leaped from the bed and returned to the desk, opening her computer to begin revising her writing. What is going on? I feel that my previous writing lacks vibrancy. Many details could be refined, and certain word choices could be more explicit. After all, the male protagonist is the one imposing himself, and a beastly character would not consider others. He only seeks his own comfort. It was evident that her latter remarks were a pointed jab at Lin Huaizhi, who, regrettably, chose to evade the implications of his beastly behavior. All he heard were the earlier compliments veiled in her words. Thus, Lin Huaizhi, in a manner not unexpected, boldly approached to take credit. How is it? Did your personal experience prove beneficial for your writing? Su Yao nodded, albeit reluctantly, acknowledging that it was indeed so. Previously, her narratives were primarily fueled by imagination and the inspiration drawn from her lesser works. Even if her descriptions were vivid, the absence of personal experience rendered them lacking. The intimacy shared with Lin Huaizhi, the rapid beating of their hearts as their skin brushed against one another, the tremors elicited by his fingers gliding over her body, the soft gasps near her ear during their kisses, and the way she lowered herself to please him, all of it propelled her to strive harder after receiving praise. With such abundant psychological experiences and visceral sensations, Su Yao now felt a creative surge, capable of crafting 3,000 words of intricate details. Her readers would undoubtedly adore her. Yet, setting aside these thoughts, she still regarded Lin Huaizhi as a beast. Extremely helpful, but I must begin writing now. Could you grant me a modicum of space? Lin Huaizhi had thoroughly perused Su Yao's content, and she felt a twinge of embarrassment. If Lin Huaizhi continued to observe her, she would be unable to focus, and she would simmer with silent frustration. All right then, work diligently. I'll give you an hour at most, lest the barbecue grows cold. Lin Huaizhi recognized that his presence would hinder Su Yao's creativity, as this was her passion, and as her partner, he certainly wished to support her, just as she supported him. Therefore, despite having many playful remarks left unspoken, he obediently retreated to the living room to await the delivery. It was late, and he had no intention of working. After a moment's thought, he opened a website to search for Su Yao's works, though he did not know the exact title. Discovering the name of the male protagonist made things simpler. After skimming through a couple of search results, Lin Huaizhi successfully located Su Yao's work. Upon encountering the first chapter, his eyes sparkled with delight. The bold scene set in the classroom was nothing short of audacious. Lin Huaizhi read with rapt attention. While he was uncertain about the quality of Su Yao's other, more innocent works, he could confidently assert that when it came to writing risque literature, she was indeed extraordinarily gifted. Even he, a person who typically held no interest in such genres, found himself captivated by her writing. As he read, Lin Huaizhi discreetly noted certain plot points and positions, reasoning that since they were born from Su Yao's imagination, she must wish to experience them herself. In order to assist his girlfriend in enhancing her writing skills and capturing the hearts of her readers, he was more than willing to sacrifice his own modesty to support her endeavors. Now it made sense why those senior girls had been so ravenous. It appeared that women also indulged in such literature. His previous interactions with girls had been limited, leading him to believe that they would shy away from discussions about sexuality. However, it seemed that was not the case. Su Yao viewed it as a necessity for her writing, but in the discussion forum, those young women were genuine readers, unabashedly discussing their interests, some even eschewing their pants altogether, their words laced with innuendo that left him feeling inadequate. Finally, nearing midnight, the delivery arrived. Lin Huaizhi peeked into the room, only to find Su Yao deeply engrossed in her writing, completely oblivious to his presence. Let her write for another 10 minutes, he decided. Suddenly, his phone chimed incessantly with WeChat notifications. Concerned about disturbing Su Yao, Lin Huaizhi muted his phone and opened the app, discovering dozens of messages in the group chat. After a brief scan, he realized there was nothing of consequence. they were merely casual banter. He intended to exit the chat and return to reading Su Yao's work when he noticed a message from Lu Hao. I was a bit hasty earlier, and my tone was off. Please don't take it to heart. Lin Huaizhi quickly replied, assuring him that there was no need for concern. It was not a significant matter, especially since he could empathize. Were he to have a sister, he might have reacted even more irrationally. As a devoted brother, he would undoubtedly harbor indiscriminate dislike for every male around her. Lu Hao had not said much. His demeanor had simply been a touch colder than usual. Compared to his usual warm disposition, Lin Huaizhi wondered how others felt, but he found Lu Hao's sensitivity to others' emotions commendable. He was not one to shy away from admitting fault, demonstrating a willingness to amend his mistakes, which earned him the respect of many. To speak candidly, he indeed harbored a certain admiration for him. Chapter 82. Trust is the foundation. I have refined it. Compared to the initial version, this latest iteration is bound to receive a plethora of accolades from my devoted fans. After completing a chapter that pleased her, Su Yao was in an exceptionally buoyant mood. Once she submitted it for review, she eagerly dashed out and naturally settled onto Lin Huaizhi's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck to share her elation. Of course, my girlfriend is the best, Lin Huaizhi replied, not wishing to dampen her spirits. He set aside his phone, embracing Su Yao's slender waist, relishing the moment of intimacy. However, you just glimpsed the content I penned. You wouldn't sneakily search for my work, would you? Su Yao squinted at him, trying to decipher any hidden intentions. Lin Huaizhi, unfazed and unashamed, replied, of course not. I wouldn't dare look without your permission, but if you wish for me to read it, I'd be more than happy to provide feedback. Feedback? How would you do that? Naturally, just as I did earlier, direct and effective. It's far more useful than mere words, Lin Huaizhi said with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Not perceiving any fault in his approach, Su Yao, fearing he might distract her from enjoying her barbecue, quickly dismounted from his lap. I'm going to eat now. You mustn't speak frivolously. After longing for a warm meal all evening, Su Yao felt a surge of gratitude. Indeed, delectable food has a way of mending the heart. Would you care for another helping? There's plenty. Su Yao extended an invitation to Lin Huaizhi, who, eager not to spoil the moment, joined her in feasting. How did the interview go today? Did anything amusing occur? Lin Huaizhi nodded, not intending to conceal anything, especially regarding matters involving the opposite sex. Concealing the truth could lead to greater misunderstandings if discovered later, even if he were innocent. Not many came for the interview. Everyone is seeking stable and secure work. And our studio is evidently not an attractive option. Most merely glanced and departed, leaving us with only Zhao Yuanan and the others. He continued, later in the evening. We went out for a meal. Lu Hao, he has a sister who was my high school desk mate, and she came along today. Su Yao, who had been relishing her meal, halted at this revelation. Your high school desk mate? Does she have feelings for you? No way. That expression, could it be mutual affection? Am I the third wheel here? No. I was the one who came first. I'm the original. Hearing Su Yao's thoughts, Lin Huaizhi felt a pang of anxiety and quickly clarified. I don't like her. She likely doesn't harbor feelings for me either. She probably just feels a sense of nostalgia. When she arrived, I promptly mentioned that I have a girlfriend and suggested she bring you along next time. Su Yao, don't overthink it. You can ask me anything. Will you see each other frequently? Lin Huaizhi hesitated for a moment. She was responsible for character design in the game, having studied art, so she would inevitably be around. You'll keep your distance, right? Of course. Apart from you, I won't approach any other girls. If possible, I wouldn't utter a single word. Lin Huaizhi, adhering to the principles of male decorum, understood the importance of boundaries, firmly believing that platonic friendships between the sexes are a fallacy. That's reassuring. I trust you will handle it well. Su Yao felt relieved and resumed her barbecue, just as Lin Huaizhi pondered how she could be so easily appeased. Yet, Su Yao added, but why do you have so many admirers? Lin Huaizhi pointed to himself, somewhat incredulous. Me? I have many admirers? Su Yao nodded. Indeed, you have quite a few. Look at all the senior and junior girls. I heard from Zhao Yuanan that you were inundated with love letters before, and you've appeared on the campus confession wall countless times. Plus, that Shin Shitong often flits around you. Now it seems even your high school junior can't forget you. Oh, my fate is so cruel. I finally have a boyfriend. And yet so many want to compete with me. Su Yao's tone was exaggerated, her performance evident. Lin Huaizhi observed her with calm amusement, countering, I have many admirers? Su Yao, you've only been in college for 2 months. How many boys have confessed to you? You must have some awareness. Just from me visiting your campus and seeing you being approached by boys, it happened twice already. And there was that one bold fellow who delivered flowers right to your classroom door, making quite the spectacle. One might mistake him for your boyfriend. And as for the confession wall, your appearances there are not fewer than mine, are they? Lin Huaizhi's gaze deepened, causing Su Yao to feel a flicker of guilt. prompting her to play coy. "Oh, those are all from before, and I didn't intend to pursue them. Look at me. I've always handled those situations well." Reflecting on it, Su Yao's methods were indeed quite straightforward, and she had managed each situation adeptly. She even showcased their affectionate moments at the campus market, remarkably garnering a following of shipper fans. In this fast-paced age, most individuals are unwilling to pause and appreciate deeper connections, merely chasing those they find visually appealing or physically attractive. Both he and Su Yao fell into the category of high attractiveness, thus encountering more romantic pursuits. However, he maintained his stance, while Su Yao held on to her principles, leading to an absence of mutual suspicion and a rapid deepening of their relationship. I believe we can skip this topic. Let us discuss something else. Aware of her own shortcomings and fully trusting Lin Huaizhi, Su Yao recognized that prolonging the conversation held little value. "She can assist you with character design, and I can help with writing the storyline. This way, you can save some expenses." Su Yao, aware of her lack of artistic talent, still wished to lend a hand to Lin Huaizhi, contemplating that this might be the only way she could contribute. Yao, our game is a serious endeavor. We cannot incorporate any inappropriate elements, or we'll never make it to market." Su Yao's eyes sparkled, detecting Lin Huaizhi's playful tone, and she retorted, "The works I write align with core values. There's nothing inappropriate about them." "All right, then I'll count on the esteemed writer Su." Chapter 83, A Sweet Treat to Lift the Spirits. The following day, Lin Huaizhi rose early as usual to head to the studio. Although some tasks could be accomplished at home, as an entrepreneur, he found it essential to adhere to a structured work schedule to enhance efficiency. If everyone could come and go as they pleased, it would undermine the work environment and lead to collective slacking, particularly for those lacking self-discipline. Working from home would be a disaster for them. In this respect, Lin Huaizhi held great admiration for Su Yao, who could, during her spare time, dedicate an entire day to writing, remaining in front of her computer for 10 hours without a hint of fatigue. When she was inspired by a scene she loved, such as a thrilling car chase, she could easily produce an additional 10,000 words. Her readers were indeed fortunate. Zhao Yuanan and the others were remarkably diligent today, showing up at the studio before 9 and working steadily until past noon, at which point they sent 2 people to fetch takeout, quickly eating before resuming work. During lunch, Lu Shiyu treated everyone to fruit tea. Given the warm weather, sipping a cool drink was quite refreshing. As Lu Shiyu was assigned to Lin Huaizhi, she endeavored to maintain the same expression she had moments ago. "The weather is quite warm today, so I bought everyone some fruit tea," she said. Lin Huaizhi accepted the drink with a faint smile, uttering a soft thank you. Everything appeared perfectly ordinary until Cheng Xiang, lacking in perceptiveness, inquired, "Shiyu, I remember you used to buy us milk tea. Why the sudden change today? Didn't your brother say you preferred sweet drinks?" Lu Shiyu's demeanor shifted abruptly, instinctively glancing at Lin Huaizhi, fearing he might discern something amiss. Indeed, she favored milk tea, typically steering clear of fruit tea. However, she recalled an occasion in high school when she had brought Lin Huaizhi milk tea as a token of gratitude after he had helped her with her studies. Back then, he, with his blunt nature, had directly declined, stating, "I prefer fruit tea. If you truly wish to thank me, buy me fruit tea next time." And he had even politely expressed his gratitude. That day, she had mustered considerable courage to present it to him. Feeling exceedingly nervous, her ears flushed. Yet he had remained oblivious to her discomfort and had not accepted it. Consequently, she had felt disheartened for quite some time, believing that Lin Huaizhi disliked her. Lin Huaizhi, too, recalled this incident. At that time, his emotional intelligence was not particularly high, and he spoke without a filter, having had little interaction with girls. He did not realize that his actions could embarrass her. Now, he understood Lu Shiyu's intentions, but he had completely grown fond of the drink he once deemed overly sweet. Observing Su Yao enjoying it so much and her frequent coaxing for him to join her, he found himself developing a taste for it over time. "I merely wished to try something different, so I bought fruit tea. If everyone prefers milk tea, I can certainly purchase that next time," Lu Shiyu said, slightly regretting her decision. Although she had come to terms with her feelings and understood that emotions cannot be forced, the process of moving on from this unrequited affection was no simple task. Today, as she had done before, she brought milk tea for her colleagues at the studio. Yet memories of high school flooded her mind as she deliberated, ultimately opting for fruit tea. Though logically aware of her thoughts, she found herself unable to control them. While placing the order, she even concocted excuses for herself, reasoning that a mere cup of milk tea did not signify anything significant. "Milk tea is delightful. I still enjoy it quite a bit. However, Cheng Xiang, you should refrain from being picky when it's complimentary," Lin Huaizhi jestingly chastised, timely alleviating Lu Shiyu's discomfort. "So you've taken to milk tea now? I thought you still preferred it as before." Lu Shiyu did not distance herself from Lin Huaizhi, but lowered her voice significantly. "Moreover, As Lin Huaizhi was seated at the edge of the group, engrossed in conversation, he remained oblivious to the situation unfolding nearby. People change. Those who once fervently declared their aversion to certain things may find themselves drawn to them one day. Similarly, what one deems significant may fade in importance over time. Lin Huaizhi stood tall, clearly noticing the desolation in Lu Shiyu's eyes. Last night, Lu Haoming had assured him that he had successfully consoled her. However, it appeared otherwise now. He sighed inwardly, contemplating whether he should speak with her privately, but he recognized that doing so would likely overstep boundaries. From Su Yao's perspective, she would undoubtedly not accept such a conversation if the roles were reversed. And he learned that Su Yao was speaking alone with another boy, especially one who had previously harbored feelings for her. He would certainly feel a pang of jealousy, unable to be soothed regardless of her reassurances. Thus, he could only express so much. The earlier interaction between the two had not escaped Lu Haoming's notice. Observing Lu Shiyu still lingering near Lin Huaizhi's table, lost in thought, he approached and gently pulled her aside to the entrance. Lu Shiyu stood there, uncertain and bracing herself for her brother's reprimand. However, in contrast to her expectations, Lu Haoming's tone was unexpectedly gentle, devoid of any reproach. "Are you all right?" If he had scolded her, Lu Shiyu believed she would not have cried, but his tender comfort broke her resolve, and tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Biting her lip to stifle her sobs, she shook her head and replied, "Not at all. I'm not as carefree as I seem, brother. I can't pretend nothing has happened. I know I've let you down, haven't I? You must think I'm foolish for being unable to handle matters of the heart." Seeing his sister so distressed, Lu Haoming, despite knowing it was inappropriate, found himself cursing Lin Huaizhi inwardly. How could you lack ambition? You've excelled academically, respected your teachers, and cared for your classmates. Which of our relatives does not praise your maturity? In my eyes, you will always be the most remarkable. Really? Of course. Lu Haoming, now more forthcoming with compliments than he had been in the past, found it easier to express his thoughts. He patiently waited until Lu Shiyu regained her composure before offering rational advice. If you're feeling down, perhaps it's best you don't come around for a few days. Since your sketching has concluded, you might as well return to school. Out of sight, out of mind. If you don't see him, your heart will surely find some balance. Lu Shiyu nodded, recognizing that remaining there was not conducive to her well-being, as it would distract her and impede Lin Huaizhi's work. "I will hasten to complete the character illustrations you need, and then I shall return to school." Lu Shiyu resolved to be stricter with herself, understanding that if seeing him would bring her sorrow and memories, it would be better to force herself not to encounter him, for time would eventually heal all wounds. Zhao Yuanan, prone to digestive issues, had just consumed a large cup of ice-cold drink and felt a sudden urgency. Grabbing a pack of tissues from the table, he dashed outside. Upon exiting, he spotted Lu Shiyu with red eyes, while Lu Haoming cast a menacing glare in his direction. "I merely wished to use the restroom. I saw nothing," he hastily declared before fleeing. After managing to regulate her emotions, Lu Shiyu returned to her drawing, immersing herself in her work and trying not to dwell on other matters. Suddenly, a beautifully packaged small cake appeared before her. Turning her head, she discovered the owner of the hand was none other than Zhao Yuanan. "Is this for me?" Given that Zhao Yuanan had only recently joined the studio and their acquaintance was rather superficial, Lu Shiyu was taken aback by his gesture. Zhao Yuanan, slightly bashful, scratched his head and shyly explained, "I heard that eating something sweet can lift one's spirits. On my way back, I happened to pass by a dessert shop, and the staff insisted I make a purchase. I had no choice but to indulge in a small treat." It was evident that his words were insincere. Lu Shiyu could see through the facade. Moreover, when Zhao Yuanan had exited moments ago, she distinctly recalled him holding a pack of tissues. There was no dessert shop on the way to the restroom, and the name of the shop he mentioned was in the opposite direction, quite a distance away. Is that so? Under Lu Shiyu's skeptical gaze, Zhao Yuanan became significantly more honest. "All right, I did go out of my way, but I washed my hands. They're quite clean." Believing Lu Shiyu might find him unappealing, Zhao Yuanan awkwardly waved his hands in front of her, displaying both his palms and the backs of his hands. Lu Shiyu couldn't help but chuckle, genuinely expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, I'll enjoy it. Also, you have lovely hands." Chapter 84, The Winds of Change. Around 3 in the afternoon, Su Yao appeared at the entrance of the studio, carrying more than 10 cups of milk tea. The moment Lin Huaizhi laid eyes on her, he was momentarily stunned, a reaction echoed by the others, who found themselves equally perplexed. "Wow, Huaiga, your girlfriend is even more stunning than in her photos." Lin Huaizhi sprang to his feet and rushed to Su Yao's side, taking the cups from her hands. "What brings you here? I sent you a WeChat message just now, but you didn't reply, so I came by myself. Did I disturb you?" Lin Huaizhi shook his head. A girlfriend visiting was certainly no disturbance. However, they had just indulged in fruit tea, and he wondered if they could manage another cup. Is this for us? Wow, what a heavenly day. First fruit tea, now milk tea. Cheng Xiang and a few others quickly gathered around, and Su Yao hurriedly handed over the milk tea. Lin Huaizhi shook his head, realizing he had overthought the situation. Isn't that girl not here? Wouldn't it be a wasted trip? Lin Huaizhi knew that Su Yao still cared, which was why she chose this moment to visit. To be honest, he didn't find it excessive. After all, she was his girlfriend, deserving of affection. Moreover, if the roles were reversed, he would undoubtedly assert his claim as well. Given Su Yao's nature, she wouldn't be overly aggressive, so there was no need for concern. Lu Shiyu had evidently noticed the commotion and approached the entrance, locking eyes with Su Yao. Lin Huaizhi glanced back and forth between the two, relieved that the anticipated confrontation did not unfold. Wow, as expected of an art student, your aura is magnificent. You radiate that gentle, refined vibe. Your face is so petite, and your outfit is stunning. Ah, beautiful ladies, come here. Lin Huaizhi turned, perplexed, staring at Su Yao. He found it hard to comprehend. Shouldn't she feel jealous upon seeing a rival? What was with that admiring gaze? Did she actually like her? Are you Lu Shiyu? Su Yao broke the ice, shattering the awkward atmosphere as Lu Shiyu remained silent. I am. In Lu Shiyu's eyes, there was no animosity, only admiration. Truth be told, she had encountered many beautiful individuals before, but Su Yao undoubtedly ranked among the top 3, the kind that stunned at first glance and grew increasingly captivating upon further observation. You possess such grace. Are all art students this striking? Su Yao had completely forgotten her original purpose for coming, feeling an exhilarating thrill. Nearby, Lu Xiaolong whispered to Cheng Xiang, is she being sincere? It's not like the dramas where everything appears calm, but is actually tumultuous. Lin Huaizhi observed Su Yao's bold demeanor. Had he not been privy to her true thoughts, he might have shared the same doubts. Thank you. You're incredibly beautiful. Su Yao's gaze was sincere. Initially, Lu Shiyu thought it was sarcasm, but her instincts told her that Su Yao was genuine. This is my first time here. I'm not very familiar with the area, but I just spotted several lovely clothing stores. Would you like to go shopping? Shopping is undoubtedly the best way for girls to bond, and with Su Yao expressing this interest, Lu Shiyu naturally wouldn't refuse. Soon, they exited together, and before long, their arms were linked. Everyone observed the striking duo, ultimately casting admiring glances at Lin Huaizhi. He too was bewildered by the situation. Lu Hao approached him, a hint of concern in his voice. Your girlfriend isn't planning to sell my sister off, is she? I can assure you, that will never happen. To be honest, my girlfriend quite likes your sister. Huaiga, do you have any other admirers? If they knew you worked here, our daily meals would definitely improve significantly. Lin Huaizhi shot Cheng Xiang a fierce glare. He currently had no interest in any girl other than Su Yao. If there were numerous admirers, wouldn't Su Yao devour him? By the time the afternoon workday concluded, Su Yao and Lu Shiyu returned, carrying the spoils of their shopping trip, chatting and laughing. Anyone observing would never suspect they were rivals, but rather, the closest of friends. On their way home, Su Yao felt a tinge of reluctance. Having made plans with Lu Shiyu to stay in touch and shop together more often. Su Yao, shouldn't you explain yourself? Explain what? You mean Sister Shiyu? I think she is wonderful. I like her. Su Yao openly expressed her admiration, although she hadn't been particularly friendly at first, after conversing for a while. All her reservations had dissipated. So, you're turning enemies into friends? If this could help Lu Shiyu gain clarity, it would indeed be a positive outcome. Roughly speaking. Chapter 85. Bullying others in the following days. Lin Huaizhi distinctly sensed a change in Lu Shiyu. Her gaze towards him was no longer as fervent, and she occasionally approached him to chat about Su Yao. The conversations revolved around how they met, what it felt like to date a writer like Su Yao, and whether he knew the genre of her works, among other topics. Naturally, Lin Huaizhi refrained from divulging any details, especially regarding Su Yao's writing. A few days prior, Su Yao had adamantly instructed him not to reveal the nature of her sensual novels to Lu Shiyu, fearing it would tarnish her image. Consequently, Lin Huaizhi secured numerous perks, with Su Yao agreeing to wear outfits he favored, and for that reason, he wouldn't disclose anything to Lu Shiyu. Xiaoyu, I saw that the dessert shop released a new product today. It looked quite appealing, so I bought a portion. Would you like to try it? Zhao Yuanan, who had gone out to buy lunch, returned with a slice of milfei. He awkwardly carried the bento box in a crooked manner with his left hand, while cradling the delicate dessert in his right, as though protecting a treasure, which only added to the comical sight. Even the most discerning observer could see Zhao Yuanan's intentions towards Lu Shiyu, and Lu Hao was no exception. How audacious of him to flirt with his own sister right under his nose. Lu Shiyu did not refuse. Zhao Yuanan had been bringing her various treats these past few days, and to be honest, she felt touched. Perhaps it was due to Zhao Yuanan's inherent comedic charm. Whenever he spoke to her, She found herself laughing easily, gradually lowering her guard. Zhao Yuanan, come here. As an older brother, Lu Hao could not stand idly by while Zhao Yuanan courted his sister. He considered Lin Huaizhi, a paragon of both looks and capability, barely suitable for Lu Shiyu. Compared to him, Zhao Yuanan paled in every regard. Noticing Lu Shiyu's increasingly peculiar demeanor, he felt compelled to intervene and get to the bottom of things. Zhao Yuanan trailed behind nervously. At this moment, Lu Hao was not merely his superior, but potentially his future brother-in-law, if all went well. Brother Hao, is something wrong? Zhao Yuanan feigned ignorance. You brat, don't think I'm oblivious to your schemes. I see through your intentions towards my sister. Lu Shiyu had little experience in romantic matters, and if he didn't take the reins, she might end up taken advantage of without even realizing it. Zhao Yuanan sheepishly scratched his head, believing he had been discreet. Whenever others inquired, he had skillfully brushed it off, claiming it was merely a concern for a female friend. Brother Hao, I speak with utmost sincerity. Do not be misled by my usual carefree demeanor. My devotion to matters of the heart is unwavering. I would never impose upon Xiaoyu to do anything against her will. Should she feel uncomfortable or wish for me to leave, I would depart without hesitation. However, before that, might you grant me an opportunity? I swear, in the span of over 20 years, I have never been more earnest than I am at this moment. Zhao Yuan found it difficult to conceal his emotions, his eyes radiating determination, as if regardless of Lu Hao's response, he would proceed with his intentions. Lu Hao gazed at Zhao Yuan for a long while before finally nodding in agreement. Very well, my boy. You had better treat my sister with kindness and refrain from any indiscreet actions. Should I witness any misconduct, my demeanor shall swiftly change. Zhao Yuan displayed a commendable attitude towards his studies, and according to Lin Huaizhi, he is also a person of great loyalty and integrity. Granting him a chance seems reasonable. Brother Hao, from this day forth, you shall be my true brother. Rest assured, I shall never mistreat our sister. Should you have any requests, do not hesitate to let me know. I promise to fulfill them. Zhao Yuan's optimism was palpable in his eyes. Lu Hao's nod signified that he had already achieved half of his goal. Returning to his workstation, Zhao Yuan was filled with zeal, as if invigorated, while Lu Shiyu stole several glances at him, oblivious to her scrutiny. What could be the matter? Has he been bullied by his brother? Prompting such an uncharacteristic display of industriousness. Though he usually dedicated himself to his work, his fervor had never reached such heights. It was as if he were under a spell. Concerned, Lu Shiyu deliberated before deciding to confront Lu Hao directly, seizing the opportunity to inquire about the situation regarding the character sketches. Brother, did you just bully him? Lu Hao regarded Lu Shiyu with suspicion, incredulous that he might be perceived in such a light. I did not bully him, Lu Shiyu. You have never shown such concern for me before. Is he your brother, or am I? Lu Hao replied, exasperated. Previously, he had contended with Lin Huaizhi's jealousy, and now he had to deal with Zhao Yuan's antics. You are indeed my brother, but I merely fear that you may mistreat him. He has brought me so many delightful treats and occasionally invites me to play games. I have yet to reciprocate. If you were to bully him, it would reflect poorly on our upbringing. Lu Shiyu had been enjoying herself immensely lately, largely due to Zhao Yuan's influence. He was amusing and humorous, and he genuinely praised her artwork, making an effort to learn about it despite his lack of understanding. For that attitude alone, she felt compelled to express her gratitude. Wait, you all play games together? When? Is it at night? I wondered why your room's light was still on so late. When I asked, you said you were working on deadlines. Lu Hao's face turned pale as he realized that his once obedient sister had learned to lie about playing games. He had been touched by her support, feeling that he must have accumulated immense fortune in a past life to deserve such a sister. All right, you were right about everything, but I did not bully him. I will not take the blame for that. Now hurry and work on your sketches. Look at how dedicated everyone else is, while you are just slacking off. No staying up late. I expect your sketches by tomorrow. Lu Hao waved his hand, eager to send Lu Shiyu away. Feeling betrayed that she was more concerned about someone else than about him, Lu Shiyu noticed Lu Hao's jealousy and playfully pouted, showering him with compliments until he was appeased. Once seated at her workstation, she stole several more glances at Zhao Yuan, who remained engrossed in his work, entirely unaware of her attention. Lin Huaizhi, who happened to be on a break, observed Lu Shiyu's every move, while Zhao Yuan, like a block of wood, failed to notice the opportune moments for observation and instead dawdled during work hours. With his demeanor, it was uncertain when he would find love. Although he and Lu Shiyu shared a past that was a bygone era, she was now looking forward, and he felt a sense of happiness for her. Zhao Yuan had even treated him to a meal, seeking his opinion, fearing he might overthink the situation. However, true brothers do not concern themselves with such matters. It was good that Zhao Yuan had feelings for Lu Shiyu, and she did not reject him. A little encouragement would surely lead to success. Yet, It was still up to Zhao Yuan to put in the effort. They could only offer suggestions. Chapter 86. I'll help you change. After work, Lin Huai and Zhao Yuan engaged in a private conversation. Lu Shiyu currently harbors feelings for you. Seize the moment and invite her out this weekend. Wouldn't that naturally warm your relationship? Zhao Yuan's clueless demeanor necessitated some guidance. Without a nudge, he might spend a year delivering small cakes to Lu Shiyu. To prevent such a scenario, as a good friend, Lin Huai felt compelled to give him a push. That would be so awkward. Just the two of us? She would undoubtedly feel uncomfortable. What if I say something wrong and ruin everything? Zhao Yuan hesitated, convinced that taking action could lead to failure. He preferred to maintain the status quo rather than risk the situation worsening. He was not inclined to gamble. Have you not considered that if things progressed, your relationship could deepen, and before long, you could be dating? Lin Huai, well-versed in the female perspective, had gleaned insights from Su Yao and identified patterns that could be leveraged. Hearing Lin Huai's words, Zhao Yuan fell silent, his mind torn between two conflicting thoughts. The prospect of advancing their relationship was undeniably tempting, and ultimately, the allure won out. All right, I shall give it a try. Brother Huai, provide me with further advice so I can prepare adequately. By the way, isn't sister-in-law close with Lu Shiyu? Could you ask her what kind of date a girl might anticipate? Lin Huai nodded, assuring him he would consult Su Yao about her expectations from a female perspective regarding dates. I plan to take Su Yao home for dinner today, so it may be a while before I can respond. Please be patient. The last time his parents had unexpectedly visited, Su Yao had been unprepared, and they hadn't managed to sit down for a proper meal. Now, they had chosen a suitable time to meet and become better acquainted. Su Yao was nervous yet excited, as her relationship with Lin Huai was blossoming, increasing the likelihood of marriage in the future. Establishing a good rapport with his family was essential. Upon returning to the apartment, Su Yao stood before the full-length mirror, changing outfits, her bed strewn with colorful dresses. Are you indecisive about what to wear? Didn't you decide last night? Lin Huai wrapped his arms around Su Yao from behind, kissing her earlobe. Humph. How can you bring up last night? Look at my neck. Had you not left a mark, would I be so troubled? I had intended to wear that V-neck dress, but now I simply cannot. Lin Huai, aware of his fault, felt it was understandable given the circumstances. After all, Su Yao had been playfully changing clothes in front of him, and as a young man filled with vigor, it was only natural for him to react. Hence, he had showered her with kisses, inadvertently leaving a mark due to a lack of restraint. You could always use makeup to cover it up. Don't girls use foundation? A little concealment should suffice. Lin Huai offered a solution, recognizing that if he did not address the issue, Su Yao would surely be cautious around him in the future. However, would wearing makeup be inappropriate? Don't elders prefer girls to be more demure? Su Yao had contemplated this matter, yet after careful consideration, she ultimately decided against it. After all, her natural beauty was quite commendable, fair and radiant, which would surely endear her to the elders. Yao, my parents aren't antiquated. They understand that you wear makeup yourself, so how could they possibly mind? Moreover, a subtle touch of makeup could signify your earnestness regarding this meeting. So there's no need for excessive worry. Turning around, Su Yao bestowed a kiss upon him. You make a valid point. Let me hasten to apply some makeup. With that, she darted towards the vanity, eager to commence her skincare routine. Lin Huaizhi glanced at the heap of clothes strewn across the bed and resigned himself to tidying up. What choice did he have? After all, she was his girlfriend. All he could do was indulge her whims. Su Yao was quick with her makeup. Her natural complexion required little enhancement, and when she finished, Lin Huaizhi could scarcely discern any significant difference, save for her lips, which were slightly more vibrant. How do I look? Is this pleasing? She inquired, leaning closer so that he might better appreciate her artistry. The sudden allure rendered Lin Huaizhi momentarily spellbound, prompting an instinctive inclination to kiss her. Wait. Su Yao swiftly covered his mouth. I've only just finished. What if you smudge my makeup? Well aware of Lin Huaizhi's nature, she recalled that despite his assurances of gentleness, each kiss felt as if he were holding nothing back, often leaving her breathless. Normally, such exuberance would be tolerable. But today was a momentous occasion, meeting his parents, and she was determined to present herself in the finest manner possible. Very well, no kissing then. Allow me to assist you with your dress. Lin Huaizhi conceded, and Su Yao nodded in agreement, oblivious to the mischief sparkling in his eyes. Let us switch to a lighter-colored lingerie. This dress is so white that dark undergarments might show through. Lin Huaizhi found a plausible pretext and proceeded to unfasten the buttons at her back. As he beheld her delicate and fair back, he swallowed hard, his fingertips slowly gliding forward. Su Yao, feeling both bashful and irritated, chastised herself for her naivety, genuinely believing Lin Huaizhi would assist her in changing clothes properly. Lin Huaizhi, it's almost time. Stop fooling around and let go. Ignoring her plea, Lin Huaizhi pressed on, prompting her to involuntarily tremble. her porcelain skin seemingly glowing with a rosy hue. Cease this nonsense. We can indulge later tonight, all right? When firmness failed to sway him, he resorted to coaxing. Just turn around for a moment so I can steal a kiss, and I promise not to misbehave. As soon as the words left his lips, Su Yao squirmed in protest, but to no avail. Lin Huaizhi effortlessly lifted her onto the bed, securing her hands above her head. Such a position was undeniably humiliating, and Su Yao felt a mix of embarrassment and indignation as she glared at him with her sparkling eyes. Regrettably for her, Lin Huaizhi found her gaze utterly disarming, only fueling his mischievous intentions. Be good. Just a brief kiss won't take much time, I assure you. With a voice softened by desperation, he attempted to soothe her. And with no alternatives left, Su Yao reluctantly nodded in acquiescence. Make it quick, and don't bite me. In the taxi, Su Yao sat by the window. Her petite face puffed with indignation, refusing to spare Lin Huaizhi a glance, her attention solely fixed on the outside world. Aware of his own culpability, Lin Huaizhi regretted his earlier lapse. What was supposed to be a 10-minute endeavor had dragged on for nearly an hour. To make matters worse, he had inadvertently smudged the foundation on her neck, necessitating a change into another dress. He suggested she reapply her makeup, but she felt they were already significantly delayed, and further dalliance would be impolite to the elders waiting for them. During their squabble, his mother had called multiple times, and Lin Huaizhi had explained they would be a bit late. This back and forth had thoroughly vexed Su Yao. Yao, I acknowledge my fault. From now on, whatever you say goes, all right? He reached for her hand, but she shot him a fierce glare. You always say that, yet my words seem to carry no weight. If I were to trust you again, I might as well be a pet. Under normal circumstances, that would be acceptable, but on such an important day, you cannot afford to be reckless. I must be firm this time. I won't be so easily appeased. If uncle and aunt perceive me as lacking in punctuality, I shall never converse with you again. What kind of boyfriend behaves this way, especially when meeting his family, knowing I'm anxious, having prepared extensively for this meeting, and still causing such a ruckus? Su Yao had never been this furious before. Lin Huaizhi could tell from her tone that, unlike her usual irritation, which could be soothed with sweet words and gestures, today was different. He had offered plenty of kind reassurances, yet none seemed to pacify her. Yao, I promise this is the last time. If I err again, you may punish me however you wish. He gently shook her hand, mimicking her usual playful demeanor. But Su Yao merely cast a fleeting glance his way before turning back to the window, impervious to his charm. Humph. Now you choose to act cute to win my forgiveness. Nevertheless, you are indeed quite adorable. With a face like that, it's hard to remain angry. No, I must not be swayed by him. I need to establish some boundaries, or who knows what chaos it might lead to in the future. If it were anyone else, they might assume Su Yao was impervious to his tactics. Her reaction was far too subdued. Yet Lin Huaizhi understood her thoughts and recognized the efficacy of his approach. Thus, he resolved to press on. With audacity, he inched closer until they were almost touching. Yao, I truly regret my actions. If you remain upset, you may hit me or scold me, whatever you wish. He took her hand and guided it to his cheek, shamelessly adding, if you're reluctant to strike or scold me, a gentle touch will suffice. Fuming, Su Yao attempted to withdraw her hand, but Lin Huaizhi held fast. Yao, this morning while scrolling through my phone, I came across a remarkably lovely keyboard that I thought you would adore, so I ordered it. Would you care to see? All right. Do you think my taste is so poor that you wouldn't even consider my opinion? Lin Huaizhi felt like a green tea, his words dripping with sweetness that even the driver couldn't help but chuckle at. Oh dear, I've encountered a male green tea for the first time. Help me. The driver is laughing at us. However, if it comes with a new keyboard, it might not be so bad. Su Yao's anger dissipated somewhat, though she maintained an aloof demeanor, deliberately making her voice sound distant. What keyboard? Let me see how beautiful it can be. Realizing Su Yao's mood was improving, Lin Huaizhi quickly retrieved his phone to show her the image. Upon seeing the blue and white design, which she genuinely adored, her heart softened. As a writer, she spent considerable time typing, and using a beautiful keyboard made the task feel infinitely lighter. Thus, she found it hard to resist its allure. How is it? Isn't it splendid? Lin Huaizhi observed her gaze and knew she was smitten. It's beautiful. If I were to type daily on it. Su Yao was just filled with exuberance, but in the next moment, her expression turned serene. Lin Huaizhi, puzzled, then heard Su Yao's inner thoughts. It is indeed beautiful. But why is it so expensive? Over 1,000 yuan. That's enough for our food expenses for half a month. Right now, the studio is in dire need of funds. My monthly manuscript fees aren't particularly substantial, so I can't contribute much. We should be more frugal. After all, any keyboard will suffice as long as it can type. Moreover, the one from a while ago is still quite new. There's no need to spend so much. After careful consideration, Su Yao altered her previous attitude. pointing at the image and raising concerns. Have you purchased it? Has it been shipped? If not, then let us return it. If payment has already been made, we can return it once it arrives. After speaking, Su Yao noticed Lin Huaizhi's heavy expression and mistakenly assumed he misunderstood her, thinking her aesthetic sense was poor or that she rejected his kind intentions. She hurriedly clarified, I mean no offense. I merely feel that this type of switch isn't quite suitable for my typing, and the color scheme is similar to the previous pink one, not black at all. What is she even talking about? Su Yao wished she could find a hole to hide in. This description was no different from colorful black, and Lin Huaizhi might still misconstrue her meaning. I just feel it's not very fitting for me, but I certainly don't blame you. Oh dear. The more Su Yao explained, the more anxious she became, internally chastising her poor communication skills. At that moment, Lin Huaizhi suddenly embraced her. What's wrong? Su Yao was a bit dazed, as was the driver, who had finally picked up this attractive couple, only to find them cold since they got into the car. The boy must have done something outrageous to upset the girl. He had been enjoying the gossip, but now, the situation had taken an unexpected turn. His face immediately fell. How did they end up in an embrace? Where did he lose track? Let go of me. There are others here. Su Yao whispered in Lin Huaizhi's ear. No way. I just want to hold you. If we weren't in the car, I would even want to kiss you. The driver rolled his eyes, silently complaining. This is my car. It's not your love nest. Please don't make a mess in my vehicle. A warm current flowed through Lin Huaizhi's heart. He understood that Su Yao cared for him deeply, doing everything in her power to assist him. She needed money, and without hesitation, he had given her all his savings, keeping only a portion for their living expenses. He was generous toward her, but miserly toward himself, unwilling to even buy a keyboard. If she were to spend that money on herself, she could easily fill a table with her beloved keyboards. Despite having made her angry, she still considered his needs. Who wouldn't be touched by that? Lin Huaizhi was now filled with mixed feelings, recalling his beastly actions and wishing he could slap himself. He was utterly despicable. Chapter 88. A Stroll on the Rooftop. Su Yao had always been shy. Even at home, she wouldn't fully relax around Lin Huaizhi, and outside. She was even more bashful, only daring to think about it in her heart without taking action. Plus, they were still in the car, with Lin Huaizhi holding her like this, and the driver occasionally glancing at them, making Su Yao feel incredibly embarrassed. Please let me go. I'm not angry anymore, really. She had already calmed down. The earlier interruption had erased her annoyance. However, Lin Huaizhi felt even guiltier. Su Yao was so wonderful, yet he often bullied her, especially in intimate moments. It was clear that he had erred, succumbing to temptation, yet Su Yao not only remained unperturbed but went to such lengths for him. Oh, tonight I might not be able to sleep. She even considered taking a stroll on the rooftop. You treat me so well. I don't know how I can repay you. Lin Huaizhi's voice was muffled as he rested his head on Su Yao's shoulder, reluctant to lift it. Although she didn't understand why he suddenly grew sentimental. Su Yao sensed his melancholy and gently patted his back, her voice sweet and comforting. You treat me well too. When I'm cooking, you always help out. And you compliment my cooking every time. When I don't want to cook, you bring me lots of delicious food. When I sit for too long while typing and feel uncomfortable, you massage my shoulders. When I have cramps during my period and feel weak, you stay by my side, attending to my needs. You even prepare little surprises for me, knowing I sometimes lack confidence, and you always find ways to uplift me. I know all the wonderful things you do for me. Su Yao was meticulous. There weren't many people who treated her well, so whenever she felt warmth, she instinctively remembered every detail. She was deeply touched by Lin Huaizhi's gestures. She understood that love was reciprocal, since he treated her well. She naturally wanted to reciprocate with even greater kindness, ensuring their relationship could endure. Lin Huaizhi's eyes glistened with tears as he raised his hand to wipe away the moisture at the corners. Damn it, he was such a terrible person. Finding a girl as wonderful as Su Yao was impossible. He must strive harder to succeed so that he could provide more for her. As for their intimate moments, he would no longer cling to her or bully her. From now on, he would respect whatever she said. I'm sorry, Yao. I didn't handle things well earlier. In fact, I have many shortcomings, but I promise to change. Lin Huaizhi spoke sincerely, though his emotions had evidently lifted from their previous low. Su Yao sighed in relief. She had worried he was burdened by some overwhelming issue. Thankfully, all was well. You've already done wonderfully. I feel fortunate and happy to have such a great boyfriend. Me too, Yao. Meeting you has been the happiest thing in my 20 years of life. Their relationship had been mended. The driver's face had completely fallen, accepting his unavoidable failure while feeling heartache for their success. He was just a single man in his 30s. What had he done to deserve such punishment? Driving was already frustrating, and now he had to witness others in love. How unfair. This wretched life. As they exited the car, he gritted his teeth and muttered, "Take care." This was undoubtedly the worst mood he had ever encountered on a job. Let us go. My home is in this community, right next to this building. Lin Huaizhi held Su Yao's hand, feeling her palm was slightly damp with nervousness, so he took out a wet wipe from his bag to help her dry it. Nervous? Su Yao nodded. She was more than just nervous. Her heart raced, and she was terrified, feeling more anxious than during any previous heart condition flare-ups. I don't think I'm ready. Oh, I'm so nervous. Meeting parents is the scariest thing. I've never been likable. My biological parents abandoned me. And my foster parents didn't care for me either. What if? The more Su Yao thought, the more aggrieved she felt. Lin Huaizhi lowered his head and gently kissed her lips. Yao Yao, my parents adore you. No, not just them. Anyone who has interacted with you would surely like you. Look, don't you see your circle of friends growing? Even my friends regard you as an exceptional young lady, and Lu Xiu often praises you in my presence. You are truly remarkable in every aspect, be it your character or otherwise, so do not harbor any self-doubt, all right? Lin Huaizhi gently cradled Su Yao's face, comforting her with every word. She lacked a sense of security, and he was determined to provide it. She questioned her worth, and he sought to enlighten her, repeatedly affirming that she was indeed a wonderful person deserving of all the world's beauty. Thus, there was no need for anxiety. He would shield her from any harm that might come her way. Su Yao gazed quietly into Lin Huaizhi's eyes, which were filled with nothing but her. Yes, I am indeed exceptional. Do not concern yourself with the opinions of those who dislike me. That is their issue, not a reflection of my worth. If I were truly inadequate, what would the affection of those around me signify? With this realization, Su Yao felt a wave of clarity wash over her. Her eyes brightened, and her demeanor shifted from timid to confident as she straightened up and took Lin Huaizhi's hand to walk forward. You're right, let us hurry, or our elders will grow anxious. Lin Huaizhi, pleased, tightened his grip on her hand. However, Su Yao's courage faltered at the elevator door as soon as they stepped out. Her confidence waned. Wait, do I look inappropriate? Is my makeup intact? Can anyone see the marks on my skin? Chapter 89, Su Yao's thoughts. There is nothing amiss. Rest assured, your makeup is flawless, and the red marks are concealed by your clothing, completely unnoticeable. Lin Huaizhi found her amusing. Su Yao was the quintessential blend of timid yet playful, her facade of bravery lasting only a fleeting moment before her true nature emerged. Are you ready? I shall knock once you are. Though he spoke thus, Lin Huaizhi did not wait for Su Yao's response before rapping on the door. The two inside seemed to have been eagerly awaiting them, rushing to open the door as soon as they heard the knock. You have finally arrived. Come in, come in. Lin Huaizhi observed as his parents enthusiastically ushered Su Yao inside, their warmth almost reminiscent of a marketing scheme, while he stood by, feeling like an invisible presence. As if he were merely an afterthought. It seemed he was the outsider in this scenario. One might think he had been adopted. Nevertheless, he had to return home. So Lin Huaizhi followed suit, shutting the door behind him. Look at this child, so radiant, with such fine skin. I instantly take a liking to her. Lin's mother admired Su Yao, her satisfaction evident. Though Su Yao felt slightly shy and had not fully let her guard down, their warmth was an expression of their fondness. And being left aside would have truly saddened her. With this thought, accepting their affection became much easier. Once seated on the sofa, Su Yao retrieved two exquisitely wrapped gifts from her bag. Uncle, this is a tea cake I bought for you. I heard from a senior that you enjoy tea, so I prepared this. However, I am not well versed in tea, so I hope it meets your standards. Lin Huaizhi raised an eyebrow. He was aware that Su Yao had prepared a gift but had not anticipated this particular choice, as she had kept it a secret when he had inquired earlier. How thoughtful. This must have cost you quite a bit. Lin's father exclaimed, grinning from ear to ear upon receiving the gift from his future daughter-in-law, especially since he was fond of tea. In his youth, he had often indulged in it, but after starting a family, he had curbed that habit. Thus, seeing the tea cake from Su Yao brought him genuine joy. What mattered most was his recognition of her thoughtfulness. For someone inexperienced in such matters to think of this gift indicated considerable effort on her part. Elders do not typically place great importance on the monetary value of gifts, but rather on the sentiment behind them. Seeing Lin's father pleased, Su Yao breathed a sigh of relief, her prior preparations having borne fruit. Auntie, this silk scarf is what I chose for you. I believe it suits your elegance, and I hope you like it. Su Yao, attentive to detail, had noted Lin's mother's preferences during their last encounter and deliberately selected a scarf that complemented her style. Thank you, Yao Yao, you are incredibly thoughtful. In fact, I also have a gift for you. I saw this while shopping the other day, and it seemed perfect for such a lovely young lady as yourself. So I bought it. Try it on. Lin's mother presented a delicate jewelry box that contained a necklace, its snowflake pendant glimmering with a hint of luxury. Su Yao was taken aback by the unexpected gift. She had not anticipated receiving anything from them, and warmth spread through her heart, as she had never received a gift from elders before. Thank you, Auntie. I absolutely adore it, and I will wear it every day. Su Yao obediently pushed her hair aside, allowing Lin's mother to help her fasten the necklace. Lin Huaizhi, ever perceptive, chimed in, feigning jealousy. Yao Yao? I also bought you a necklace. Why have I not seen you this happy? Do you prefer what my mother chose? It is often said that the dynamics between a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law hinge on the son's attitude, and with his social acumen, Lin Huaizhi was sure to elevate their relationship. As long as Yao Yao is happy, that's what matters. If you find something unsuitable, do not hesitate to ask me, or simply take Yao Yao shopping, so she can find something to her liking. Lin's mother felt even more delighted upon hearing her son's words. Indeed, you have no discerning eye. The best decision you made was choosing such a wonderful girl as Yao Yao as your girlfriend. Lin Huaizhi felt a surge of happiness as he watched the two women shower Su Yao with compliments. Given that Su Yao had previously experienced strained family relations, she had shown some reluctance, but it seemed that if his parents maintained this positive attitude, she would surely overcome her past shadows and regain her confidence. It is getting late, let us eat. Knowing you were coming, your uncle and I prepared for half the day and even inquired about your dietary preferences. We just hope the dishes suit your taste. Lin's mother guided Su Yao to the dining table. Lin Huaizhi had just risen to join them when his father held him back. You have struck gold this time. Both your mother and I adore her. Treat her well. And once she graduates, bring her home. Your mother and I fully support it. Lin Huaizhi felt a mix of helplessness. He knew his parents were pleased. But this seemed rather hasty. They had only just begun dating, and already they were planning to bring her into the family? Truly, his father was something else. He too had similar thoughts. Once she graduated, he would immediately begin preparations for their wedding. He was eager to establish a legally recognized relationship with Su Yao, to build their own little family, and when the time was right, to have a child. Although he was not particularly fond of noisy children. If it were Su Yao's, it would undoubtedly inherit her charm and be a delightful, spirited presence. What are you grinning about? Are you listening to me? Lin Huaizhi snapped back to reality upon receiving a light pat from his father. He had not merely heard, he had absorbed every word, already envisioning their future children. As if they were destined to spend a lifetime together despite the early stages of their relationship. I understand, Dad. Rest assured, I am mindful of it. Being mindful is not enough. You must display tangible actions to show her you are sincere and worthy of her trust. After all, when someone enters into a relationship with you, they must seek something in return. Lin Huaizhi pondered for a moment, recalling that Su Yao initially sought his company merely to survive, drawing upon his vitality. However, as time progressed, her motivations undoubtedly evolved. Either she was captivated by his magnetic persona or entranced by her own allure. In any case, the two possibilities were not far apart. Dad, consider this. If Su Yao harbored no affection for me, would she have gone to such lengths to prepare for our meeting? She even brought gifts for you both and agonized over her choice of attire. Ultimately, it all stems from her fondness for me. Lin's father frowned. Are you implying that your mother and I are merely basking in your glow? Lin Huaizhi shrugged. That was your assertion, not mine. In truth, his statement held merit. The effort Su Yao invested was indeed due to her awareness that they were his parents. Despite her inner resistance, she endeavored to overcome it, striving to present her finest self. Chapter 90. Like a thief. Yao Yao, why don't you stay over tonight? After all, there are no classes tomorrow. You can have some fun at home, and Annie will prepare a couple of meals for you, or we could dine out together. Lin's mother placed a piece of lean braised pork into Su Yao's bowl, her expression warm and inviting. Su Yao had not anticipated spending the night. They had merely agreed to a dinner, and the sudden proposal left her bewildered. Is that really appropriate, Andy? I can just head back later. I wouldn't want to impose. Lin Huaizhi sensed her distress and chimed in. Mom, we came here empty-handed, and it would be inconvenient for us. Let us save this for another time. We can stay longer next visit. What inconvenience? We have plenty of your clothes at home. Even if it were inconvenient, it would only be for Yao Yao. Why are you interjecting? With Su Yao present, Lin's mother exhibited a complete shift in demeanor towards Lin Huaizhi, who had previously been treated like a cherished son. Now, with Su Yao around, he seemed to fade into the background, even facing some disdain. Mom, you mentioned it would be inconvenient for her, but Yao Yao has nothing here, and staying would be uncomfortable for her. If you truly wish for her to stay, we can come back in a few days, bringing what we need and spending more time with you. Lin's mother smiled, having already considered these matters. You silly boy. If I were unprepared, would I have suggested this? I have already purchased necessary toiletries, slippers, towels, and toothbrushes. I've even washed and hung up pajamas for her and bought her 2 outfits to try on. Should there be anything else I haven't prepared, simply tell me, and I shall send you to fetch it. Lin Huaizhi raised an eyebrow. Was she really going to send him on errands? At home, he truly had no standing. Reluctantly, Su Yao acknowledged that she had no choice but to comply, smiling in acceptance. Help. I hope the pajamas are high-necked. Otherwise, the marks on my neck will be exposed. Ah, But where can one find high-neck pajamas? If questioned, I shall claim it was a mosquito bite. That excuse is far too feeble. All his fault for leaving those marks. Internally, Su Yao began to criticize Lin Huaizhi's beastly behavior, yet she maintained a cheerful facade while engaging with the elders. Appearing utterly unaffected, as Lin Huaizhi savored his meal, he listened to her scold him. Surprisingly, it added to his appetite. Her insults, albeit repetitive and lacking in originality, carried little weight. Instead of inciting anger, they only served to endear her to him further. After the meal, Lin Huaizhi took it upon himself to wash the dishes. Su Yao attempted to offer help, but Lin's mother held her back for fruit and conversation. They chatted until dusk, at which point Lin's mother led her to the guest room, where the freshly changed bed linens were likely chosen specifically for her. Adorned in soft hues favored by young girls, with 2 adorable plush toys thoughtfully placed on the bedside. In the wardrobe, you'll find the pajamas and skirts I prepared for you, dear. I believe you would look lovely in them, so do try them on. If you like them, feel free to keep them. If not, I can always purchase something else for you in the future. Lin's mother gently grasped Su Yao's hand, affectionately pointing out the room's details. In that moment, Su Yao felt a long-lost maternal love wash over her. She had always envied those whose parents and friends remembered them, who, upon seeing something while out, would instinctively think of what she might like and surprise her with a gift. Now, she felt that same warmth not only from Lin Huaizhi, but from his family as well. She was determined not to let go of this experience, resolute in cherishing every moment. Auntie, your taste is impeccable. I adore everything. Thank you so much. Having grown closer to Lin's mother and feeling deeply moved, Su Yao naturally leaned in closer, resembling a typical mother-daughter bond, intimate and unguarded. How wonderful. Now go wash up. If you need anything, just call for me. Please don't hesitate. Consider it your own home. Su Yao nodded obediently, and after Lin's mother left, she examined the pajamas, only to find they were low-cut. Surely, they would reveal everything. Her anxious heart finally settled. Yet, she could not refuse to wear them, for it would betray the elders' kind intentions. Well, if I must, then so be it. Perhaps they'll believe it was a mosquito bite. Resigned, Su Yao took the clothing to the bathroom, where the hot water cascaded over her, providing an exquisite comfort. At this moment, Lin Huaizhi stealthily ascended the stairs. Upon entering the guest room, he immediately heard the sound of water. Had the circumstances been different, he might have been tempted to join her. What are you sneaking around for? Just as Lin's mother returned to her room, she suddenly remembered that Su Yao might need body lotion. As she approached, she caught sight of her son, resembling a thief, peering into the room. Such behavior was hardly that of a gentleman. Mom, I just came to see if Yao needed anything so I could go buy it. Lin Huaizhi felt a wave of guilt wash over him. Despite having done nothing wrong, being caught by his mother made him feel like a rogue. Come with me. Lin's mother's expression darkened. Lin Huaizhi resigned himself to follow, bracing for the impending lecture. Mom knows that at your age, it's natural to have urges. But you cannot spy on someone while they bathe. Yao is such a lovely girl. How could you engage in such behavior? Lin's mother looked at him with a mix of disappointment and disbelief, leaving Lin Huaizhi bewildered. Wait, I'm not that twisted. Regardless of the circumstances, I would never stoop so low as to spy on my girlfriend while she bathes. Besides, I have bathed with Su Yao several times already. Mom, I assure you, I have been respectful of her boundaries. Nothing like what you're imagining would occur. Even a mere kiss makes her shy. You needn't worry about that, Lin Huai firmly assured. Yet no sooner had the words left his lips than Su Yao emerged, her hair still damp, adorned in the very nightgown purchased by Lin's mother. The neckline was so low that the crimson marks on her neck were conspicuously evident. Even the faint traces of their earlier intimacy were discernible upon her chest. Lin's mother cast a disbelieving glance at Lin Huai. Is this how young people indulge nowadays? Chapter 91. A stinging reality check. Lin Huai swore he had never felt so mortified. Just moments ago, he had confidently proclaimed that his life was devoid of extravagance, only to be swiftly contradicted. The slap of reality arrived too abruptly for him to brace himself. Despite his usual resilience, he could not entirely disregard the piercing gaze of his mother. If given a chance to relive the moment, he would certainly refrain from wandering into Su Yao's room. Casting a wary glance at the bewildered Su Yao and then at his mother, he cautiously inquired, Mom, if I were to say that Yao is particularly attractive to mosquitoes, and that the marks on her neck are merely bites, would you believe me? Lin's mother regarded him as though he were a fool. Do you truly think so? After a moment, Su Yao grasped the situation. She had merely heard Lin Huai's voice and thought to investigate, unaware that his mother was present. The feeling of being caught by an elder was decidedly uncomfortable, as Su Yao felt her carefully constructed persona crumble in an instant. Oh, how foolish of me. Now I'm doomed. Surely she must think I am the kind of girl who appears obedient, but is secretly rebellious. Lin Huai observed Su Yao, who resembled a child caught in wrongdoing. her head bowed in anticipation of reprimand. He himself was not faring much better, as he dared not meet his mother's gaze. Yao Yao, you've just bathed. Hurry and dry your hair, or you'll catch a cold. The weather has turned chilly, and you must take care of yourself. The hairdryer is on the bedside table. Do check. If you need anything else, just let me know. Lin's mother spoke with an unusual gentleness. Her expression softened, a stark contrast to the way she had just looked at Lin Huaizhi. Su Yao, taken aback by the unexpected kindness, nodded in surprise. She had anticipated a lecture, or perhaps even a disdain for her character, yet none came. The happiness was overwhelming. Ah, I'm so elated. Auntie, you're wonderful. Your words are so gentle. I feel like calling you Mom right now. All right then, Auntie, I'll go dry my hair. Su Yao smiled, slipping away with a spring in her step, casting a glance back at Lin Huaizhi, silently praying for him. Senior, I leave the rest to you. Lin Huaizhi's lips twitched. He understood that his mother was lenient towards Su Yao, but he was not so fortunate. Mom, I'm quite tired today. The journey was long, and I feel rather worn out. Perhaps I should take a shower as well? Receiving a fierce glare from his mother, Lin Huaizhi quickly adjusted his approach. All right, I'm not that tired after all. How about I help her dry her hair? I usually do it at home. Come down here and explain yourself. You best have a good explanation. Lin's mother was uninterested in his previous statements, merely tossing this demand over her shoulder as she descended the stairs, with Lin Huaizhi resignedly trailing behind. Now tell me, didn't I ask you both to sleep apart last time? How did you end up together again? Lin's mother was not particularly worried about Lin Huaizhi. Her concern lay with Su Yao, who had only just begun her university journey, and the brevity of their relationship made such rapid progress seem inappropriate. Moreover, given Su Yao's unique family circumstances, she felt a pang of sympathy and a desire to protect her. If fate allowed them to become family, she would have a more legitimate reason to care for her. If not, Lin Huaizhi would bear the brunt of her displeasure. If he couldn't hold on to such a fine girl, what right did he have to speak of seizing life's opportunities? Mom, we separated right after you said that. Besides, I know my limits. I'm not some reckless youth looking to stir trouble. Lin Huaizhi endeavored to express himself delicately. He was well versed in matters of biology and held affection for Su Yao, thus he would undoubtedly respect her wishes. As long as she was unwilling, he would never impose. To be precise, I might occasionally be a bit forceful. However, that final step, I would never take it unless Su Yao consented. I know you're sensible. You've never caused me trouble. But such a wonderful girl shouldn't be subjected to your selfish desires, understand? Lin Huaizhi nodded, reassuring her. Mom, you needn't worry. We are both adults, and the concerns you have will not materialize. You certainly weren't saying that just now. Lin's mother shot him a disapproving glance, her thoughts drifting back to the marks on Su Yao's neck, and she couldn't help but click her tongue. Previously, when Lin Huaizhi had been single, she had worried that something might be amiss with him. After all, he was handsome and well-built, so why had he not entered a relationship? At times, she even suspected he might be gay, leading to several days of concern. That was just to prevent you from overthinking. Rest assured, I would never bully her. Lin Huaizhi felt an urge to raise his hand in oath. He cherished Su Yao and would never dream of mistreating her. Yet, at times, desire overwhelmed him, making it difficult to refrain. Besides, Su Yao clearly enjoyed their playful banter. Although she would feign protest, her heart was undoubtedly delighted. In those moments, he found it increasingly hard to resist. You've matured. I won't restrict you. By the way, what is the status of that studio you mentioned? Lin's mother typically only communicated with Lin Huaizhi occasionally, and many matters eluded her, such as the studio. Had she not caught wind of it during their last phone conversation, she likely would have remained in the dark. Now that she had the chance to return home and share a meal, she longed to understand her son better, to at least know what he was up to. Lin Huaizhi provided a general overview, omitting details about finances. Their family situation was not particularly affluent. Having already contributed to his apartment purchase, he was reluctant to ask for more money, unless absolutely necessary. That is good to hear. Your father and I may not understand the pursuits of the younger generation, but we have faith in you. Whatever you wish to pursue, your parents will support you unconditionally. Just remember to balance work, life, and your studies, no matter how busy you become. Lin's mother patted Lin Huaizhi's shoulder, her eyes filled with concern. It is said that a parent's love for their child is profound and far-reaching. If they could, they would gladly shoulder their children's burdens. However, children must ultimately grow up. Without experiencing challenges, when they step into society, even minor setbacks could spell disaster. I understand, don't worry. I'm not overburdened. I usually take on projects, and this is just a more formal engagement. Lin Huaizhi wished to alleviate their concerns. As for finances, Su Yao had already provided him with support. Initially, he felt like a freeloader and questioned his abilities. Yet, under Su Yao's encouragement, he had come to terms with it. Whether he spent her money or his own was inconsequential. If he refused her support, she would undoubtedly be upset. It was better to accept the current situation. Once the venture took off, he would surely repay her generosity. Chapter 92. Soft Approach Over Forceful Tactics. Wait here. Lin's mother entered the room, leaving Lin Huaizhi uncertain of her intentions as he sat in anticipation. Within less than 2 minutes, she emerged, clutching a bank card in her hand. What you mentioned earlier was somewhat perplexing to me, but I understand that starting a business undoubtedly requires capital. You've exhausted your savings, and I wish you had informed me sooner. She placed the card into Lin Huaizhi's hand, which felt as though he were holding a hot potato, prompting him to return it. Mom, there's no need. I have money. What money do you possess? You are currently preoccupied with gaming and have no time to take on orders. This money was initially set aside for you, intended for your future marriage. Since you are in need now, you should make use of it. Lin Huaizhi felt a surge of emotion. Initially, he hadn't even considered sharing this endeavor with his parents, believing they would prefer he pursue a graduate degree rather than enter the workforce. Even if he were to work, it should be in a stable and reliable position, rather than taking this uncertain path. Upon reflection, he realized how fortunate he was. Throughout his life, his parents had merely offered guidance without imposing their will, merely informing him of the pros and cons of his choices. Thank you, Mom. Lin Huaizhi tightened his grip on the bank card, resolutely determined to succeed with this game. Otherwise, how could he justify the support of his parents and Su Yao? Why thank you. You are my son. If I don't give you this money, who else should I give it to? Lin's mother said, though her smile betrayed her words. But you are still in a relationship, so I will continue to transfer you a monthly allowance. If you notice that Yao is lacking anything, please do buy it for her. Also, she is rather thin. Make sure she eats more. Show her some care. Take her out for nice meals, and don't neglect her because of your entrepreneurial pursuits. Understood? Lin Huaizhi obediently responded to each of her suggestions, and their conversation extended for over half an hour. As Lin's mother prepared to rest, she specifically urged him to behave. You should sleep in your own room tonight. Don't disturb Yao. If she feels scared, I will accompany her. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. You should go wash up. It's getting late. Though he verbally complied, a mischievous thought took root in his mind. Had she not mentioned it, he might not have considered it, but now, he was tempted. His room was on the second floor, so even if he did something, it would likely remain undiscovered. With this thought, Lin Huaizhi ascended the stairs. Upon reaching Su Yao's door, he found her still typing away. How is your writing coming along? Su Yao, hearing his voice, immediately rose and closed her tablet, embracing him. It's nearly done. When I came downstairs, I saw you and Annie chatting warmly, so I didn't want to interrupt. Lin Huaizhi ruffled her hair and said, I was just talking about you. My mom mentioned she really likes you and insists that I must treat you well and eventually bring you home. Su Yao looked up, her eyes sparkling. Really? Did Annie really say that? Did she mention anything else? After such tenderness from Lin's mother, Su Yao felt as though she had narrowly escaped a perilous situation. However, uncertainty lingered in her heart, fearing she might have left a poor impression. As Lin Huaizhi looked down, he couldn't help but notice her alluring neckline, and his gaze darkened slightly as he teased her. Curious, are you? Yes. I want to know. Please tell me. Her eagerness only deepened his intrigue, and as she tugged at his hand, he felt a rush of heat. His attention diverted to her figure, swaying with each movement. Kiss me, and I shall reveal it to you. Su Yao stood on her tiptoes, brushing her lips against his. But Lin Huaizhi remained unsatisfied, shaking his head. He pulled her down to sit beside him on the bed, cradling her in his lap. This way. Kiss me for 3 minutes, and I will tell you. Faced with his unreasonable demand, Su Yao playfully struck him a couple of times. The door is still open, and who knows when your parents might come upstairs. If they see us like this, it would be utterly embarrassing. I would have to flee the planet. You're teasing me. Just hours ago in the taxi, you promised to listen to me, and now you're reneging. Su Yao huffed, playfully twisting his arm. As expected, boys' words are not to be trusted. I was genuinely touched, and now, just a few hours later, your true colors emerge. If I believe you again, then I am but a fool. Wait, why am I the fool? You are the one being foolish. Su Yao scolded internally. Lin Huaizhi cupped her face. Are you cursing me in your heart? Su Yao nodded. Yes, is that not allowed? So what if I am? You are a liar. Lin Huaizhi found her anger amusing rather than intimidating, wanting to tease her further. His mother had advised them to get along harmoniously, to be tolerant and understanding, for a lasting relationship. She also mentioned that he had a bad temper and numerous flaws, suggesting that being with him would be challenging for her. Lin Huaizhi fabricated this tale effortlessly, having grown accustomed to deceiving Su Yao. He felt no guilt whenever conflicts arose or he sought something. Playing the victim in front of her was the most effective tactic, a method that had never failed him. I know that often it is my shortcomings. Are you feeling wronged? Do you think I am inadequate? As Su Yao observed Lin Huaizhi's head slowly bowing, his voice dwindling, she sensed genuine sorrow emanating from him. Indeed, Lacking the approval of one's closest loved ones could be disheartening. Her heart ached with concern. That's not it. Please listen to me. Su Yao cradled his face as he had done moments before, her expression earnest. You are the best boy in the world, regardless of what others think. I believe you are exceptional, truly remarkable. You don't have a bad temper. You are considerate and always think of me. I know this. Lin Huaizhi feigned a dejected demeanor. Then why don't you wish to be intimate with me? I do. I truly want to. Su Yao began to reflect, realizing she might have been too harsh or resistant earlier, causing Lin Huaizhi to feel this way. How could she have acted so foolishly? They were adults. What was wrong with being close? Having achieved his goal, Lin Huaizhi felt elated but maintained a tone of feigned disappointment as he inquired, So, may I sleep with you tonight? If it makes you uncomfortable, I completely understand. Su Yao was torn. The thought of sleeping together filled her with apprehension, especially if they were discovered. Reason urged her to refuse, yet witnessing Lin Huaizhi's forlorn expression made it impossible for her to utter the words of denial. She had never held any anger towards him, primarily due to his handsome visage that disarmed her completely. Just as Lin Huaizhi often claimed in bed, her mere presence was already enticing him. It was he who harbored desire, yet he deflected the responsibility onto her, rendering her unable to refute him. Nor did she wish to. There was nothing wrong with feeling attractive to someone she liked. His desire for her was merely a manifestation of affection. If he felt nothing at all, that would warrant serious contemplation. Furthermore, she had never aspired to lead a life devoid of flavor. The occasional shivers of excitement could certainly deepen their bond, elevate her spirits, and even provide her with inspiration. Truly, it was a win-win situation she could hardly refuse. Very well. Let us share the bed, she declared. After a brief pause, she added, but do come over only after your parents have gone to sleep. And make sure to return early tomorrow morning. Such a plan would likely keep them from being discovered. Lin Huaizhi, sensing the opportunity, nodded eagerly. Rest assured, I shall exercise discretion. There is no chance of being caught. Upon reaching this mutual understanding, he embraced Su Yao, planting a gentle kiss on her lips before retreating to his room to freshen up. Based on his understanding of his mother, he anticipated she would soon inquire whether Su Yao was comfortable, so it was prudent to remain in his room and feign innocence. It was nearly 10:30 when Su Yao texted him, informing him that his mother had just departed. Lin Huaizhi sprang up with the agility of a startled fish, ready to open the door, only to have his mother beat him to it. Where are you off to? She asked, arms crossed, her expression one of suspicion. Lin Huaizhi felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Was she really conducting a room inspection? Could there not be at least a modicum of trust between people? Just moments ago, she had praised him for being worry-free since childhood, and now she was beginning to monitor him. He concocted a casual excuse about feeling thirsty after the rather salty lunch and intended to fetch some water. Are you beginning to find fault? His mother remarked. Isn't Su Yao the one who usually cooks for you? That delicate girl, you should not just order her around. Lin's mother, protective by nature, had previously defended Lin Huaizhi, but now extended her guardianship to Su Yao. In the past, when Su Yao was absent, she would fret over Lin Huaizhi's eating habits. But with someone now preparing meals for him, she felt a pang of sympathy for Su Yao, thinking of the effort she put in. Her fondness for Su Yao grew with each encounter. She found her sweet and endearing, imagining that had she had a daughter, she would have cherished her in the same way, dressing her in pretty clothes and taking her on outings. Opportunities she had missed in the past, now fulfilled through her daughter-in-law. I truly do not, Lin Huaizhi replied. Su Yao enjoys cooking. It is her hobby, and I assist her with washing vegetables and such, not like my father, who does nothing unless prompted. Internally, he silently apologized to his father, recognizing that if he did not redirect their conversation, his mother would monopolize the night with her inquiries. Indeed, your father is quite unreliable. I just asked him to hang up the laundry, and he has likely neglected it. I shall go check. Lin's mother stormed downstairs, allowing Lin Huaizhi to breathe a sigh of relief. After all, such parental pitfalls were not new to him. He had become accustomed to them. Even if he felt a twinge of guilt, it lasted only a fleeting moment. He thought to himself that by making a small sacrifice today, he could elevate his relationship with Su Yao, which would ultimately be beneficial. With that in mind, Lin Huaizhi skillfully opened the door to Su Yao's room. She was curled up on the bed, appearing small and irresistibly cute. Upon seeing him enter, she hurriedly shifted to make space for him. So how was it? Has Annie left? Lin Huaizhi nodded, settling beside her. Yes, she has gone to confront my father. What do you mean? He turned off the light and deftly began to remove her clothing, deeming the specifics unimportant for the moment. Heaven only knew why his desires had surged so intensely in recent days. He felt an unquenchable urge to pull Su Yao into his studies of biology every day. And tonight was no different. As he kissed her, she became dizzy, and before she knew it, she was left bare, with nothing on. This scene felt hauntingly familiar. Though previously she had at least retained a pair of panties. Now, however, she was entirely exposed, allowing Lin Huaizhi to explore her body freely. Hush now, he said earnestly. The soundproofing in this house is poor. Try not to cry out. His hands and lips were busy, and with that simple admonition, Su Yao immediately complied, covering her mouth tightly to stifle any odd sounds. Yet, Lin Huaizhi's advances were relentless. No matter how hard she tried to suppress her reactions, delicate moans escaped her lips. Oh, I like this so much. Her voice was naturally soft, a sweet melody, and now, as her emotions surged, it became even more enchanting. Lin Huaizhi found immense satisfaction in rendering her so, just as he had on previous occasions. His slender fingers glided over Su Yao's taut body, fueling his interest further. Be good, Yao Yao. Being a writer herself, Su Yao understood precisely what Lin Huaizhi meant, and her cheeks flushed a deeper shade of red. Ah, how utterly embarrassing. She exclaimed. How can you utter such lewd words with such seriousness? What to do? I want to try, but at this time and in this place. Is it truly appropriate? Su Yao bit her lip, torn between anticipation and trepidation. She yearned to grow closer to Lin Huaizhi and unlock new experiences they had never shared before, yet felt too shy to voice her desires. Lin Huaizhi was equally conflicted. The atmosphere at home was starkly different from that in their apartment. The mere thought of his parents being downstairs, clamoring for fresh air, sent shivers down his spine. Wait. Why have you stopped? I haven't answered yet. Why did you cease? You aren't thinking I'm angry, are you? Lin Huaizhi chuckled inwardly at her words. He too had taken a similar approach before, and with the lights dimmed, the room was cloaked in darkness. Nothing could be seen, and as long as no sounds escaped, Su Yao would remain unaware. Senior? Lin Huaizhi hummed in acknowledgement, and before Su Yao could continue, he resumed his previous actions. Be good, Yao Yao, all right? Oh, I'm done for. How did the scenarios I write in my novels suddenly manifest in real life? How embarrassing, yet how delightful. Your voice is so enticing. I want to help you measure your waist with my legs. I can only imagine how intoxicating your gasps would sound. Lin Huaizhi's expression twitched. Su Yao was indeed brimming with flirtation. She was truly a modern-day literary enchantress, and her mere words ignited a fire within him. Were it not for the inappropriateness of the situation and lack of preparation, he would have ensured she experienced what it felt like to measure a waist with one's legs. How frustrating, he thought, feeling overwhelmed and on the verge of deleting everything. Why have you stopped again? Am I really that strong? Su Yao's reactions were more intense than usual. Lin Huaizhi lowered his head, burying it in the crook of her neck, nibbling at her earlobe. Su Yao felt a wave of shame wash over her. She did not wish to succumb to such sensations, yet she found herself utterly unable to resist. Noticing her silence, Lin Huaizhi continued to tease her. Are the chapters you write usually like this? Does the male lead treat the female lead in such a manner? Why are you not responding? Su Yao remained mute, biting her lip tightly, her expression one of mortification and fury. Though Lin Huaizhi could not see her, he could sense her turmoil. Overwhelmed by her own body's reactions, Su Yao pulled the covers over her head, silencing herself. I give up. Must you be so sensitive? Thank goodness the lights are off. Otherwise, I would want to dig a hole and hide. Concerned that Su Yao might suffocate, Lin Huaizhi gently pulled the covers away. Feigning comfort. Yao Yao, this is perfectly normal. I feel this way sometimes too. After all, you enjoy it when I do this, don't you? Su Yao instinctively nodded. She indeed held a fondness for it. However, the circumstances were different now. She was merely a naive young girl, confronting such matters for the first time, and she felt a twinge of shyness. I too find great delight in this side of Yao Yao, but alas, the lights are off, and I cannot see her. Shall we turn on the lights tomorrow when we return home and indulge once more? Lin Huaizhi's words instantly stripped away any semblance of decorum, revealing his true, beastly nature. Wow, you are quite something. What of it? Lin Huaizhi felt no remorse for his remarks, as long as Su Yao did not recoil. He planned to seize her the moment he stepped through the door tomorrow. By then, he could even prepare for that and complete the act right away. You shamelessly bully me. Su Yao huffed, unwilling to engage further with Lin Huaizhi. How am I bullying you? Why not let me return the favor? I am generous. I am willing to be at your mercy, and there are no time limits. Bully me as long as you wish, and I shall comply. Su Yao was left astounded. He could have simply asked for my help instead of hinting at it so obliquely. Lin Huaizhi lay back, adopting a demeanor of surrender. Then let it begin. Classmate Su, feel free to retaliate as you wish. Su Yao's cheeks flushed crimson. After a moment of hesitation, she obediently acquiesced to his request. Phew, finally, I can sleep soundly. Su Yao sighed in relief, believing she would undoubtedly have a good night's rest. However, scarcely a minute passed before Lin Huaizhi grew restless, his hands beginning to roam. Wait, how long has this been going on? Again, do you possess such stamina? Am I to suffer greatly in the future? Senior, It's already quite late. You need to rise early tomorrow to return to your own room. Lin Huaizhi was unconcerned, continuing his actions. If worst comes to worst, I simply want to sleep tonight. Su Yao was genuinely frightened. An entire night without sleep would surely lead to complications. Wow, an entire night. That could easily lead to unintended consequences. I have no desire to take medication. Those things are detrimental to one's health. Su Yao's immediate reaction was not to refuse the act, but rather to lament the potential health repercussions of medication. Lin Huaizhi felt a surge of satisfaction upon realizing this. It seemed he could find time to discuss these matters with Su Yao. Once she was ready, they could indeed proceed. As for medication, while he may be somewhat lecherous, Su Yao's well-being would always take precedence in his mind. He would never allow her to engage in behaviors that could harm her health, let alone make her take medication. I won't do anything else. I'll merely touch you. Just relax and enjoy. Typically, it was Su Yao who catered to him. Now, it was his turn to reciprocate. Seeing how much Su Yao cherished this, Lin Huaizhi felt a sense of fulfillment. With such experiences, the first would surely lead to a second. It appeared he had much work ahead of him. Phew, senior, I truly cannot continue. Let us sleep. We can always resume after returning home tomorrow. I genuinely cannot endure any longer. Su Yao pleaded, her body too sensitive to withstand Lin Huaizhi's skilled touch. All right, I won't torment you further. Sleep well. Lin Huaizhi wished to continue, but it was merely the first day. He couldn't push her too hard, lest she refuse to engage with him in the days to come. It was wise to know when to stop. Caution is the mother of safety. Chapter 95, Caught in the Act. Lin Huaizhi rose and went to the bathroom for a brief freshening up, retrieving a clean washcloth to help Su Yao. As he approached the bedside, he discovered that Su Yao had already succumbed to sleep. How can she be so exhausted? Just a few minutes had passed, and she was already in such a deep slumber. Lin Huaizhi chuckled, shaking his head, utterly devoid of any guilt for his actions, attributing it solely to Su Yao's lack of stamina. She needs to practice more. Repetition will yield improvement. He gently spread Su Yao's legs apart, tenderly wiping her down and assisting her in dressing. Glancing at his phone to check the time, he caught sight of the myriad of marks adorning Su Yao's chest. Swallowing hard, he still wanted to bite. Yet, he knew he must exercise restraint. It was already past 4, even if he wished to stay. He had to contemplate the consequences. If his mother were to discover this, he would indeed face dire repercussions. Moreover, considering Su Yao's exhaustion, he felt a flicker of remaining conscience. He could not disturb her rest any further. Adjusting the air conditioning to a comfortable temperature and tucking the blanket around her, Lin Huaizhi quietly exited the room. Back in his own room, he kicked off his shoes and was fast asleep within 5 minutes. Around 8 in the morning, Lin's mother ascended the stairs, first checking her son's room. Seeing him sleeping soundly, her worries finally eased. Reflecting on her son, she muttered, "At least he has some sense." She then peered into Su Yao's room, noticing the girl was still in deep slumber, and chose not to wake her, tiptoeing downstairs. Unbeknownst to Su Yao, Lin's mother had visited. When she finally awoke, Su Yao felt her entire body ached, her throat parched and uncomfortable. Recalling the events of the previous night, her face flushed with embarrassment. It had been so exhilarating. Had the circumstances been different, she would have certainly gone all the way. After rising, Su Yao stripped the bed linens, intending to wash them thoroughly. They would depart after breakfast, and once they left, the maid would undoubtedly tidy up the room. If she did not address the situation beforehand, any evidence would surely be uncovered. After all, upon closer inspection, there were indeed traces, and perhaps it was merely her imagination. But she felt certain there was a lingering scent on the blanket. Hearing noise, Lin's mother returned upstairs, where she found Su Yao had already placed the linens in the washing machine. "Child, why are you washing clothes the moment you wake up? You could have left it to me." Lin's mother hesitated to voice her reproach, finding Su Yao's diligence excessively endearing, her maternal instincts swelling as she pondered. Such a considerate girl must have endured much hardship in her previous home. With such an obedient daughter, it was one thing not to pamper her. But why bully her incessantly? "It's nothing, auntie. It was just a simple task." Su Yao felt a pang of guilt, her palms sweating, fearing any marks on her body might be discovered by Lin's mother. Thankfully, Lin's mother did not linger long, heading directly to Lin Huaizhi's room. Upon seeing her son soundly asleep, she compared him to the industrious Su Yao, and her ire boiled over, causing her to speak with a tone far less gentle than usual. "Still sleeping? What time is it? Is this how you usually are? Always making Yao Yao do your bidding while you simply lie about? Just waiting for someone to cater to you?" As she chided him, she even slapped Lin Huaizhi across the blanket. After receiving a slap and being inexplicably scolded, Lin Huaizhi was left utterly baffled. "Wait, what crime have I committed? I merely took a short nap." He stifled a yawn. "Hurry up and get up." Upon awakening, Lin Huaizhi shook his head, bewildered at his mother's sudden fury. Mom, it's early. Who has upset you so? Who else but you? Get up quickly. Yao Yao has already risen to wash the bed linens. And you're still snoozing away. With your attitude, I can hardly fathom what Yao Yao sees in you. Lin's mother rolled her eyes dramatically. Lin Huaizhi finally understood. After their lengthy activities last night, there were bound to be some traces on the bed linens, prompting Su Yao to wash them out of fear of discovery. Mother, rest assured, I also contribute my share of chores at home. It would be unthinkable for me to let Yao Yao do everything. I shall rise at once to assist her. Lin Huaizhi possesses a keen sense of awareness, and indeed, he often lends a hand around the house. After all, if he were to allow Su Yao to shoulder all the burdens, it would be rather unbecoming for a man of his stature. His mother's current demeanor suggests that should he fail to take tangible action, she might just devour him whole. Su Yao has already changed into her attire, which Lin's mother has prepared for her, more revealing than what she initially wore. If she were to don it, even a slight bend would surely expose the marks on her chest. To err on the side of caution, it is wiser to stick with her original outfit. Yao Yao, are you tired? Lin Huaizhi approaches and embraces her, his arm encircling Su Yao's slender waist. Su Yao casts him a resentful glance. Had it not been for his insistence last night, she wouldn't have found herself awake at this hour, anxiously fearing that his mother might uncover something amiss. Humph. Don't you dare hug me. Lin Huaizhi recognizes that he failed to exercise restraint last night. It is only natural for Su Yao to be irritable. However, she has always been soft-hearted. Her words are firm, yet her body remains still, allowing him to hold her without protest. I acknowledge my fault. But were you not also quite fond of it last night? Lin Huaizhi whispers softly, leaning closer to Su Yao's ear. Her cheeks flush. Although she is reluctant to admit it, the experience was indeed different. Influenced by the ambience, she found herself playfully engaging with Lin Huaizhi, lingering in the moment. And had she not been so fatigued, she could have continued. Last night, Lin Huaizhi was not only gentle but also teasing, and she found it somewhat overwhelming. Yet, while she may ponder these thoughts internally, she could never concede verbally. After all, how could she maintain her innocent image? I do not harbor any fondness. I merely perceived your enjoyment, which prompted my cooperation. Lin Huaizhi chuckles, fully aware of Su Yao's thoughts, yet he refrains from exposing her. All right. It is all my affection, thus Yao Yao indulges me. Then, your little cries were also a result of my fondness, were they not? Su Yao swallows hard. As memories of last night flood her mind, she did not intend to vocalize her feelings, but she simply could not restrain herself. You mustn't speak. What if your mother hears us? Su Yao pulls Lin Huaizhi's hand away, standing at a distance. Lin Huaizhi glances towards the door. Moments ago, her mother mentioned going downstairs to prepare a meal, indicating she would not be returning shortly. Yao Yao, what you mentioned last night, does it still hold true? Su Yao's hand trembles. Although she knows precisely what he refers to, she plays coy, her eyes wide with feigned ignorance. What did I say? Help. Is he really asking so directly? Can I express my anticipation as well? Lin Huaizhi smiles knowingly, understanding her unspoken words. No worries. You shall discover it when we return home. Chapter 96. Shall we bathe first? Su Yao does not argue, merely nodding silently, while her mind begins to whirl with thoughts. Wait, after all that last night, if we are to continue upon our return, isn't that a bit rushed? Do you possess such stamina? Shouldn't we take a moment to breathe? After all, it is the first time. Based on my writing experience, most boys struggle during their initial encounter. If he truly cannot perform, will I need to offer some words of comfort? However, boys are quite sensitive about this. If I say the wrong thing, wouldn't that bruise his pride? Standing nearby, Lin Huaizhi's face pales at her musings. Does she not realize his capability? He vows that she shall not leave in tears tonight, or he would no longer bear the Lin surname. Su Yao, you go downstairs to eat. I will hang the sheets. Lin Huaizhi grits his teeth. Su Yao feels a chill run down her spine, though Lin Huaizhi smiles. She senses his mood is far from pleasant. I can hang them. You haven't washed up yet, have you? You should go wash first. Lin Huaizhi suppresses his urge to assert his competence, reaching up to gently stroke Su Yao's head. I will handle it. Allow me to contribute. Or my mother might just devour me. You go sit downstairs, be good. Though Su Yao feels something amiss in her heart, she complies with Lin Huaizhi's request and descends the stairs without further protest. Lin Huaizhi aggressively hangs the sheets, his mind consumed with thoughts of what to do tonight, pondering the various positions he had learned. Finally, his studies would find purpose, and he could hardly contain his eagerness to put them into action. By the time he finished washing up and made his way downstairs, Su Yao had already begun her meal, while his parents sat nearby, laughing heartily. Today, they even made the porridge I adore. Lin Huaizhi chuckles, realizing he still holds some significance in their lives. Although his mother chides him verbally, Her concern for him remains evident. Eat well. Look at those dark circles you've got. Did you play too hard? Lin's mother ladles a bowl for him, her eyes filled with compassion. Sitting beside them, Lin's father interjects. I can't help but feel your dark circles weren't this pronounced yesterday. Did you not rest well last night? Upon hearing this, Su Yao's hand trembles, and she sheepishly lowers her head, hastily stuffing food into her mouth. Lin Huaizhi, however, remains composed under his mother's scrutinizing gaze. I haven't returned home to sleep in quite some time. Last night, I struggled to adjust to the bed and only fell asleep in the early hours. Hence the dark circles. Lin's mother studies him, then glances at Su Yao. Although she harbors some doubt, Lin Huaizhi's demeanor does not suggest deceit, and she ultimately refrains from further inquiries. After their meal, Lin Huaizhi begins to tidy up in preparation for their departure. His parents, though reluctant to see them go, do not insist, instead encouraging them to visit whenever they can. Lin's mother takes Su Yao aside for an earnest conversation, and upon their departure, she cautions Lin Huaizhi to treat Su Yao well, advising that any conflicts should be resolved swiftly. You two share a good relationship now. Plus Yao Yao is quite well behaved, so issues may seem minimal. However, over time, various problems will arise. You must be more accommodating, understand? Lin Huaizhi nods. He does not take her words to heart, for he cannot fathom any significant issues arising between him and Su Yao. Even if they did, he would be the first to know. Besides, given Su Yao's gentle nature, if he merely admits a fault or shows a hint of vulnerability, she would be easily appeased, an infallible tactic. I understand, mother, do not worry. Lin Huaizhi takes Su Yao's hand, and they share a silent understanding, each anticipating what lies ahead. Once they hail a taxi, Lin Huaizhi begins placing an order for certain items online. Su Yao steals a glance but quickly looks away, feeling a wave of embarrassment. This is Lin Huaizhi's first experience with such matters, and he realizes that there are many varieties available. Lacking prior experience, he is uncertain which would be best, so he simply orders a box of each that catches his eye. Su Yao sneaks another peek, her eyes widening in surprise. Wait, a box should contain many, right? Who buys so many boxes at once? I have a life to live, after all. Shouldn't we reconsider? But the driver is still here. I cannot voice my concerns. After much internal conflict, as she observes Lin Huaizhi preparing to add more items to his cart, she can no longer contain herself. Gently tugging at his hand, she whispers, Senior, I think that's enough. Lin Huaizhi feigns ignorance, mirroring her earlier demeanor. What do you mean, enough? Su Yao glances at her phone, noticing Lin Huaizhi's indifference. In exasperation, she reaches out to tap the shopping cart. This is far too much. There's no way we can use it all tonight. Who said we must use it all tonight? I merely intend to stock up. Lin Huaizhi looked at Su Yao with a face full of astonishment, incredulously exclaiming, No way, so you intend to use it all up? Such a heavy desire? Su Yao felt as though an unwarranted label had been affixed to her, and at that moment, her mind was blank, leaving her at a loss for an explanation. By the time she gathered her wits to clarify, Lin Huaizhi, wearing an expression of complete understanding, gently patted her shoulder, reassuring her. Don't worry, I know all about it. There's nothing to be embarrassed about, I understand. He leaned closer to her ear, whispering, When a girlfriend has needs, a boyfriend must certainly fulfill them. Flushed with both embarrassment and anger, Su Yao turned her gaze out of the window, choosing not to engage with Lin Huaizhi. After they exited the vehicle, Lin Huaizhi took Su Yao's hand, quickening their pace significantly. Su Yao glanced up at the blazing sun, feeling a tad bashful. It feels rather strange to rush home to do this in the middle of the day. Besides, hasn't he already dropped me off? Rushing back like this makes it impossible to do anything. Is there perhaps a need to shower first? Lin Huaizhi, upon hearing Su Yao's inner thoughts, hadn't initially considered that angle. He merely wished to return home sooner. However, her words sparked a new line of thought. Indeed, if they showered first, it would save time. They could dive right in once they arrived. With this in mind, Lin Huaizhi hastened his steps. Chapter 97, The Unveiling Truth. Upon arriving at the apartment, Lin Huaizhi, who had earlier been filled with carnal thoughts, suddenly felt a pang of hesitation. His original plan had been to embrace and kiss her as soon as they entered, allowing Su Yao to shower first, but now he seemed distinctly uneasy. Su Yao felt similarly. The two sat upright on the sofa, their backs straight. Lin Huaizhi took a deep breath, preparing to shift closer to Su Yao when his phone rang. It was a call from Zhao Yuanan. Though he was reluctant to answer, he knew that if it weren't urgent, Zhao Yuanan typically wouldn't call directly, preferring to communicate via WeChat. With a sullen expression, Lin Huaizhi picked up the phone, only to be greeted by a cacophony of voices. Several people were arguing in the background. Zhao Yuanan briefly summarized the issue, and Lin Huaizhi nodded, indicating that he would head over immediately. Su Yao had evidently overheard the conversation. Although it was somewhat unexpected, she understood the urgency of the situation. In a team setting, Any disagreements must be promptly resolved, and as the linchpin, Lin Huaizhi naturally needed to be present to address the matter. Yao, there's something going on. I need to go. Lin Huaizhi scrutinized Su Yao, eager to gauge her feelings, for he knew that leaving now would be akin to abandoning ship at a critical moment. And it would be entirely understandable if Su Yao felt unsettled. Fortunately, the girl displayed no signs of dissatisfaction. Rather, she seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, as if she appreciated having more time to prepare for later. All right then, as long as you're not upset. It was also fortuitous that he hadn't rested well the previous night. A bit of time to recuperate would provide him with ample energy. He certainly didn't want to embarrass himself or have Su Yao feel the need to comfort him about it. Just stay at home and wait for me. If you're tired, take a nap. When the delivery arrives, let him leave it at the door, and you can collect it once he has gone. Understand? Given the urgency on the other end, he couldn't wait for the delivery. Su Yao would have to retrieve it herself. I understand, don't worry. Su Yao leaned in and gave him a light peck on the cheek. After Lin Huaizhi departed, Su Yao retrieved a can of cola from the refrigerator, gulping down a couple of large swigs before collapsing onto the sofa, staring blankly at the ceiling. As a contemporary writer of risque tales, Su Yao was intimately familiar with the various steps involved, whether it be the tender and lingering foreplay or the more direct approach to the main event. And the myriad of role-playing games, she was well versed in them all. In fact, at the insistence of her enthusiastic readers, she had even begun writing small scenarios with a hint of training elements. Every time she penned such scenes, her cheeks would flush with embarrassment at the excitement her own words stirred within her. Yet, writing was one thing. Engaging in the act was an entirely different matter. Feeling a bit overwhelmed, Su Yao honestly approached the situation with a sense of anticipation. Although she was somewhat older in her original world than her current physical form, being an adult, there was nothing inappropriate about being intimate with someone she cherished. Nevertheless, no matter how prepared she felt, a flutter of nervousness gripped her heart. Unable to settle her thoughts, Su Yao decided to throw caution to the wind. After all, Lin Huaizhi would surely understand, and all she had to do was to cooperate. For now, she resolved to find something else to occupy her mind. With that in mind, Su Yao decided to conduct a thorough cleaning of the house. Sigh. I have boundless energy each day. Rolling up her sleeves, she got right to work. An hour later, she had rendered the living room spotless, the floor gleaming to the point of reflection. Her gaze then shifted to Lin Huaizhi's room. Indeed, since he had been sharing her bed recently, his room hadn't seen much cleaning. She might as well take this opportunity to tidy it up. Without hesitation, Su Yao entered Lin Huaizhi's room, intending to organize his desk first. The surface was cluttered with various reference materials. As an outsider, she casually flipped through them, unable to comprehend much, but still impressed. Nearby lay a notebook. Recalling that Lin Huaizhi's handwriting was exceptionally beautiful, she opened it. The content at the beginning was indecipherable to her, seemingly a series of problem-solving processes, until she reached the halfway mark and stumbled upon a familiar name, Shen Shitong, the female lead. Next to her name was Zhou Ying's, with a line connecting the two. The intricacies of Lu Xing's deception and the romantic entanglements between the male and female leads were laid out clearly. In that moment, it felt as if something in Su Yao's mind detonated. Her body trembled with fear, her fingertips quivering as she struggled to maintain her grip on the pages. How could this be? How could he possibly know these things? Reflecting on the events of the past few months, a bold notion began to coalesce in her mind. Yes, these thoughts had only ever existed in her mind. She had never voiced them aloud. If he could discern her innermost thoughts, how else could she have moved into his home so seamlessly? How could he possess such intimate knowledge of her? Why, whenever she advised him on matters, be it concerning Lu Xing or the game, did he place such unwavering trust in her? All the questions that had once plagued her now found their answers. What she had believed to be complete trust on her part was, in reality, a facade. The notion of trust was non-existent. In his presence, she had never harbored any secrets. He was privy to her inadequacies, her affections for him, and her thoughts that she wished to keep hidden. As the truth gradually unraveled before her, Su Yao began to waver. Thus, his feelings for her must have been initiated with ulterior motives as well. This was entirely understandable, considering her own intentions in approaching him were hardly pure. But what about later? Were his emotions towards her truly genuine? Or was he merely seeking to keep her close, showering her with kindness for that reason alone? With a resounding thud, the hefty notebook fell to the floor, producing a heavy sound. Su Yao's complexion turned pale. Her head throbbed painfully, and tears streamed down her cheeks unbidden. She snatched her phone and bolted out of the house. No, perhaps this wasn't truly her home. Lin Huaizhi remained preoccupied until evening before returning, sending Su Yao numerous messages on the way back, yet receiving no reply. A vague sense of unease settled in his heart, as he sensed that something was amiss. As Lin Huaizhi dialed the number, his heart sank when no one answered. Su Yao was all alone here. With no kin or friends, where could she possibly go? In his frantic state, he eschewed the subway and hailed 2 taxis to hasten his return home. As he fumbled with the door lock, anxiety painted his usually composed visage with worry. Yao Yao? He called out, but silence was his only reply. She was not in her room either. Swiftly, he made his way to his own room, where he spotted a notebook lying on the floor. His pupils dilated, and his entire body tensed. Even breathing felt laborious in that moment. Chapter 98. The deception continues. She knew everything. Lin Huaizhi felt a sharp pang in his heart. For a time, everything had seemed to progress positively, leading him to forget the unresolved matter between him and Su Yao. If he were in her shoes, discovering that notebook, how would he feel? Deceived, perhaps, realizing that beneath the surface of pretense lay a web of lies. She had articulated her emotional journey in writing, through her inner thoughts. He had sensed her profound affection for him. In her heart, their relationship was pure and unblemished. Yet now he found that an invisible rift had always existed between them. She had endured enough suffering in the past. She yearned for a home filled with love and care. But what had he done? On the very day he introduced her to his parents, the day she willingly surrendered herself to him, it was then that she uncovered the harsh truth of their reality. She would be devastated. Were he to face such a revelation, he too would struggle to accept it, potentially viewing the other as a charlatan, wishing to sever all ties. Lin Huaizhi dared not dwell too deeply on that thought. His immediate priority was to locate Su Yao. Although his explanations might seem feeble, he longed to be by her side, to convey his true feelings. Initially, he had indeed harbored ulterior motives, but as time passed, he found himself irresistibly drawn to her. He had become ensnared, yet all he desired was to indulge in that affection. His love for her was genuine, as was his wish for a lasting relationship. He had considered keeping Su Yao close, but never through the means of deceit. He was not that cruel. He continued to call Su Yao, but received no response. Even his messages went through. She had not blocked him. There had been a prior quarrel, after which they had agreed to resolve any issues amicably, vowing never to cut each other off without clarification. She still remembered that pact. Even now, she adhered to their agreement. Lin Huaizhi felt his breath grow shallower, a sense of helplessness enveloping him. He hastily typed, desperate to reach her, at the very least to ascertain her safety. In this world, she regarded this place as her home, with nowhere else to turn. Given her fragile state, he feared what could happen if she were left alone outside. Yao Yao, I can explain. Please tell me where you are. I just need to confirm your safety. Yao Yao, please reply. I'm truly worried about you. I know I was wrong, but I swear my feelings for you are devoid of any ulterior motives. Yao Yao, I never intended to exploit you. Gazing at the verdant expanse around him, Lin Huaizhi felt a profound sense of disarray. Throughout his life, he had navigated challenges with ease, even when faced with setbacks. He could resolve them effortlessly, yet this time was different. He had often felt fortunate to understand Su Yao's sentiments, believing he could address all her concerns. Regardless of her distress, he was confident he could offer the best solutions. Yet now, he too was being punished, unable even to see her face. However, Su Yao was the person with whom he wished to share his life, and he was determined not to lose her. His outgoing messages remained unanswered, and he struggled to find the eloquence to articulate his feelings, uncertain of how to explain himself. Fortunately, the message interface indicated that she was typing. Lin Huaizhi rose, his heart brimming with hope as he fixed his gaze upon the screen. But upon reading her response, self-doubt assailed him. Su Yao wrote, "Did you really never think of using me?" He wanted to respond, but the carefully crafted words eluded him. Honestly confronting that question left him unable to provide a definitive answer without hesitation. Perhaps in a fleeting moment during their relationship, he had felt grateful for their connection, marveling at the fortune of having her by his side. He yearned to assure her that such thoughts had never crossed his mind, yet he could not guarantee it now. Above all, he refrained from uttering any further deceitful words. Su Yao awaited his reply, pouring her heart into countless messages, only to delete them all in the end. "I'm at a hotel. Nana is with me. You don't need to worry. Don't try to find me. I want to be alone." Lin Huaizhi sent her numerous messages, but none were met with a reply. Why would she wish to see him now? Meanwhile, Su Yao sat on the floor, her head buried in her legs, her body trembling from silent sobs. Despite her anguish, she remained unwilling to show weakness before others, her tears falling soundlessly. Zhang Nana, witnessing her friend's distress, sat beside her without concern for the cleanliness of the floor, gently patting her shoulder. "It's okay to cry, Yao Yao." The resilient Su Yao, who had endured so much, finally crumbled at those words, sobbing uncontrollably, her eyes reddening as sorrow filled her heart, leaving her feeling incomplete. Su Yao lifted her head, resembling a fragile doll, gazing at Zhang Nana, tears cascading silently down her cheeks. After a long pause, she whispered, "Nana, what should I do?" In that moment when Nana urged her to release her pent-up emotions, Su Yao's mind drifted to Lin Huaizhi, cradling her in his arms, reassuring her that tears were merely a means of emotional release. Her family had often chided her for crying, questioning its purpose. But Lin Huaizhi had told her that tears need not serve a purpose. They were simply a way to express what one felt. And there was nothing wrong with crying wholeheartedly to feel better. Their time together, though not extensive, was filled with countless memories etched into her mind. I truly like him. So much. Nana, what should I do? Zhang Nana had never witnessed such a version of Su Yao before. In her memory, Su Yao was like a vibrant, multicolored butterfly, resilient, lively, kind, and always smiling, never appearing as broken and despondent as she was now. While she was unaware of the specifics of the turmoil between Su Yao and Lin Huaizhi, it was evident that something serious had transpired. For Su Yao would never exhibit such despair otherwise. Zhang Nana embraced Su Yao, allowing her tears to soak her shoulder and dampen her clothing. It will get better. Yao Yao, if you wish to talk, I'm here for you. If you prefer silence, I won't pry, but know that I am right here beside you. With her eyes closed, Su Yao allowed her tears to flow freely. At this juncture, she was utterly uncertain of how to confront Lin Huai. Chapter 99, truly fond of him. In the past, oblivious to the truth, she had always perceived Lin Huai as someone who understood everything. As if he were the protagonist meticulously crafted for her, comprehending her unspoken sentiments and safeguarding her dignity. Whenever she found herself in distress, he seemed to provide precisely what she needed. Even during their quarrels, he could identify the crux of her anger. She naively believed she had encountered what one might call a soulmate, a divine gift bestowed upon her. However, in reality, all her notions dissipated in his presence. He merely responded according to his own interpretations. During those countless moments of guilt, did Lin Huai feel a flicker of compassion upon hearing her innermost thoughts? Yearning to reveal the truth? Su Yao struggled to contain her thoughts, inevitably leaning towards the negative. Yet no matter how poorly she envisioned Lin Huai, her affection for him remained unwavering. Nana, I truly adore him. Exhausted from crying, Su Yao spoke with vacant eyes, her words laden with sorrow. I really like him. Yet now, I find myself at a loss on how to face him. I know he genuinely cares for me. The way he gazes at me mirrors my own feelings for him. I wish to cultivate a healthy relationship with him. I strive to win over his parents, to integrate into his family, and to continue this journey together. Why does fate compel me to discover this now? If deception was to be the course, why not maintain it indefinitely? Zhang Nana, sensing Su Yao's turmoil, could clearly perceive the depth of her affection for Lin Huai as an observer. What level of affection must one possess to utter such words? Previously, she had teased Su Yao for being oblivious to matters of the heart, overly rigid, yet in truth, she was the most vulnerable and sentimental. Once her heart was engaged, there was no turning back. She even wished for her deception to be more artfully executed, to prolong the illusion indefinitely, preferably never to uncover the truth. How foolish. Su Yao cried until dawn before finally succumbing to sleep. Zhang Nana, upon opening her phone, discovered a new friend request, and without a moment's hesitation, she recognized it was from Lin Huai. As Su Yao's close friend, Zhang Nana harbored resentment towards Lin Huai. Yet she set aside her grievances and accepted the request. Lin Huai had been staring at his phone in a darkened room, devoid of light. And the instant the friend request was accepted, he began to type. How is Yao Yao? Is she in a poor state? Can you inform me of your location? Just moments ago, Su Yao had been in such distress, as a good friend. Zhang Nana felt a surge of anger and could not help but respond with bitterness. Now you care? Where were you earlier? Do you have any idea how heartbroken Yao Yao was? I have never seen her like that. For a fleeting moment, I believe she despised this place, this world. Upon reading the last sentence, Lin Huai's eyelids twitched. Tell me your location. I am coming over now. Regardless of Su Yao's willingness to see him, at the very least, he needed to ensure her safety. He could not bear any other outcome. She is already asleep. She said she does not wish to see you. Zhang Nana wanted to hurl more insults, but restrained herself and conveyed Su Yao's message to him. Yao Yao said she truly likes you a lot. She also mentioned she would prefer you to deceive her better, so she would never find out. Lin Huai's face drained of color, his heart turned cold. The weight of sorrow in his chest rendered him breathless. I beg you, tell me where you are. At least allow me to be in the same vicinity as her. After a considerable pause, Zhang Nana sent him a location. Lin Huai, having learned of Su Yao's hotel, proceeded to her room to gather her necessities, including the plush toy he had unwittingly replaced. When Zhang Nana received Lin Huai's message, she stormed to the door, ready to berate him on Su Yao's behalf, but upon seeing his pale face and bloodshot eyes, the words caught in her throat. He was suffering too. The once spirited campus heartthrob now appeared utterly transformed. These are Yao Yao's clothes, her favorite toy, and her computer keyboard. I have brought them all. If she needs anything else, please inform me. Su Yao, with her resilient spirit, had never faltered in her writing endeavors, even in moments of despair. She found solace in expressing herself through words. Given the current circumstances, she might require such outlets, hence he brought them along. Lin Huai's voice remained calm, yet his gaze fixated on the room, though nothing was visible. He was unwilling to avert his eyes, hoping that if Yao Yao needed anything, he would be informed. Also, she has a sensitive stomach, so please supervise her to ensure she eats on time. I have transferred 5,000 yuan to you. Please keep her company for the next few days. She may stay in the hotel for as long as she wishes, and should the funds prove insufficient, I will transfer more. Su Yao had nowhere to go, not even a penny to her name. The money she had painstakingly earned through her writing had all been given to him. The more Lin Huai pondered, the more he felt like a wretch. Initially harboring the hope of seeing Su Yao, he now found himself too afraid to even meet her gaze. Having brought her to this point, he had lost the right to seek reconciliation. Zhang Nana perceived Lin Huai's mental struggle, and her pent-up anger could no longer be contained. Come with me. Lin Huai followed her to the staircase, standing quietly, his head bowed towards the ground, uttering not a word. What use is this despondency? You're wallowing in self-pity. Do you think that helps? Zhang Nana crossed her arms, looking at Lin Huai with exasperation. He had always been spirited, yet now, faced with a minor setback, he had succumbed to despair, retreating into himself, which infuriated her even more. If Su Yao could let go, it would be one thing, but as her close friend, she understood the depth of Su Yao's feelings for Lin Huai and knew she could not easily move on. I just told you, Yao Yao said she really likes you, even preferring to be deceived by you. I've laid it all out for you. What good does it do to wallow in self-pity? You need to muster your spirits and find a solution. Lin Huai's gaze softened slightly. He was merely filled with self-reproach, and the more he thought, the more he felt he had crossed a line. Especially after hearing Su Yao's thoughts, he felt utterly inhumane, recalling how he had once vowed never to make her sad. Yet ultimately, he was the one who had caused her the most heartache. Chapter 100 should persist relentlessly. I do not know the root of your conflict, but I am certain that Yao Yao's affection for you remains unaffected by it. To me, it seems she simply does not know how to face you. As a fellow woman and Su Yao's confidant, Zhang Nana understood her deeply. If it had truly reached an irreparable point, Su Yao would not be in such a state. Therefore, it was imperative for you to take the initiative to resolve the issue. Consider what truly matters to Su Yao. Perhaps she knows the answers herself, but some words spoken from your lips carry a different weight. With that said, how to proceed was beyond Zhang Nana's purview. Based on her emotional experiences, it is evident that sometimes, no matter how profound the conflict, merely meeting face to face, sharing an embrace, or uttering the words I like you can resolve myriad issues. Given Su Yao's deep affection for him, this approach is undoubtedly effective. Lin Huaizhi remained silent. After Zhang Nana departed, he leaned against the wall, lost in contemplation. Su Yao's feelings for him were apparent to all. Was it truly the case that her concern stemmed from her failure to disclose the truth? No, that was not it. She too had experienced guilt due to her impure motives, feeling as though she owed him an apology. What troubled her was the notion that she had presented herself without any secrets from the very beginning, her thoughts laid bare for him to perceive. Perhaps this was the crux of her internal struggle. If one were to consider the perspective of another, if a person could discern every nuance of their innermost thoughts, both the radiant and the shadowy, nothing would remain hidden, and that individual would undoubtedly feel a burden. After all, no one is entirely good or bad. Even the most upright individuals harbor undisclosed darker facets. Su Yao did not sleep well. She awoke at the break of dawn. Hearing the commotion, Zhang Nana also stirred, yawning as she sat up. Had he come? Su Yao's gaze fell upon the clean clothes and the computer keyboard Lin Huaizhi had brought the previous day. Surely, Zhang Nana would not have fetched these herself. They were undoubtedly delivered by Lin Huaizhi. Zhang Nana nodded, confirming, yes, he brought them after you fell asleep last night. He even transferred some money to me, instructing me to take good care of you, and mentioned that if you didn't wish to return home, you could stay out. Upon hearing certain words, Su Yao's expression softened slightly. After a considerable pause, she asked in a languid tone, where did he sleep last night? How did he look? Did he eat well? Zhang Nana stifled an eye roll, exasperated. Goodness, she hadn't eaten herself, yet here she was, fretting over Lin Huaizhi. If she was so concerned, why not be straightforward? Both were so entangled in their mutual care. They were inseparable. It would be far better to clarify their feelings, embrace one another, and share in cooking. Wasn't he that preferable? In that moment, Zhang Nana completely forgot that she too had exhibited similar behavior during quarrels with her boyfriend. He seems much like you, quite lethargic. He probably hasn't eaten. His complexion is rather poor. Zhang Nana intentionally stoked the flames, observing Su Yao's furrowed brow, and recognized that her aim had been achieved. She delivered the final blow with a light-hearted comment. If you're truly worried, you can open the door and see. He's been waiting at the entrance all night. Su Yao's eyes widened in disbelief. In a flurry, she rushed to open the door, finding Lin Huaizhi indeed crouched at her door. His eyes bloodshot and rimmed with red. He had appeared so vibrant yesterday, yet now he looked entirely different. Upon hearing the noise, Lin Huaizhi snapped his head up. And upon meeting Su Yao's tear-filled gaze, his heart shattered. Yao Yao. Lin Huaizhi suddenly rose, but having crouched for too long, his legs felt numb, and he struggled to maintain his balance. Su Yao, quick to react, steadied him, her concern unmasked. Are you foolish? Couldn't you have found a room to rest? Why spend the night crouched here? Though her words carried an air of reproach, to Lin Huaizhi, they sounded as sweet as honey. Her evident care for him signified that her affection remained unwavering. I merely wish to be closer to you, Yao Yao. Lin Huaizhi feigned vulnerability, and as Su Yao supported him, he seized the moment to pull her into his embrace. Su Yao was momentarily taken aback, but soon attempted to push him away. My legs are numb. I can't stand properly. Yao Yao, could you hold me for a moment? His voice was almost pleading, and though he felt it was somewhat disgraceful, it proved effective in the presence of one who cherished him. Indeed, Su Yao ceased her struggles and allowed him to hold her. Yao Yao, my feelings for you are genuine, the kind that wishes for marriage. They are unaffected by any external factors. I simply adore you, to the extent that I wish to bring you home, to make you solely mine. I understand your sentiments. And after having seen the most authentic and pure version of you, after hearing all your thoughts, I still cherish you. I know you may find this uncomfortable and hard to accept, but Yao Yao, I can be patient. If you ever feel overwhelmed by me, I can distance myself, only to return when you are ready. Lin Huaizhi held Su Yao tightly. Every word he spoke was a reflection of his innermost thoughts. If he didn't care for her, he wouldn't have taken her home to meet his parents. He had been meticulously planning a future for them, working diligently toward that end. Once this matter was clarified, no other barriers would remain between them. After a night of contemplation, Su Yao found solace in what she saw and heard. Initially, the reality had been challenging to accept, akin to a collapse of her worldview. But as she gradually regained her composure, she recognized her desires. Separation was not an option. She wanted a future with him. Yao Yao, will you come home with me? Lin Huaizhi's heart raced, eagerly awaiting her response. Yes, let us go home. Su Yao answered without hesitation. Lin Huaizhi, overwhelmed with joy, felt a sense of astonishment. The situation was far less dire than he had imagined. He should have clung to her last night, insisting she return home. Nevertheless, this was their first significant argument since they began dating. Lacking experience was understandable, and he vowed never to commit such an error again. As Lin Huaizhi embraced Su Yao, guiding her to pack her belongings, Zhang Nana eavesdropped from a distance and smiled awkwardly when caught. Look at the dark circles under your eyes. Make sure to rest well once you return. Skip today's classes. I'll take care of your absence. Zhang Nana's mention of rest was merely a suggestion for recuperation. Yet the speaker's intentions were innocuous, while the listeners misconstrued the implications. Indeed, it was something we were meant to do yesterday. No, he knows what I'm thinking. Su Yao felt mortified, striving to suppress her wandering thoughts, while Lin Huaizhi smirked, his voice melodious. Definitely, we'll sleep well upon our return. In closing, has anyone been following the fat cat incident? It's infuriating. Such a pity, there was still a long road ahead. Sigh. I genuinely believe that one's efforts should be commensurate with the worthiness of the recipient. We must keep our eyes open. Only a reciprocated relationship holds significance, and one should never diminish their own value. Chapter 101. Let it go. Su Yao immediately grasped Lin Huaizhi's insinuation, despite her conscious effort to avoid wandering thoughts. Her heart remained earnest. After squatting at the door all night without proper rest, how could he possibly have the energy for such activities? Lin Huaizhi maintained a stoic facade, yet he silently bore a grudge. He was in the bloom of youth, physically robust. What did a single night without rest matter? As long as Su Yao was willing, he could initiate anything right there. She didn't even refute? Did I strike a nerve? Ah, how annoying. Why is it that only he gets to listen? I want to know what he is thinking too. Su Yao felt it entirely unjust. Being beside Lin Huaizhi had stripped her of all privacy. In her previous emotional turmoil, she had overlooked many details. Now, reflecting on her more provocative thoughts and enticing intentions, she realized Lin Huaizhi must have been aware of them all. Oh, let it go. Zhang Nana observed Su Yao with a forlorn expression and, mistaking it for a sign of poor mental well-being, promptly urged her to return home for a proper rest, especially since the day's lessons were minimal and she could easily assist in securing an absence. Since Su Yao's recent visit to the hospital, even the director had taken to inquiring about her health from time to time, making the process of taking leave remarkably effortless. Su Yao had no intention of attending class anyway, She had already completed these courses, and, to be frank, she had definitively determined her future aspirations. Thus, there was no need to expend excessive energy on her major classes. Maintaining her current grades to secure a scholarship sufficed. Lin Huaizhi picked up the items he had brought the previous day and, before departing, expressed his gratitude to Zhang Nana. Thank you for yesterday. Had it not been for your admonitions, I would have remained uncertain about Yao Yao's feelings and might not have broached the subject so promptly. Zhang Nana waved dismissively, acknowledging that conflicts were a natural occurrence, often arising from a lack of understanding of each other's thoughts. Disappointment ensued when expectations were unmet. As a good friend to Su Yao, she would never advocate for separation. If there was affection, it should not be easily forsaken. Isn't there a lyric that goes, "Pride often drags one down, love takes a winding path"? Zhang Nana couldn't help but sing, and Lin Huaizhi, after a brief moment of silence, smiled confidently. It's all right, Yao Yao and I won't face such a fate. Upon exiting the hotel, Lin Huaizhi hailed a taxi just as he received a refund from Zhang Nana. He refrained from elaborating, feeling assured of her intentions, especially considering how well she cared for Su Yao. Whether treating her to a meal, allowing Su Yao to choose a gift while he footed the bill, or presenting a small token, he felt it necessary to express his appreciation. Inside the taxi, Lin Huaizhi held Su Yao's hand, refusing to let go. I have a question, he said, raising an eyebrow as he squeezed her palm. What question? She inquired. Well, don't you know what novel I've been writing all along? Lin Huaizhi nodded. Su Yao pressed on. So, have you read the complete version on the website? Which website are you referring to? The one with explicit content or the one without? Lin Huaizhi responded with precision. Which one did you read? Su Yao felt a wave of apprehension. I've read both, he replied, leaving her speechless, her heart sinking. What was the significance of his inquiry? Su Yao had never felt such despair, recalling the daring details of her novel, particularly since the male protagonist bore his likeness. Was there truly any difference from defecating in public? Noticing Su Yao's silence, Lin Huaizhi hastily reassured her. Yao Yao, your writing is genuinely remarkable. It was my first encounter with that genre, and I was captivated by the first 2 chapters. You possess immense talent. His words rang true. Lin Huaizhi spoke as a reader. Su Yao's innate gift for writing such narratives was evident, and he found himself unable to stop reading, easily envisioning related scenes in his mind. Naturally, the female lead was her. Really? You genuinely believe my writing is good? She asked, her eyes sparkling. No author wishes to lack validation from their audience. Despite the myriad of preferences, as long as someone appreciates her work, it holds significance and value. Indeed. Just look at how much you've earned in royalties already. It will only improve from here. Lin Huaizhi wholeheartedly supported Su Yao's writing endeavors, not only because of her talent, but also due to her genuine passion for it. Having a love for what one does provides motivation, and the opportunity to pursue one's interests is a true blessing. Many people are unaware of their own preferences and lack the chance or courage to explore them. As her boyfriend, he supported her wholeheartedly. Su Yao's spirits lifted at this affirmation, reveling in the joy of being recognized by someone she adored. On the journey home, she felt elated, allowing Lin Huaizhi to hold her hand. The atmosphere was warm and tender until they entered the house, whereupon Su Yao's gaze fell upon a yellow bag on the sofa, causing her smile to freeze. The ambience shifted subtly as Lin Huaizhi felt a surge of anticipation. Once he set the items down, he wrapped his arms around Su Yao's slender waist, lifting her effortlessly and carrying her into the room. Lin Huaizhi laid her gently on the bed, instinctively slipping his hands beneath her clothing, deftly unfastening the buttons. Su Yao's face flushed crimson, her body involuntarily writhing. But after a moment of struggle, she settled down without him uttering a word. The reason was simple. Lin Huaizhi was nearly pressed against her, and she was acutely aware of any change in him. Yao Yao, was that chapter you updated a few days ago set on the carpet? Lin Huaizhi teased, leaning down to nibble on her exquisitely delicate collarbone. Su Yao felt mortified. How could she not know the implications of her own writing? The reason for that particular scene stemmed from her habit of sitting on the wide carpet beside her bed to organize her outlines. Before she could respond, Lin Huaizhi lifted her once more, moving her from the bed onto the carpet, the sensations entirely different. It's so hard, he remarked, raising an eyebrow and playfully rubbing against her. What exactly are you referring to? As a final note, the May Day holiday has surprisingly come to an end. I long to return to the 1st of May. Woe is me. My writing has stalled. Chapter 102. Remember to check my Weibo. As a compensation for the pause and updates, I posted a timid message there. ID directions, Xiangchuan1. If you read it, please don't scold me. If you enjoy it, I'll write more, haha. Su Yao felt utterly drained, and at the mere thought of her recent escapades with Lin Huaizhi, she wished to bury herself beneath her blankets. Unfortunately, she lacked the energy even to take a shower, let alone crawl into bed. Her body bore the marks of his earlier actions, and at first glance, they appeared somewhat frightening. Yao Yao, does it hurt? Lin Huaizhi, having regained his gentlemanly demeanor post-escapade, looked at Su Yao with genuine concern. Hurt, she replied. My body feels like it's falling apart. Can't hurt even capture what I feel? She wanted to speak, but even her throat felt parched and hoarse. Su Yao glared at Lin Huaizhi, too weary even to open her mouth, aware of his transgressions. Especially upon seeing her bruised knees, Lin Huaizhi felt increasingly guilty. Yao Yao, be good, I'll get you some water. Lin Huaizhi rose, contemplating throwing on some clothes. Yet feeling the sweat from their earlier exertions, he hesitated. With the curtains drawn, he decided to venture out as he was. As he stood, Su Yao's eyes involuntarily drifted to him, biting her lip as she mused. Truly, he resembles the ideal male lead from a novel, so impressive. However, experiencing such moments firsthand was entirely different. Her mind swarmed with ideas, and had she possessed the energy, she could have easily penned another 10,000 words. When Lin Huaizhi returned with the water, Su Yao had managed to pull a short garment over herself, but it barely concealed anything. Oh, is this to ward him off, or to entice him? Yao Yao, drink some water, he urged. As she slowly sat up, Lin Huaizhi offered his support. Watching her finish the glass, almost instantaneously, her sore throat felt considerably better, though it still held a slight rasp. Why aren't you wearing a shirt? Lin Huai's hands fell in exasperation. It was not as if he had never witnessed such intimacy before, yet why was she still so bashful? Humph. Who was being intimate with you? Su Yao huffed, harboring a grudge for the harshness with which Lin Huai had just treated her, compelling her to utter lewd phrases that were utterly beyond the pale. Lin Huai, however, set down his cup and, with a mischievous glint in his eyes, grasped her hand, allowing her to bask in his fervent warmth. Su Yao widened her eyes in disbelief. What has become of you? The Lin Huai of yore was cool and composed. While he was not entirely unapproachable, he would never have acted in such a brazen manner. But now, what had he transformed into? Yao Yao, he began. When a man is attracted to you, he naturally desires greater intimacy. If he shies away from closeness, it is certainly not affection. Lin Huai acknowledged that his words bore a resemblance to manipulative tactics, yet the essence remained true. Whether male or female, any individual, when enamored, yearns to draw nearer to the object of their affection. As his girlfriend and future wife, such actions were merely fundamental. In truth, as he engaged in these moments, his mind had already conjured a plethora of scenarios. Various settings, the sofa, the bathroom, the kitchen table, each presented tantalizing possibilities, not to mention that large mirror in the room, which was not merely for decoration. Just the thought of it sent a thrill coursing through him. Why do I get the impression that your smile harbors ulterior motives? Su Yao scrutinized Lin Huai, sensing that he was concocting something, and assuredly, it was not something favorable, at least not for her. Lin Huai shook his head. Her intuition was astute, yet he would never concede, as she remained oblivious to his thoughts. Nonsense. Yao Yao, I am merely happy, he declared, pinching her cheek playfully. Happy about what? Because you are mine. A wave of sweetness washed over Su Yao, compelling her to snuggle closer to Lin Huai. You are also mine. You must not look at others and can only love me, all right? Lin Huai nodded, resolutely affirming that in this lifetime, he had chosen Su Yao. Only you. And exclusively you. The mess around them was undeniable. It needed addressing. Additionally, after the tumult of the previous night, Su Yao had not eaten, and her energy was depleted. He decided that a warm bath followed by a meal was in order. Lin Huai ran water in the newly installed bathtub, which had finally found its purpose. Bathing Su Yao seemed just perfect. As they bathed, he indulged in his whims, lingering with the shower gel just below her collarbone, his intentions glaringly evident. Are you planning to wash only this part of me, senior? Su Yao queried, unable to suppress her voice. Yet, Lin Huai was lost in thought. Envisioning a narrative where a senior and a junior engaged in such scenarios, wasn't that rather enticing? Originally intending to reprimand, Su Yao was now drawn into the fantasy. Indeed, she could craft such a scene. If the characters were well developed, it could prove quite captivating. However, the junior character must be portrayed as delicate and easily overwhelmed, while the male lead would need to possess a cunning and voracious nature, surely captivating her female readers. As inspiration surged, Su Yao's mind swirled with characterizations and plot lines, rendering her oblivious to Lin Huai's wandering hands, surrendering herself to his caresses. With his desires fulfilled, Lin Huai showed no restraint. Not only did he touch, but he also kissed, drawing ever closer to Su Yao. She remained unbothered until he cradled her face and kissed her, at which point she acutely sensed the transformation in him. Wait, that was quite a while ago. Why are you at it again? Furthermore, wasn't it typically the male who grew weary? How was it that she felt so drained, while he seemed inexhaustible? Lin Huai allowed no opportunity for Su Yao to speak. kissing her deeply for several minutes until she was left in a daze. Only then did he lean close to her ear, teasingly whispering, "Yao Yao? Shall I help you gather some inspiration from the bathtub?" Though Su Yao was in a daze from the kisses, she remained aware. Truthfully, she had no objections to such affection, especially from Lin Huaizhi, whom she had long desired, yet she mused, one could not indulge too excessively. "I think we should take a break. We could always continue the day after tomorrow. There's no need to rush." Her voice was soft, but Lin Huaizhi, undeterred, continued his playful explorations, occasionally squeezing, but always mindful of his strength, for she was his girlfriend, and he cherished her well-being. Yet, despite his tenderness, his desires remained insistent. "Yao Yao, are you feeling tired?" She nodded vigorously, for she indeed felt fatigued. After such a long time, who wouldn't be exhausted? Indulgence is not good for the kidneys. She mused inwardly, and Lin Huaizhi heard her thoughts clearly. He gently lowered his head to plant a kiss on her forehead, understanding her unspoken feelings. "If you're tired, just lie back and enjoy. Let me handle the heavy lifting." An hour later, Su Yao lay in bed, utterly drained of energy. Grateful that she needn't voice her grievances against Lin Huaizhi. "You beast. I want to speak to you tomorrow. You've gone too far." "No, not just tomorrow. I don't want to talk to you the day after either. You promised to help me bathe, yet all you do is bully me. Next time I see Auntie, I will surely report your misdeeds." Though Su Yao grumbled, Lin Huaizhi offered no retort, instead gently pulling her into his embrace, savoring the warmth of her body. He had completely claimed Su Yao. Between them, there were no misunderstandings nor secrets. Once all was clarified, their bond deepened significantly. With the studio's workload escalating, he could not afford to spend as much time with Su Yao as before, yet he would ensure she was never alone. "Yao Yao, once I graduate, let us marry." Su Yao, her eyes still closed, stirred slightly, her eyelashes fluttering. All right. Time flew by so swiftly. 2 years could be neither long nor short, and many changes might occur. Yet she held confidence that they would remain together. With her affirmative response, Lin Huaizhi's lips curled into a smile, his heart soaring like fireworks. The following morning, Lin Huaizhi awakened early. The previous night's exertions had taken a toll, and he resolved to be more cautious in the future. In contrast to Su Yao, who slept soundly without any signs of waking, he freshened up and ventured to the supermarket, purchasing 2 tomatoes with the intention of preparing a tomato and egg noodle dish for her. Culinary skills were not his forte, and he had rarely attempted anything elaborate. But this was relatively simple. He had memorized the steps from watching Su Yao cook before, so he hoped for success. Upon returning home, he found Su Yao still blissfully asleep, and refrained from waking her. There was still ample time. Instead, he busied himself with his gaming endeavors until 11 o'clock, at which point he closed his computer and rubbed his eyes. In the kitchen, Lin Huaizhi boiled water, briefly blanched the tomatoes to peel them, and diced them with ease. His confidence soared with each smooth step until he faced a dilemma while cooking the noodles. It was not unfamiliar territory. He had prepared noodles during high school, where a mere handful often felt insufficient, prompting him to keep adding more into the pot. After several rounds of this, he ended up with enough noodles to serve a family of 3. The situation mirrored itself now, as he lost track of how much he had added, resulting in yet another abundant yield. "Oh well, I'll just eat more later. I hardly had anything for breakfast," he thought. He filled 3 large bowls and washed his hands before heading to the bedroom to awaken Su Yao. Su Yao was a restless sleeper. Clad in nothing but her bare skin, the blanket kicked down to her waist, exposing her long legs. Upon noticing the marks on her body, Lin Huaizhi felt a twinge of guilt and silently lamented, "I was indeed quite the beast last night." He resolved to be gentler in the future, otherwise Su Yao would surely protest and be uncooperative. Moreover, he vowed never to kneel on the floor again, for he couldn't bear the thought of her legs bruising. Despite her insistence that it didn't hurt, those marks still tugged at his heart. He gently pinched Su Yao's cheek, coaxing her, "Yao Yao, it's time to get up for breakfast." She mumbled, turning back to sleep. Lin Huaizhi chuckled, finding it amusing that despite the exertion being his, Su Yao appeared so weary. "Yao Yao, hurry and wash up. I made you some noodles." Initially reluctant to rise, the mention of noodles prepared by Lin Huaizhi instantly roused her. "You made this for me?" Looking into Su Yao's expectant eyes, Lin Huaizhi smiled helplessly. It was just a bowl of noodles, yet her enthusiasm was surprising. "Yes, I just finished. I'm unsure about the taste, so you must try it and give me your feedback. If you like it, I'll make it for you again." Su Yao nodded eagerly. "I'm sure I'll love it. It'll be delicious. You always cook well." Seeing her excitement, Lin Huaizhi retrieved clothes from the wardrobe and patiently helped her dress. Just as she was fully clothed, Su Yao hastily attempted to get out of bed to wash up, but as soon as she stood, her legs gave way, and she plopped back down. Lin Huaizhi was momentarily taken aback. I don't have strength in my legs," Su Yao pouted. Quickly, He scooped her up and seated her on the bed, massaging her legs gently. Chapter 104 concluded with Su Yao eagerly tasting the noodles at the dining table. While the flavor wasn't extraordinary, the fact that they were prepared by Lin Huaizhi, who had never cooked before, was enough for her to feel it deserved full marks. "How is it?" Lin Huaizhi asked nervously, hoping for a favorable review on his inaugural culinary attempt. Su Yao nodded vigorously. "Delicious. You're amazing, Huaizhi. You excel at everything. Whether in studies or life. Even your physical fitness is remarkable." Just the thought made her already sore legs feel even weaker. Relieved by her affirmation, Lin Huaizhi responded, "If you like it, I'll make it for you more often." Yet, he was acutely aware of his limitations. Cooking was a formidable challenge for him. In a few years, he anticipated he would only be able to manage simple dishes like boiled noodles or scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Su Yao took a couple of bites and politely declined further. "Leave the cooking to me. You focus on your studio work and don't worry about anything else." Her words warmed Lin Huaizhi's heart. He had never intended to strip Su Yao of her writing pursuits, just as she supported him. However, he understood that if Su Yao were to handle all household matters, it would demand considerable energy from her, especially as she balanced writing and attending classes while also caring for him. He appreciated her efforts and vowed to excel in his game development. When he succeeded, Su Yao would be free to pursue her passions. "Yao, I will work hard. Please wait for me." Lin Huaizhi's eyes brimmed with emotion. Initially, his motivation stemmed from passion and love, but now, an additional impetus fueled him. "Su Yao, I believe in you. I know how exceptional you are, so regardless of how arduous the journey, I have faith in your ability to overcome it," Su Yao affirmed, suddenly recalling a saying. "You may not always win, but in the end, you shall not lose." In her heart, Lin Huaizhi possessed that very capability. Lin Huaizhi gazed at Su Yao with fervent eyes, brimming with unspoken words. "Yes, I will succeed." For an extended period thereafter, the studio was inundated with work, and Lin Huaizhi and Zhao Yuanin nearly resided there. Fortunately, their professional courses were few, allowing them to dedicate more time to the game. Within a year, the game's blueprint design attracted numerous companies, and with investment secured, Lin Huaizhi finally felt a bit of relief. They moved from their cramped little room to a spacious office building, where each member had their own designated workspace, complete with a lounge and a kitchenette. Standing by the window, Lin Huaizhi gazed out at the towering buildings, the previous studio now entirely obscured from view. "What are you looking at?" Lu Hao approached Lin Huaizhi, following his gaze toward the direction of their former studio. "Nothing much, just feeling a bit nostalgic. What I once dreamed of has suddenly materialized. Reflecting on those long nights. My heart is a mix of sweetness and bitterness, yet brimming with hope. Though I hesitate to admit it, without your contribution, this day wouldn't have arrived so swiftly." Lu Hao understood well. Over the past year, their team had transitioned from initial discord and prejudice to a cohesive unit brimming with motivation, thanks to Lin Huaizhi's leadership. During that time, he had spearheaded fundraising and decision-making, meticulously considering every aspect. Once self-assured, he came to realize that this industry was rife with talent, particularly when intertwined with commerce. "Stay sharp. You still have a long road ahead of you," Lu Hao encouraged, patting Lin Huaizhi on the shoulder. Turning to face Lu Hao, Lin Huaizhi pointed to the tallest building in the bustling commercial district. "That will be our next target." Chapter 105, Mini-Drama 1. On the day of her graduation, Lin Huaizhi took Su Yao to the Civil Affairs Bureau to obtain their marriage certificate. As they exited, he clutched the red booklet in his hands, his heart racing like a drum. Yao, we are married," he declared, his voice trembling with excitement. Su Yao found it amusing. In the days leading up to the certificate acquisition, she had been anxious, worried that her skin would look poor in the photographs. She changed her outfit multiple times, struggling to find one that suited her. Throughout, Lin Huaizhi patiently reassured her, while he himself displayed no signs of nervousness. Now, however, with the certificate in hand, he was the one feeling jittery. Lin Huaizhi held tightly onto the marriage certificate, and when Su Yao reached out to see it, he quickly evaded her grasp. "Huh, I want to see it. There's one copy that belongs to me," Su Yao protested, feeling defiant as Lin Huaizhi kept it from her view. "You can look, but I'll keep it safe. Both copies will remain with me." Lin Huaizhi stood with unwavering conviction, certain that this matter could only be handled by him. Based on his experience, he anticipated that marriage would inevitably bring forth certain conflicts. Every time his mother quarreled with his father, she would frantically search for their marriage certificate as if it were a matter of dismantling the household. Curiously, his mother, who managed the household with utmost diligence, was acutely aware of every nook and cranny of their home. It was unlikely she would misplace it, unless, of course, she chose not to look for it. In an instant, Su Yao comprehended Lin Huaizhi's intentions and found it amusing. She leaned closer to Lin Huaizhi's ear, her voice playfully enchanting. tinged with a hint of mischief. Husband. Lin Huai was momentarily taken aback. Although Su Yao had occasionally called him by that name in the intimacy of their bed, she had always been shy, never uttering it no matter how he teased her. Now, her sudden boldness left him utterly perplexed. By the time he regained his composure, Su Yao was already laughing as she dashed ahead. With a swift stride, Lin Huai caught up to her in just a few steps. Where do you think you're running? Call me again. Su Yao shook her head, her eyes innocent as she softly refused. No. Lin Huai glanced towards their car, which was just a few paces away, requiring them to descend a lengthy flight of stairs. No, is it? He hoisted Su Yao over his shoulder as they made their way down. Su Yao found herself momentarily airborne and startled, though she quickly adapted, recalling how he often playfully tossed her onto the bed when she was in a good mood. Wait, is this really necessary? As Su Yao grasped Lin Huai's intentions, she cried out, you need to put me down. This isn't safe. What if I fall? Lin Huai playfully swatted her rear, admonishing, you know it's not safe, yet you still squirm? Just lie still. Su Yao was bewildered. What do you mean just lie still? It seemed the casual banter had slipped out too easily. Once they reached the back seat, Lin Huai noticed her attempt to escape and, with quick reflexes, pulled her back. A glance around revealed nothing suitable for restraint. Then he remembered the suit he had purchased the day before. The bag was still in the car, containing a tie. Searching through the bag, he produced the tie and, with practiced skill, began to tie it around Su Yao's hands. Wait, husband, let us discuss this further. We're right in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Su Yao was thoroughly flustered. With so many people coming and going, how could he even contemplate such an outrageous act here? Lin Huai chuckled, so? As long as we change the location, we could do it in the car, right? The end. If you enjoyed this, please like, comment, and subscribe. Thank you for your support.